Chapter 1. The Sixth Prince of the Great Yin. Old Wei, why is the sixth prince absent? Did I not decree yesterday that all princes must attend the morning court today? At this moment, the current sovereign of the Great Yin dynasty, Ning Kanglin, seated upon the dragon throne, was consumed by fury upon noticing the absence of his sixth son. He unleashed his wrath upon the eunuch Wei Gong, who stood nearby. Your Majesty, I personally visited the residence of the sixth prince yesterday and gave him explicit instructions. At that time, he assured me he would indeed attend the morning court today. As for his absence, I truly cannot fathom the reason. Wei Gong hastily replied. Upon hearing Wei Gong's words, Ning Kanglin's anger reached a boiling point. Father, I have heard that sixth brother went to the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion yesterday afternoon. I suspect he is still there, lost in slumber. At this juncture, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, addressed his father, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Scoundrel! As anticipated, the mention of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion sent Ning Kanglin into a fit of rage. He slammed his palm against the dragon table with great force, causing the assembled ministers to fall silent in fear. Only a few courtiers displayed faint smirks of amusement. Cheng Ying, take your men to the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion and bring this rebellious son back to me. If he resists, bind him and return with him. Ning Kanglin roared. Yes, your Majesty. Cheng Ying, the commander of the Imperial Guard, promptly set off towards the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, accompanied by a contingent of elite guards, all under the watchful eyes of the court. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, a youth of approximately 17 or 18 lay contentedly across the legs of a beautiful woman, a goblet of wine in hand, reveling in his indulgence. Awake to wield the power of the world, drunk to bask in the lap of beauty. The ancients truly do not deceive me. With that proclamation, he downed another cup of wine. This young man was none other than Ning Kanglin's sixth son Ning Songxing. In truth, Ning Songxing was not of this world, but had traversed from another realm. Since the day of his arrival, he had awakened a system unique to him, however. This system was rather lackadaisical in nature, compelling him to embrace a life of idleness. Only through this indulgence could he acquire greater treasures. Moreover, as Ning Songxing's mother was a princess of the fallen dynasty, he had been destined to remain aloof from the imperial throne since his arrival in this world. Thus, he had never harbored ambitions to compete with his brothers. Regrettably, being born into a royal family meant that even with his indifference, the other princes regarded him as a rival. Of greater concern was the fact that Ning Songxing's mother, Concubine 1, was a princess of the previous dynasty. Although that dynasty had perished, it was said that she possessed an unfathomable power. This only intensified the sense of threat felt by the other princes, some of whom even resorted to assassination attempts, seeking to eliminate Ning Songxing entirely. However, since the age of 15, Prince Ning Songxing has been infatuated with the enchanting realm of romance and beauty. Particularly, he has spent nearly every day at the renowned Red Sleeve and Fragrant Pavilion. No one knows when this establishment emerged, yet within a mere month, it has become the most coveted pleasure district of the Great Yin dynasty. What adds to its mystique is the formidable reputation of the Red Sleeve and Fragrant Pavilion. Anyone who dares to cause trouble within its confines, they noble officials or wandering warriors, even those of innate strength, have been dealt with severely. The reputation of Prince Ning Songxing at the Red Sleeve and Fragrant Pavilion has spread far and wide throughout the Great Yin dynasty. Moreover, while the Great Yin dynasty is founded on martial prowess, this sixth prince is an anomaly, notoriously recognized as a cultivation failure. His inability to cultivate has even become a source of amusement among the neighboring dynasties. Unexpectedly, the label of being a cultivation failure has led to a gradual decline in the attention he receives from other princes, who have come to regard him as little more than a drifter living off the spoils of life, thus rendering him largely overlooked. Young master, news has arrived from the palace. Your absence from the morning court has greatly angered His Majesty. The commander, Cheng Ying, has been dispatched to fetch you. At that moment, a stooped old man dressed in tattered garments entered and spoke. Old Huang, you truly lack discernment. You know well that I detest being disturbed at this hour, yet you insist on doing so. If I could overpower you, I would surely teach you a lesson. What madness has my indulgent father succumbed to now? Just because I missed the morning court today? I've never been particularly interested in it, and what I truly desire is to indulge in the company of beautiful women. Ning Songxing replied nonchalantly. Upon finishing his statement, he playfully rubbed against the legs of a beautiful maiden seated beside him. Wanshi, your legs have become increasingly soft, Ning Songxing exclaimed with a grin. Hearing his words, the maiden named Wanshi burst into laughter. Having interacted with the sixth prince for quite some time, she had grown accustomed to his flirtatious banter. All the maidens within the red sleeve and fragrant pavilion were well aware of the prince's true nature despite spending his days there. He had never laid a hand on any of them throughout the years. However, this fact remained unknown to outsiders, who perceived Prince Ning Songxing as nothing more than a complete cultivation failure and a debauched wastrel. Your Highness, perhaps you should consider attending the court after all. After all, that is His Majesty, your father, Wanshi suggested with a smile. Very well. Since my dear Wanshi has said so, I shall grant you this favor and pay a visit to my indulgent father. Old Huang, once Chang'ing arrives, have him wait outside. Ning Songxing replied with a casual air. Understood, young master. After speaking, Lao Huang revealed a rather unsightly grin, missing two prominent front teeth, before turning on his heel and departing the room. A quarter of an hour later, Chang'ing beheld Lao Huang standing outside the door. Commander, the young master has instructed you to wait here for a moment, he announced. Although Lao Huang offered a smile upon seeing Chang'ing, the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guards, he did not regard him with any seriousness. Lao Huang's words ignited a deep anger within Chang'ing. He was on the verge of striking out when a mere glance from Lao Huang instilled fear in him. What troubles you, Commander? Do you wish to engage in a confrontation? Chapter 2. My actions concern you not. Just as Chang'ing was about to take action, a mocking voice reached his ears. The door of the room swung open, revealing the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, emerging from within. The words that had just been spoken were indeed his. At that moment, Chang'ing was profoundly astonished. As a master-level expert, he was startled by merely a glance from the scruffy old man, indicating that this seemingly decrepit figure possessed a power even more formidable than his own. However, this was not the crux of Chang'ing's astonishment. What truly unsettled him were the sixth prince's words. Throughout the Great Yin Empire, it was common knowledge that Ning Songxing was regarded as a cultivational failure. Yet, the very action Chang'ing had intended to undertake was halted by a single utterance from the sixth prince, an achievement not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual. Your Highness, I dare not, Chang'ing replied, though a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, he recognized the prince's royal status, as well as the exceptional standing of Lady Wengue, prompting him to promptly apologize. That is well. Did not father summon me for the morning court? Let us proceed. With that, Ning Songxing and the old man strode forward, completely disregarding Chang'ing, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Despite the flicker of resentment in Chang'ing's eyes, he refrained from any action, fully aware that he could not withstand 3 moves from the old man. Greetings, father. Upon seeing his esteemed father, Ning Songxing respectfully called out and performed a grand bow. Regardless of the circumstances, his father remained the emperor of the Great Yin Empire, and it was imperative that he, as a son, demonstrated the appropriate respect to avoid unforeseen consequences. However, before his father could speak, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, interjected with a scolding tone. Sixth brother, do you even appear as a prince? Yesterday, father decreed that all princes must attend today's morning court. Yet you chose to spend the night at the Hongshou Tianxiang Pavilion. Do you not regard father? Are you aware of the ramifications your actions have on our royal family? Upon hearing the words of his so-called elder brother, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Ning Songxing's gaze. Among all the princes, Ning Wenjie harbored the greatest animosity towards him, having made numerous attempts to entrap him. Had it not been for Ning Songxing's astuteness, he might have fallen victim to this second prince's schemes. Second brother, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Father is present and has not reprimanded me. What concern is it of yours? Furthermore, my affairs are of no consequence to you. The moment Ning Songxing uttered these words, astonishment spread across the court, enveloping the other princes and all the ministers. Even Ning Kanglin, the reigning emperor, felt a twinge of surprise. After all, the character of the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, is well understood by all present. In the past, whenever the second prince reprimanded him, he always acquiesced without a word of protest. However, his recent actions have clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Observing the unfolding scene, Ning Kanglin refrained from intervening, eager to witness what further astonishing actions his son might undertake. In stark contrast, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, was seething with rage. He could scarcely believe that the typically submissive Ning Zongxing dared to challenge him, especially in front of so many court officials, thus bringing him great embarrassment. Impertinence. As your elder brother, it is my duty to reprimand you. You are in the wrong, yet you persist in this ridiculous defiance. Our father is burdened with state affairs. So allow me to educate you properly. Ning Wenjie bellowed. Humph. In the face of the furious second prince, Ning Zongxing appeared utterly unfazed, his expression one of disdain. Even if I, Ning Zongxing, were truly at fault, if our father turns a blind eye, my elder brother will naturally take responsibility for me. What? Do you wish to usurp my brother's place? Ning Zongxing sneered. Such a simple statement left Ning Wenjie, who had intended to retaliate, momentarily stunned. It is well known that the Dian dynasty places great emphasis on the hierarchy of age and status. As Ning Zongxing pointed out, even if he were at fault, their father, Ning Kenglin, would not neglect him, nor would Ning Tianqian, the crown prince, stand idly by. Now, Ning Wenjie's attempt to overstep his bounds was a grave misstep, especially within the imperial family, where such actions carried profound implications. Father, do not heed the words of the sixth. I have never intended to replace my elder brother. I merely wish to teach the sixth a lesson. Ning Wenjie quickly clarified. The crown prince, Ning Tianqian, watched with a flicker of intrigue as his sixth brother effortlessly placed the second prince, Ning Wenjie, in a precarious position. Meanwhile, the ministers in the court were left to ponder their thoughts in silence. Have you two had enough of this commotion? Do you not understand the gravity of this place, squabbling here? Upon returning, you shall reflect in solitude. No one is to leave without my decree. Ning Kenglin admonished sternly. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Ning Wenjie hurriedly replied. In contrast, Ning Zongxing paid no heed to his father's words. This so-called reflection held no significance for him. The reason for summoning you today is due to a significant matter. The northern barbarians have dispatched a delegation to our Dian, seeking to marry the 10th princess. I would like to know the perspectives of all ministers regarding this affair, Ning Kenglin stated calmly. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the court erupted into a flurry of discussion. The Dian dynasty and the northern barbarians have been embroiled in conflict for many years, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats, resulting in countless soldiers perishing on the battlefield. The common folk residing along the border of the Great Yin have long endured relentless raids from the northern barbarians, perpetually living in a state of turmoil and distress. Although the Great Yin dynasty was established through martial prowess, the northern barbarians have thrived on the vast grasslands, with their cavalry presenting an inherent advantage that renders their annihilation a formidable challenge. Who could have anticipated that the northern barbarians would send envoys seeking peace and even express a desire to wed the 10th princess of the Great Yin dynasty? Such developments have left everyone utterly astounded. Father, I believe this proposition is entirely acceptable, proclaimed the second prince, Ning Wenjie, his voice resonating in the ears of all present. Chapter 3. Fury. The words of the second prince, Ning Wenjie, left everyone in the court momentarily speechless. This clearly indicated that the Flame Emperor sought to gauge the sentiments of all present regarding the matter at hand, particularly for the seasoned courtiers, who were astute enough to perceive the emperor's intentions. They were reluctant to voice their opinions, fearing the potential repercussions from the emperor himself. However, none could have anticipated that the second prince would be the first to speak out. This unexpected move stirred a twinge of helplessness among those courtiers who covertly supported him. In comparison to the emperor, the second prince appeared rather immature, even overshadowed by the first prince. Second brother, do share your reasoning. The emperor's countenance remained remarkably impassive, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Father, the northern barbarians have waged relentless wars against our Great Yin dynasty, causing immeasurable casualties. This has become a considerable burden for our realm. Now that the northern barbarians express a desire for an alliance through marriage, it is undoubtedly favorable news for our Great Yin. I believe that upon hearing this, Sister Ten would surely agree. After all, it is a matter that benefits the nation and the people. As a member of the Great Yin royal family, one should contribute to the prosperity of our dynasty. The second prince, Ning Wenjie, declared with righteous fervor. His impassioned speech prompted several ministers within the court to nod in agreement. In their minds, as long as it did not encroach upon their own interests, they were willing to sacrifice anything. Conversely, the first prince and other royal siblings scoffed at the second prince's remarks, though his words seemed reasonable at first glance. Upon further reflection, they were utterly nonsensical. The Great Yin dynasty was founded on martial prowess. To acquiesce to a marriage proposal from the northern barbarians would be to disgrace the dignity of their entire dynasty. If other realms were to learn of this, it would surely become a source of mockery. After all, no other dynasty had ever engaged in a marriage alliance with the northern barbarians. Should the Great Yin dynasty pursue such a course, they would undoubtedly be branded with eternal shame. Your Majesty, I believe the second prince's remarks possess considerable merit. An elder voice resonated throughout the hall. Although our Great Yin dynasty is founded on military strength, the prolonged warfare has already imposed a tremendous burden on the populace. If the northern barbarians truly wish to forge an alliance through marriage, it may not be an unwise strategy. At the very least, this could provide our Great Yin with a chance to recuperate. With formidable enemies surrounding us, eliminating the northern barbarians as an adversary would be most advantageous. At that moment, an aged voice reached the ears of all present. When they discerned the speaker's identity, a collective gasp echoed through the court. It was none other than Liu Qibai, the venerable prime minister of the Great Yin dynasty. Moreover, the former disciples of the esteemed chancellor are exceedingly numerous. Nearly one-third of the ministers in the court are his students, rendering his stature in the Da Yin dynasty unparalleled. No one anticipated that, at such a pivotal moment, he would choose to openly support the second prince. Even the Emperor Ning Kanglin felt a twinge of surprise. As for the other princes, their expressions were decidedly grim, particularly the first prince Ning Tianxin. After all, this first prince had attempted on multiple occasions to pay a visit to the venerable elder, only to be consistently rebuffed by Liu Qibai. Now, the latter had audaciously chosen to align himself with the second prince, an act that could hardly fail to incite both rage and jealousy within the first prince. As the chancellor spoke, those ministers covertly backing the second prince also began to voice their approval, lauding the latter's remarks as remarkably insightful. Yet, unbeknownst to them, two individuals within the court were teetering on the brink of fury. One was the reigning emperor, and the other was the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. Especially for the sixth prince, upon hearing of the northern barbarian's desire for a marriage alliance with his beloved 10th sister, a murderous intent surged within him. It is worth noting that, among all the princes and princesses of the Da Yin dynasty, apart from the first prince Ning Tianxin, his closest companion had always been 10th princess Ning Linglong. Since childhood, she had followed him closely, undertaking every endeavor together, even sharing the consequences of their misdeeds. However, several years ago, Ning Songxing had become enamored with the Red Sleeve Pavilion, leading to a gradual decline in his interactions with the 10th princess. Nevertheless, he had always remained deeply concerned for his sister, thinking of her first whenever there were treats or diversions. Now, the prospect of marrying his beloved sister to that despicable Khan of the northern barbarians filled Ning Songxing with an overwhelming urge to annihilate these wretches. More critically, his sister was still not yet 16, while that Khan was already over 50. Was this not the epitome of lechery? How could these individuals shamelessly proclaim such a union as beneficial to the nation and its people, particularly his own second brother and the chancellor? Ning Songxing's desire to eliminate them had reached its zenith. Cease your insipid prattle. Speak such nonsense again if you dare. Suddenly, the sixth prince's furious roar silenced the entire court. The ministers who had just expressed their support were taken aback, never having imagined that the sixth prince would so brazenly berate them in front of so many courtiers. Yet, Ning Songxing was unfazed. Originally, he had no desire to engage in these matters, wishing only to live as a carefree prince, but the actions of these individuals had provoked him beyond measure. You old scoundrel, repeat your words to me once more. Ning Songxing swiftly approached Liu Qibai, standing directly before him and in front of all the courtiers. He pointed a finger at Liu's nose and growled menacingly, showing no regard for the venerable elder's status. The scene rendered everyone speechless. Even the Flame Emperor could hardly believe that his son displayed such audacity, disregarding the esteemed Liu Qibai, a figure of 3 dynasties. Meanwhile, the Right Chancellor found himself utterly bewildered. After all, in the entire Great Yin Empire, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even the Flame Emperor treated him with profound respect. In that moment, the Right Chancellor was left fuming, his face flushed with indignation. Chapter 4. Of Different Kindred. Their hearts must diverge. Sixth Prince, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? The Right Chancellor is a venerable figure of 3 imperial reigns, the very cornerstone of our Great Yin dynasty. Your blatant disrespect towards him is nothing short of outrageous. You ought to promptly apologize to the Right Chancellor. Upon witnessing Ning Songxing's behavior, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, hastily interjected, rebuking him with fervor. He sought to portray himself as a paragon of respect and reverence for his elders, sharply contrasting with Ning Songxing's demeanor. However, the second prince's tactics bore no influence on Ning Songxing. He was acutely aware of his brother's intentions. Yet, in his current state of unbridled fury, it was entirely conceivable that he might resort to violence against the Right Chancellor. Silence. As a prince of the great Yin dynasty, how dare you utter such words? If I were in your position, I would have already taken my own life in shame. A union with the northern barbarians? Have you lost your senses? Or has a donkey kicked you? To utter such egregious nonsense is utterly disgraceful. Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? Ning Songxing retorted vehemently. At that moment, a glimmer of intensity sparkled in the eyes of the Emperor Yan. Sixth Prince, did I utter anything erroneous that warrants such an insult from you? If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall take my own life right here in this grand hall. Lu Chibai demanded. The Right Chancellor's words incited many of his students to rise in protest, their fervor suggesting a genuine desire to obliterate Ning Songxing. Observing this spectacle, the second prince revealed a faint smirk. They were certainly stepping onto treacherous ground, for Ning Songxing would show no mercy to these individuals. Old fool, you would do well to perish in this hall immediately. Otherwise, if I take action myself, your blood shall stain this place. Ning Songxing declared with formidable authority. His proclamation left all the courtiers utterly astounded. Sixth Prince, what madness is this? Quickly apologize to the Right Chancellor. Emperor Ning Kanglin admonished. Father, I am in the right. These scoundrels wish to ally with the northern barbarians. I cannot fathom what madness resides in their minds. Are they filled with excrement? Our great Yin dynasty was founded on martial prowess, and our ancestral teachings proclaim that it is better to die in battle than to live in disgrace. The northern barbarians are now seeking a union. Have you considered why they would make such a move at this juncture? Ning Songxing countered with directness. Upon hearing the sixth prince's words, many ministers in the court began to reflect. They had not previously contemplated this angle. Why would the northern barbarians suddenly seek an alliance now? Such actions were undeniably suspicious. Sixth prince, what are you implying? Father, what manner of beings the northern barbarians are, none within our great Yin dynasty are unaware. There is no merit in believing a single word they utter. The reason why the northern barbarians have chosen this moment for a matrimonial alliance is due to the winter season, during which heavy snowfall has blanketed their vast grasslands, resulting in the death of their livestock and war horses. Even if the northern barbarians wish to invade our great Yin borders at this time, it would be utterly impossible. Hence, they seek to recuperate and have proposed a union with us. Once this winter passes, the iron cavalry of the northern barbarians will undoubtedly attempt to invade our great Yin borders and plunder our resources, explained Ning Songxing. The sixth prince's words caused a palpable shift in the expressions of all present, particularly among the generals in the court, who harbored no fondness for the northern barbarians. When the notion of a matrimonial alliance was first raised, these generals vehemently opposed it. Yet their lack of eloquence rendered them unable to engage in fruitful debate with the civil officials. Nonetheless, the sixth prince's assertions garnered their tacit approval. Your Majesty, if the truth is indeed as the sixth prince has stated, then the so-called alliance proposed by the northern barbarians is nothing short of a nefarious scheme. We must not fall for this ruse. We must show the northern barbarians our resolve, declared Duke Jinghua loudly. Following his lead, other military leaders expressed their opinions as well, while the civil officials, represented by Right Chancellor Lu Chibai, appeared increasingly disconcerted. Sixth brother, your claims are merely one-sided. If the northern barbarians truly wish to forge an alliance with us, how could they possibly go back on their word? Furthermore, you have never been to the borders. How can you ascertain the situation on their side? Countered the second prince, Ning Wenjie, prompting many civil officials to nod in agreement. Their skepticism regarding the sixth prince's source is evident. Second brother, do not presume your own cleverness while dismissing others as foolish. Are you unaware of the saying, those not of our kin will have different hearts? You would permit your sister to be wed to the northern barbarians based solely on their words? What a commendable elder brother you are. As for the current state of the northern barbarians, anyone who has ventured to the borders could provide insights. If you still find this hard to believe, simply command General Meng in the northern region to send someone to investigate the winter conditions in the northern barbarian lands. Ning Songxing retorted with a cold smile. His statement rendered the second prince, Ning Wenjie, speechless, as he uttered the phrase about differing hearts. A glimmer of approval appeared in the eyes of the military officials and Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin. The sixth prince's performance today had left them astounded and even impressed. Father, I believe there is merit in what my sixth brother has articulated. The northern barbarians wish to ally with us, Yet we need not acquiesce immediately. We should first dispatch someone to the northern borders to communicate with General Ming and ascertain the true state of the northern barbarians. If it aligns with the Sixth Brothers' account, then their proposed alliance is indeed a complete ruse. Should the circumstances in the north diverge from what the Sixth Prince has stated, it would merely amount to a few days squandered for us in the Great Yin. It entails no loss whatsoever. Before the second prince could voice his thoughts, the first prince Ning Tianqian stepped forward, addressing the Yin Emperor directly. The words of the first prince brought immense satisfaction to the emperor's heart. Alas, the fury within the second prince Ning Wenjie and the right chancellor Lu Chenbai had already ignited into a blazing inferno. Chapter 5 in the Great Yin. We have only princes who die in battle, not princesses who marry. Humph. Brother, your approach is exceedingly rash. Even if what the sixth brother says holds some truth, it does not signify anything of consequence. A marriage alliance with the northern barbarians would bring only benefits to our Great Yin, not detriments. We have never ventured to the borders, so we are unaware of the actual circumstances there. Such an alliance could allow our common folk to recuperate, sparing them further suffering from the ravages of war. Should conflict arise once more, the populace at the borders would endure untold hardships. Moreover, our Great Yin has been embroiled in endless warfare, and the treasury is on the verge of depletion. The second prince, Ning Wenjie, quickly retorted. In his eyes, only the first prince, Ning Tianqian, was a worthy opponent. Ning Songxing had never commanded his respect. However, the performance of Ning Songxing in today's court left the second prince utterly astounded. He would not permit such a scenario to transpire. The position beneath our father's throne was already envisioned as his own by Ning Wenjie, and he would not allow any other prince to taint it. Father, I believe my second brother makes a compelling argument. Our Great Yin dynasty has faced continuous warfare, and the treasury is nearly empty. It is exceedingly difficult to muster additional funds for further campaigns. While a marriage alliance may tarnish our dynasty's reputation, it is ultimately for the benefit of the people of Great Yin. Upon hearing his second brother's words, the third prince, Ning Baifeng, swiftly interjected. However, his support for his second brother was not born of loyalty, but rather a desire to stoke the flames of conflict between his elder and second brothers, wishing to witness their fierce rivalry. After all, each prince harbored ulterior motives and personal ambitions. Meanwhile, seated upon the throne, Emperor Ning Kenglin wore a grim expression. Although the words of Ning Songxing and the first prince had delighted him, he was also reluctant to see his beloved daughter wed to the northern barbarians. Yet, Ning Wenjie's argument bore merit. Great Yin had indeed been embroiled in incessant warfare, and the treasury could not sustain further campaigns. Should he acquiesce to the northern barbarians' marriage proposal, once this turbulent period passed, they would surely resume their incursions into Great Yin's borders. A prospect Emperor Ning Kenglin could not countenance. Contemplating these circumstances, the heart of the emperor was heavy with frustration. Sixth, what are your thoughts on this matter? Father, I have but one statement. We in Great Yin have only princes who die in battle, not princesses who marry. The words of my second brother may sound reasonable, but they are utterly fallacious. He has never set foot on the borders, so of course, he can speak with such authority. Were he to voice such sentiments among the border populace, I am certain they would reduce him to a mere pulp. For years, Great Yin and the northern barbarians have been irreconcilable foes. The people of the northern borders long to consume their flesh and drink their blood. Now, to propose reconciliation with the northern populace, would they ever consent? Ning Songxing scoffed. The proclamation of a prince who has fallen in battle, devoid of any mention of a princess through marriage, elicited gasps from numerous attendees within the court. No one anticipated that the seemingly unworthy sixth prince could articulate such a profoundly stirring sentiment. Particularly, the generals and dukes who had recently returned from the battlefield regarded the sixth prince with newfound admiration, although some had retired from combat. The moment his words reached their ears, the embers of passion within them were reignited. Your Majesty, the sixth prince speaks with great wisdom. Our Great Yin has established itself through martial might. It was not long ago that your Majesty wielded your sword upon the battlefield. What fear do we have of the insignificant northern barbarians? Though I am advanced in years, I still possess the vigor to take up arms. Duke Su Tianfeng boldly declared. Duke Su's assertion resonated with truth. Indeed, while we may be aged, should we face those barbaric fiends, we would not falter. There is no room for negotiation with such beasts. Marriage is utterly out of the question. Only through fear will they submit and bow in defeat. Count me among those who will go to battle. A surge of nostalgia swept through the seasoned warriors, evoking memories of their glorious days on the battlefield. Hearing the words of these venerable generals stirred something within Ning Kanglan, the Emperor of Yin. As Duke Su had noted, he too, once a fierce warrior who navigated the tumult of war, now felt his courage waning, lacking the audacity of his former self. You old brutes, only knowing the ways of violence. I ask you, with our treasury depleted, how will you procure the necessary provisions for our troops? Do you believe your fervent spirits alone will suffice? Without supplies, do you intend to send our soldiers into battle on empty stomachs? Lu Qingbai chastised. Lu Qingbai's words rendered the aged generals momentarily speechless. They had been so stirred by the sixth prince's declaration that they had overlooked this critical issue. As retired generals, they were acutely aware of the vital role supplies played in warfare. Without adequate provisions, achieving victory on the battlefield would be nearly impossible. Observing their stunned silence, a flicker of disdain crossed Lu Qingbai's gaze. As a senior statesman of 3 reigns, he found it exceedingly simple to deal with these unrefined old warriors. Yet, he understood that the most pivotal figure was not the elderly generals, but the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, who stood at the forefront. Your Highness, I trust you have a solution for the supply issue? Lu Qingbai inquired with a disarming smile. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ning Songxing felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He had not anticipated such shamelessness and cunning from this individual. However, how could Ning Songxing possibly surrender? Since this old fellow seeks his own demise, Ning Songxing shall oblige him. Lu Xiang, I truly possess a method. Yet, I fear that upon hearing it, you may find yourself exceedingly displeased. If you should happen to spit blood as a result, it shall bear no relation to me. Ning Songxing, he remarked indifferently. The others in the court also felt a flicker of curiosity. Even the Flame Emperor Ning Kanglan was eager to learn what ingenious solution his son might propose. Chapter 6. Dare to challenge me? This prince will make you bleed. Enough with the riddles, sixth brother. If you have a solution, speak plainly, declared Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglan. With a direct tone. Father, though our great Yin has endured years of warfare, leaving our treasury depleted, it does not imply that we lack funds. On the contrary, we possess considerable wealth. Should you issue a royal decree, I assure you that the resources needed for the war will be more than sufficient. Ning Songxing spoke mysteriously. Oh, what decree do you propose? At that moment, not only did Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglan, express interest, but even the crown prince and various generals and nobles in attendance were filled with curiosity. They were all eager to learn the nature of the sixth prince's decree. Quite simple. Let all the ministers of the court contribute funds. The sixth prince shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. Such a straightforward statement nearly made several ministers in the court spit blood. They had never envisioned that the sixth prince's suggestion would require them to part with their wealth. And given his demeanor, it seemed he had already considered them as easy targets. Your Majesty, though this old minister possesses some assets, I cannot contribute much, protested Lu Qingbai hastily. However, before he could finish, the sixth prince interrupted him directly. Lu Xiang, while I might entertain the notion that others lack funds, your claim is utterly preposterous. Do you seek your own demise? I have heard that just days ago, you married a new concubine, and the dowry alone exceeded 100,000 taels of silver, not to mention an additional 10,000 taels of gold. With such a lavish dowry, you dare to assert that you lack money? It is common knowledge that your family's estate spans the entire imperial capital. If you claim poverty, then truly, there would be no wealthy individuals left in the Great Yin dynasty. Ning Songxing remarked coldly. Upon hearing Ning Songxing's words, panic surged through the hearts of the other ministers. They were all aware of Lu Xiang's marriage to a new concubine and had even presented substantial gifts. Yet, very few knew the specifics of the dowry. Who would have anticipated that the sixth prince was so astutely aware of such concealed matters, even revealing the exact amount of the dowry, which was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Lu Xiang's face. Your Majesty, this old minister. At that moment, Lu Qingbai felt a strong urge to spit blood. If given another chance, he would have undoubtedly refrained from speaking. Moreover, his standing with the emperor had deteriorated significantly. He had just claimed poverty, only to have Ning Songxing expose his secrets in an instant. Right, Minister? I did not expect you to be so robust in your advanced years. Ning Kanglan inquired with a smile. Although the words of the Flame Emperor may appear devoid of deeper meaning, if Lu Qingbai, a venerable figure of the 3 dynasties, were unable to discern even this, it would indeed signify a life wasted. Moreover, the current Flame Emperor, Ning Kanglan, emerged from a battlefield littered with corpses, and his methods, temperament, and cunning are not to be compared with those of ordinary sovereigns. With just this utterance, Liu Qianbai realized that if he did not express his intentions forthwith, he might not see the dawn of another day. Your Majesty, the old minister acknowledges his transgressions. I am willing to contribute 300,000 taels of silver as provisions. Liu Qianbai promptly knelt down. Upon hearing the figure of 300,000, the expression of Emperor Ning Kanglin softened slightly. And you all? This humble minister is willing to donate 100,000 taels of silver. Your Majesty, I do not possess such wealth, but I shall offer 50,000 taels of silver and 100,000 jin of grain. I am prepared to provide 1,000 war horses. In less than a brief moment, the Assembly of Ministers had pledged over 1,000,000 taels of silver, along with hundreds of thousands of jin of provisions and more than 3,000 war horses. Such a substantial sum ignited a profound anger within Emperor Ning Kanglin. He had never imagined that these ministers possessed such wealth, which utterly shattered his previous perceptions. While he was aware that they had some properties, he never envisioned the extent of their riches. For a fleeting moment, Ning Kanglin contemplated the possibility of eliminating these ministers. Nevertheless, he understood that such an action must not be rushed. His attention then shifted to his sixth son. Had it not been for his suggestion, Ning Kanglin would have remained oblivious to these circumstances. Moreover, the crucial question loomed. How had his son acquired knowledge of such clandestine matters concerning the right chancellor? At this moment, a myriad of thoughts swirled in Emperor Ning Kanglin's mind regarding his sixth son. Now that the issue of provisions had been resolved, they awaited Meng Hui's report on the northern front. If the situation were indeed as the sixth son described, the marriage alliance with the northern barbarians would be absolutely unacceptable to the Great Yin. Eldest, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that Meng Hui uncovers all intelligence from the northern frontier with utmost urgency. As for the delegation from the northern barbarians, I leave that in your capable hands. Sixth, I believe you shall not disappoint my expectations. Emperor Ning Kanglin remarked calmly. Yes, father. The first prince, Ning Tianqian, promptly replied. However, unlike the first prince, Ning Shangxing rolled his eyes upon receiving his father's directive. He harbored no fondness for the northern barbarians, particularly since they sought to wed his 10th sister. He wished nothing more than to eliminate those scoundrels immediately. The prospect of having to entertain such a group was far more intolerable than death itself. Originally, Ning Shangxing had intended to refuse, yet Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, offered him no such opportunity, promptly departing the court and leaving the grand hall. This left Ning Shangxing feeling exceedingly vexed. However, the most distressed were undoubtedly the second prince, Ning Wenjie, and the right chancellor, Liu Qianbai. Ning Shangxing's performance today had utterly dazzled them, leading to considerable financial losses on their part. In that moment, numerous gazes turned towards Ning Shangxing. Had looks possessed the power to kill, the sixth prince would have been reduced to mere fragments. Regrettably, Ning Shangxing paid no heed to these individuals. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 7. In this world, I shall compete. The Moon-Holding Palace. When Ning Shangxing brought Lao Wang to this place, the palace was nearly deserted, save for the presence of Concubine 1. My son, you have arrived. Upon seeing her son, a rare smile graced Concubine 1's face. She understood that her son would never be destined for the throne. The reasons were clear to her, and even more so to her son. Thus, despite Ning Shangxing's years of indulgence in a hedonistic lifestyle, the devoted mother had never once chastised him or uttered a harsh word. Mother, your son has come. Upon encountering his mother, Ning Shangxing immediately performed the customary act of kneeling. Perhaps in his heart, he believed that the Emperor Yin, his nominal father, was not deserving of such reverence, yet this woman before him was different. Over the years, had it not been for her protection, he could only imagine what calamities might have befallen him. At that moment, he regarded her as his true mother. I have already heard about the court meeting. You handled the situation admirably this time, showing concern for your sister. It seems you have truly matured, and I need not worry any longer. Concubine 1 remarked with a smile. Her words made Ning Shangxing blush with embarrassment as he recalled the reckless actions of his past. Mother, it was my ignorance before, but I shall no longer be so, Ning Shangxing declared. I once desired only to live as a leisurely prince, never aspiring for the throne. Yet, they would not even grant me that modest wish. If that is the case, then I shall stand against them. Let us see whose world this truly is. His words were filled with resolve. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Absolutely. A smile appeared on Concubine 1's face at her son's declaration. Since you have made up your mind, follow your heart. After marrying your father, I have endured countless intrigues and battles of wits. Such tactics are trivial in my eyes. You need not worry about me. Simply ensure your own safety. The various schemes of the harem seemed utterly inconsequential to Concubine 1. By the way, mother, where's the little girl Linglong? I haven't seen her today, Ning Songxing suddenly inquired. Princess Ning Linglong was, next to his mother, the one Ning Songxing cherished most. Having lost her mother during childbirth and having followed Ning Songxing closely since childhood, Concubine 1 had raised her as if she were her own daughter. For many years, Princess Linglong had made it a habit to visit Concubine 1 daily to chat and alleviate her boredom. Thus, her absence today surprised Ning Songxing. That girl, if I am not mistaken, has likely gone to your residence. It is uncertain from whom she heard, but it has been said that the people of the northern barbarians have come to the Great Yin for the purpose of a marriage alliance. And it is known that the intended bride is none other than her. She must be feeling quite discontented about this. You are aware that this girl harbors feelings for your father that are not nearly as profound as those she holds for you, as a princess. She can only acquiesce to such matters. I suspect she wishes to seek solace from you, explained Concubine 1. Upon hearing his mother's words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ning Songxing's eyes. The subtlety of this murderous aura startled Concubine 1 as well. The entire Great Yin dynasty is cognizant of the fact that her son is an unequivocal cultivation failure, although she has never doubted him. The inability to cultivate is a widely acknowledged truth. It now appears that her son has deceived everyone. If this is indeed the case, then the means by which her son has done so are truly astonishing. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Concubine 1's lips. Enough. These are all your favorites. If you do not eat them soon, they will grow cold. Once you have finished, return and check on Linglong, lest she do something rash. Concubine 1 said with a smile. Mother, rest assured. As long as I am here, Linglong shall never be wed to the northern barbarians. Ning Songxing assured her. I trust you, my son. Not long after Ning Songxing departed from the Moonlight Palace, Emperor Ning Kanglin entered. The moment she laid eyes on the emperor, Concubine 1's previously joyful expression grew cold as she busied herself with the tasks at hand, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Emperor Ning Kanglin. However, the emperor said nothing about it, appearing rather accustomed to her demeanor. Lan, I wish to inquire about something. Ning Kanglin initiated. Your Majesty wishes to ask whether the elder by Shinger's side was sent by me, Wen Lan Yu, for his protection, correct? A slight cold smile appeared on Wen Lan Yu's face. Indeed, Cheng Ying informed me that he is no match for this elder. You should be well aware of Cheng Ying's prowess. If even he is not a match, then this person must be at least at the late stage of a master, if not a grandmaster. I cannot fathom how the sixth prince managed to secure such a formidable ally, other than you, Ning Kanglin queried without hesitation. Regrettably, the identity of the elder is known only to Ning Songxing. Your Majesty, I can tell you this. The elder is not one I sent to protect Shinger. In fact, I know not from where Shinger has found him, Concubine 1 replied lightly. Impossible. Aside from you, no one else could accomplish such a feat. Ning Kanglin expressed disbelief at her words. Your Majesty, believe it or not. However, just moments ago, Shinger confided in me that he wishes to stake his claim in this world. As his mother, I shall undoubtedly choose to support him. I too am eager to witness the moment when, should the sixth prince truly ascend to that esteemed position, the expression upon your royal countenance will be. The noble consort when remarked with indifference. At that moment, Emperor Ning Kanglin felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction within his heart. For there are matters over which even an emperor has no control. It is true that the sixth prince is his son, yet due to the status of consort 1, from the very moment of his birth, he was fated to be estranged from that supreme throne. Very well. If the sixth truly possesses the capability, let him compete with others. As long as he can secure it, even if all the ministers oppose, I shall bestow that position upon him. The condition being, I shall offer him no assistance, nor shall you extend any support. Everything must rely solely upon his own merit. Ning Kanglin spoke with a calm demeanor. Rest assured. Since I have stated this, there shall be no assistance given to the sixth prince. My son, Wen Lanwei, does not require such aid. Consort 1 replied serenely. Chapter 8. The sixth prince, not simple. After departing from his mother, Ning Songxing returned directly to his residence. Just as he stepped inside, a figure leaped into his embrace. Sixth brother, I refuse to marry into the northern barbarians. If father dares to consent to the alliance, I shall take my own life. The voice, tinged with tears, reached Ning Songxing's ears, and he could distinctly feel the shivering of the delicate figure in his arms, clearly expressing her profound anger and indignation towards the prospect of such a marriage. Sensing his younger sister's discontent, a fierce glint of resolve intensified in Ning Songxing's gaze. Fear not, my dear sister. As long as your sixth brother is here, you shall never be forced into a marriage with the northern barbarians." He spoke each word with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing her brother's words, Ning Linglong lifted her head, gazing quietly into his eyes. Since Ning Songxing had become enamored with the Red Sleeve Pavilion, their meetings had become scarce. Yet, the bond between them remained unchanged. However, she had heard whispers from others that her sixth brother had transformed into an entirely different person. Had it not been for the alarming news of the proposed alliance with the northern barbarians, Ning Linglong would never have sought him out. Yet, her brother's recent declaration reassured her that he had not changed. He still cherished her as he always had. "Now, Linglong, you are a grown young lady. Please rise. If outsiders were to see, they would mock you. A princess." Ning Songxing chuckled warmly. "Humph. Who would dare mock me? I shall ensure they regret it." The spirited Princess Ning Linglong sprang from her brother's embrace, hands on her hips, displaying a proud demeanor. Seeing her revert to her lively, spirited self brought a smile to Ning Songxing's face. "Come, let us have the kitchen prepare something to eat. I cannot fathom Father's reasoning for insisting I attend the morning court. Those old schemers are more cunning than the last, leaving me starved," he complained. "Absolutely. It has been ages since I last dined with you, sixth brother. I am famished." At the mention of food, Ning Linglong seemed to forget her earlier distress, bouncing ahead with youthful exuberance. After all, she was merely 16, still a child, sheltered from the devious plots and tumultuous realities of the world outside. "My dear sister, once we finish our meal, I shall escort you back to Mother. For now, it is best you remain in her quarters. Should any matters arise, I will address them directly with her. Do not concern yourself with the Northern Barbarian Alliance. I will handle everything," Ning Songxing assured her promptly. "Understood, sixth brother. I trust you." Ning Linglong responded with unwavering faith in her brother's words. At this moment, all of her attention was wholly consumed by the delectable food before her, leaving no room for any other thoughts. Observing his younger sister's insatiable appetite, Ning Songxing could only shake his head in resignation. Upon returning to the Qingjin Hall, Emperor Ning Kanglin seemed to recall something and immediately summoned Qing Ying once more. "Qing Ying, can you ascertain the strength of that elder?" Although he had not received an answer from the noble consort one, Ning Kanglin was deeply troubled. The presence of an unknown late-stage master, or even a grandmaster, so close to his son, was a source of profound concern. Moreover, the elder appeared to be utterly compliant with his son's wishes, which undoubtedly instilled a sense of crisis in the emperor. It is well known that a master is capable of establishing their own sect, and within the entire Dian dynasty, there are but 5 publicly acknowledged grandmasters, with other dynasties reflecting a similar scarcity. "Your Majesty, although he has not made a move, from his gaze and aura, I am certainly no match for him. Based on my observations, that elder is likely a master of the sword. In our Dian dynasty, there is only one sword grandmaster, known as the Sword Saint of Qifeng, Luo Qifeng. However, he is most assuredly not the elder accompanying the sixth prince." Qing Ying quickly responded. After hearing Qing Ying's words, Ning Kanglin's thoughts wandered into an uncertain realm. "Very well, you may leave," he said, gently waving his hand. Once Qing Ying departed, a figure cloaked in a black robe suddenly appeared beside the emperor, obscured entirely, rendering their features indecipherable. "What findings has the Black Dragon Guard uncovered?" Ning Kanglin inquired blandly. "Your Majesty, according to the investigation by the Black Dragon Guard, that elder has seemingly been by the sixth prince's side for over a decade, and none know his origins. Furthermore, our agents who followed him have likely been detected. However, the elder did not retaliate against the Black Dragon Guard. If I am not mistaken, this elder should indeed be a grandmaster, and a late-stage one at that. I am not even his match." The cloaked figure replied in a raspy voice. "What? Even you are no match for him?" If Qing Ying's revelations had surprised the emperor, the words of the figure before him truly astonished him. No one understands the prowess of this cloaked individual better than the emperor himself, and if he spoke thus, it must be true. At this moment, the emperor was engulfed in shock, still grappling with the enigma of why such a formidable grandmaster would serve under his son, seemingly with unwavering loyalty. "Your Majesty, in truth, the sixth prince is not as simple as we perceive him to be, though he has indulged in the pleasures of the brothels in recent years. The Black Dragon Guard's investigations reveal that he has never engaged in any misconduct. Each visit to the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion has been solely to see a maiden named Wanqi. We have investigated her background, but found nothing of substance." The cloaked figure continued. The words of the figure in the black robe piqued the interest of the Flame Emperor. If his son was indeed concealing his true capabilities, the situation would become all the more intriguing. The Great Flame Dynasty had not designated an heir apparent, leading to fierce competition among the princes for the coveted position. The sixth prince, who had shown no desire to contend for the throne from the outset, now unexpectedly declared his intention to compete. Coupled with today's various displays, the Flame Emperor found himself increasingly captivated by his son. He remained vigilant regarding the situation concerning the sixth prince. Furthermore, he instructed, should anyone wish to act against him, they were free to do so. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 9. The Art of Deception. The Mansion of the Sixth Prince. At this moment, the 10th princess, Ning Linglong, had been returned to her mother by Ning Songxing. Seated beside him was Lao Huang, indulging in the exquisite delicacies before him, utterly at ease. However, apart from the two of them, there was also a woman clad in white, adorned with two short blades at her waist, possessing a beguiling countenance, and wearing a conical hat, who sat quietly nearby. Although she uttered not a single word, the brilliance emanating from her gaze, coupled with the aura that surrounded her, rendered even Lao Huang hesitant to confront her. This enigmatic figure was none other than Ne Gongpush, who aspired to be the foremost in the realm and was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world. Moreover, she was summoned by Ning Songxing, albeit devoid of memories from her past life, now serving as his protector alongside Lao Huang, ensuring his safety. Yet, the existence of Ne Gongpush remained a secret, known to few outsiders. My lord, there are individuals lurking around the mansion today, seemingly attempting to test my defenses, but I have detected their presence. If I am not mistaken, it must be the Emperor's Black Dragon Guard, for only they possess such capability, Lao Huang remarked, taking a sip of wine and belching lightly. It appears my rather ungrateful father has begun to suspect me. Initially, I had no intentions of contending for that position, but my brothers have pressed me too hard. They have deprived me of the opportunity to live as a leisurely prince. Since it has come to this, there is no longer any need for me to conceal my abilities. I fear my mother has already conveyed my intentions regarding the position to the Emperor. Continuing to hide is futile at this point. Lao Huang informed the shadow guards to monitor everyone in the capital. I wish to be apprised of every movement. Ning Songxing commanded with an air of tranquility. Lao Huang nodded in acquiescence. Lao Huang, what is the current situation with the northern barbarians? Their sudden proposal of a marriage alliance strikes me as rather suspicious. Despite it being winter in the north, they surely must have made preparations over the years. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, Ning Songxing inquired abruptly. I am uncertain. General Li has not relayed any news during this period. Everything should be normal, I presume. The northern borders are secured by General Meng and his 150,000 troops, so there should be no cause for concern, Lao Huang replied, shaking his head lightly. Upon hearing Lao Huang's words, Ning Songxing furrowed his brow. Despite the presence of General Meng's large army and Jing Xi's 10,000 Snow Dragon Riders in the northern borders, he knew the northern barbarians all too well. They were a callous and ruthless breed, deserving of no empathy. Otherwise, they would retaliate fiercely. Something is awry, very much so. Lao Huang, notify the shadow guards and instruct Jing Xi to lead the Snow Dragon Riders into the northern barbarian territory to investigate their true intentions. Should the northern barbarians make any move, we shall make them pay in blood. Ning Songxing decisively declared, Your Highness, rest assured. With General Li and the great Snow Dragon Riders present, the northern barbarians will pose no significant threat. The Emperor has entrusted you with the reception of the northern barbarian envoy, which is of utmost importance. Although I am uncertain of the Emperor's intentions, it is evidently a test of your capabilities, especially considering the discontent of the second prince towards you. Along with the other princes, they may very well create disturbances. If any misfortune were to befall the northern envoy, you would bear full responsibility. Old Huang remarked with a grin. Ning Songxing did not respond to Old Huang's words. Instead, he gazed in another direction. Noticing his movement, both Old Huang and Ne Gongpush turned their attention to the same spot, as if sensing the presence of another individual. Indeed, a voice emerged from the darkness. Your Highness, I believe Old Huang's words hold merit. The Emperor's delegation of the northern barbarians to you is indeed a trial. Furthermore, your actions today in the Great Hall have astonished many. If all goes as expected, the other princes are likely conspiring against you. The most effective strategy against you would be to orchestrate an incident involving the northern envoy. The voice from the shadows prompted Ning Songxing to burst into laughter. Ah, Kongming, you are truly remarkable. Everyone is aware of my dissatisfaction with the northern envoy. If any misfortune were to befall them, they would undoubtedly accuse me of being the true culprit. Though the scheme of using a knife to kill is simple, it is remarkably effective. Yet, they have miscalculated one thing. I, Ning Songxing, never intended to allow these envoys to leave the Great Yin alive, even if I were to eliminate them all. What of it? Ning Songxing's demeanor was undeniably domineering. This was likely something his adversaries had not anticipated. Your Highness, from this point forward, we need only to observe the spectacle. If they intend to target you, they will inevitably make a move. And once they do, there will be traces left behind. Kong Ming in the darkness spoke again. Ning Songxing nodded gently in agreement. Right, Chancellor. Today my sixth brother's performance has truly astonished us. We initially believed him to be an incapable wastrel, yet who could have imagined he was merely concealing his talents? The second prince, Ning Wenjie, growled. The expression on Right Chancellor Liu Chenbai's face was equally grim, particularly due to the significant losses he suffered as a result of Ning Songxing's words, which felt more painful than death itself. As a senior statesman of 3 reigns, Liu Chenbai's alignment with the second prince stemmed from his own motives. Having already boarded the second prince's ship, there was little chance of retreat. His sole objective now was to elevate the second prince to the supreme position. For only then could Liu Chenbai continue to wield influence over the court. Your Highness, I am aware that you are presently filled with a sense of discontent. However, the moment for us to take action has yet to arrive. The performance of the sixth prince today has not only captured our attention but that of the other princes as well. At this juncture, we must not allow others to reap the benefits while we remain passive. Let the other princes venture forth first to assess the situation. Liu Chenbai also stroked his white beard as he spoke. The Right Chancellor's words hold merit. My third brother must surely be growing impatient by now. Ning Wenjie remarked with a cold smirk. Chapter 10. The Dance of Shadows and Spirits, Yanluo Severing Souls. Your Highness, 2 little mice have arrived. Upon hearing Lao Huang's words, a cold smirk crept across Ning Songxing's face. The events of the morning court had already ignited a fervent desire among certain factions to take action against him. Within a mere day, an assassination attempt was already underway. This was not merely impatience. It was a clear intent for him, Ning Songxing, to meet his demise. However, the 2 little mice that had emerged did not concern Nan Gongpush in the slightest. He simply closed his eyes, exhibiting no care whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, Ning Songxing could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Lao Huang, it seems this time I require your intervention. Very well. After all, Your Highness, you have already resolved to contest for that position, so there is no longer any need for concealment. Let them understand that our estate is not a place they can invade at will. With that, Lao Huang donned his sword sheath and strode forth. Upon exiting the chamber, he soon laid eyes on the 2 figures in the courtyard, clad in black, their faces obscured save for their eyes. It was evident that one was male and the other female. Intriguingly, the woman wielded a weapon that resembled an umbrella, while the man possessed a uniquely shaped blade, notable for bearing the engraving of Yanluo Wang. It was truly unexpected to discover that the 5th and 6th ranked assassins from the Tiansha Tower had come to this place. The Dance of Shadows and Spirits, Yanluo Severing Souls. Shadows and Yanluo. It seems the forces behind you are formidable indeed, to have summoned both of you. Lao Huang remarked with a smile. His words unveiled the identities of the pair. As the largest assassin organization, Tiansha Tower boasted countless killers. However, only the top 10 could claim a ranking. Each assassin on the list possessed at least the prowess of a grandmaster. The couple, Yume and Yanluo, were renowned for their synergy, having once slain a formidable grandmaster at the late stage. Their current assignment to eliminate the 6th prince, Ning Songxing, spoke volumes about the perceived threat he had posed during the morning court. Who would have thought, you old fool, that you would recognize us? But what does it matter? Today, the 6th prince must die, and you, old man, shall meet your end as well. Yanluo growled in a gravelly voice. Those surrounding the 6th prince's estate felt a twinge of fear upon hearing Yanluo's declaration. They had come to investigate the situation concerning the 6th prince, but never anticipated encountering an assassination attempt orchestrated by the 5th and 6th ranked killers of Tiansha Tower. Such a revelation left many in a state of bewilderment. Quickly, report the situation regarding the 6th prince. Yin Ming and Yen Luo, this formidable couple of assassins, are no ordinary individuals. Even those at the pinnacle of mastery have succumbed to their lethal prowess. My heavens, who could possibly have commissioned these 2? Is it true what the 6th prince suggests, that this time a genuine threat looms? Meanwhile, nearly everyone in the capital has received word of the assassination plot against the 6th prince. Unlike the other princes and ministers, Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, displayed no reaction upon learning of his son's peril. His countenance remained utterly unchanged. This indifference is largely attributed to the words spoken by Qing Ing, as the emperor yearns to gauge Lao Huang's true strength. Another who remained unperturbed was the sixth prince Ning Songxing's mother, Consort 1. Upon comprehending Lao Huang's capabilities, she dismissed the situation entirely. Even if Lao Huang were to falter against those two, she held unwavering confidence that Ning Songxing would emerge unscathed. How could a mother not possess alternative means to safeguard her son? My child, by morning, all of Kyoto shall recognize you as the true dragon, Consort 1 murmured. At that moment, upon hearing Yin Luo's taunt, a flicker of murderous intent gleamed in Lao Huang's eyes. Despite his usual nonchalance, resembling a mere commoner, Ning Songxing is the one he has vowed to protect throughout his life. How could Lao Huang not feel rage at such provocations? The audacity to challenge him is indeed intriguing. Nangong, how do you suppose these two will meet their demise? How long can they possibly withstand Lao Huang's onslaught? In the room, Ning Songxing also caught wind of Yin Luo's words. However, the sixth prince paid them little heed, with Lao Huang and Nangong by his side. The notion of any successful assassination attempt seemed utterly far-fetched. Boring. Nangong, the attendant, merely replied with those two words when faced with Ning Songxing's query. The sixth prince could only respond with a look of exasperation. Perhaps, in the presence of Nangong, those two truly amounted to nothing. It is worth noting that Nangong was currently at the threshold of the earthly immortal realm. He had been touched by emotion, rendering the world devoid of the 19th pause. Though he had yet to fully comprehend this concept, his strength was already perilously close to that of an earthly immortal, rendering those two utterly unworthy of his attention. Very well. Your strength is formidable, so I concede that you are right in all matters. But when will you teach me your 19th pause? Ning Songxing inquired with an outstretched hand. Once you defeat me, I shall impart it to you. Nangong replied. But I've already bested you. Why would I still need to learn your 19th pause? Ning Songxing retorted, his frustration palpable, looking at the vexed sixth prince. A fleeting smile graced Nangong's eternally icy visage, though it vanished just as quickly. At this moment, the three individuals in the courtyard began to take other actions. To dare to declare the intention to assassinate His Highness in front of me, Old Huang, you two are the very first couple to do so. I care not whether you are from the heavenly evil tower, nor do I concern myself with the identity of your employer. Today, your lives are firmly in my grasp. It is rare for Old Huang to lose his temper. Huh, you old wretch, do you truly believe you are someone of significance? The number of individuals who can survive in our presence is exceedingly few, and you are certainly not among them. Since you seek death, we shall oblige you. First, we shall eliminate you, and then proceed to take down Ning Songxing. Attack. Dance of the Netherworld. Yama Slash. Chapter 11. Sword 9, 6,000 miles. Before our eyes, wisps of ethereal mist enveloped the figure of Yu Ming, who seemed to ascend gracefully amidst the fog, as if engaged in a delicate dance. Tendrils of black mist surged forth like shadowy blades towards Lao Huang. A faint smile graced Lao Huang's face as he sensed the onslaught of this misty sword attack. Indeed, the fog bore an element of mental assault. Just as he spoke, a blade shadow, stretching over 10 meters, descended fiercely towards his head. This combination of auxiliary mental assault, coupled with Yin Luo's lethal strike from behind, elucidates why ordinary individuals are no match for this formidable couple. However, this time they faced Lao Huang, the renowned swordsman who ranked among the top 3 in his past life. Witnessing the couple's deadly maneuvers, those who had taken refuge in the sixth prince's estate were taken aback. While they were aware of the couple's prowess, they had never witnessed their true capabilities in action. Many began to worry for Lao Huang, yet a greater curiosity stirred within them. Could this humble horseman survive the couple's lethal onslaught? In the midst of their collective gaze, Lao Huang surprisingly closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, his sword box had opened, revealing 6 extraordinary swords that illuminated the entire sixth prince's estate the moment they appeared. The onlookers were utterly astonished. In this world, sword cultivators were exceedingly rare, and renowned swords were even scarcer. Yet, Lao Huang's sword box contained swords of exceptional quality, 6 in total, arousing envy among the spectators. Were his swords to be displayed outside, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless sword practitioners. Ning Songxing jested lightly, and even Nangong Push, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, opened them upon sensing the aura of these 6 renowned swords, his gaze fixated upon them. Meanwhile, Lao Huang, with his eyes still closed, seemed to recall something, and his aura began to rise steadily. In less than a few seconds, his presence transcended the Master Realm, soaring directly into the Grand Master domain. What? Impossible! How could this old man possibly be a grandmaster? Yin Luo roared in fury as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Lao Huang. The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing Yin Luo's cry, were left speechless. The man they had perceived merely as a horseman was, in fact, an unequivocal grandmaster. To them, this revelation felt as fantastical as a tale from the heavens. I, Lao Huang, am but the horseman of His Highness, granted a second chance at life by him. Thus, I shall dedicate my existence to his protection. You two are the first I shall slay in my life, and I shall employ my strongest technique against you. Sword 9, 6,000 miles. As Lao Huang's voice resonated, the 6 renowned swords within the box soared into the air, resembling a cascade of stars from the Milky Way, illuminating the entire capital in an ethereal glow. It was as if the entire scene of Kyoto, stretching for 1,000 miles, had been etched into the very air. A flash of silver light swept through, leaving none to grasp the unfolding events, only to be followed by 2 anguished cries. As the silver light dissipated, 2 disheveled figures lay sprawled in the courtyard. The once formidable duo, now drenched in blood and groaning pitifully, had lost all semblance of their previous arrogance. Their dark garments were completely obliterated by the stroke of a sword, revealing their true identities. At that moment, old Huang reverted to his usual hunchbacked posture, the sword sheath long since closed and resting on his back. He cast a fleeting glance at the 2 individuals, shaking his head in resignation before retreating to his chamber, seemingly indifferent to their plight. He mused that a sip of yellow wine would be far more gratifying. Alas, he felt the weight of age. Merely a few minutes of activity had left him fatigued. Your Highness, do procure some yellow wine for me. Old Huang's voice resonated in the ears of all present. Upon hearing his words, those around him exchanged knowing smirks, as if they had been subjected to an affront. Aha, old Huang, while I may lack in other offerings, I assure you, I have an abundance of yellow wine. Many thanks, Your Highness. The dialogue between the 6th prince and old Huang faded into the background as the onlookers' thoughts turned grave. They needed to report the extraordinary events of the night in detail. Particularly, old Huang's prowess had surpassed all their expectations. The assassins, ranked 5th and 6th in the Tiansha Tower, had been unable to withstand even a single strike from old Huang. Such strength was beyond the capabilities of even the most formidable grandmasters. Clearly, old Huang's abilities transcended those of a typical grandmaster, potentially reaching the later stages of mastery. It was known that only a handful of grandmasters were acknowledged within the Dian Empire. The sudden emergence of such a superlative force was bound to incite trepidation among others, especially since the 6th prince, Ning Songxing, had previously been labeled a useless waste by all. The presence of such a powerful guardian was a revelation that demanded a re-evaluation of his character. Moreover, many began to realize that perhaps the 6th prince was not as they had previously perceived. Although the entirety of the Dian Empire, and indeed other realms, regarded Ning Songxing as a genuine cultivational failure, devoted solely to indulgence, no one had ever witnessed this firsthand. Even if they had, it would have been merely superficial. The true essence of the 6th prince remained a mystery. Contemplating these circumstances sent shivers down the spines of many. If the 6th prince had indeed been concealing his talents all along, the implications were dire, presenting a formidable rival to those vying for the throne. Your Highness, old Huang's display of strength today has surely left the entire Kyoto in a state of shock. From this point forward, Your Highness, there are numerous matters that require your attention. Although no one will send an assassin, the adversaries you face will only multiply, necessitating early preparations. In the shadows, Zhuge Kongming promptly remarked, I shall remember Mr. Kongming's words. However, since the aspiration to seize that position is present, these challenges will inevitably arise. With you all by my side, that is the greatest asset of Ning Songxing. Ning Songxing replied with a smile, I shall not fail to uphold Your Highness's trust. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Cavalry. In the Great Yin Dynasty, at the northern frontier of Yueta City, outside the city walls, chaos reigns, with the cries of battle echoing and corpses strewn across the ground. Less than 2 kilometers from Yueta City, the cavalry of the northern barbarians is encamped, each warrior stained with blood, many bearing grievous wounds. Atop the walls of Yueta City, a man, approximately 35 years of age, gazes intently ahead, his face etched with gravity. His armor, now drenched in blood, bears rent and tear in several places. This stark evidence indicates that they have just endured a harrowing battle, one of considerable ferocity. General, you should take a moment to rest. We have our brothers guarding this place, and besides, the northern barbarians have suffered significant losses. They will not besiege the city again anytime soon. Hearing the words of his subordinate, The middle-aged man gently shook his head. Before him stands General Meng Hui, the commander of the Northern Army of 150,000. Since assuming command 3 years ago, he has faced the Northern barbarians countless times, experiencing both victories and defeats. Yet, never before has he felt such an overwhelming sense of foreboding as he does today. During the recent skirmish, he distinctly sensed that the Northern barbarians were fighting with reckless abandon, seemingly determined to seize Yuehe City at any cost. Such a desperate maneuver has never occurred before, which is precisely why Meng Hui feels that this conflict is profoundly unusual. Han Yu, what is the status of our casualties? Meng Hui inquired. General, this time, the Northern barbarians attacked with a ferocity akin to madness. We have suffered greatly, with nearly 10,000 soldiers losing their lives. However, the enemy's losses are not insignificant either, with at least over 20,000 cavalrymen fallen. The deputy commander promptly reported. 10,000 soldiers, and this is with the advantage of our fortified walls. Had we not had such a stronghold, the toll would undoubtedly have been far greater. Han Yu, you must have noticed that the Northern barbarians seem intent on exhausting their resources to capture Yuehe City. Something unexpected must have transpired. Currently, it is winter for the Northern barbarians, and their food supply is scarce. Yet, in previous years, they would only raid a few villages along our borders and would never instigate such a large-scale conflict. There must be more to this. I cannot rest easy without an investigation, Meng Hui declared earnestly. The general's words ignited a spark of realization in Han Yu's eyes. He had sensed something amiss during the battle, yet could not articulate what it was. Now, having heard the general's insights, Han Yu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. General, your reasoning is sound. There must be significant turmoil within the Northern barbarians. Otherwise, they would never launch such an offensive against us at this time. Han Yu pondered aloud. Before he could finish, Meng Hui issued a direct command. Send scouts to swiftly uncover what has transpired within the Northern barbarians. Yes, General. However, just as Han Yu concluded his statement and prepared to arrange matters, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him, accompanied by the distant sounds of war horses neighing. General, could it be that the Northern barbarians have launched another attack? I shall immediately command the soldiers to prepare for battle. Han Yu shouted fervently. Han Yu, hold on for a moment. Do not jump to conclusions. The cavalry of the Northern barbarians consists of light cavalry. It is absolutely impossible for them to cause such a disturbance. This is clearly heavy cavalry, yet neither the Northern barbarians nor our great Yin possesses heavy cavalry. Meng Hui calmly analyzed. As the sounds drew nearer, both Meng Hui and Han Yu finally discerned the true identity of this heavy cavalry. However, disbelief filled their eyes, as this unit of heavy cavalry surpassed all their expectations. Each cavalryman, along with their war horses, was clad in battle armor, leaving only their eyes visible. The dazzling white armor glinted under the sunlight, evoking both awe and dread. Though this contingent numbered around 10,000, Meng Hui understood well that even 100,000 troops would struggle against such formidable heavy cavalry. General, where on earth did this heavy cavalry emerge from? The aura of slaughter emanating from them is overwhelming. Are they here to attack us? Han Yu inquired, trembling with apprehension. I do not know. However, the pressure exerted by this heavy cavalry is immense. Regardless of whether they are foes or allies, order all soldiers to be ready, just in case. Meng Hui commanded decisively. At that moment, the heavy cavalry stationed beneath their city walls suddenly sprang into action. By order of the Lord, the Northern barbarians have invaded the borders of Great Yin and slaughtered its citizens. This is unforgivable. Great Snow Dragon Riders, heed my command. Pierce through the Northern barbarians and leave no survivors. Kill. With a single command from their leader, the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders charged toward the encampment of the Northern barbarians without a glance back, their imposing presence causing the very air around them to chill several degrees. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Hui, Han Yu, and the soldiers of Great Yin stood in stunned silence. They had fully heard the declarations made by the Great Snow Dragon Riders. General, could it be that this mysterious cavalry actually belongs to us, Great Yin? But when did we acquire such a formidable heavy cavalry? Moreover, I have never heard of the Great Snow Dragon Riders before. The leader among them likely surpasses even your prowess, General. Han Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. In truth, Han Yu was not the only one astounded. Even Meng Hui was profoundly shaken. As a master of the martial realm, though he had not yet reached the peak, he was confident that most late-stage masters would not stand a chance against him. Yet just moments ago, Meng Hui felt an utter lack of courage to confront the individual he had witnessed. The enigmatic Great Snow Dragon Riders only deepened Meng Hui's curiosity. "General, please take a look." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Meng Hui swiftly directed his gaze towards the encampment of the northern barbarians. However, to his astonishment, within merely 10 minutes since the Great Snow Dragon Riders had set forth, the entire encampment lay in ruins, scattered and desolate. As he surveyed the scene, it became evident that at least 20,000 cavalry had already been annihilated by the Great Snow Dragon Riders. "Is this still human?" Han Yu stammered in disbelief. Meng Hui, witnessing this spectacle, was equally taken aback, for the combat prowess of the Great Snow Dragon Riders had far surpassed his expectations. "Han Yu, quickly send someone to monitor their movements. We must ascertain the destination of this enigmatic Great Snow Dragon Riders," Meng Hui shouted emphatically. Chapter 13. The Intentions of the Northern Barbarians. In the Northern Territories, under the vigilant gaze of General Meng Hui and a multitude of soldiers, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry moved with unparalleled freedom within the temporary encampment of the Northern Barbarians. Each charge resulted in the demise of thousands, if not more, beneath their formidable steeds. What instilled even greater terror in Meng Hui was the astonishing fact that the formation of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry remained wholly unscathed throughout the engagement. The cavalry of the Northern Barbarians, renowned for their prowess, appeared as fragile as paper before this extraordinary force, utterly incapable of withstanding their onslaught. In less than 2 hours, the encampment of the Northern Barbarians was utterly laid to waste by the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, with only a scant few surviving to flee the scene. "General, am I hallucinating? In under 2 hours, has the entire contingent of Northern Barbarian cavalry truly been annihilated? That amounts to over 100,000 warriors. And yet, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry comprises merely 10,000. Han Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The evidence lay starkly before them. What was there to doubt? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a terrifying heavy cavalry existed in this world. Such formidable cavalry could not possibly be trained by our Diyin, nor by any other dynasty. Meng Hui asserted, his brow furrowed in concern. We must investigate the identity of this enigmatic heavy cavalry. Despite Meng Hui's insistence, it was clear to all that they dared not pursue such an inquiry lightly. Should they inadvertently provoke this force, even the fortifications of Yueda City could be breached in mere moments. After all, they possessed no assurance of vanquishing over 100,000 northern barbarians within a mere 2 hours. At that moment, the scouts dispatched for reconnaissance returned. What news? Where has this mysterious Great Snow Dragon Cavalry gone? Meng Hui inquired urgently. Reporting to you, General. After decimating the northern barbarians, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry proceeded directly northward. It appears they are heading into the territory of the northern barbarians. The scout reported promptly. Into the territory of the northern barbarians? Could it be that their earlier claims held truth? Had this Great Snow Dragon Cavalry indeed been dispatched under the orders of that mysterious lord to eradicate the northern barbarians? But who was this lord, and why did he cloak himself in the banner of Diyin? Meng Hui pondered aloud. Seeing the general lost in contemplation, Han Yu and the other deputies remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the horizon. The shock imparted by the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry had been profound, and they had yet to fully recover from the earlier spectacle. Han Yu, dispatch additional scouts to follow in the wake of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and ascertain their true intentions. Furthermore, relay the complete situation back to the capital. It is imperative that the authorities in the capital uncover the background of this Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Meng Hui commanded decisively. Yes, General. As the Mongolian forces prepared to relay matters concerning the northern frontier back to Kyoto, far off in the capital, Ning Songxing received reports from the Snow Dragon Riders. Your Highness, General Li has already led the Snow Dragon Riders in a massacre against the northern barbarians. It appears that the northern barbarians are indeed facing grave issues. When the Snow Dragon Riders engaged, the cavalry of the northern barbarians clashed fiercely with our Mongolian army, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. However, those cavalry have been eliminated by the Snow Dragon Riders, who are now advancing into the heart of the northern barbarian territories. We can expect news to arrive shortly. Meanwhile, General Li has conveyed that the Mongolian side is likely investigating the movements of the Snow Dragon Riders. After glancing at the message from General Li, the old Huang reported to Ning Songxin, with Jing Si and the Snow Dragon Riders present, I have never harbored any concerns. Yet, the actions of the northern barbarians this time are indeed rather peculiar. They have dispatched an envoy to our great Yan, seeking a marriage alliance. Why then would they instigate a large-scale war in the northern frontier? What exactly are the northern barbarians plotting? Ning Songxing pondered deeply. Though he could not ascertain the true aim behind the northern barbarians' actions, it was noteworthy that the attacking force against the northern frontier numbered nearly 150,000 to 200,000, representing the elite cavalry of the northern barbarians. To muster such a significant portion of their military strength solely to capture Yuehua City was exceedingly strange. Your Highness, could it be that the northern barbarians are acting out of desperation? A thought inspired by Zhuge Kongming suddenly illuminated Ning Songxing's mind. Kongming implied that the northern barbarians' true objective was to seize Yuehua City, with the supposed marriage alliance merely a fade, a ruse to exploit a temporal advantage for their plans. Ning Songxing articulated, if my intuition serves me correctly, there must be monumental issues within the northern barbarians. Presently, they are in winter, with countless cattle, sheep, and even war horses succumbing to the cold. They cannot endure this winter without assistance. Their only recourse lies in the northern territories of Great Yin. Should they conquer the northern frontier, they could survive the winter. Thus, the northern barbarian envoy's visit to Kyoto for a marriage alliance is merely to distract us, preventing us from discerning their true intentions, enabling them to swiftly seize the northern lands. Zhuge Kongming analyzed with a calm demeanor. Upon absorbing Kongming's insights, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Ning Songxing's eyes. The fact that the emperor had yet to formally receive the northern barbarian envoy signified that there remained an opportunity. Moreover, the northern barbarian delegation was oblivious to the annihilation of their cavalry by the Snow Dragon Riders. Thus, regardless of their schemes, they were doomed to fail. The northern barbarians have indeed taken me by surprise with such stratagems. It appears there are remarkable individuals among them. Ning Songxing scoffed. The great Khan of the northern barbarians is no ordinary individual. His ability to subjugate numerous tribes speaks volumes of his prowess. Were he lacking in skill, he would have long since met his demise, for they hold a steadfast belief in the supremacy of the strong. Zhuge Kongming remarked with a smile, supremacy of the strong? Tomorrow at the morning court, this prince too wishes to witness how they uphold such a principle. Ning Songxing replied with a cold smirk. Upon hearing these words, a subtle smile graced the faces of Zhuge Kongming and the old yellow-clad figure lurking in the shadows, while Nagong Push maintained her eternally frosty demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Chapter 14. The Northern Barbarian Crown Prince. The following day, during the morning court, as all the ministers entered the grand hall, they were utterly astonished, many of them frozen in place, unable to believe the sight before their eyes. For within the hall stood a figure, and that figure was none other than the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. It is known that in the Great Yin dynasty, any prince exceeding the age of 16 is permitted to attend the morning court to discuss state affairs. However, although this sixth prince had indeed reached the age of 16, he had never attended the morning court except for the one occasion when the emperor had compelled him to do so, let alone arriving at such an early hour. It was precisely for this reason that the ministers were so taken aback upon witnessing the appearance of the sixth prince. Moreover, the events that transpired at the sixth prince's residence just days prior had become common knowledge throughout the capital. The tale of old Huang, a grandmaster, had spread like wildfire. Many now believed that Ning Songxing was the most enigmatic of all the princes. Indeed, numerous ministers speculated that this sixth prince had begun to vie for the coveted supreme position. Sixth brother, it is truly remarkable to see you take the initiative to attend the morning court after all these years. This is quite an extraordinary feat. Since you are here, you should absorb as much knowledge as possible. It will surely serve you well in the future. The first prince, Ning Tianxin, gently patted him on the shoulder. Ning Songxing held great respect for this elder brother. At least in his impressions, this elder brother, though strict with his younger siblings, had never harbored any ill intentions. And his image among the common folk of the capital was exceptionally favorable. Thank you, brother. I will be mindful. Ning Songxing replied with a smile. Humph. Just as Ning Songxing finished speaking, a displeased snort resonated through the hall. Without turning around, he knew that the sound came from his second brother, Ning Wenjie. Throughout their lives, this second brother had never regarded him as a true sibling, and in his heart, Ning Songxing was undoubtedly the greatest impediment to his ambitions. Although Ning Songxing was unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind the attempt on his life, he harbored a strong suspicion that his second brother was inextricably linked to it. Second brother, I must say, I hadn't expected you to look so pale after just a few days apart, and your brow darkening for no apparent reason, surely a sign of impending calamity. I must keep my distance from you. Who knows if you might spew blood upon me? Ning Songxing exclaimed loudly. No one anticipated that the sixth prince would utter such words. Many ministers stood agape, staring at the second and sixth princes, particularly from the sixth prince's side. His declaration seemed akin to proclaiming that the second prince was on the verge of death, words that only the boldest would dare to utter, and no one else would have the audacity to say. Even the eldest prince, Ning Tianxian, looked at his sixth brother with a face full of skepticism, utterly unable to fathom that such words would emerge from his lips. It was evident that Ning Songxing's intention was to vex the second prince, Ning Wenjie. For now, he lacked the means to eliminate his elder brother directly, yet he was entirely capable of making him uncomfortable. In stark contrast, the second prince's countenance had turned exceedingly grim. Had it not been for the morning court session, he might have truly resorted to violence. You are becoming increasingly sharp-tongued, sixth brother. But do not assume that the protection of a grandmaster guarantees you immunity. You are still too inexperienced to aspire to that position. The second prince, Ning Wenjie, remarked with a cold smirk. Is that so? I sincerely thank you for your reminder, second brother. Should that day ever arrive, I believe you will be utterly unworthy of that position. Ning Songxing retorted with a dismissive expression. Your Majesty has arrived. Just as the second prince was about to say more, the words of Eunuch Wei abruptly interrupted the exchange. When the Flame Emperor laid eyes on Ning Songxing, a flicker of surprise appeared in his gaze. He had not anticipated that his son would voluntarily attend the morning court. However, this was indeed a fortuitous development for the Flame Emperor. He was well aware of the recent events in the capital. The emergence of a Grandmaster-level protector for his son was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, he also realized that his son was likely far more complex than he seemed. Coupled with the words of Concubine 1, the Flame Emperor understood that the sixth prince's ambition to contend for that position was not mere bravado. In the Emperor's mind, it was entirely reasonable for his sons to vie for the throne, as long as they did not resort to the heinous act of harming one another. The Emperor had no intention of intervening. It remained to be seen what strategies his sons would employ in their quest for power. Announced the arrival of the Northern Barbarian Envoy. With Eunuch Wei's proclamation, a delegation of 15 from the Northern Barbarians ascended the Grand Hall. The Northern Barbarian Envoy pays respects to His Majesty, the Flame Emperor. A young man, approximately 25 years of age, performed a customary salute towards Emperor Ning Kanglan. However, this gesture appeared overly dismissive in the eyes of the Diyin court. Bold Northern Barbarian Envoy, upon encountering our esteemed Flame Emperor, you do not prostrate yourselves in reverence. The second prince, Ning Wenjie, rebuked angrily. Yet, the second prince's words fell on deaf ears among the Northern Barbarian delegation. I am Duobahe, the crown prince of the Northern Barbarians. You are merely the second prince of the Diyin dynasty. Your sovereign has yet to speak, so what authority do you possess? The young man retorted with a mocking smile. With a mere utterance, Duobahe rendered the second prince, Ning Wenjie, utterly speechless. The courtiers discreetly supporting the second prince could only shake their heads in resignation upon witnessing this scene. Duobahe's earlier display was nothing short of a complete dismantling of the second prince. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. Little did these courtiers realize that the delegation from the Northern Barbarians was actually led by none other than their crown prince, a fact that had completely escaped their notice. Foolishness. Standing nearby, Ning Songxing observed his elder brother's eagerness to showcase his abilities, only to be met with a harsh rebuttal, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 15. The Northern Barbarians covet the Northern Protectorate. At this moment, the expression of Emperor Yin was exceedingly grim. On one hand, it was due to Duobahe's statement, which utterly disregarded the dignity of the Diyin. However, more pressing was his dissatisfaction with his second son. If he desired to make a name for himself, he ought to decisively crush the opposition. Yet now, they found themselves countered by a mere utterance, completely shattering the reputation of the Diyin. Your Majesty, it is said that the hierarchy of Diyin is well ordered, yet today's events tell a different tale. I, Duobahe, as the crown prince of the Northern Barbarians, am here on an envoy mission to Diyin, representing not only my people, but also the formidable 50,000-strong army of the Northern Barbarians. How can the second prince of Diyin behave so rudely, as if he holds our army in contempt? If that is the case, I, Duobahe, am prepared to take my leave at once. However, I must remind your Majesty that the 20,000 troops of the Northern Barbarians are already at the gates of Yueva City. These 20,000 soldiers are our elite cavalry. I wonder how long General Meng Wei of the Northern Frontier can endure? With that remark, a cold smile crept upon Duobahe's lips, casting a shadow over the entire court, including the countenance of Emperor Yin, which darkened instantaneously. Yet, amidst this tension, only Ning Songxing remained unfazed, even displaying a trace of disdain in his gaze. He had already received word of the northern barbarians' advance on Ueva City. Moreover, the 20,000 troops that Tuoba he mentioned had already been decimated by the Snow Dragon cavalry. Unfortunately, this information had not reached the capital, leaving everyone except Ning Songxing in ignorance of the situation. At this moment, Emperor Ning Kanglin's heart was filled with fury. He had come to understand that the northern barbarians' visit under the pretext of a marital alliance was but fade, likely concealing insidious intentions. The 20,000 troops at Ueha City served as their trump card, should they refuse the demands of the northern barbarians. It seemed inevitable that Ueha City would face dire consequences, even with General Meng Hui's 50,000 soldiers. It would be nearly impossible to withstand the assault of the northern barbarians' elite cavalry. The northern barbarian scheme was impeccably crafted, leaving Emperor Ning Kanglin at a loss for a solution. However, before he could make any move, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, stepped forward once more, launching a tirade at Tuoba. Tuoba, I perceive you as nothing more than a complete fool. Ueha City boasts the formidable presence of General Meng Hui and his 50,000 troops. You northern barbarians believe that you can breach Ueha City with your mere 20,000 cavalry? That is nothing short of a delusion. Should you dare to invade my Ueha City, it shall be the day of your annihilation. Ning Wenjie's words garnered applause from many of the civil officials, especially those aligned with his faction, who wore smiles as if the prince's declaration had won universal acclaim. Yet, the military generals seethed in anger at the second prince's naivety. While others might be unaware of the prowess of the northern barbarians' cavalry, these seasoned warriors were all too familiar with their might. In previous encounters with the cavalry of the northern barbarians, every victory was a Pyrrhic one. As for the 20,000 elite cavalry of the northern barbarians, the great Yin has never triumphed over them. Now that these cavalry are poised before Ueha City, it seems almost impossible for General Meng Hui, regardless of his capabilities, to shatter this formidable force. Many military commanders could only sigh in resignation, feeling that Ueha City was already destined for destruction. The world praises His Majesty, the Emperor of Yin, for his unparalleled wisdom and martial prowess, yet little did they anticipate the presence of such a foolish prince. Surely, His Majesty must be acutely aware of the true combat strength of our elite cavalry. General Meng Hui is indeed valiant, but can he truly withstand the might of our 20,000 elite cavalry? Your Majesty, the delegation from the northern barbarians has come to Great Yin under the pretext of a marriage alliance. Should your Majesty be reluctant to part with the 10th princess, we would be willing to forego this union upon fulfilling a single request of ours. Tabahi remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, many began to comprehend the underlying motives of the northern barbarians. Their ostensible purpose of seeking a marriage alliance was merely a facade, and the true intent was about to be unveiled. What request? At this moment, the expression of Emperor Ning Kanglin grew increasingly composed. However, only those who truly understood the emperor knew that he was on the brink of eruption. The calmer his demeanor, the greater his fury. It is quite simple. We, the northern barbarians, desire the northern protectorate of Great Yin, Tabahi declared with a smile. Boom. The moment the words northern protectorate escaped his lips, a powerful aura erupted from the emperor seated on the throne, chilling the entire court to its core. Even Ning Songxin's gaze betrayed a hint of murderous intent. The Northern Protectorate holds immense significance for Great Yin, as all of its warhorses originate from there. Consequently, Great Yin has stationed an army of 100,000 at the Northern Protectorate, arguably its strongest force, commanded by none other than the current Prince Kong, Ning Konglan. Northern barbarians, do you seek death? The emperor roared in response. It is no wonder the emperor was seething with rage. The demands of the northern barbarians were utterly outrageous. If the Northern Protectorate were to be surrendered to them, Great Yin would likely be left without any cavalry, rendering it a target for all. The ambitions of the northern barbarians are glaringly apparent. Yet, in the face of the emperor's wrath, the northern barbarian Prince Tabahi displayed no signs of panic. On the contrary, his demeanor was remarkably relaxed, as if everything was proceeding according to his design. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Our 20,000 elite cavalry are currently at Ueha City. Do you truly not care for the lives of the hundreds of thousands of citizens within its walls? Tabahi stated calmly. A single statement caused a profound change in the expression of Ning Kanglin. Just as Tuoba he had articulated, should they refuse, the 200,000 cavalry of the northern barbarians would undoubtedly launch an assault on Ueha City, leading to untold suffering for its inhabitants. This was certainly not the outcome Ning Kanglin wished to witness. It could be said that Tuoba hi's maneuver was an insurmountable overt strategy. Unless Ueda City could truly triumph over the 200,000 cavalry of the northern barbarians, the situation had already reached a deadlock. Curse those northern barbarians. Chapter 16. If war is desired, my great Yin shall accompany you until the end. Countless courtiers were seething with indignation, had mere gazes the power to slay. The crown prince of the northern barbarians would have perished countless times over. Despite their usual intrigues and rivalries, these officials stood united in the face of the northern barbarians. For they had been long-standing adversaries of Great Yin. They yearned to detain the northern crown prince here. Yet they were acutely aware that his earlier words bore no semblance of falsehood. 200,000 elite cavalry lay encamped around Ueda City, poised to breach its defenses at any moment. Should the city fall, the hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens within, along with the neighboring towns, would be plunged into dire peril. Such a calamity would bring profound disgrace upon Great Yin. However, should they acquiesce to the northern demands and cede the northern protectorate, it would not only render Great Yin a target for the northern barbarians, but it would also embolden nearby empires to make their own moves. In such a scenario, the northern barbarians would truly become the fish on the chopping block. One cannot help but admire the brilliance of the northern barbarian stratagem. They had ensnared Great Yin in a predicament of insurmountable difficulty. In the grand hall of Great Yin, silence enveloped the assembly. Observing this scene, the northern crown prince, Tuoba He, wore a faint, cold smile, as if everything unfolded precisely according to his design. The first prince, Ning Tianchen, bore a grave expression. Fully aware of the complexities at hand, a misstep could yield unimaginable consequences. Yet, Ning Xiaoxing remained unfazed by Tuoba He's words, convinced that a turning point was imminent. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, repeated thrice, underscoring the significance of the message. Upon hearing it, a smile graced the northern crown prince's face. Your Majesty, it appears this is a distress signal from General Ming, he remarked with amusement. After all, with 200,000 troops of the northern barbarians at our gates, the mere 15,000 of General Ming's forces are hardly a match. Humph. The crown prince's words ignited a flicker of murderous intent in the eyes of Emperor Ning Kanglin. In that moment, the emperor's fury towards Tuoba He and his northern emissaries reached a boiling point. He was driven to the brink of wishing their demise. He surmised that the urgent report must indeed be a plea for aid from Meng Hui. Nonetheless, he could not idly witness the sacrifice of over 1 million innocent souls in the north beneath the iron hooves of the northern barbarians. Should such a tragedy occur, Emperor Ning would consider abdicating in disgrace. Convey it. This single command revealed the emperor's inner turmoil and burgeoning anxiety. Your Majesty, this is the battle report from the general. Upon hearing the words of the messenger, Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, displayed a flicker of discontent upon his visage. However, he was unaware that this directive had been specifically instructed by General Meng Hui, as the matter concerning the enigmatic cavalry was exceedingly critical. Hence, until the situation was fully understood, he preferred that fewer individuals were privy to it. After all, the Ming family had always remained loyal to the Grand Yin, being the most trusted family of every emperor throughout the ages. At that moment, Eunuch Wei swiftly seized the missive from the messenger's hands, not daring to delay, and approached Emperor Yin, presenting the battle report with both hands. Despite the dissatisfaction brewing within him, the emperor, still trusting in Meng Hui, accepted the report and began to peruse its contents. In a matter of seconds, the emperor stood abruptly from his dragon throne, his eyes reflecting disbelief. And even the tremors in his body and hands betrayed his agitation. Witnessing this scene, the ministers gathered in the court were enveloped in concern. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Since Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, ascended to this position, nothing had ever transpired quite like this day, which was the true source of unease among the court officials. However, Tuoba He, observing the emperor's reaction, mistakenly assumed that the report from Meng Hui was a plea for assistance. Your Majesty, it appears that General Meng Hui understands that our northern barbarians' 20,000 elite cavalry are no match for you. Thus, he seeks aid from the capital. Ha, Your Majesty. Surely this validates what I, the prince, asserted earlier. Tuoba He laughed heartily, in response to Tuoba He's arrogance. A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in the eyes of many present. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced the lips of Emperor Yin. It seems your northern barbarians are determined to seize Ueda City. If that is the case, allow me to inform you that neither the northern protectorate nor the northern frontier shall fall into your hands. Should you desire war, my Grand Yin shall accompany you to the bitter end. Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, declared with unparalleled majesty. Boom. Hearing the emperor's declaration, To Oba, he was momentarily taken aback. According to the Northern Barbarian strategy, it was certain that either the Northern Protectorate or Ueda City would succumb to their grasp, allowing them to weather the winter comfortably and resume hostilities against the Grand Yin come spring. Yet, he never anticipated that the Emperor would utter such words, shattering all of his plans. Emperor, have you considered this carefully? Our Northern Barbarians have 200,000 troops poised at Ueda City. Do you wish to witness rivers of blood flowing from the tens of thousands of innocent citizens? To Oba, he shouted anxiously. Several ministers contemplated stepping forward to speak. But before they could utter a word, the Emperor preempted them. I reiterate, my Grand Yin does not capitulate to threats. Should you desire war, my Grand Yin shall accompany you to the bitter end. Guards, escort Prince Tuoba back to the inn. Yin Huangning Kanglan spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Although Tuoba he was unaware of the precise circumstances, a profound sense of discontent welled within him. They were so close to success, having reached the final phase, only to witness everything crumble at the last moment. He felt an urgent need to ascertain what had transpired, suspecting that the key lay within the battle report from Menghui. As he departed with an expression of dissatisfaction, a subtle smile graced Ning Zongxing's face, for he alone, aside from his father, understood the true cause behind the turmoil. Yet, at that moment, Ning Zongxing also sensed a fleeting aura of murderous intent, which quickly dissipated. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, he heard the voice of Eunuch Wei. Chapter 17, The Conspiracy. Your Majesty has summoned the Duke of Qin, the Right Chancellor, and the Minister of War, Lord Fan, to the Imperial Study. Upon hearing the words of Eunuch Wei, the courtiers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to why the Emperor had suddenly called upon these three distinguished gentlemen. It was well known that the Duke of Qin was once the most celebrated warrior of the Great Yin, undefeated throughout his illustrious career. As for the Right Chancellor, Liu Chabai, he was unparalleled, being the sole surviving elder of 3 reigns. Brother, what could be the reason for Father's summons of these 3 lords? Inquired the second prince. Ning Wenjie, of his elder brother, Ning Tianqian, who stood nearby. How could I possibly decipher Father's thoughts? However, dear brother, I must caution you. Your recent behavior has been rather ostentatious. I have heard quite a few tales about you. With that, the crown prince, Ning Tianqian, departed the grand hall, casting a brief nod toward Ning Zongxing as he exited. Ning Zongxing harbored a modicum of respect for his elder brother. Yet he felt that Tianqian's inherent kindness was a liability in the imperial household. In such a lineage, benevolence often bore no advantage. He understood clearly the nature of the discussions between his father and the 3 summoned lords, preferring to remain uninvolved in such matters. As for the affairs concerning the Snow Dragon cavalry, he believed it prudent to let others manage those concerns. Just as he left, he felt the penetrating gaze of the second prince upon him. Regrettably, throughout this encounter, Ning Zongxing's attention had strayed far from him. Your Majesty, may we inquire why you have summoned us? The Duke of Qin, Lord Qin Xiong, promptly asked. The venerable Duke was known as the war god of Great Yin, having once stood alongside the late Duke Meng Yi of Menghui as 2 of the most formidable generals of their time. However, unlike Meng Yi, who withdrew from the military and distanced himself from courtly affairs, Lord Qin remained steadfastly committed to serving the empire. Lord Qin, this is the message relayed by Meng Hui. Eunuch Wei stated, presenting the battle report to the 3 esteemed lords. Upon reading that the 200,000 troops of the Northern Barbarians had been annihilated, their expressions transformed with fervor, especially since they had previously harbored grave concerns when Tuoba he first announced this alarming news in court. Yet, as they perused the report, their countenances grew ominously grave. Your Majesty, could this truly be the case? Is it possible that Menghui has erred? How could a mere 10,000 heavy cavalry decimate 200,000 elite Northern Barbarian horsemen in just 2 hours? Questioned Minister of War Fan Wenjie, his astonishment palpable. Although the Duke of Qin and Right Chancellor Liu Changbai remained silent, the expressions on their faces revealed their lingering skepticism regarding this astonishing account. To understand, the Northern Barbarians have long been recognized as a nation of horsemen, with their cavalry's combat prowess indisputably reigning supreme. If even they were to be vanquished by this enigmatic heavy cavalry, it would render the surrounding major dynasties utterly defenseless against such a formidable force. More critically, aside from the Northern Barbarians and the Great Wei, the other dynasties lack any semblance of heavy cavalry. Our Great Yin has aspired to establish its own heavy cavalry for 5 years, yet has met with failure. The cultivation and training of heavy cavalry is exponentially more challenging than that of regular cavalry, requiring a significant increase in financial and material resources. I am acutely aware of Meng Hui's character. The battle report's assertion implies the existence of a heavy cavalry regiment of 10,000. The title Great Snow Dragon Riders possesses an awe-inspiring majesty. Fan Wenjue, I entrust this matter to your Ministry of War. Ensure that the investigation into this mysterious heavy cavalry is conducted with utmost urgency. The presence of such a clandestine force within our great Yin dynasty undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. The Emperor of Yin wore a visage of cold indifference. Meanwhile, the Minister of War, Fan Wenjue, was beset by considerable unease. After all, aside from the enigmatic guards surrounding the Emperor, all other military forces must be accounted for in the Ministry's records. Yet, the emergence of the previously unheralded Great Snow Dragon Riders, whose combat capacity is astonishing, is bound to incite the Emperor's wrath. Should this matter be pursued, Fan Wenjue feared for his very life. Standing silently by was Right Chancellor Lu Chibai, whose thoughts remained inscrutable from the outset. For the time being, only the three of you are privy to this information. Until the investigation is complete, the existence of the Great Snow Dragon Riders must remain confidential. Otherwise, you three are well aware of the consequences, spoke Emperor Ning Kanglin in a matter-of-fact tone. The Duke of Qin and his companions comprehended the Emperor's implications, nodding gravely in agreement. However, whether they would divulge this secret was clear to the Emperor. He merely issued a cautionary warning. As this assembly deliberated, the third prince, Ning Baifeng, arrived at a secluded estate on the outskirts of the imperial capital. This estate was distanced from the city and surrounded solely by trees, rendering it highly discreet and known to few. Upon the third prince's arrival, a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, approached him directly. Your Highness, those you require are prepared and ready for action at any moment, the man said with a smile. Are there no issues concerning their identities? After all, Tuoba he is the crown prince of the northern barbarians and resides in the state guest house. Orchestrating their demise is not a trivial matter, inquired Prince Ning Baifeng coldly. The middle-aged man smiled gently in response. Rest assured, Your Highness, regarding this matter, it will absolutely not happen again as it did last time. This time, in addition to the assassins from the Heavenly Fiend Tower, there are also dozens of masters from the Ironblade sect, the Moonlit Sword sect, and the Horizontal Refining sect joining forces, ensuring a flawless execution. The middle-aged man spoke with unwavering confidence. Well done. This prince eagerly anticipates your good news. The third prince nodded slightly. Brother, second brother, and sixth brother, allow me to present you with a grand surprise this time. I sincerely hope you all will appreciate this unexpected delight. I am equally curious to see how you will respond to such circumstances. Ning Baifeng murmured to himself. Chapter 18. Assassination. In the capital of the Great Yin Empire, at the State Guest House. Master, what on earth is happening? Our plan should have been foolproof. Why has Ning Kanglin become so resolute, entirely contrary to our expectations? Tuoba he questioned the elder before him, his displeasure evident. The elder, however, remained as calm as still water, betraying no hint of emotion. Unbeknownst to many, Tuobahi's mentor, the Grand Master of Baiman, Shui Chatai, had accompanied the Baiman delegation to the Great Yin, concealing his identity within the envoy. It is essential to note that the reason Baiman has been able to stand against the Great Yin in recent years is largely due to the influence of Shu Hishatai's predecessor, the former Grand Master of Baiman. Due to health issues, the latter had gradually withdrawn from the political arena, entrusting all affairs to his esteemed disciple, Shu Hichatai. Unexpectedly, Shu Hichai proved to be remarkably capable, rivaling his mentor in skill. The Baiman mission to the Great Yin was significantly influenced by a suggestion put forth by Shu Hichatai. In their strategy, regardless of the Emperor of Yan's choices, the outcome would be entirely acceptable to Baiman. Such overt tactics posed an insurmountable challenge for the Great Yin. Yet, the Emperor's decision was beyond their wildest dreams. Your Highness, your thoughts seem troubled. The Emperor of the Great Yin must have been deeply influenced by the battle report from Meng Hui. Although we remain unaware of the specifics, their attitude speaks volumes. A significant event must have transpired in Ueda City. Our plans have been completely disrupted. We must vacate the capital at once. Otherwise, suddenly, before Shui Chatai could finish his words, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Your Highness, trouble? Someone has attacked us. Upon hearing his guard's warning, Tuoba he was engulfed in rage. He had never anticipated an assassination attempt on him, the Crown Prince of Baiman, within the state guest house. Who dares to assassinate Tuoba he? He exclaimed furiously. Your Highness, it is futile to dwell on this now. We must leave immediately. Let the guards fight valiantly. The god of the heavenly wolf will protect them. We must hurry. Shuhi Chadai urged loudly. Go. Tuoba he gritted his teeth and turned to follow his mentor out of the state guest house. However, their escape would not be so easily achieved. The assailants had clearly prepared thoroughly for this moment, and Tuoba he would not be permitted to leave the imperial capital. As the attack unfolded, Ning Songxing and several other princes, along with the emperor and numerous ministers, received word of the turmoil. In an instant, the entire imperial capital erupted into chaos once more. Daring to commit murder at the state guest house, this shows utter disregard for my esteemed emperor of the Great Yin, roared Ning Kanglin. Qingying. Summon the imperial guards and surround the state guest house. Not a single perpetrator shall escape. Yes, your majesty. Qingying, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, hastened to comply. The events of the evening had incited a profound fury within the emperor. The state guest house was a place of great significance, and to dare to take a life within its walls was a blatant affront to the entire Great Yin. Once Qingying departed, the emperor's gaze was filled with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Insha, do you know who orchestrated tonight's events? He inquired calmly. Does your majesty truly seek an answer? A shadowy figure emerged beside the emperor, his voice hoarse and obscured by a dark cloak, rendering his features indistinguishable. This individual was none other than Insha, the leader of the Black Dragon Guard. They are impatient. I am not yet deceased, yet they are already coveting my position. Truly, the ruthlessness of the imperial family is aptly described. Insha, investigate who is behind this. The fate of the northern barbarians is of no concern to me. I wish to see how deeply they can pierce the heart of the imperial capital, commanded the emperor. Understood. With that, the figure vanished into the shadows. At this moment, Emperor Ning Kanglin's gaze drifted toward the horizon, a faint smile gracing his lips, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Your Highness, with such a significant incident occurring, should we not take a closer look? After all, the responsibility of hosting the Northern Barbarian delegation has been entrusted to you. If anything were to happen to them, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon your shoulders, remarked Lao Wang to Ning Songxing. Ning Songxing offered a gentle smile in response to Lao Wang's words. Mr. Kong Ming, do you believe it necessary for me to intervene in this matter? He inquired with a chuckle. Is it not the case that your Highness has already formed your own conclusions? Many within the Great Yin dynasty would desire the demise of the Northern Barbarian delegation. Yet it is inconceivable that your Highness would be among them. I believe your father, the Emperor, is quite aware of this as well. However, should any harm befall the Northern Barbarians in the capital, it could indeed pose some complications for your Highness, replied Zhuge Kongming with a smile. Indeed, the number of those wishing for the Northern Barbarians' demise within the capital is unfathomable. My brothers have likely already entertained such notions. Yet I never anticipated that someone would dare to take action. Such recklessness is tantamount to courting disaster. Nevertheless, this may serve to incite my rather unyielding father. At this juncture, remaining still and doing nothing appears to be the wisest course of action, Ning Songxing remarked pensively. Your Highness's talents are unmatched in the realm. Upon hearing the words of the two, the elder Huang seemed to comprehend the situation, opting for silence as he diligently tended to the meat by the fire. Meanwhile, Nagong Push remained as indifferent as ever, exuding an air of boredom. With a single statement, he rendered Ning Songxing utterly speechless. Who exactly are you? I am the Crown Prince of Baiman, and if you dare to lay a hand on me, do you not fear that the mighty army of Baiman will obliterate you? Crown Prince Tuoba he, covered in wounds, roared in fury. You will learn our identities when you descend into the depths of hell. Spare us your futile attempts at conversation. Swiftly eliminate them. Otherwise, when the Imperial Guard arrives, our escape will be thwarted. The leader of the cloaked figure sneered coldly. Kill. Chapter 19. Confronting publicly. The following day, within the Imperial Court, as all the ministers beheld the countenance of Emperor Yin, a palpable silence enveloped the assembly. The night prior, news of an assault on the Northern Barbarian envoy at the state guest house had reached them promptly. This morning, upon learning of the complete massacre of the Northern Barbarian delegation, many hearts were seized with shock, particularly at the demise of the Northern Barbarian Crown Prince. It is often said that in times of war between nations, envoys should not be harmed. Yet here they stood, facing the utter disgrace of an entire delegation being slaughtered within the hallowed grounds of their own state guest house. A monumental humiliation for the Great Yin. You are all aware of the events that transpired last night, are you not? Emperor Yin inquired, his tone laced with a faint indifference. However, not a single courtier dared to respond. They were acutely aware that the emperor was engulfed in a tempest of fury. Any foolhardy soul who dared to speak at that moment would likely invoke a storm of wrath. Observing their collective silence, the emperor's simmering rage threatened to erupt forth. Very well. It appears none of you are privy to this grievous incident. The illustrious state guest house of the Great Yin has been besieged, and all members of the Northern Barbarian Envoy have been ruthlessly slain. As courtiers of the Great Yin, your ignorance is nothing short of ludicrous. Cheng-Ying, imprison them all in the dungeons. If someone dared to commit murder in the state guest house last night, what prevents them from doing the same in my private chambers tonight? Pray tell, what purpose do you serve? Emperor Ning Kanglin thundered. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. It is our incompetence. In the face of Emperor Ning Kanglin's wrath, all except a few princes immediately knelt, their voices a cacophony of apologies. Initially, they sought to evade the emperor's ire, but it was evident that this time he would not grant them the luxury of evasion. Father, amidst the stunned silence, a voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. Upon realizing the speaker was the second prince, a ripple of understanding traversed the assembly. The Right Chancellor, Lu Chenbai, wore a grave expression. Having retired for the night before the massacre, he was entirely unaware of the events. As such, he had failed to confer with the second prince on a strategy in a timely manner. The sight of the second prince stepping forward filled him with an uneasy premonition. What do you wish to convey, second brother? Father, I believe this matter may be connected to sixth brother. The second prince, Ning Wenjie, boldly asserted. Fool. Upon hearing his son's words, Emperor Ning Kanglin seethed internally, his dissatisfaction with this offspring palpable, deeming him irredeemable. Apart from Emperor Yin, the Right Chancellor Lu Chenbai also shares this sentiment. As for the other princes, they too are merely spectators, each harboring their own secret thoughts, secretly hoping for a fierce confrontation between Ning Wenjie and Ning Songxing. The remaining court officials dared not voice their opinions too freely. Everyone is aware of the discord between the second prince and the sixth prince. Yet none anticipated that the second prince would express such urgency and utter those words under the current circumstances. Some shook their heads lightly, deeming the second prince a complete fool. Second brother, do you have any justification for your statement? Ning Kanglin inquired calmly. Your Majesty, the Northern Barbarian delegation has come regarding the matter of the 10th sister. However, the sixth brother is extremely displeased with this situation and has even made such remarks. Everyone knows that the sixth brother has the closest relationship with the 10th sister. Now that the Northern Barbarian delegation has been slain, his suspicions are certainly warranted. Furthermore, Your Majesty entrusted the task of hosting the Northern Barbarian delegation to the sixth brother, yet to my knowledge, he has shown no interest in them at all. Since the Northern Barbarian delegation arrived at the state guest house, the sixth brother has never visited them, which is indeed suspect. Ning Wenjie quickly added. The second prince believed his previous remarks were well-founded, yet he failed to notice the cold glint in Emperor Yan's eyes. Even the Crown Prince Ning Tianqian, standing nearby, shook his head helplessly. As the elder brother, he naturally aspired to attain the position of Crown Prince. Yet he did not wish to see his younger brothers brought to ruin over this title, nor did he want to witness fratricide. It was clear that the second prince's words had significantly displeased Ning Tianqian, the Crown Prince. Sixth brother, do you wish to offer any clarification regarding your second brother's comments? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Ning Songxing felt utterly speechless. He could not fathom what was in his second brother's mind. It was likely not mere foolishness, but something beyond comprehension. Your Majesty, I still believe it would be prudent to send someone to investigate whether this second brother of mine is truly your biological son. What sort of imbecile would utter such nonsense? Indeed, I am very displeased with the Northern Barbarian delegation's proposal for a marriage alliance with the 10th sister. However, everyone knows that this so-called alliance is nothing but a facade. The Northern Barbarians are ambitious and harbor great schemes. Moreover, Your Majesty has already dealt a significant blow to the Northern Barbarians. Why on earth would I be so bored as to strike against those individuals now? While my second brother may be foolish, I am certainly not. Ning Songxing retorted. Sixth brother, you. Be silent. Imbeciles should refrain from speaking to avoid contaminating the air. Ning Songxing showed no leniency towards his second brother, since the latter had already made an attack. If he did not retaliate, it would not be the true Ning Songxing. Many court officials were amused by the sixth prince's remarks. Merely due to the presence of the Flame Emperor, they dared not express their laughter, enduring a rather uncomfortable sensation. Sixth brother, Wenjie is your second elder brother. How can you speak so coarsely? Ning Tianqian quickly interjected. Elder brother, it is not my intention to insult anyone, but what he just uttered is utter nonsense. Just because I oppose the alliance, does it mean I must resort to slaying the Tuoba clan? What kind of reasoning is that? Moreover, does my father not know how many people reside in my mansion? I retired early last night and was completely unaware of these events. Had it not been for Lao Wang informing me this morning, I would still be oblivious to the significant occurrences of last night. Father, I firmly believe that an investigation will reveal whether anyone departed from my residence last night, thus providing me an opportunity to vindicate myself. Ning Songxing exclaimed loudly. Chapter 20. The establishment of the supervisory department. The words of the sixth prince left Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, somewhat astonished. You claim you retired early last night. I am curious as to what transpired, the emperor inquired. Your Majesty, I did indeed retire early last night, and thus I am wholly unaware of the events that transpired at the state guest house. It was only this morning that I learned of them from the steward. However, I must say, the matter strikes me as exceedingly peculiar, even somewhat sinister, Ning Songxing explained meticulously. Strange? Sinister? Upon hearing his son's remarks, a flicker of curiosity appeared in Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin's eyes. He was eager to discern his son's perspective on the affair, especially given the multitude of shocks Ning Songxing had delivered recently. Father, the state guest house is a venue for receiving diplomatic missions from other dynasties. It is essentially the face of our great Yin, who in their right mind would be foolish enough to attempt an assassination of those residing there. That would be akin to courting death, Ning Songxing stated calmly. Other court officials nodded in agreement upon hearing the sixth prince's words. While his language may have been somewhat blunt, it was undeniably rational. Continue, sixth prince, Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin encouraged, a hint of delight creeping into his heart. He was keen to see what further analysis his son could provide. Ning Songxing understood well what his father wished to hear. Although he was not entirely certain of the identity of the assailants, he recognized that there were only a few who could be responsible. Since they had already made their move, there was no way he would simply sit idly by. If this group desired to play, then let the game commence. Father, although I am not well informed about last night's events, I made a point to visit the state guest house before attending court today. I indeed uncovered some additional clues. The assassins could have easily eliminated the northern barbarian envoy and departed unscathed, yet they chose instead to leave behind the corpses of 2 individuals. Moreover, I received a lead from the Grand Commander. These 2 individuals bore documents that verified their identities, which clearly stated that they were subordinates of second brother. Ning Songxing stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, was left dumbfounded and immediately knelt before the emperor. Father, it was not me. I assure you. I would never commit such an act, he exclaimed desperately. Silence. At that moment, Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin felt an overwhelming urge to chastise the son who displayed such naivety. If he were indeed guilty, how could the sixth prince dare to disclose such information in front of so many witnesses? Moreover, how could he possibly be unaware that this was a tactic employed by their adversaries? Qingying, how is the investigation proceeding? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, the investigation is underway, came the response. The events that transpired last night at the Gubin Pavilion have been thoroughly investigated, and it has been determined that the culprits are disciples from various sects within the Jianghu of Dayan. Among those identified are assassins from the Tian Sha Pavilion and the perpetrators from the Tai Dao sect. As for the others, there are currently no leads. Qingying stated directly. Bang. At the moment Qingying finished speaking, Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, slammed his palm forcefully onto the dragon table before him. The audacity of these Jianghu individuals to attack the Gubin Pavilion is utterly outrageous. It is imperative that we impart a profound lesson to these rogues, making it abundantly clear that the might of the Dayan court is not to be trifled with. Henceforth, we shall officially establish the Jianwu division, tasked with overseeing the martial practitioners across the realm. This dominion of Dayan shall not be swayed by the whims of Jianghu practitioners. Lao Lu, you shall be entrusted with the Jianwu division. Within a fortnight, the investigation into the Guibin Pavilion incident must be concluded, regardless of which sect is involved. They must face consequences. Dismissed. After delivering this decree, Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, departed the Grand Hall. At this moment, all the court officials turned their gazes towards the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, astonished that His Majesty had entrusted the Jianwu division to him. The second prince, in particular, looked at Ning Songxing with palpable jealousy. Meanwhile, the instigator of this affair, the third prince, harbored a burgeoning animosity towards Ning Songxing, given the opportunity. He would likely be the first to strike. Those present were not oblivious. They understood the immense power that the Jianwu division wielded. Initially, the sixth prince had no foundation within the court, But recent days had seen a significant shift in the opinions of certain generals in the military regarding him. With the addition of the Jinwu division, it was likely that the sixth prince would stand on equal footing with his brothers in the court, a prospect that the other princes would find most unfavorable. However, Ning Songxing himself did not feel particularly elated by this so-called reward from his father. Rather, he felt a tinge of discontent. Without acknowledging the other courtiers, he made his way out of the grand hall, eager to discuss matters concerning the Jianwu division with Zhuge Kongming at the earliest opportunity. Your Highness, it appears that His Majesty has begun to harbor suspicions. Furthermore, Chang Ying's presence at the Gubin Pavilion this morning seems to be orchestrated by His Majesty, intended for you to witness everything, Zhuge Kongming observed calmly. Upon hearing Zhuge Kongming's analysis, Ning Songxing quickly grasped the implications. He has never underestimated his father. For over 20 years since ascending the throne, His Majesty has maintained a firm grip on all affairs of Dian, even many concealed matters of which the princes remain blissfully unaware. Moreover, none of these individuals are truly aware of the extent of the hidden powers wielded by their sovereign father. This uncertainty is precisely why the others dare only to engage in covert maneuvers, refraining from any overt actions. It seems that my recent activities have aroused my father's suspicions. The establishment of the Supervisory Martial Affairs Office was likely already a plan in his mind. However, this incident has merely expedited that plan. My appointment as the head of the Supervisory Martial Affairs Office serves as a test from my father. Ning Songxing chuckled lightly, saying, Your Highness, now that you have chosen to enter the fray, this scene is inevitable. Since His Majesty has granted such an opportunity, let us seize it. Indeed, the martial world of Dian has become somewhat excessive. The heroes have transgressed the boundaries of law. The voice of Zhuge Kongming also reached Ning Songxing's ears. Chapter 21. The commander of the Jinyue, Zhang Wan. A hero violates the law. Mr. Kongming spoke wisely. If that is the case, then let us proceed with vigor. Ning Songxing remarked lightly. Ding dong. The system detected that the host is in a predicament and has now issued a temporary mission. Take charge of the supervision of arms and establish the Jinyue of the supervision of arms to thoroughly investigate the murder case at the state guest house. Reward: 500 Jinyue. Do you accept the mission, host? At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Ning Songxing's mind. Upon hearing the system's task, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. He was troubled by the lack of manpower, and he never expected the system to present him with such an extraordinary surprise, which was akin to a timely gift in his current situation. Moreover, the renowned Jinyue would suffice to deal with these adversaries. System, I accept the mission. Congratulations, host. On accepting the mission, the 500 Jinyue have been successfully dispatched, awaiting your summons. Your Highness, there is a person named Jiang Wan seeking an audience outside. This individual is formidable, having reached the late stage of Grandmaster. Furthermore, the 4 companions accompanying him are also of remarkable prowess, each at the master level. At that moment, Lao Huang suddenly appeared before Ning Songxing, his expression grave. Although Jiang Wan was not a match for Lao Huang, the sudden arrival of such a Grandmaster, along with 4 master-level individuals, certainly indicated that they were not ordinary figures, prompting Lao Huang to exercise extra caution. Lao Huang. They are my people. Allow them to enter. Ning Songxing hurriedly instructed. As you wish, Your Highness. Upon hearing Ning Songxing's words, Lao Huang's serious demeanor instantly transformed back to normal. After a while, Lao Huang led Jiang Wan and his companions, Qing Long, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuan Wu, to Ning Songxing's side. Jiang Wan pays his respects to Your Highness. Upon seeing Ning Songxing, Jiang Wan and the other 4 promptly knelt in reverence. Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Observing Jiang Wan and the others, Ning Songxing felt a surge of elation. He was acutely aware of the prowess of the Jinyue. Placing such individuals in the supervision of arms was indeed an extravagant use of talent. However, now that Ning Songxing was in command of the supervision of arms, he could not effectively execute his duties without loyal subordinates. Moreover, since his benevolent father entrusted the supervision of arms to him, the remaining matters would be at his discretion. Jiang Wan, from this moment forth, established the Jinyue of the supervision of arms. You shall be the commander of the Jinyue, and these 4 shall serve as the pacification officers. Additionally, proceed to this location to gather the remaining Jinyue. Ning Songxing spoke calmly. Understood, Your Highness. Given that Jiang Wan and his companions were summoned by the system, their loyalty to Ning Songxing was absolute, eliminating any concerns about ulterior motives, even if they harbored ambitions. With Lao Huang and Nangong Push by Ning Songxing's side, they would certainly be unable to escape the repercussions. Your Highness, what is our mission this time? Jiang Wan inquired hastily. Last night, the entire Northern Barbarians delegation at the state guest house was slaughtered. And it has been confirmed that the assailants are from the martial world of the Yin. Aside from the Heavenly Kill Tower, there is also the Iron Blade sect. While the affiliations of the remaining factions remain unknown, upon gathering, the first order of the Imperial Guard is to thoroughly investigate the perpetrators of last night's massacre. Furthermore, Jiang Wan, you shall personally address matters concerning the Iron Blade sect, Ning Songxing instructed. Upon hearing Ning Songxing's words, Jiang Wan immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He then departed the residence with Qin Long and the other three without delay. Your Highness, the commander of the Imperial Guard is not a mere individual. Although he concealed his aura well just now, one can still sense his decisiveness in matters of life and death. Zhuge Kongming remarked discreetly. What are your thoughts on this individual, Mr. Kongming? Entrusting the supervisory department to him should pose no issues, right? Ning Songxing inquired with a smile. It is indeed a delightful surprise to discover such a person beside your Highness. However, he is not an ordinary figure. He is ambitious and thus may not be easily controlled. Your Highness must exercise caution. Zhuge Kongming's voice resonated in Ning Songxing's ears. Hearing Zhuge Kongming's words left Ning Songxing profoundly shaken. It is important to note that those summoned here possess no memories of their past lives and are strangers to one another. Yet, in just a brief encounter, Zhuge Kongming accurately discerned Jiang Wan's character, a feat that few could rival. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Kongming. I shall certainly heed your advice. Ning Songxing expressed with a deep bow. Your Highness, you are too kind. I feel unworthy of such praise. At that moment, as Ning Songxing and Zhuge Kongming conversed, countless factions within the imperial capital witnessed Jiang Wan and the other four emerge from the residence of the Sixth Prince. Although these individuals were unaware of Jiang Wan and the others' identities, they sensed a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from them. This alone led those observing to conclude that Jiang Wan and his companions were far from benign, prompting immediate reports to be sent back. Your Majesty, according to the reports received, 5 individuals have just departed from the Sixth Prince's residence, and their identities are unknown. However, their prowess should not be underestimated, particularly the leader, who appears to be a Grand Master, at least on par with my own abilities. Cheng Ying promptly conveyed the gathered information to the Emperor. What did you say? There is a Grand Master beside the Sixth Prince? The Emperor of Yin was momentarily taken aback by the news. It is well known that both in the Yin and other empires, the number of Grand Masters is exceedingly limited. Even a typical master can establish their own sect. The emergence of a second Grand Master by the side of his son was indeed shocking to the Emperor. Your Majesty, the information should be accurate. The other families in the capital and numerous princes have likely already become aware of this news. The Sixth Prince is truly. Although Cheng Ying did not finish his sentence, how could the Flame Emperor be oblivious to the implications of his words? It seems that the Sixth Prince harbors some secrets yet undisclosed. Cheng Ying, you must proceed to the Sixth Prince immediately and inform him that I have selected the location of the monitoring martial division for him. He must ensure that the matters concerning the state guest are thoroughly investigated within half a month. I am eager to discover just how many secrets he still conceals. Ning Kanglin also commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Ying then turned and departed from the imperial study. Insha, how is the investigation proceeding? Chapter 22. The sword enthusiast of the Xie family, a shadow clad in black, materialized beside the Emperor of the Great Yin, Ning Kanglin. Your Majesty, the situation may be far more intricate than we initially perceived. Last night, the assailants on the Bayman envoy included not only the assassins from the Heavenly Kill Tower, but also disciples from the Iron Blade sect and the Moon Viewing Sword sect. Furthermore, I have discovered that individuals from the Hung Lian sect were involved. This sect has remained dormant for 5 years, and their sudden re-emergence is quite perplexing. The voice of Yin Sha reached the ears of the Emperor. Humph. Such words from Yin Sha left the sovereign of the Great Yin considerably displeased. When Ning Kanglin ascended to power, he had conducted a thorough purge of the martial world within the Great Yin, yielding commendable results. For many years, the court and the martial community had coexisted with minimal conflict, and the martial world of the Great Yin was more restrained than those of other dynasties. However, it appears this was merely a fade. Those in the martial realm have always harbored lofty ambitions, making their submission nearly impossible. After so many years, it seems this group is once again stirring restlessly. Rather than remaining in the martial world, they insist on meddling in court affairs. If that is the case, let the Sixth Prince handle this matter. Ning Kanglin remarked coldly. Though Yin Sha remained silent, his impression of these martial individuals was decidedly unfavorable. By the way, what is the story behind the Jiang Wan? From where did the sixth prince recruit this person? The emperor seemed to recall something and inquired hastily. Your Majesty, regarding Jiang Wan's origins, we truly lack clarity. It appears he materialized out of thin air, and our attempts to uncover information about him have been fruitless thus far. However, I have dispatched individuals to investigate. As for his prowess, while he may not surpass my own, he is certainly at the peak of the Grand Master level. Moreover, I sense a substantial aura of murderous intent about him. He is far from an ordinary individual. I suspect it is not an easy task for the sixth prince to find such a formidable ally. Although Insha did not articulate his thoughts fully, Ning Kanglin grasped the essence of his meaning. Very well. Conduct a discreet investigation into Jiang Wan. If we fail to uncover anything, we shall leave it for now. Additionally, you shall personally travel to Beiman and inform Tuo Balai of the envoy's demise. Assure him that I will provide an explanation regarding this matter. Ning Kanglin instructed blandly. Understood. With that, Insha's figure vanished without a trace once more. Ning Kanglin's gaze turned toward the direction of the moon-embracing palace. The moon-embracing, the former Huang, and now Jiang Wan. The sixth prince has attracted one Grand Master after another, if this were not connected to you. I truly cannot fathom from where he has summoned such formidable individuals, Ning Kanglin murmured. Unbeknownst to Ning Kanglin, at that very moment, the news had reached the ears of Concubine 1, who wore an expression of shock. Though Lady Wen possesses an immense power inherited from the previous dynasty, she has never wielded it nor harbored any thoughts of restoring her nation. Your Highness, where are we headed? Old Huang inquired. Did I not mention before? When we are out, you must address me as young master. Ning Xiangxing replied with a smile. As for our destination, do you recall the incident that transpired 8 years ago? 18 years ago? Goodness. Old Huang appeared to have recalled something significant, and he instinctively let out an exclamation. Young master. Has that sword fanatic from the Xie family returned? Old Huang asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Despite Old Huang's current mastery at the pinnacle of his strength, the mere mention of the sword fanatic from the Xie family instilled a subtle shock within him, not due to the young man's prowess, but because of the overwhelming aura he exuded. Even someone as well-traveled as Old Huang had never encountered a youth like the sword fanatic from the Xie family. Moreover, this sword fanatic was Ning Xiangxin's only brother in the imperial capital. Observing Old Huang's demeanor, a smile crept across Ning Xiangxin's face, prompting him to jest. Old Huang, you are on the verge of stepping into the realm of semi-immortals. How is it that the mention of Brother Lingchen renders you so unsettled? This is not the Old Huang I know. Hearing Ning Xiangxin's teasing, Old Huang gently shook his head. Young master, were it anyone else, I would face them in battle without a second thought. Yet, the young man Xie Lingchen is the first to instill a sense of fear in me. It is not merely his formidable strength, but the overwhelming presence he carries. The events of 8 years ago are likely etched in the memory of the entire great Yin Empire. That rainy night, Xie Lingchen single-handedly annihilated the entire Zhou family. Old Huang sighed. Ning Xiangxing's thoughts drifted back to that fateful night 8 years prior. To this day, no one knows the full truth of what transpired. Only that Xie Lingchen, with a single sword, decimated the Zhou residents. That night, the Zhou estate ran red with blood. The following day, countless court officials petitioned for Xie Lingchen's execution, even demanding the execution of the entire Xie family. However, with the intervention of the Xie family's ancestor, along with Xie Lingchen's master, the matter was ultimately laid to rest, albeit at the cost of Xie Lingchen being forbidden to return to the imperial capital for 5 years. Yet, as Xie Lingchen departed the capital, he left behind a chilling proclamation. Whoever dares to assume the position of the left minister of Great Yin, I shall slay them. This declaration left the position of left minister vacant for a full 8 years. To this day, aside from Xie Lingchen, no one truly understands what transpired on that fateful night, nor why Xie Lingchen harbors such animosity towards the position of left minister. To uncover the answer to this mystery, one must await Xie Lingchen's own revelation. Young master, what brings the Xie family's sword enthusiast to the capital this time? Lao Huang inquired. It has been 8 years since Brother Lingchen last returned. Since that incident 8 years ago, the Xie family has gradually withdrawn from the court of the Yin. 8 years is a considerable span. This time, Brother Lingchen has no intention of departing again. My purpose in seeking him out is to hope he will assume the position of deputy commander of the Jinyue. This would indeed impose a measure of restraint on Jiang Wan. Ning Xiangxing remarked with a calm demeanor. Ning Xiangxing's words instilled in Lao Huang a sense that perhaps the entire capital was on the brink of transformation. Chapter 23. The Deputy Commander, I, Xie Lingchen, have made my decision. Hongshu Tianxiang Pavilion. Wanshi, you may leave for now. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter. Ning Chongqing also addressed Wanshi beside him. Understood. Your Highness. Wanshi then exited the room, leaving only Ning Chongqing, Lao Huang, and a youth of approximately 20 years. Brother Lingchun, it has been 8 long years. I never anticipated that your strength has ascended to the late master stage. Few in the younger generation can rival you. Your sword aura has become exceedingly refined. Ning Chongqing remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Ning Chongqing's words, the young man beside him revealed a hint of a smile as well. The world claims that the 6th Prince of Dian is a veritable cultivation wastrel. Yet who would have guessed that your prowess is nearly on par with mine? Chongqing, you have deceived the entire world. I suspect even your father is unaware of your true strength. Xie Lingchen replied with an air of nonchalance. Brother Lingchen, you should know that my sole desire has always been to live a carefree life. I have never aspired to that position, and my identity is inherently destined to be unrelated to it. However, they have pressed me too tightly. And now it is the 10th sister who seeks to make a fuss. The 10th sister and my mother are my Achilles heel. Since they refuse to accept me, they should not blame me for my actions, Ning Chongqing said, lightly shrugging his shoulders. Xie Lingchen held great faith in Ning Chongqing's words. Although Xie Lingchen was 4 or 5 years older, the two had grown up together, sharing a deep familiarity with one another. He understood that Ning Chongqing's sentiments were entirely heartfelt. If one were to lay blame, it could only be attributed to the fact that he was born into a royal family, where such intrigues are unavoidable. Given another chance, perhaps Ning Chongqing would indeed choose a life far removed from the imperial lineage. Brother Lingchen, you sent me word that you have something of great importance to discuss. What is it? Ning Chongqing inquired urgently. I have received news that someone is plotting against you. While it remains unclear which force is involved, the long-standing conflict between the Dian court and the martial world is well known. Over the years, the Dian martial realm has been developing in secrecy, and many sects have begun to harbor ulterior motives. More importantly, your brothers have clandestine connections with several sects, and I am quite concerned for your safety. Coincidentally, I have not returned in 8 years, so I seized this opportunity to come back to the imperial capital, Xie Lingchen explained. At this moment, Ning Chongqing furrowed his brow, as he had not previously heard of such matters. Lao Huang, have there been any unusual movements in the capital recently? Ning Chongqing asked. None. Lao Huang's reply only deepened Ning Chongqing's perplexity. He firmly believed in the capabilities of the shadows, and the absence of disturbances in the capital suggested one thing: those who sought to harm him were not within the city. It was even possible that such orders had yet to reach the capital. Brother Lingchen, from where did you obtain this information? Ning Chongqing inquired. I am uncertain of the specific source, as I overheard disciples of the Sword Sect discussing it inadvertently. Moreover, they explicitly mentioned your name. Our Sword Sect has never involved itself in courtly affairs. However, our disciples do traverse the world, and perhaps they stumbled upon this news. Regardless of its veracity, you must exercise caution during this period. Although the martial artists do not typically resort to particularly nefarious tactics, their methods are insidious and can catch one unawares. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences, Xie Lingchen cautioned. Ning Chongqing found merit in Xie Lingchen's words. The current martial world of Dian is utterly transformed from what it was 2 decades ago. His father had conducted a thorough purge of the Dian martial realm, fostering considerable resentment over the years. With his sudden rise, he could easily become a thorn in the side of those aggrieved individuals. Should any martial artists decide to act against him, they would undoubtedly employ any means necessary, as Xie Lingchen had stated. Brother Lingchen, I shall heed your advice. However, I have come today to request your assistance with a matter. Since you have chosen not to return, why not join the Supervisory Martial Division directly? Ning Chongqing proposed with a smile. The Supervisory Martial Division? Just days ago, the national guest was ambushed, and the northern barbarian envoy was slain, including their crown prince, Tuoba He, and the national sage, Shu Hekatai. The Imperial Guards have already determined that the perpetrators were from the Heavenly Slaughter Tower and the Iron Blade sect. Beyond that, I am not certain of any other factions involved. My father, enraged, has ordered the establishment of the Supervisory Martial Division and entrusted this matter to me. I recognize this as a test from my father, yet I had no alternative but to acquiesce. I have already formed the Jinyui within the Supervisory Martial Division to specifically address this issue, and the commander has been appointed. Thus, I wish to invite you to serve as the deputy commander, Brother Lingchen, Ning Chongqing elaborated. Upon hearing this explanation, Xie Lingchen fell into silence. By all accounts, the Sword Sect is considered part of the Dian martial world. However, the sword sect differs from other sects in that it forbids any involvement in court matters, with expulsion as the consequence for transgressions. Yet, Xie Lingshun is an exception within the sword sect. His admission was largely due to events from 8 years prior, necessitating his departure from the imperial capital. The sword sect merely served as a refuge for him. In truth, Xie Lingshun cannot be regarded as a genuine disciple of the sword sect, thus his joining the Jinyue would not pose any issues. Joining the Jinyue is not particularly problematic for me, as I am not a true disciple of the sword sect, and its rules do not impose significant constraints upon me. However, should I join, I can only imagine how many people in the capital would be restless. Are you not concerned about those who might seek to trouble you? Xie Lingshun queried. Haha. If I were to fear complications, I would have declined the responsibility of overseeing the military supervisory office when the emperor commanded me. I merely wish to witness how many in the imperial capital harbor intentions against me, and how many wish to see my demise. Ning Songxing laughed heartily. Upon hearing these words, a spark of brilliance ignited in Xie Lingshun's eyes. Excellent. Since you harbor no concerns, I shall have none either. I shall claim the position of deputy commander of the Jinyue. Subsequently, the two exchanged glances and erupted into joyous laughter. Brother Lingshun, may I inquire about something? After a long pause, Ning Songxing spoke up. You wish to know what transpired back then, do you not? Xie Lingshun replied. Chapter 24. The Emergence of the Jinyue and the Annihilation of the Iron Blade Sect. Lingshun, although we remain oblivious to the events of that fateful year, I have known you since childhood, and I comprehend your character. Were it not for the heinous deeds committed by the left chancellor, I believe you would never have taken such drastic measures. Your silence regarding the past is, in part, for my own good. However, Lingshun, you are my sole brother in the imperial capital. I wish to prevent such occurrences from repeating. If possible, I earnestly desire for you to elucidate the truths of that bygone era. Taking a deep breath, Ning Songxing addressed Xie Lingshun. In this moment, neither was a royal prince, nor was the other merely the sword-obsessed scion of the Xie family. They were but brothers. Sensing the sincerity from Ning Songxing, Xie Lingshun appeared somewhat moved. Now is not the time. I assure you, one day I will reveal the truth to you, he replied softly. Very well. I eagerly await the day when the truth is unveiled. In the span of merely a day, news of Xie Lingshun's return to the imperial capital and his appointment as the deputy commander of the Jinyue within the supervisory martial division spread throughout the city. Upon learning of this, the expressions of the princes and noble families were marked by disbelief. It was not that they doubted the veracity of the news, rather, the psychological shadow cast by Xie Lingshun upon them was too profound. Regarded as a prodigy of the sword from a young age, Xie Lingshun earned the epithet of sword madman as he matured, having attained the early mastery of martial arts by the age of 15. These accolades only served to underscore his exceptional talent. However, what instilled the most fear was the incident years ago when Xie Lingshun single-handedly slaughtered the entire left chancellor's residence with but a sword. At that time, countless courtiers clamored for his execution, yet due to the intervention of the Xie family's ancestors and a senior elder from the sword sect, the matter was ultimately laid to rest. Xie Lingshun was subsequently punished with a 5-year exile from the imperial capital. Many had nearly forgotten the sword genius of the Xie family, yet none anticipated his sudden return. Now, he had not only re-emerged but had also joined the supervisory martial division as the deputy commander of the Jinyue. Such an outcome was one that countless individuals dreaded. The emergence of a sixth prince had already instilled a sense of trepidation. Now, with the addition of the Xie family's sword prodigy and the authority of the supervisory martial division, it seemed the imperial capital was poised for further upheaval. While discussions ensued on how to address this situation, another explosive piece of news reached the imperial capital. Upon receiving this information, all were rendered utterly speechless. This revelation eclipsed even the shock of Xie Lingshun's appointment to the supervisory martial division. The newly established Jinyue of the supervisory martial division had directly proceeded to the Iron Blade sect, demanding the surrender of the assailants responsible for the attack on the state guest house and the murder of the northern barbarian envoy. However, how could the Iron Blade sect so readily surrender the culprit? There was hardly any prolonged struggle. The Imperial Guards acted decisively against the Iron Blade sect. Initially, many anticipated a stalemate between the two parties, but upon engagement, it became evident that the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Particularly striking was the sect leader of the Iron Blade sect, a formidable master in the late stages of his cultivation, who was effortlessly vanquished in a single strike by the Imperial Guard's commander, Jiang Wan. Moreover, The prowess exhibited by the 4 regional commanders of the Imperial Guards was exceptionally formidable, all of whom were masters in their own right. It is noteworthy that the Ironblade sect is no mere minor faction. While it may lack a Grandmaster-level expert, it boasts 3 other masters aside from its leader. Yet, before the might of the Imperial Guards, they were utterly powerless. This confrontation left countless observers trembling, granting them a first-hand glimpse of the Imperial Guard's strength. In the palace, within the Imperial Study, His Majesty, this encapsulates the entirety of the Imperial Guard's engagement with the Ironblade sect. According to reports from the Imperial Army, a total of 500 Imperial Guards took part in the operation. Furthermore, the lowest among them possessed a minimum rank of 8, with over 108 level experts among their ranks. The remaining personnel included the 4 regional commanders and the Grandmaster Commander, Jiang Wan. As Commander Cheng Ying delivered his report and His Majesty perused the written accounts, Emperor Yan's heart was filled with astonishment. Although he had entrusted the Bureau of Martial Supervision to the 6th Prince, he had provided him with no personnel whatsoever. Who could have anticipated that within just a few days, the 6th Prince could amass such a formidable cadre, including a Grandmaster-level expert and 4 masters? The sheer strength of these 500 Imperial Guards was indeed beyond Emperor Yan's expectations. Such a configuration of power could rival even the Black Dragon Guards. In that moment, a flicker of unease ignited within the Emperor's heart. He was utterly unaware of the origins of his son's recruits, which was the true source of his concern. Moreover, he had no inkling whether the 6th Prince possessed any additional trump cards. Enough. You may leave, Emperor Yin said, his voice tinged with frustration. Yes, Your Majesty. Once Commander Cheng Ying had exited the study, Emperor Yin rose from his dragon throne, his expression grave. Old fool. Do you think there might be other powerful allies surrounding the 6th Prince? If he truly intends to rebel, what should I do then? The Emperor inquired of the nearby Eunuch Wei. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Wei immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, this old servant has heard nothing. Now, it is just the 2 of us. What pretense do you still maintain before me? Stand up and answer my question. The Emperor replied, exasperated. In the entire Great Yin dynasty, the individual the Emperor trusted most was certainly not any of the concubines from the harem, nor his princes and princesses. Even the hidden assassins could only rank 2nd. Before us stands Grand Eunuch Wei, the most trusted confidant of Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin. Since the ascension of Emperor Yin to the position of Crown Prince, over 3 decades have passed, during which Grand Eunuch Wei has loyally served without a single misstep. Your Majesty, the 6th Prince is not of such a character. Although this old servant is unaware of the reasons behind the 6th Prince's sudden transformation, his profound affection for the 10th Princess assures me that he would never act in such a manner. Grand Eunuch Wei hastily interjected. You, old fool? Certainly have a way with words. Ning Kanglin cast a sidelong glance at him. If I were to tell you that during tomorrow's court session, someone would undoubtedly seize upon the matter of the Jinyue to create trouble, would you believe me? Ning Kanglin suddenly remarked. Your Majesty, what do you mean? However, Emperor Yin did not respond further. Instead, a mysterious smile graced his countenance. One cannot help but wonder what thoughts swirl within the mind of His Majesty, Emperor Yin. Chapter 25, The 6th Prince's Treachery. The night swiftly passed. On the following day, during the morning court, all the officials seemed to have agreed upon an early arrival at the Grand Hall, including the elder princes. Yet, the 6th Prince, Ning Songxing, appeared nonchalant, being the last to arrive. Accompanying him were 2 notable figures, Jiang Wan, the commander of the Jinyue, and Xie Lingqian, the deputy commander. Renowned as the sword enthusiast from the Xie family, the presence of these 2 drew the attention of many. Jiang Wan disregarded the gazes of others, for in his heart, only the 6th Prince held true significance. Not even the reigning emperor could alter his loyalty. Xie Lingqian, similarly, paid no heed to the crowd, viewing them with disdain. Present your matters. If none, you may leave, announced Grand Eunuch Wei, startling many officials. They had not anticipated such a brief morning court. Typically, even on days devoid of pressing issues, the court would last at least half an hour, but today was evidently different. Unbeknownst to the officials, the emperor's thoughts were far from benign, a reality that some were not prepared to face. A cold smile crept across Ning Songxing's lips. He understood his father's intentions all too well. The moment the Jinyue acted, he had foreseen the day's events and had already devised a countermeasure. Father, I have pressing matters to report, Ning Songxing declared boldly, intending to offer an opportunity to those lurking in the shadows. Since they were already prepared, even if they refrained from action this time, they would undoubtedly strike in the future. Rather than wait for their blade to be drawn, he would place it directly into their hands, leaving it uncertain whether the knife would wound him or them. "What is it?" inquired Emperor Ning Kanglan, his tone indifferent. "Father, this is Jiang Wan, commander of the Jinyue. Based on intelligence provided by General Cheng Ying, we have apprehended the culprits behind the assault on the state guest inn, specifically the Iron Blade sect. Furthermore, we have learned that the assailants included assassins from the Heavenly Kill Tower, as well as participants from the Moonlight Sword sect and the Honglian sect. The Heavenly Kill Tower is a clandestine assassin organization within our realm, making their location difficult to ascertain. The Moonlight Sword sect and Honglian sect, however, are formidable, boasting Grandmaster-level experts. Their annihilation is not a task to be undertaken lightly. Ning Songxing elaborated. Emperor Ning Kanglan felt a surge of astonishment at his son's ability to uncover such information in such a short span. Notably, when General Cheng Ying reported, he had only mentioned the Heavenly Kill Tower and Iron Blade sect. The members of the Wangwei Sword sect and the Honglian sect were involved. Yet it was indeed surprising that the investigation conducted by Cheng Ying yielded no results. However, the fact that his own son managed to uncover all the culprits with such ease was truly unexpected. Since this matter has been entrusted to you entirely, you may handle the remaining affairs as you see fit. To have identified all the perpetrators in such a short span of time is commendable. What reward do you desire?" Emperor Yin Wang Ning Kanglan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, aside from the eldest Prince Ning Tianqian, the others were visibly unsettled. The fact that the Martial Supervision Office was already under Ning Songxin's control had instilled immense jealousy within them. Now, should he be granted a reward? They could only wonder what it might entail. Certainly not a scenario any of the princes wished to witness, causing them considerable anxiety. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." Before Ning Songxin could speak, a voice resonated throughout the hall. Upon recognizing the speaker, many faces shifted in expression. The individual who stepped forward held an extraordinary status. Although he was merely the Deputy Minister of Justice, his family was quite formidable, being one of the 4 great families of the Great Yin Dynasty, the Chao family. "What is it, Minister Chao?" the Emperor inquired nonchalantly. "Your Majesty, I suspect the 6th Prince harbors treasonous intentions," Deputy Minister of Justice Chao Qianong declared boldly. Boom. At the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the court, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing, as several gazes turned sharply towards Chao Qianong. The Minister of Justice, Li Wenfan, felt a chill run through him. He had not anticipated that one of his subordinates would voice such accusations in the court, effectively endangering his own position. While they were all aware of the underlying truths, such matters could never be disclosed before the emperor. This was tantamount to courting death. "Oh, you accuse the 6th Prince of treason. Do you possess evidence?" A faint smile curled upon Ning Kanglan's lips. "Your Majesty, the Martial Supervision Office was just established upon your command. Yet within less than a day, the 6th Prince has formed the elite Imperial Guard of the Martial Supervision Office, which numbers over 500. If these were not individuals he had already cultivated, it would be impossible to assemble them in such a brief time frame. The law of the Great Yin Dynasty states that a prince may establish a court and cultivate guards upon reaching adulthood, but the number cannot exceed 100. The 500 Imperial Guards of the 6th Prince are of dubious origins, and their capabilities are formidable. Without clandestine training, how could such a force be amassed? All of this points to one conclusion. The 6th Prince has long harbored treasonous intentions. Deputy Minister Chao Qianong proclaimed loudly. As Chao Qianong's words fell, 2 murderous auras locked onto him, emanating from none other than Jiang Wan and Xie Lingchen. Were it to be another individual in this circumstance, perhaps they would not dare to act in such a manner before His Majesty. Yet, Jiang Wan is a figure summoned by Ning Songxing, embodying unwavering loyalty to him. As for Xie Lingchen, his case requires no elaboration. The fact that he has not drawn his sword to slay the Deputy Minister of Justice is, in itself, a remarkable feat. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglan, seemed utterly unfazed. In fact, he found himself somewhat admiring the commander of the Jinyue, Jiang Wan, for his ability to uphold the honor of the 6th Prince in such a setting, a testament to the profound loyalty of this subordinate. 6th Prince, Minister Chao has accused you of treasonous intentions. Do you have any response to this? Emperor Yin Ning Kanglan inquired of his son, genuinely intrigued to hear how his offspring would address this matter. Chapter 26. Since you doubt me, I shall withdraw. Father, since this Minister Chao accuses me of treasonous intent, it is futile for me to defend myself now. Let the supervision of the Imperial Guard be entrusted directly to Minister Chao. I am certain that such an astute individual will conduct a thorough investigation into the origins of the members of the Imperial Guard. Additionally, I shall leave the matter of the ambush at the National Guest House to Minister Chow, and I am confident that the truth will soon surface. Ning Songxing stated plainly. Upon hearing these words from the sixth prince, all the court officials stood in stunned silence. Even the emperor, Ning Kanglin, could not have anticipated that his son would so decisively relinquish his position. If there are allegations against me, Ning Songxing, of treason, then I shall surrender everything. This should suffice to prove my innocence, should it not? It must be said that Ning Songxing's move took everyone by surprise. Within the court, all were acutely aware that the Imperial Guard was established by the sixth prince, comprising entirely of his subordinates. Even if the command of the Imperial Guard were handed over to Chao Qianong, the members would never heed his orders. Moreover, the Commandant Jiang Luan and the Deputy Commandant Xie Lingshan are no ordinary figures. It is implausible that they would show any deference to Chao Qianong. Not executing him would already be considered a generous act. Jiang Luan, after the court session concludes, present all records of the Imperial Guard's members to Minister Chow. Furthermore, from this moment onward, all operations of the Imperial Guard shall cease, pending Minister Chow's investigation. Only through his scrutiny can the Imperial Guard genuinely belong to the supervisory office and possess the authority to investigate. Chao Qianong had already plotted against Ning Songxing. If he did not retaliate, the other party might genuinely believe he was intimidated. You all desire to control the supervisory office, do you not? I, Ning Songxing, shall now grant you this opportunity, but I fear you may not be capable of handling it. Do you truly think that Jiang Luan and Xie Lingshan can be easily manipulated? At this moment, the Vice Minister of Justice, Chao Qianong, was seething with rage. He had merely followed the orders of the third prince and sought to confront the sixth prince with baseless accusations. But who could have foreseen that Ning Songxing would not adhere to conventional tactics? What I cannot possess shall not be yours either. Yet the sixth prince has turned the tables, declaring that none shall attain anything. Simultaneously, Jiang Luan and Xie Lingshan fixed their steely gazes upon Chao Qianong. Minister Chow, after all these years, I find you still to be utterly inept. I had not yet found the opportunity to settle the score with you for past grievances. Yet here you are, stepping forward on your own accord. It seems Minister Chow wishes to test the sharpness of my sword, Xie Lingshan remarked coolly. This single statement sent tremors through Chao Qianong, the fear evident on his face. Had it been another individual, perhaps Chao Qianong would not have believed it. After all, no one would dare act in front of His Majesty, the current emperor of the Great Yan. However, the one who uttered these words was Xie Lingshan of the Xie family, renowned as the sword enthusiast. He was the very same Xie Lingshan who, 8 years prior, single-handedly slaughtered the entire left chancellor's residence with naught but his sword. Sixth brother, do you mean to say you no longer wish to oversee the martial supervision department? Inquired Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, in a tone that was notably indifferent, although Ning Songxing discerned a hint of dissatisfaction within his father. His emotional connection to the emperor was rather shallow. Throughout the years, Ning Kanglin had not shown particular concern for him. Within the imperial palace, aside from his mother and younger sister, only his elder brother, Ning Tianqin, could provide him with a semblance of familial warmth. Thus, even if the emperor were to be angered or even outraged, it held little significance for Ning Songxing. Father, it is not my desire to act thus. Rather, it is that Minister Chow has begun to harbor suspicions regarding this matter. I believe that many others within the court share his sentiments. Should I continue to manage the martial supervision department, I fear I would invite further scrutiny. Therefore, until this matter is thoroughly investigated, I implore you to entrust the department to Minister Chow. I believe he is more than capable of handling it. Ning Songxing spoke with a demeanor of righteous conviction. At this moment, the other court officials felt a wave of tension wash over them. Moreover, the sixth prince's arguments were both logical and substantiated, leaving no room for counterarguments. If you suspect the Imperial Guard to be a tool of my treachery, then I shall hand them over to you. The task assigned by His Majesty shall be yours to manage. As for whether you can maintain control over the Imperial Guard, that is a matter for you to resolve. Seeing his son so resolute, Emperor Yin found it difficult to voice any further objections. After all, this predicament had arisen from their own actions, and the emperor was curious to see how far they would escalate the situation. It was all but within his grasp. Chao Aiqing, since you raised this issue, it shall be your responsibility to investigate it. Should the sixth prince truly have conspired with the Imperial Guard in treasonous acts, even if he is my son, I shall not easily forgive him. However, if the investigation reveals no connection between the Imperial Guard and the sixth princess' alleged treason, you are well aware of the consequences. Emperor Yan, Ning Kanglin, stated firmly. Your Majesty, I. Chao Kenong began, but before he could finish, the Emperor interrupted him and departed the Grand Hall. Witnessing this scene, a faint, cold smile crept across Ning Songqing's face. Although he remained unaware of who Chao Kenong truly served, he knew that aside from his few elder brothers, no one else would dare act in such a manner. The power of the Martial Supervision Department was precisely what these individuals sought to seize. Currently, the martial world of the Great Yin appears to be stirring with anticipation. Should one attain complete control over the Supervisory Martial Division, it is inevitable that everyone would aspire to occupy that esteemed position, for it represents an immense advantage. However, the reality is proving to be far more complex than they had envisioned. Although the Supervisory Martial Division has now fallen into the hands of Chao Kenong, can the members of the Jin Yi truly be expected to heed his command? With a Grand Master of formidable strength and a sword fanatic from the Xie family in play, it seems that resolving matters with just these two individuals will be akin to scaling the heavens. The opportunity has already been presented to you, esteemed princes. It remains to be seen whether you can seize it. Ning Songqing remarked with a calm demeanor. Chapter 27. The Arrival of the Grand Prince. As they gazed at the departing figure of the sixth prince, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in the eyes of many ministers, particularly among the military leaders. Led by the Duke of Qin, there was a palpable satisfaction regarding the sixth prince's recent conduct, which resonated deeply with their own sentiments. Several seasoned generals even speculated that the sixth prince's prior shortcomings were merely a fade, a deliberate concealment of his true self. The current incarnation of the sixth prince truly reflected his authentic character. It must be said that these veteran generals' conjectures were remarkably astute. Brothers, it has been far too long since we gathered. I have procured a few fine bottles of wine for us to savor together, remarked the Duke of Qin to his comrades. Then we shall not stand on ceremony, replied the others, as they jovially linked arms and exited the Grand Hall, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Even the Minister of Justice, Li Wenfan, who sought to intercede, was entirely overlooked in the commotion. At that moment, Li Wenfan's thoughts were consumed with the desire to eliminate Chao Kenong, whose reckless words had led many court officials to associate this debacle with him, casting Li in an undeserved light of disgrace. Minister Li, you may return. I understand this matter bears no relation to you, and I will elucidate the situation to my sixth brother, the Grand Prince Ning Tianqian stated as he approached Li Wenfan. Your Highness, you need not say anything. I grasp your intent. This incident does not implicate you, and I shall clarify everything with my sixth brother. However, as you oversee the Ministry of Justice, it may be prudent to employ some firm measures if necessary. Seeing that Li Wenfan was about to voice further objections, the Grand Prince lightly patted his shoulder, maintaining an air of calmness. In an instant, Li Wenfan comprehended the implications of the Grand Prince's words, a flash of lethal intent gleaming in his eyes. He then performed a respectful bow and hastily departed the palace. Meanwhile, the remaining ministers who had not yet taken their leave were struck with astonishment upon overhearing the exchange between the Grand Prince and Minister Li Wenfan. It was well known that the Grand Prince typically exuded a gentle demeanor, yet he had now spoken so sternly to Li Wenfan, indicating that he had been thoroughly disgusted by the earlier tactics employed. If all went as anticipated, the Ministry of Justice was likely to soon witness a series of significant upheavals. Naturally, all of this reached the ears of Emperor Yan Ning Kanglin in short order. Yet he refrained from issuing any directives or expressing discontent. What the emperor truly desired to observe was the extent to which his sons would go in their quest for power. Your Highness, it is evident that Chao Kenong is merely a pawn, manipulated by others. Otherwise, how could he have dared to act in such a manner? Shall we take action against him? Jiang Wan directly proposed. He was summoned by Ning Songqing through the system, devoid of any memories from his past life. And his loyalty to Ning Songqing, the host, is unwavering. Now, with Chao Kenong's outrageous actions, it is evident that he is attempting to undermine Ning Songqing. How could Jiang Wan not feel incensed? The fact that he refrained from immediate action demonstrates remarkable restraint. Chao Kenong is merely a pawn. Dealing with him requires little exertion. However, our true adversary lies behind him, the mastermind orchestrating his moves. It has never been mentioned that Chao Kenong had allied with anyone, Xie Lingshan remarked calmly. Though Xie Lingshan may appear as a mere sword enthusiast, to consider him solely as such would be a grave misjudgment. To maintain composure amidst the murky waters of the imperial city, if one were to deem him a fool, then that individual would be the true simpleton. Sanxing, what are your plans moving forward? Xie Lingshan inquired. There is nothing to be done. We shall simply await the unfolding events. Since Chao Qianong accuses me of treasonous intentions, let him seek evidence. As for the identities of the members of the Jinyue, Jiang Wan, you may directly hand them over to Chao Qianong when the time comes. If he possesses the capability, let him investigate each one. I'm quite curious to see how much turmoil this representative of the Chao family and the imperial city can stir. Ning Sanxing commanded Jiang Wan. All members of the Jinyue are to suspend their activities during this period and await investigation. Both Jiang Wan and Xie Lingshan instantly grasped the rationale behind Ning Sanxing's directives. The emperor has demanded the capture of the assailants who ambushed the state guest house and attacked the northern barbarians delegation within a fortnight. While the Jinyue has already obliterated the Iron Blade sect, there remain the Wangyue Sword sect and the Honglian sect, as well as the clandestine Tiansha building. Without the actions of the Jinyue, it would be impossible for the inept Chao Qianong to take on these three sects. Thus, it is not Ning Sanxing who is anxious. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived, Old Huang announced as he entered. You may leave now. Should anything arise, I will have Old Huang inform you. Ning Sanxing replied coolly. Understood, Your Highness. Just as they departed, within a minute, the Crown Prince Ning Tianshan arrived at Ning Sanxing's side, guided by Old Huang. Observing his sixth brother, Ning Tianshan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it had been several years since he last set foot in this residence following that incident. Reflecting on it now, he felt a wave of melancholy. Had his sixth brother not transformed into a different person during this time? It is unlikely that Ning Tianshan would have visited so promptly. Sixth brother, elder brother, you have come. Ning Sanxing greeted with a smile. Old Huang, prepare the tea. Upon seeing his elder brother, Ning Sanxing felt quite pleased, fully aware of the purpose of his brother's visit. Li Wenfan, the Minister of Justice, had always been a supporter of his elder brother, and notably, the legitimate wife of his brother was none other than Li Wenfan's niece. The sudden hostility from the Deputy Minister of Justice towards him had undoubtedly raised suspicions among many, leading them to associate this incident with the Minister of Justice, which elucidated the reason for the sudden arrival of the Crown Prince, Ning Tianshan. My brother, the entire capital knows of your fondness for tea. Why not sample this cup? Ning Sanxing remarked with a smile. Oh, if it comes so highly recommended by you, sixth brother, it must be extraordinary. I shall indeed savor it and discern what makes this tea so exceptional. The Crown Prince replied, equally smiling. Neither the Crown Prince, Ning Tianshan, nor Ning Sanxing chose to address the matter directly at that moment, yet both were acutely aware of the underlying implications. Chapter 28. Brother, I believe in you. The two of them sipped their tea in silence, neither willing to break the quietude. Time slipped by unnoticed until the Grand Prince, Ning Tianshan, could no longer contain himself. Setting down his teacup, he gazed gravely at his younger brother and spoke directly. Sixth brother, I have come to discuss certain matters with you, Ning Tianshan stated. Please, go ahead. I am listening, Ning Sanxing replied, fully aware of his elder brother's intentions. However, he refrained from speaking first, allowing his brother to voice his concerns. Ning Tianshan understood that the topic at hand required his initiation, so he wasted no time in articulating his purpose. Sixth brother, I am aware that today's South events in the court have left you quite dissatisfied. The Minister of Justice, Li Wenfan, shares a close relationship with me and was among the first to support my endeavors. However, this situation bears no connection to him. We are utterly in the dark regarding Chao Qianong's declaration today, but I assure you, I will provide you with a resolution. I have instructed Li Wenfan to take action, and such occurrences shall not transpire again. You can rest assured of this, Ning Tianshan added hastily. Ning Sanxing held a deep trust in his elder brother's words. He recognized that although Li Wenfan, as the esteemed Minister of Justice, might appear cold and harsh, this demeanor was reserved solely for wrongdoers. In his dealings with the common populace, the minister was known to be quite benevolent, earning a commendable reputation in the imperial capital. Ning Sanxing had thoroughly investigated this matter and was acutely aware that Chao Qianong's accusations of treason had no basis in Li Wenfan's actions. Yet, he chose not to clarify this with his brother. Despite their close bond, Ning Sanxing understood that since he had decided to pursue power, his brother was now his rival, and certain truths could not be spoken too candidly. Brother, I believe in your words, Ning Sanxing responded calmly. Sixth brother you. Ning Tianshan was taken aback by his brother's declaration. In a typical household, such sentiments would evoke little surprise. However, within the imperial family, the credibility of such statements was nearly non-existent. Brother, I grasp your intentions. Though we hail from different mothers, you have always cared for me since childhood. I cannot fathom that you would harbor ill will towards me. Thus, given your reassurances, how could I possibly doubt you? Moreover, I possess some understanding of Li Shanshu's character. He has championed many causes for the common people, and I cannot believe that such a man would wish me harm. Ning Zongxing elucidated. At this moment, the Crown Prince Ning Tianxin finally exhaled deeply, regardless of whether his sixth brother truly harbored such sentiments. The mere fact that he could articulate such words indicated that he held no resentment towards Li Wenfan. On the contrary, he seemed to believe that Li Wenfan had performed admirably. Thank you for your understanding, dear brother. Although I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding you, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to confide in me. I assure you that I will do my utmost to aid you. Ning Tianxin offered his solemn promise. Though he recognized the sincerity of his elder brother's pledge, Ning Zongxing had no intention of relying on it. Nonetheless, he nodded in acknowledgement of the commitment made. The two then engaged in a lengthy conversation, reminiscing about their childhood and the memories they had shared. They spent nearly 2 hours together before the Crown Prince took his leave. Once the Crown Prince departed, Lao Wang entered the room. Lao Wang, what have you discovered regarding the matter? Ning Zongxing inquired. Your Highness, the investigation has been thoroughly conducted. Li Wenfan initially sought to consult several venerable lords, but was overlooked, which prompted the Crown Prince's desire to visit us. However, upon his arrival, he exchanged a few words with Li Wenfan, advising him to manage the Ministry of Justice diligently. Suggesting that significant developments are imminent there, Lao Huang recounted in full detail. A smile graced Ning Zongxing's face upon hearing Lao Huang's words. Li Wenfan, the Minister of Justice, was the first to support my elder brother, and he is also my brother's uncle. Although his personality is often met with disdain, his position is of great significance. Now that such events are unfolding within the Ministry of Justice, how could my elder brother not feel anxious? However, with the Chao family, one of the 4 great clans, backing Chao Kenong, even my brother would not dare to act rashly. It seems we are in for an intriguing spectacle, Ning Zongxing remarked, his expression filled with delight. Your Highness, the Chao family controls over 80% of the water routes in the realm. Neither the Crown Prince nor even His Majesty would dare to act against the Chao family lightly. It is likely that Li Wenfan's task will be anything but simple. Should we intervene? Lao Huang's words prompted no response from Ning Zongxing. Mr. Kongming, whom do you believe Chao Kenong is aligned with? Is it my third brother Ning Baifeng or my fourth brother Ning Yuqing? Your Highness, why do you not suspect the second prince? Lao Huang queried. It is widely known throughout the capital that the second prince and you are at odds, and besides, he is surrounded by the right chancellor Lu Qingbai. Echoing from the shadows came the voice of Zhuge Kongming. Haha, is Mr. Kongming testing my discernment? While my second brother may appear to possess the greatest strength, he is, in truth, a complete fool. Even with the cunning Lu Qingbai at his side, he could never accomplish anything significant. As for Chao Kenong, anyone could be implicated. Except for my second brother. Ning Zongxing laughed heartily. Your Highness's intellect is truly unparalleled. The third prince has always maintained a low profile. Though he appears indifferent to worldly affairs, his depth of character is profound. The fourth prince, though seemingly simple-minded, is the most formidable among the princes. Your Highness, from this day forth, you must exercise utmost caution. The voice of Zhuge Kongming resonated once more. Ning Zongxing expressed his gratitude to Mr. Kongming for his guidance. Ning Zongxing also performed a profound bow to Zhuge Kongming, who remained shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, the first prince, departing from the sixth prince's residence, wasted no time and returned directly to his own abode. Upon arriving home, the first prince, Ning Tianxin, dismissed all attendants and retreated alone to his study. Chapter 29. A Crisis in the Monitoring Bureau. Huang Dao, what is the status of the investigation? Does that individual truly possess the prowess of a peak Grand Master? Inquired the Grand Prince, his voice laced with concern. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared within the study, bearing a terrifying scar that ran across his face and wielding a blade upon his back. His presence exuded an aura so sharp it seemed as though he was one with the weapon he bore. This man was none other than the Grand Prince's most formidable bodyguard, an elder from the sect of the current Empress, Murong Chiron. Years prior, the Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglan, was able to execute a sweeping purge of the martial world with the substantial backing of Empress Murong Chiron's sect. Your Highness, the sixth prince is far more formidable than he appears. We have likely been deceived by him all these years. That steward's strength surpasses even my own. It is highly probable that the two assassins from Tiansha Tower, Yu Ming and Yin Luo, met their demise at the hands of this old Huang. Huang Dao exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing Huang Dao's words, the expression on Grand Prince Ning Tianxin's face darkened significantly. He had previously believed that his ascension to the position of Crown Prince, and subsequently to the throne of Diyan, was a certainty. However, it seemed that the emperor harbored no intention of designating a crown prince. To complicate matters further, his younger brothers had become increasingly ambitious, each vying for the coveted title of crown prince, an occurrence Ning Tianxin found most undesirable. The emergence of Ning Chongqing only added to his dismay. Particularly troubling was the revelation of old Huang's formidable strength, which intensified Ning Tianxin's anxiety. His visit to Ning Chongqing's residence was motivated not only by the matter concerning Li Wenfan, but also by a desire to ascertain whether old Huang's reputation for terrifying power was indeed warranted. However, the intelligence obtained from Huang Dao suggested that old Huang's prowess was indisputable. Now, even the Grand Prince himself was perplexed as to how such a Grand Master had come to be in the service of his sixth brother. Your Highness, there is another matter of great significance, though I cannot ascertain its veracity. Besides the Grand Master old Huang, there should be another formidable entity within the sixth prince's residence. One whose strength eclipses that of old Huang, Huang Dao stated, his voice tinged with uncertainty. What did you say? If the previous revelation had left the Grand Prince in shock, this statement rendered him utterly speechless. A being surpassing the Grand Master realm, was that not akin to a half-step into the realm of the earthly immortals? Such extraordinary beings had not been witnessed in the surrounding empires. Your Highness, I believe that old Huang sensed my probing of the sixth prince's residence today. However, he refrained from taking action, as if he were utterly unconcerned. Yet, the moment I stepped into the sixth prince's abode, a powerful force locked onto me in an instant. It rendered me utterly immobile. Fortunately, the master of this power bore no ill will towards me. Their sole intention was to impede my investigation into the residence of the sixth prince. Moreover, this force was entirely distinct from that of Lao Huang, which led me to such conjectures, as explained by Huang Dao. At that moment, the crown prince fell into a profound silence. Having been by Huang Dao's side for many years, and having been saved countless times by him, the crown prince held his words in high regard. Since he had said so, it was certain that within his younger brother's residence lay an entity far more formidable than Lao Huang. Yet, the more he pondered this, the more trepidation gripped the crown prince's heart. Huang Dao, do you truly believe there exists such a powerful being in my brother's household? By what means could such an individual be drawn to them? Can someone of their caliber truly be enticed? The crown prince inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, Huang Dao fell silent for a moment. Your Highness, while I may not be privy to all matters, I can assure you that a being surpassing the great master realm is not someone easily swayed. Such extraordinary individuals care little for mundane affairs, preoccupied instead with their aspirations to transcend to even greater heights. To my knowledge, those who can reach the half-step earthly immortal realm are likely to be ancient relics of venerable sects or protectors of the major dynasties. And such figures are not ones a mere prince could encounter. Unless... Huang Dao's voice trailed off. Unless what? The crown prince, intrigued by Huang Dao's abrupt pause, inhaled deeply, urging him to continue. If memory serves, the sixth prince's mother, Consort One, was a princess of the previous dynasty. Perhaps this formidable being is someone she has left by the sixth prince's side. This may indeed be the only plausible explanation. Huang Dao's insights resonated with the crown prince, who had also considered Consort One. In the entirety of Diyan, she was likely the only one possessing such strength. Huang Dao, from this day forth, keep a vigilant watch over the affairs regarding the sixth prince. I must know everything about my younger brother. There must be no oversight whatsoever. The crown prince declared solemnly. Your Highness, understood. I shall personally monitor the situation concerning the sixth prince, Huang Dao readily affirmed. As he observed Huang Dao depart, the crown prince's expression grew increasingly grave. His thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Lao Huang, what could possibly be so urgent? Is there a significant matter occurring in the imperial capital? At that moment, Ning Chongqing, noticing Lao Huang's disquiet, felt a twinge of foreboding and hastily inquired. Your Highness, I just received word from the Shadow Guard. An incident has occurred at the supervisory department, specifically involving the Imperial Guard. The Shadow Guard is currently investigating the specifics, but according to their report, 3 members of the Imperial Guard were murdered last night. Lao Huang's expression darkened with discontent. What did you say? 3 members of the Jinyue have been slain? What on earth happened? Ning Chongqing was consumed with fury. Although the Jinyue were summoned through the system, they were flesh and blood individuals, fiercely loyal to him. How could Ning Songxing not be enraged at the news of their untimely demise? Chapter 30. Mysterious Developments. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Songxing promptly directed Lao Huang towards the Supervisory Military Department. The Supervisory Military Department was vast, and given the busyness of the Imperial Guards, aside from those members engaged in external investigations, the remaining personnel resided within the dormitories of the department. However, 3 Imperial Guards were found dead in their quarters the previous night. Even more astonishing was the fact that the other guards heard no disturbances, and those on duty failed to notice any intruders. The entire incident was undeniably peculiar. Upon arriving at the Supervisory Military Department, Ning Songxing encountered the Commandant Jiang Wan and the Deputy Commandant Xia Lingchen, both of whom wore grim expressions. In addition to them, the 4 regional magistrates, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu stood nearby, particularly Xuanwu, as the deceased guards were under his command. However, Ning Songxing found it odd that the Deputy Minister of Justice, Chao Qinong, was notably absent. After all, he had entrusted all matters of the Supervisory Military Department to Chao Qinong for handling the day before. Now, with such a significant incident occurring, the absence of its overseer was indeed intriguing. Your Highness, upon Ning Songxing's arrival, all personnel within the department respectfully greeted him. Jiang Wan, what exactly transpired? Ning Songxing inquired directly. Your Highness, to this moment, we have discovered no clues and are utterly perplexed as to how these 3 Imperial Guards were slain. There are no visible wounds on their bodies, leading me to suspect poisoning, though a thorough examination is necessary to ascertain the truth. I have already questioned the guards on duty yesterday, and all reported no unusual occurrences, Jiang Wan explained promptly. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's response, Ning Songxing furrowed his brow. The circumstances surrounding the deaths of the Imperial Guards were exceedingly strange, and the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. Regardless, these guards were his own. And with such a grave incident occurring, if Ning Songxing failed to uncover the mastermind behind it, it would surely dishearten the Imperial Guards. What of Deputy Minister Chao? Ning Songxing suddenly asked. That fellow did not even come to the Supervisory Military Department. I have already dispatched someone to summon him. Xia Lingchen retorted with a cold smirk. Ning Songxing harbored no fondness for Deputy Minister Chao Qinong. With the Supervisory Military Department recently placed in his hands, the occurrence of such a calamity was unacceptable. Should Chao Qinong neglect to investigate this matter diligently, Ning Songxing would not hesitate to withhold any courtesy towards the Chao family. Perhaps his imperial father hesitated when facing the formidable Chao family, one of the 4 great clans of the Dian dynasty, but Ning Songxing harbored no such reservations. Should he truly provoke his wrath, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for him to take action against the Chao family. Brother Lingchen, you are well versed in the ways of the world. Please investigate the true cause of death for those several Imperial Guards, Ning Songxing remarked nonchalantly. Very well. I shall proceed immediately. After a considerable wait of over half an hour, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Chao Qinong, finally arrived, albeit in a rather tardy manner. Ning Songxing caught a whiff of the alcohol that enveloped him. He appeared to be inebriated, swaying as he walked, clearly not fully awake. What is the meaning of this? Ning Songxing's expression turned dark at the sight. Nevertheless, he maintained his patience and inquired, Your Highness, Deputy Minister Chao was utterly intoxicated last night. When we arrived, he had yet to rise. Furthermore, he stated that the deaths of 3 Imperial Guards were of no significance. Before the Imperial Guard could finish his statement, the palpable killing intent emanating from Ning Songxing sent chills through those around him. Throughout the entire Dian Empire, it was common knowledge that the 6th prince was regarded as a complete failure in cultivation. Yet, the murderous aura he exuded moments ago was something that ordinary individuals could scarcely possess. Many onlookers even questioned whether they had merely imagined it. Deputy Minister Chao, 3 Imperial Guards have been slain shortly after being placed under your jurisdiction. Do you not owe me a reasonable explanation? Ning Songxing queried with cold detachment. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chao Qinong responded with an utterly shameless retort. Their deaths are inconsequential, merely 3 lowly individuals. Is it truly necessary to summon me for such trivial matters? You must be seeking your own demise. Now, begone. Chao Qinong drunkenly bellowed. Upon uttering those words, all eyes turned to Ning Songxing, the 6th prince. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan, standing nearby, could no longer contain the murderous intent in his gaze upon hearing Chao Qinong's remarks. His right hand rested upon his embroidered spring blade, ready to strike down Chao Qinong at the 6th prince's command. It was important to note that at the monitoring office, it was not solely the imperial guards present, but also the local officials of the capital, the Jingzhou prefect. This prefect wielded considerable power and held a reputable standing within the capital. The murder of imperial guards was an exceedingly unusual affair, and given that the monitoring office was currently under the oversight of the Deputy Minister of Justice, it would be rather inappropriate to hand the matter back over to the Ministry of Justice. Thus, it was most fitting for the Jingzhou prefect to take charge of the situation. Your Highness, Deputy Minister Chao has had too much to drink and is not in his right mind. His previous statements were mere ramblings. I implore you not to take offense. I assure you, I will thoroughly investigate the matter regarding the imperial guards. The Jingzhou prefect, Yu Song, hastily interjected. At this moment, Yu Song was seething with silent fury towards Chao Kenong. This individual was nothing short of a complete fool, utterly oblivious to the current situation, yet here he was, spouting nonsensical proclamations. Beside him, Jiang Wan was overwhelmed by an urge to eliminate this scoundrel. Should the sixth prince decide to issue an order, it was likely that Chao Kenong would soon find himself facing dire consequences. If such a scene were to unfold, the position of the prefect of Jingzhou would also be at risk of unwarranted calamity. It was precisely for this reason that he felt compelled to intervene at once. Otherwise, Yu Song would have remained uninvolved in this affair. Chapter 31. Your Highness, please remain calm. Quickly, escort Minister Chao away to allow him to sober up. Yu Song promptly instructed the officials of the Jingzhou prefecture to take Chao Kenong away at once. Otherwise, a bloody incident might ensue. Despite Ning Songxing's reservations about Yu Song's actions, he neither fully consented nor outright rejected them, thus granting Yu Song, the prefect of Jingzhou, a measure of respect, which subtly shifted his perception of the sixth prince. At that moment, Xie Lingchen emerged, his expression far from pleasant, marked instead by a hint of gravitas. Lord Yu. The Jinyue serves as the enforcers of the Supervisory Bureau. The establishment of the Supervisory Bureau was decreed by His Majesty, and the implications therein are not to be taken lightly. With such an incident occurring within the Jinyue, I beseech you, Lord Yu, to exercise due diligence. Ning Songxing uttered with a composed tone. Your Highness's words are etched in my mind. Yu Song promptly replied. Although he fully understood that the matter at hand was far from simple, he found himself bereft of alternative solutions. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court were completely unable to intervene. Moreover, as the prefect of Jingzhou, he inherently possessed the authority to address such peculiar circumstances, and it was only natural that it fell to him. However, delving into this investigation promised to be exceedingly arduous. Even if clarity were achieved, the subsequent outcomes remained uncertain. Gather all evidence from this place and bring it back to the Jingzhou prefecture. Yu Song commanded, resigned to the situation. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Ning Songxing swiftly returned to his residence alongside Xie Lingchen. He was acutely aware that Xie Lingchen must have uncovered something significant during the inspection of the corpses, and certain matters could not be disclosed openly, prompting his immediate departure from the Supervisory Bureau. Otherwise, Ning Songxing would never have left that location. Brother Lingchen, what did you discover on the corpses? Ning Songxing inquired directly. This situation is rather troublesome. If my suspicions are correct, the assailant responsible for the deaths of the three Jinyue is a notorious poison master known as Ghost Hand. Moreover, this individual is likely the fourth-ranked assassin of the Tiansha Tower. The manner of death of these three Jinyue mirrors that of the legendary 7 flowers and 7 insects poison, which is the exclusive toxin of this Ghost Hand, Xie Lingchen replied, his countenance grave. Upon hearing Xie Lingchen's words, Ning Songxing's expression darkened considerably. Previously, the 5th and 6th-ranked assassins of the Tiansha Tower had attempted to make a move against him but were swiftly subdued by Lao Huang. Initially, Ning Songxing had anticipated that the Tiansha Tower would remain dormant for a time. However, he did not foresee that, in addition to targeting the envoy from Baiman, they would extend their reach into the Supervisory Bureau. This had undoubtedly struck a nerve with Ning Songxing. Brother Lingchen, are you suggesting that the identity of this Ghost Hand is quite extraordinary? Ning Songxing asked, furrowing his brow. The true identity of Ghost Hand remained a mystery known to very few. However, news has emerged suggesting that this ghostly hand is linked to the infamous ghost clan of Ling An. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the ghost clan of Ling Nan is renowned for its mastery of poison, leading me to believe that, regardless of the connection, this ghostly hand is likely intertwined with the clan. The situation in Lingnan is undeniably intricate. For nearly 300 miles, the region is shrouded in mist, effectively under the control of the Ghost Clan. To take action against Ling An seems almost an insurmountable task, as Xie Lingshan elaborated. In Ling An, there are no deities, only ghosts. This is no mere jest. The term ghost unequivocally represents the Ghost Clan. I possess some knowledge of the circumstances in Lingnan. My father has contemplated action against that region multiple times, yet has never mustered the final resolve, regardless of the connection between this ghostly hand and the Ghost Clan. Anyone daring to assault members of the Jinyue must prepare for annihilation. If the Tian Sha Tower wishes to flirt with danger, I shall oblige them, after repeated provocations. If they are not imparted a profound lesson, outsiders may think they can trample over me. Ning Songxin. This time, Ning Songxin has resolved to deliver a bloody lesson to the Tian Sha Tower. Notify Jiang Wan that this is the final warning. Should any more Jinyue be harmed in the shadows, he shall be summoned to answer. I, Ning Songxin, have no need for such ineffectual subordinates. Ning Songxin coldly admonished. Upon hearing these words, Xie Lingshan comprehended his intent and dared not delay, promptly departing from the scene. Although Ning Songxin has always held him in high regard, Xie Lingshan is acutely aware that he is currently a subordinate of the sixth prince, Ning Songxin. Some matters are permissible to discuss, while others are not. Old Huang. Inform the Shadow Guards. I require knowledge of all occurrences within the imperial capital during this period. Identify and apprehend every individual with ties to the Tian Sha Tower. None shall be spared. Additionally, notify Wanqi to have Hongxiu Tiaoxiang Pavilion thoroughly investigate any information regarding the Tian Sha Tower and relay it to Jiang Wan. Ning Songxin issued his commands with unwavering authority. Your Highness, I shall attend to this immediately. After old Huang departed, the murderous intent in Ning Songxin's gaze had yet to dissipate entirely. The assassination of Jinyue had indeed left him in a state of considerable agitation, compounded by the remarks of Chao Kenong, which have kept his ire simmering. Your Highness, please remain calm. At such a moment, it is imperative to maintain a cool head. The Jinyue's demise is clearly a deliberate act, intended to throw your Highness off balance. Should your Highness lose composure now, it would play right into the enemy's hands. The voice of Zhuge Kongming resonated from the shadows. Mr. Kongming, what do you imply? Zhuge Kongming's words served to temper the previously seething anger of Ning Songxin somewhat. The day before, Chao Kenong had reported that the prince was engaged in treasonous activities, and just as the prince had relinquished control over the Jianwu division, a massacre of the Jinyue had unfolded overnight. So many coincidences coming together can no longer be deemed mere happenstance. Rather, it signifies a deliberate orchestration by some unseen hand. The intention behind this machination is to sow discord between Chao Kenong and His Highness. This is precisely what the puppeteer behind the scenes yearns to witness. Therefore, I beseech your Highness to remain composed, and not to fall prey to the snares set before you. The voice of Zhuge Kongming echoed once more. Your words, esteemed sir, are met with profound gratitude from the common folk. Had it not been for your wisdom, we would have surely fallen into this trap. Ning Songxin hurriedly expressed his thanks. As the Lord of Liang, it is imperative that you safeguard your Highness. The matter of the Jinyue is not without its merits. We may turn the tables to our advantage, Zhuge Kongming remarked with a smile. Chapter 32, A Subtle Scheme. The following day, during the morning court assembly, as the words of Lord Wei echoed in the air, the sixth prince, Ning Songxin, boldly stepped forward and performed a deep bow to his father, the emperor. Witnessing this scene, all the courtiers present understood the implications and realized that the sixth prince was poised to direct his ire towards the Deputy Minister of Justice, Chao Kenong. Furthermore, the remarks made by Chao Kenong yesterday at the surveillance office had swiftly spread throughout the imperial capital. Upon receiving this news, the immediate reaction of many was disbelief. Chao Kenong must have lost his sanity. Otherwise, how could he dare to utter such words before a prince? Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Even with the powerful Chao family backing him, few would dare to provoke a royal. Moreover, the sixth prince had transformed significantly. To incite his wrath could lead to dire consequences. Emperor Yin had already been informed about the events at the surveillance office, but he chose not to delve too deeply into the matter, preferring to observe how his son would navigate this situation. Father, your son has a matter to present, Ning Songxin declared. Though he was well aware of his son's intentions, the emperor nodded lightly, signaling for him to continue. Yesterday, a heinous murder occurred at the surveillance office, where 3 members of the Imperial Guards were slain within their quarters. Shockingly, the guards on duty failed to detect any signs of disturbance, which is a grave dereliction of duty. As these guards were recruited by me, I bear an undeniable responsibility in this matter, and I humbly request punishment from your majesty. Ning Songxing proclaimed. Upon hearing these words, the courtiers in the grand hall were left utterly astounded. Even the other princes were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ning Songxing would voluntarily assume responsibility for something that seemingly had little to do with him. Many were perplexed by the motives behind the sixth prince's actions. Even Emperor Yin found it difficult to comprehend why his son would take such a stance. And what do you propose? What sort of punishment do you seek? Emperor Ning Kanglin inquired coolly. Father, I have heard tales of the strict military discipline enforced by the venerable Qin Guogong, renowned across surrounding empires. Although the imperial guards were recruited by me, they have grown accustomed to a life of leisure and often fail to adhere to orders. Therefore, I hope to enter the military camp and subject the guards to rigorous training, so they may improve their conduct, Ning Songxing asserted with conviction. At this juncture, Lord Qin, the venerable Qin Xiong, observed Ning Songxing's declaration with keen interest. Although he was uncertain why the sixth prince sought to bring the imperial guards to the military camp for training, it mattered little to him. In fact, Lord Qin found himself quite intrigued by the prospects of the imperial guards. As for the other individuals, they too were perplexed as to why His Highness the sixth prince would act in such a manner. Lord Qin, what are your thoughts on the sixth prince's proposal? Inquired Emperor Yan. Your Majesty, I have no objections. As long as the sixth prince and the imperial guards are willing to endure hardships, I see no issues. Although I am advanced in age, training some newcomers poses no problem for me, replied Lord Qin with a smile. Lord Qin Xiong's words evidently took Emperor Yin by surprise. However, he was well aware of one fact. The esteemed Lord Qin, the god of war for Diyan, had never participated in any power struggles and had always remained loyal to Diyan. Therefore, even if the sixth prince were to join the military, it would have no adverse effects. This reassured Emperor Yin greatly. Since you, Lord Qin, have no objections, we shall proceed as the sixth prince suggests. However, we must establish a time frame. Let it be half a month. May this period transform the imperial guards entirely, Emperor Yin uttered calmly. Thank you, Father. The sixth prince responded. Additionally, there is another matter. Although we have thoroughly investigated the ambush at the State Guest Inn and the assault on the Northern Barbarian delegation, eliminating the other sects aside from the Iron Blade sect will not be a simple task within a short time frame. Moreover, according to the investigation conducted by the Imperial Guards, it seems we have also discovered the location of the Heavenly Desolation Tower within Diyan. Father, since the Imperial Guards will soon be entering the military, let us assign the matter of the Heavenly Desolation Tower to Lord Chao to handle. I trust that even in the absence of the Imperial Guards, Lord Chao will have no trouble dealing with a mere Heavenly Desolation Tower. Ning Songxing continued. Hiss. Once the sixth prince had finished speaking, the court fell into a profound silence. It was at this moment that everyone realized that the sixth prince's earlier willingness to take responsibility and his desire to bring the Imperial Guards to the military for training had a deeper purpose. By directly employing such tactics, the sixth prince was signaling to the Deputy Minister of Justice, Chao Qianong, that he should personally address the issue of the Heavenly Desolation Tower. It is worth noting that the Heavenly Desolation Tower has branches across major dynasties. Chao Qianong, being merely a Deputy Minister of Justice, would not dare to take action against the Heavenly Desolation Tower, even with the backing of the powerful Chao family. However, if Chao Qianong were to remain inactive, the consequences would be equally severe. After all, this task had been assigned personally by the current emperor. How could Chao Qianong muster the audacity to refuse to address the matter, regardless of whether he ultimately took action against the Heavenly Desolation Tower? The outcome would not be favorable for him. The sixth prince's maneuver was a blatant strategy, unassailable. The other court officials regarded the sixth prince with newfound caution. It was evident that the sixth prince's scheme had been remarkably successful. The pivotal question now was how Chao Qianong would handle the issue of the Heavenly Desolation Tower. Should he mishandle the situation, his position as Deputy Minister of Justice would be irrevocably lost. As for the third prince behind Chao Qianong, he was filled with such intense hatred that his teeth ground together in fury. Were his gaze capable of inflicting mortal harm, it is likely that Ning Songxing would have perished countless times over. At this moment, the Flame Emperor was equally astonished by his son's assertions. However, he harbored a deep-seated suspicion that his son was concealing further matters. Yet, what those matters might be, he surmised, was known only to his son himself. Notably, the esteemed Qin Xiong, the old Duke of Qin, shared this sentiment with the Flame Emperor. Chao Aiqing, the affairs of the Heavenly Calamity Tower shall be entrusted to you. Within a fortnight, it is imperative that you identify the perpetrators behind the assassination of the Northern Barbarian delegation. The Flame Emperor's tone was exceedingly grave. At this juncture, Chao Kenong was on the verge of tears. Chapter 33. A visit to the elder Duke Qin. In the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Qin. After court adjourned, the elder Duke Qin Xiong returned home alongside his son, Qin Wufeng. However, Qin Wufeng's expression was one of grave concern. As if he had something to convey, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Come now, speak your mind," remarked the elder Duke, casting a gentle glance at his son. "Father, why did you consent to allow His Highness the Sixth Prince to take the Imperial Guards to the military camp? Although there was a tragic incident involving the guards, it bears no relation to us. While I have not encountered these guards, it is not difficult to infer from Jiang Wan's actions how strictly they adhere to orders. The Sixth Prince's statements today in court were utterly illogical. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. Is it not inappropriate for us to become entangled in this matter?" Qin Wufeng expressed his concerns with a hint of anxiety. The elder duke shook his head in resignation regarding his son. Although he had indeed inherited his father's military prowess, his intellect seemed to lag just a tad behind that of others. He could only aspire to be a capable general, never a true commander. "You remain, as I have always said, merely a capable general, forever unable to ascend to the ranks of true commanders. Do you genuinely believe that the emperor or the other court officials are oblivious to the Sixth Prince's intentions? You are mistaken. They are all aware that this is merely a pretext for the Sixth Prince, yet the emperor has no choice but to comply. Everything the Sixth Prince does is perfectly justified. Even if I were to refuse this matter, the Sixth Prince would simply find another rationale, rather than resist. It is better to grant him the courtesy he seeks. Moreover, the Sixth Prince is far more complex than you perceive. For years, he has been labeled as a waste. Yet he has never openly contested this. Have you not considered the reasons behind it?" The elder duke elucidated calmly. Upon reflecting on his father's words, Qin Wufeng appeared to grasp the situation more clearly. "Father, are you suggesting that for all these years, the Sixth Prince has been concealing his talents?" he inquired, astonished. "Concealing his talents? Perhaps. Yet in my view, the Sixth Prince possesses greater cunning than his siblings. We are well aware of the status of Concubine One. A former princess of the previous dynasty, her offspring could never aspire to the throne. Perhaps the Sixth Prince has understood this all along, which explains his lethargy and disinterest over the years. He knows he is forever distanced from that exalted position. However, the pressure from his brothers, coupled with the involvement of the 10th princess, has awakened him to the reality of his ambitions. If my conjectures are accurate, the Sixth Prince is indeed preparing to vie for that position." The elder duke's expression remained composed. The venerable Duke Qin has lived a substantial part of his life. Having once followed Emperor Taizu in his quest to establish a dynasty, he has encountered a myriad of experiences. The machinations employed by the princes in their pursuit of power are trivial in comparison to the wisdom of Duke Qin. The only enigma that eludes him is the Sixth Prince, Ning Sangshan. "Father, do you believe the Sixth Prince truly has a chance?" It is well known that several other princes possess considerable support within the court, while the Sixth Prince's foundation is nearly non-existent. This presents a significant disadvantage, does it not? "Competing against those princes will indeed be a formidable challenge," Qin Wufeng inquired cautiously. The Qin family, like the Ming family, has always pledged loyalty to the Great Yin dynasty, refraining from engaging in such power struggles. Now, with the Sixth Prince's remarks echoing in the court, should anyone perceive the Qin family as allies to him, the situation would undoubtedly change. "You need not worry about this matter, as long as I am here. No one will suspect the Qin family of participating in the contest for the throne. At your age, why do you conduct yourself with such trepidation? You do not exhibit the audacity I once had. As for whether the Sixth Prince can ascend to the supreme position, that depends on his capabilities. The establishment of the supervisory office has already rendered the court a landscape of intrigue and uncertainty. The Sixth Prince undoubtedly possesses hidden cards that are not so easily deciphered. After years of patience, who can ascertain whether he has other strategies at his disposal? The formidable masters among the princes are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, there is also Concubine One to consider. A glimmer of sagacity shone in the Duke's eyes, while astonishment flickered in Qin Wufeng's gaze. They had focused solely on the Sixth Prince, neglecting the pivotal role of Concubine One. It is crucial to recognize that she wields a mysterious power, the extent of which remains unknown. Even the current emperor treads carefully around her. Should the Sixth Prince manage to win her allegiance, the dynamics of the power struggle would be irrevocably altered. "Master, the Sixth Prince is here." Just as they were deliberating, the old steward of the Qin family entered and announced, "Qin Shu, did you say the Sixth Prince is visiting?" Qin Wufeng exclaimed, taken aback. "How old are you? And yet you still react with such surprise." When will you learn to be more composed? I had anticipated the sixth prince's visit. I simply did not expect it to occur so swiftly. It appears he may bring us a pleasant surprise, the Duke Qin replied with an air of calmness. Qin Wufeng was immediately drawn to his father's words. Father, you had already anticipated the sixth prince's visit to our residence? He queried. During the morning court session. When the sixth prince mentioned my name, I sensed this coming. I did not anticipate that the sixth prince would be in such a hurry this time. Moreover, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that news of the sixth prince's visit to our estate has already reached various factions. The venerable Lord Qin remains utterly unfazed. Please invite the sixth prince in. I, too, wish to engage in a meaningful conversation with him. Very well, my lord. Originally, Qin Wufeng had intended to voice his thoughts, but he was promptly silenced by his father. Though a sense of frustration lingered within Qin Wufeng, he harbored no doubts regarding his father's actions, firmly believing that all matters would ultimately resolve themselves. Chapter 34. I require the assistance of the Qin family. A few minutes later, the old steward entered, leading the sixth prince, Ning Sangshan. Upon the appearance of the sixth prince, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Wufeng's eyes. For the young man before him exuded an air of mystery that was undeniable. Moreover, Qin Wufeng could not shake the feeling that the sixth prince was not the wastrel that many claimed him to be. In fact, he suspected that Ning Sangshan possessed a prodigious talent for cultivation, though this remained merely a conjecture. Your Highness, it is indeed a rare honor to have you here. Upon the arrival of the sixth prince, old Duke Qin remarked with a smile. His curiosity regarding the young prince deepened. Having lived a long life and encountered a myriad of individuals, he found Ning Sangshan to be the only young person he could not decipher. Old Duke, if I may say so, your words leave me feeling quite humbled. Everyone is well aware of your immense significance to the great Yin dynasty. As a junior, I have long wished to pay my respects to you. Ning Sangshan replied promptly, bowing respectfully to the old duke. This gesture astonished Qin Wufeng, who was acutely aware of their limited understanding of the sixth prince. Such a display was unprecedented in their encounters, sparking a newfound interest in Ning Sangshan within Qin Wufeng. Haha, your Highness, you jest. The duke's residence is always open to you. Old Duke Qin chuckled heartily. Neither the sixth prince nor old Duke Qin chose to speak first, and thus, the group engaged in lively conversation, resulting in a significant shift in the attitudes of both old Duke Qin and Qin Wufeng towards Ning Sangshan. They began to perceive him as entirely different from the rumors that had preceded him. After an indeterminate period, Ning Sangshan exhaled a sigh of relief. In the presence of someone as formidable as old Duke Qin, even the most mature of individuals would find it challenging to make a comparable impression. Old Duke, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. My visit today indeed carries the purpose of paying my respects, but I also require your assistance with a matter. Ning Sangshan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue shone in Qin Wufeng's eyes, though old Duke Qin remained silent. He had already begun to suspect the nature of the request, yet he was unaware of the specifics of what Ning Sangshan sought. Your Highness, does this old body still possess the capacity to assist? Old Duke Qin inquired with a smile. Old Duke, your words are but a jest. Who among the great dynasties does not recognize the might of the great Yan's war god, Qin Xiong? If the esteemed Duke Qin were to say such a thing, then it is likely that very few individuals within the entirety Yin could truly measure up. Your esteemed reputation has been forged on the battlefield through genuine combat. This is indisputable. No one dares to question this fact. Ning Sangshan spoke. Although his words may seem somewhat flattering towards Qin Xiong, they undeniably hold significant truth. Aha. Since your Highness still places such trust in this old man, please, feel free to express your concerns. As long as it is within my capabilities, I am more than willing to lend you my assistance. The elder Qin chuckled. I will ensure that the Duke does not feel any pressure. Subsequently, Ning Sangshan articulated the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing his words, both Duke Qin and Qin Wufeng displayed expressions of incredulity. This was not due to anything else, but rather the sheer shock of the sixth prince's previous statements. Even the well-versed Duke Qin had never anticipated that the sixth prince would utter such words. This matter was not particularly rare for Duke Qin, and it was merely a trivial task for the Qin family, one that bore no real impact on them. However, should outsiders witness this scene, the implications would be entirely different. One could even assert that the sixth prince was gambling with his life to test the waters. Your Highness, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Although this matter holds no consequence for the Qin family or for me, I must caution that should you choose this path, you would indeed become a target for all. Is the potential consequence and cost not rather excessive? The elder Qin directly expressed. Nonetheless, it was evident that Ning Songxing had anticipated Duke Qin's concerns. Esteemed Duke, I have prepared for this situation. Since our adversaries have already sought to strike against me, no amount of vigilance will prove effective. Rather than cower, I believe it prudent to adopt a more proactive stance. Instilling a sense of tension among them is a wise choice. I am sincerely grateful for the Duke's willingness to cooperate with me. Thus, I must extend my heartfelt thanks. As for what follows, it is no longer of concern to you or the Qin family. The remaining matters shall be managed solely by me, Ning Songxing, he stated calmly. Seeing the sixth prince's resolute demeanor, Duke Qin chose not to voice further objections. He understood that no matter how he urged caution, it would likely be of little consequence. Though the sixth prince may appear affable, he is, after all, the offspring of the esteemed consort one, whose temperament Duke Qin was quite familiar with. After spending over 2 hours in the Duke's residence, Ning Songxing finally took his leave. When Ning Songxing departed, to everyone's astonishment, it was none other than the esteemed Duke Qin himself who personally saw him off. A long-lost smile graced the Duke's countenance, an image witnessed by many onlookers. Undoubtedly, this was precisely the impression Ning Songxing wished to convey to others. Father, what could the sixth prince possibly mean by this? Is he not placing himself in a precarious situation? The capital is already rife with chaos. The affairs of the Jinyue have instilled a sense of trepidation throughout the city. At such a critical juncture, the sixth prince's actions seem to stoke the flames further. Should we falter even slightly, we risk igniting our own demise. Qin Wufeng inquired with an air of urgency. Chapter 35, Qin Jiawanjun. Upon hearing his son's remarks, old Master Qin cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to settle into his chair. Father, what are you, however? Before Qin Wufeng could complete his thought, he was interrupted by his own daughter. Father, the reason grandfather is aiding His Highness the sixth prince is that, irrespective of grandfather's consent, the sixth prince would pursue this course of action. Even without grandfather, there are others who would support him. The sixth prince's methods have exceeded all our expectations. It can even be said that he has immersed himself in this situation. A figure that materialized before them, revealing herself to be Qin Wufeng's daughter. One of the 3 great talents of the great yin, Qin Jiawanjun. Having grown up, I find it hard to believe that my daughter surpasses me in intellect. I truly wonder how I ended up with such a dim-witted offspring. You should learn from your daughter. Otherwise, you might find yourself sold while still paying others. Old Master Qin unabashedly critiqued his son. Upon hearing her grandfather's jest, Qin Wanjun couldn't help but laugh. After all, such occurrences were commonplace in the Qin family, and she had nearly grown immune to them. Wanjun, what is your impression of the sixth prince? Old Master Qin inquired with a smile. Mysterious, unfathomable, was her succinct yet profound assessment, a mere 5 words that encapsulated her highest regard for Ning Songxing. Indeed, in the eyes of the illustrious Qin Wanjun, no one among the younger generation had warranted such esteemed recognition. My daughter, even you cannot see through this sixth prince? Does that imply that all these years, the persona he has displayed is merely an act? To possess such depth of character from a young age is indeed terrifying, Qin Wufeng remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Father, I am but an ordinary person. How could I possibly discern the true nature of everyone? Moreover, you have yourself stated that the Fade the sixth prince has maintained over the years may be nothing but a performance. This only proves that what we perceive or hear are merely the revelations he wishes us to see. The true visage of the sixth prince remains a mystery, even to the entire Great Yin Empire and other dynasties. Do you not believe that a prince with such cunning would find other means to achieve his desires? Even if grandfather were to refuse? Grandfather's agreement is merely a matter of convenience, for the sixth prince holds great respect for him, Qin Wanjun swiftly articulated. After his daughter's elucidation, Qin Wufeng finally grasped the situation. When it came to military prowess, he and Meng Hui were indeed equals. However, in other respects, Qin Wufeng fell slightly short of Meng Hui. This disparity elucidated why Meng Hui had been dispatched to the northern borders while Qin Wufeng remained in the imperial capital. Wanjun, it seems you harbor a certain curiosity about the sixth prince, old Master Qin observed with a chuckle. Though, I would not quite label it as curiosity. I have always perceived the sixth prince as entirely distinct from his royal siblings. Although he indulged in the pleasures of the brothels in his teenage years, to my knowledge, he has frequented no other establishment apart from the renowned Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion in recent years. The origins of this pavilion remain a mystery to us all, notorious as it is for its extravagant expenditures. Yet, no one has ever dared to cause a disturbance there. Such enigmatic occurrences surely pique the curiosity of many. Yet no information is forthcoming. If the sixth prince were truly a debauched libertine, one would expect to find him in far more disreputable places than Hangzhou Tianxiang Pavilion. Yet his presence has never been noted in any such locale. By this alone, the sixth prince surpasses countless noble scions of the imperial capital. Qin Wanjun explained with a smile. Her words left both Old Master Qin and Qin Wufeng momentarily speechless. Their understanding of the sixth prince was limited. Predominantly aware of his past penchant for indulgence, had it not been for the recent dramatic transformation of the sixth prince, they might not have given this matter much thought. However, upon hearing Qin Wanjun's interpretation, it became evident that the actions of the sixth prince in previous years were likely intentional, aligning closely with their own conjectures. Father, the sixth prince indeed conforms to your earlier speculations. His demeanor has merely been a fade for our observation. The true essence of the sixth prince remains shrouded from all. Thus, it follows that his visit today, along with subsequent endeavors, is likely far more complex than it appears. Our family, the Qin clan, has never engaged in the tumult of succession struggles. Should anyone presume that we align ourselves with the sixth prince, it could potentially bring dire repercussions upon our house. Father, you may have acquiesced to the sixth prince too hastily. Qin Wufeng expressed his concerns with urgency. Old Master Qin cast a weary glance at his son. While he excelled in military matters, he was utterly ill-equipped to navigate the treacherous waters of intrigue. My dear granddaughter, perhaps you should elucidate this matter to your father. I am utterly fatigued, he remarked, closing his eyes to avoid witnessing his son's folly any further. Father, regardless of how grandfather approaches this, His Majesty will not suspect our Qin family of involvement in the struggle for succession. Our loyalty has always been to the Diyin dynasty, alongside the Ming family. Even if grandfather feigned cooperation with the sixth prince, others would not question our allegiance. Their focus will remain on the sixth prince, which is precisely what he desires, though it may seem paradoxical. The sixth prince aims for all to perceive our Qin family as his supporters, while we cannot possibly engage in the strife for the throne. This evokes a sense of intrigue among others, suggesting that there are secrets unbeknownst to them. Once such thoughts take root, it becomes evident that they are being deftly manipulated by the sixth prince. I firmly believe that the sixth prince will undoubtedly employ further tactics, perhaps even those as formidable as thunderous strikes. Qin Wanjun ardently articulated her analysis. As her words resonated, the venerable elder Qin, seated in the main position, suddenly interjected. This sixth prince has deceived the entire world. This is the true essence of immersing oneself in the game, achieving a semblance of victory against fate. I must admit, I find myself harboring a glimmer of hope that this sixth prince could ascend to that exalted position. Chapter 36. The misguided Lord Yuan Tiangang the moment Ning Zongsheng departed from the residence of the Duke of Qin. A wave of astonishment swept through the major factions and families, as they all received the news with remarkable swiftness. When they learned that it was none other than the venerable Duke Qin Xiong who personally escorted the sixth prince, Ning Zongsheng, out, and that the Duke appeared genuinely elated, the shock was palpable. It is well known that the Duke of Qin holds an extraordinary position within the Diyin dynasty, particularly among those princes vying for the supreme throne. Their expressions, upon receiving this news, were rife with disbelief. The second prince, Ning Wenjie, in a fit of rage, shattered his most cherished face. Meanwhile, the third prince, Ning Baifeng, and the fourth prince, Ning Yuqing, were grim visages. Had their glares possessed lethal intent, Ning Zongsheng would have surely perished countless times over. After all, the entire realm of Diyin is aware of the formidable reputation of the Duke of Qin as a war god. More importantly, however, is the extensive network of connections the Duke possesses. The majority of the high-ranking generals in the Diyin military are disciples of either the Duke of Qin or the Duke of Ming, with the former's influence being particularly profound. Although the Duke of Qin has largely withdrawn from military affairs, his words carry immense weight and serve as a significant deterrent. This is the very reason why several princes are eager to secure the Duke's support. Previously, some princes had attempted to curry favor with the Duke in hopes of gaining his endorsement, only to be met with scorn and reprimand. Now, upon receiving such news, it is only natural for jealousy and envy to fester within their hearts. Why, they mused, does that wretched sixth prince garner the Duke's favor? What could possibly account for this? It is likely that this is the very conundrum occupying the minds of these princes. As the night swiftly passed, the following day, the sixth prince Ning Zongsheng, accompanied by the entirety of the Jinyue, made his way to the military camp with great fanfare. There was no attempt at subterfuge, as if he were deliberately putting on a display for all to witness. Nonetheless, this was precisely the outcome Ning Zongsheng sought. He had already accepted his punishment during the morning court session the day prior, and he had sufficient justification for the actions taken by the Jinyui, as His Majesty's edict must be adhered to with utmost diligence. Meanwhile, Qin Wufeng had been awaiting the arrival of Ning Songxing and the Jinyui in the military camp. Upon their appearance, even this seasoned military leader felt a flicker of astonishment. While the Jinyui may have been numerically inferior to the soldiers of the camp, each member's prowess and unwavering discipline rivaled that of the military personnel. At that moment, Qin Wufeng found himself somewhat at a loss. It seemed he began to comprehend the wisdom behind his father's earlier words. The sixth prince's depth of character was indeed profound. Witnessing the actions of the Jinyui and reflecting on the sixth prince's statements from the previous day, he could only conclude that they had been mere fabrications. If the Jinyui were to become complacent, the soldiers under Qin Wufeng's command would undoubtedly require a complete overhaul. This illustrates that the words spoken by the sixth prince during yesterday's court session were merely a pretext. The true reason is rather evident. Contemplating these matters, a faint smile graced Qin Wufeng's face. He found himself feeling a twinge of concern and pity for the Deputy Minister of Justice, Chao Qianong. The sixth prince was clearly attempting to ensnare him, yet his adversary remained speechless. General Qin, I shall temporarily entrust these Jinyui to you. Allow them to experience the atmosphere of the military camp. As for Jiang Wan and the others, I will take them with me for now. For the time being, let the Jinyui reside within the military camp. It should not pose any significant issues, should it? Ning Songxing inquired with a smile. Rest assured, Your Highness, there will be no problems with the Jinyui in the military camp. If any incidents akin to the previous ones were to occur, you may hold me accountable. Qin Wufeng replied with a serious expression. General Qin, you are being overly modest. I have great faith in your words, Ning Songxing responded, bowing to Qin Wufeng before departing the camp with Jiang Wan and Xie Lingchen. Watching the retreating figure of the sixth prince, Qin Wufeng shook his head gently, choosing not to comment further. The waters of the imperial capital were already exceedingly murky, at risk of erupting at any moment. Now, with the sixth princess involvement, a bomb had been thrown into this turbulent mix, escalating the situation significantly. The imperial capital had transformed into an immense battlefield, where a moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. However, such matters were of no concern to the Qin family. They had never engaged in these affairs, nor would they serve as a stepping stone for any prince's ascension. After departing the military camp, Ning Songxing led Jiang Wan and Xie Lingchen to the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, directly entering Wan Shi's chamber. To their surprise, they found Old Huang already waiting inside. In addition to Old Huang, there was a figure clad in black robes, obscured entirely by the garment, rendering their facial features indistinguishable, save for a pair of piercing eyes. Shadow Guard, I have met His Highness. The figure in black rose immediately upon Ning Songxing's arrival, speaking in a gravelly voice. The moment the black-robed individual stood, both Jiang Wan and Xie Lingchen felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, particularly Xie Lingchen, who instinctively placed his hands on his weapon, ready to strike. Jiang Wan's expression grew grave, his gaze fixed intently on the figure before him, his breathing quickening. The intensity of the pressure exerted by the black-robed individual was palpably immense. We are all on the same side, Ning Songxing said calmly. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wan and Xie Lingchen finally exhaled in relief. However, they dared not exhibit any semblance of complacency, for the pressure exerted by the formidable villain was indeed overwhelming. Your Excellency, we have toiled diligently. How fares the investigation? Inquired Ning Songxing. Your Highness, based on the clues provided by young Master Xie, the Shadow Guards have commenced a thorough investigation of the entire imperial capital. Alas, they have yet to uncover any trace of the ghostly physician. Nevertheless, during their inquiry, they stumbled upon another matter. Yuan Tiangang, the villain, remarked. What matter is that? Chapter 37. The anomaly at Maple Leaf Temple. Ning Songxing possessed a profound understanding of the character of the formidable general, Liang Shuai. Notably, he was the third figure, alongside Lao Wang and the Southern Palace Minister, to be summoned by Ning Songxing, boasting strength comparable to that of the Southern Palace Minister and surpassing that of Lao Wang. Over the years, Ning Songxing had entrusted the Shadow Guards to the capable Liang Shuai, who had adeptly managed the surveillance of the entire imperial capital, a testament to his exceptional capabilities. Ning Songxing recognized that unless it was a matter of utmost significance, Liang Shuai would never broach such topics lightly. Your Highness, 6 months ago, an extraordinarily bizarre case unfolded in the imperial capital. Within a mere fortnight, over 50 young maidens mysteriously vanished. At that time, the capital magistrate, Yu Song, took this case very seriously. However, after 3 months of investigation, no lead surfaced. To this day, the case remains unresolved, Bu Liangshui elucidated. Upon hearing these words, Ning Songxing nodded slightly. The incident had indeed caused considerable turmoil, even inciting the wrath of his father, who mandated that Yu Song must solve the case within 3 months. Yet when the deadline arrived, Yu Song had utterly failed, nearly facing dismissal from the emperor. Has the Shadow Guard uncovered any clues regarding this case? Ning Songxing inquired. Bu Liangshui nodded gently in response. Initially, the Shadow Guard was investigating the murder of the genie Wei, but they stumbled upon something peculiar at Maple Leaf Temple, which lies not far from the capital. Once an unremarkable temple, it does not even rank among the top 5 in Kyoto. However, its incense offerings are exceedingly prosperous. Many influential figures from the capital frequent this place, and each visit sees them leaving behind substantial sums of money, far beyond mere offerings. Thus, the Shadow Guard began shadowing one such individual, revealing the underlying conspiracies at Maple Leaf Temple, Bu Liangshui explained. Subsequently, he relayed the findings of the Shadow Guard regarding the temple in meticulous detail. By the end of his account, Xie Lingchen, who had been listening intently, could no longer contain himself, his aura of menace fully unleashed. They are truly a pack of beasts. Do they not fear the wrath of heaven? Xie Lingchen growled. Although Lao Wang and Jiang Wan remained silent, their expressions betrayed an intense fury regarding the situation at Maple Leaf Temple, likely reaching a boiling point. Who frequently visits Maple Leaf Temple? Ning Songxing inquired with a calm demeanor. Observing Ning Songxing's expression, Lao Wang felt a twinge of anxiety. Having spent the most time by the side of the 6th prince, he understood his temperament intimately. Such a countenance signified that the 6th prince was on the brink of uncontrollable rage, hinting that he might soon resort to violence. I have already brought the list. He replied, Your Highness, must we truly proceed in such a manner? The unruly commander has already submitted the list to Ning Songxing. It is evident that the unruly commander has perused this list and is aware that the individuals it contains possess rather significant identities. Should this matter come to light, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar in the capital. If we were to apprehend all the individuals on this list, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. This is precisely why the unruly commander posed such a question earlier. Your Highness, I understand your current ire. However, the commander's argument is indeed quite cogent. This list bears great importance, and should we decide to take action against everyone on it, relying solely on your princely status will not suffice. Moreover, we would face opposition from various quarters, which would not bode well for us. I believe we should relay this information to the chief of Jingzhou, Yu Song. He has been deeply troubled by this case, and only he can unveil its true nature to the public. Lao Huang also proposed. Upon hearing Lao Huang's words, Ning Songxing's expression began to gradually soften. At this moment, he realized that entrusting the matter to Yu Song, the chief of Jingzhou, was indeed the wisest course of action. He had been somewhat hasty earlier. Your Highness, why must we hand this over to Yu Song? Is it not feasible for our Jinyui to intervene? Jiang Wan inquired anxiously. Though Jiang Wan harbored great ambitions and occasionally resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve his ends, he would never stoop to such heinous and inhumane actions. Commander Jiang, this case cannot be entrusted to the Jinyui, nor should they be allowed to participate. The Jinyui are currently stationed in the military camp. And should His Majesty learn that the Jinyui resolve this case, how would he perceive it? Moreover, should we take action, it would suggest that Your Highness possesses other forces at your disposal, which is certainly not what His Majesty wishes to witness. Furthermore, you may be unfamiliar with Yu Song, the chief of Jingzhou. Although he has a fiery temperament, he is upright and unafraid of power. Most importantly, Yu Song is personally selected by His Majesty. Upon receiving this news, he will undoubtedly report to the emperor immediately. Thus, even if those implicated possess formidable backgrounds, can they rival that of His Majesty? Lao Wang elucidated directly. Lao Huang's explanation instantly enlightened Jiang Wan. It was indeed inappropriate for the Jinyui to intervene in this matter, as their jurisdiction currently pertains to the affairs of the martial world of Dian. Entrusting this to the Jingyao government is the most prudent choice. Commander, let us proceed as Lao Huang suggests and convey this information to Yu Song, the chief of Jingzhou. Additionally, dispatch someone to protect Yu Song. I believe that should this matter be exposed, he will certainly attract unwanted attention. This chief of Jingzhou must not come to harm. Ning Songxing stated calmly. Very well, Your Highness. After the unruly commander departed, Ning Songxing's demeanor did not entirely relax. Jiang Wan, Xie Lingchen, I still harbor some concerns for the safety of Yu Song. During this period, the two of you must covertly safeguard him. Relying solely on the prowess of the Shadow Guards is not entirely reassuring. Remember, it is imperative that no harm befalls Yu Song, no matter how minuscule. Although we have already dispatched the Shadow Guards to protect him, Ning Songxing has persistently sensed an unsettling disquiet, an ominous premonition that something may transpire. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and Xia Lingqian have readily consented to assist. With the addition of the Shadow Guards, along with Jiang Wan and Xia Lingqian, there should be minimal cause for concern. Chapter 38. Yu Song's resolution in the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. According to the intelligence relayed by Jiang Wan and Xia Lingqian, it is evident that someone has been shadowing Yu Song, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, seemingly preparing to take action against him. However, due to the presence of numerous protectors around Yu Song, along with the Shadow Guards and Jiang Wan, the opportunity for these assailants to strike is exceedingly rare. Upon receiving this news, Ning Songxin's expression turned gravely serious. He had already instructed the commander to relay all gathered information to Yu Song, leaving it to the governor to determine the next course of action. Old He, how is the investigation progressing? Who provided us with this material? Yu Song inquired of his subordinates. Hearing his superior's question, He Jinghong, a military official, could only shake his head in resignation. 3 days prior, they had received an anonymous dossier from Jingzhou Prefecture, revealing details about the bizarre case of a missing girl that had transpired in the capital 6 months ago. This case had cast a long shadow over everyone in the prefecture. They had tirelessly pursued leads for 3 months but had ultimately come up empty-handed, with all trails leading to dead ends. In the end, they had no choice but to archive the case. Little did they know, the dossier that arrived 3 days ago unveiled all the information regarding the girl's disappearance. Yu Song understood all too well that this matter was far from as straightforward as it appeared. Although Hongye Temple was modest in size, its reputation in the capital was formidable. Any attempts to act against it would far exceed the capabilities of Jingzhou Prefecture alone. The reason Yu Song had refrained from immediately reporting to the emperor was his desire to conduct a covert investigation to uncover the identity of the individual who had provided the clues. However, it now seemed evident that the adversary had no fear of their inquiry, given their audacity in this matter. Sir Yu, we have employed all our methods, yet we cannot find any leads. It is as if all trails have been severed by the other party. Their boldness indicates a clear intent. Hongye Temple, He Jinghong stated solemnly. Yu Song nodded thoughtfully at his subordinate's words. Upon reviewing the dossier, he had braced himself for the possibility that uncovering the mastermind would prove to be an impossible endeavor. Otherwise, the opponent would not have resorted to such tactics. Nevertheless, Yu Song still harbored a glimmer of hope that should they stumble upon a lead, it might aid in their forthcoming investigation of Hongye Temple. Yet, it appeared that the situation aligned with his initial assumptions. The adversary was unwilling to grant them any opportunity whatsoever. I am acutely aware of the difficulty of this matter, yet I cannot help but feel that there may be some clues to uncover. Laohi, let all the brothers take a well-deserved rest in the coming days. It seems that our fortune may not last much longer. The case of the missing girls is of utmost significance to us, a truth we both understand implicitly. Now that we have gathered some leads, we must devote ourselves wholeheartedly to solving this case. There are dozens of families at stake. We do not even know if these girls are all still alive. What if? Yu Song's words trailed off, but He Jinghong grasped the meaning behind his superior's statement. Lord Yu, what do you intend to do? We are all too aware of the situation surrounding Hongye Temple. Countless nobles and wealthy merchants in Kyoto are fond of that place, and it now appears that these girls' plight may be the reason why. If we act recklessly, the Jingzhou Prefecture could bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, we must devise a foolproof strategy. Otherwise, we risk incurring a backlash. He Jinghong analyzed thoughtfully, oblivious to the subtle chill in Yu Song's gaze. Laohi, this matter does not require your involvement. What you and your team need to do is rest and adjust, preparing yourselves for the orders I will issue in due time. As for everything else, leave it to me, Yu Song replied in a calm tone. My lord. He Jinghong wished to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Yu Song. Witnessing this exchange, He Jinghong refrained from further protest, letting out a soft sigh before exiting the room. In his heart, He Jinghong recognized that since Yu Song had become the prefect of Jingzhou, the entire office had transformed dramatically. Furthermore, Yu Song was exceptionally kind to his subordinates, treating them as brothers rather than mere subordinates. Thus, in the hearts of individuals like He Jinghong, Yu Song was undoubtedly a commendable official. Once He Jinghong departed, Yu Song took a moment to compose himself before stepping out. Approximately 20 minutes later, he made his way to the Imperial Study. Vice Commander of the Black Dragon Guard, Yu Song, pays his respects to your majesty. Upon seeing Yu Song, Emperor Yin, Ningkanglan, allowed a faint smile to grace his features. Should others learn of Yusong's identity, they would surely be astonished. Few could fathom that the prefect of Jingzhou, Yusong, was also the illustrious vice-commander of the Black Dragon Guard. It is worth noting that the Black Dragon Guard is a vital asset under Emperor Yan's command, swearing allegiance to only one, the Emperor of Dian, responding solely to his commands. Previously, Yin Sha, the leader of the Black Dragon Guard, was responsible for safeguarding the Emperor, and while many are aware of his existence, few have truly encountered him. In contrast, Vice Commander Yusong remains relatively unknown. Of paramount importance is the perception of Yusong, who, despite his seemingly ruthless demeanor, is fundamentally an erudite individual devoid of martial prowess. However, it now appears that this impression was merely a facade. The reason for Yusong's ascension to the esteemed position of Jingzhou prefect should undoubtedly be attributed to the emperor's remarkable ingenuity. Yusong, your efforts over the past few years have been commendable. Since your assumption of the prefecture, the circumstances in the capital have significantly improved, all thanks to your contributions. The emperor remarked with a smile. Your Majesty, you flatter me. These are merely my duties, Yusong humbly replied. The emperor seemed to possess an intimate familiarity with Yusong, recognizing that his presence this evening must signify a matter of great importance. Thus, he spoke directly. I am aware of your character. You would not have graced us with your presence tonight were it not for a pressing issue. Please, speak freely. Chapter 39. The Wrath of the Flame Emperor. Your Majesty, do you recall the mysterious disappearance of young girls in the capital that occurred 6 months ago? Yusong inhaled deeply before articulating these words. Such a simple statement, yet it transformed the expression on the Flame Emperor's face, rendering it grave and even laced with a hint of murderous intent. How could Ningkanglan, the Flame Emperor, be unaware of this incident? It was he who had commanded the entire Jingzhou prefecture to mobilize and conduct a thorough investigation, yet after 3 months of relentless efforts, they had yielded no results. Ultimately, he had no choice but to order a lockdown of the case. Your Majesty, the repercussions of this case were indeed significant. To this day, we remain oblivious to whether those girls are alive or dead, or where they may have disappeared to. However, 3 days ago, I received a document that reveals the true reason behind the girl's disappearance 6 months prior. Upon finishing his statement, Yusong retrieved the document from his bosom. Old Wei, quickly bring that document to me. Upon hearing Yusong mention the case of the missing girls, even the ever-composed Flame Emperor could hardly remain calm. It is important to note that this case not only cast a shadow over Yusong, the prefect of Jingzhou, but also haunted the emperor himself like a relentless nightmare. Eunuch Wei dared not delay, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and the extent of the emperor's efforts regarding this matter. Yet, as the Flame Emperor perused the document, his expression grew increasingly frigid. Scoundrel! Beast! The emperor's voice erupted in fury. The guards outside the study, startled by the emperor's wrath, knelt in fear. Aside from the 3 individuals within the room, no one else comprehended the gravity of the situation, for the emperor had not displayed such rage in years. Yusong, how credible is this information? Has anyone from Jingzhou dispatched to investigate? The emperor inquired, his tone low and serious. Your Majesty, although Hongye Temple lacks prominence in Kyoto, it is a favored destination for many influential nobles and wealthy merchants. Furthermore, it is rumored that the temple possesses formidable backing. I feared that an investigation might provoke unwanted attention, so I refrained from conducting one. However, I have maintained surveillance on the temple's activities, and indeed, numerous affluent merchants from Kyoto have visited in the past 3 days. I even observed several ministers from the court attending on 1 or 2 occasions. Each time, these individuals left behind considerable donations for the temple. Based on my conjecture, the contents of this document are likely accurate. Yusong elucidated. Very well, very well, very well. The repetition of the phrase served as a testament to the emperor's fury. The reason he had not fully unleashed his wrath was likely due to the fact that Ningkanglan was the reigning emperor of the Great Flame. Otherwise, one could only speculate the chaos that might ensue. Yusong, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Your Majesty, if the situation is indeed as indicated in this document, then Hongye Temple is nothing but a den of iniquity. It must be eradicated entirely, and those behind it must be investigated thoroughly. It is utterly unacceptable that such morally depraved individuals exist beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven in the capital of Dian. Therefore, I humbly request your Majesty to deploy the Black Dragon Guard to first ascertain the circumstances surrounding Hongye Temple and then apprehend these individuals without fail, leaving no room for future troubles. We must provide an explanation to the citizens of the capital. Yusong spoke with fierce determination. Hearing Yusong's opinion, Ning Kanglin felt no stirrings in his heart. After all, this Emperor of Yin had descended from the battlefield, decisive in his actions. He understood well that the foundation of Dian lies not within the royal family but among its people. The case of the missing girl had caused immense distress among the citizens of the capital, bringing tears to countless families. A fact that this Emperor of Yin was acutely aware of. Now that a lead has emerged, it is imperative to capture this band of beasts. Proceed as you suggest. The Black Dragon Guard will swiftly investigate the situation at Hongye Temple, and the subsequent matters shall be entrusted to the Jingzhou Prefecture. If the Jingyao Prefecture lacks sufficient manpower, they should directly seek out Qingying. The Emperor Ning Kanglin stated with authority. Yes, Your Majesty. After Yusong departed, Emperor Ning Kanglin approached the door, gazing at the capital bathed in starlight, lost in contemplation. Old Wei, do you think I have been too lenient with them? Otherwise, how could such events transpire in the capital? They are challenging my limits. The Emperor's words left the eunuch Wei in a state of astonishment. Your Majesty, you care for your people as your own children, and the citizens of the capital hold you in high regard. Wei's statement was not mere flattery. The current emperor's reputation was indeed commendable among the populace. Your Highness, news has arrived from the palace. Jingzhou Prefect Yusong secretly entered the palace and conversed with Your Majesty in the imperial study for a full hour. During this time, the sound of Your Majesty's fury echoed. It seems that Yusong has disclosed the matters of Hongye Temple to Your Majesty, Lao Huang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Lao Huang's words, a faint smile appeared on Ning Songshan's face. I have long suspected that besides being the Jingzhou Prefect, Yusong holds other identities. Previously, it was merely suspicion, but after this incident, it has been completely validated. My father truly possesses remarkable methods. It is likely that no one in the court is aware of Yusong's true identity, Ning Songshan said casually. In truth, Lao Huang was also somewhat astonished. Yet the emperor's strategies left them in awe. It is known that Yusong has served as the Jingzhou Prefect for several years, indicating that the emperor's plans commenced years ago. Your Majesty's tactics are indeed exceptional. Lao Huang, do not underestimate my father. In those years, the emperor emerged from the battlefield, resolute in his decisions, never known for his mercy. Although he has chosen to cultivate peace in recent years, the actions of these individuals have gone too far. They have now crossed the emperor's threshold of tolerance. It is likely that significant developments will soon unfold within the court. Ning Songshan gently shook his head. Your Highness. Could it be? Without waiting for old Huang to speak, Ning Songshan nodded slightly. With the formidable Jin Yi Wei at his disposal, it would be a grave misstep for the emperor not to utilize such a potent ally. Chapter 40. The Ambush. In the following days, both Ning Songshan and Yusong, along with others, seemed to have descended into complete silence, as if nothing had transpired at all. More crucially, the situation with the Supervision Bureau left Ning Songshan feeling quite uneasy. Not long ago, Chao Qinong had been on the brink of despair. Fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Tiansha Tower, it was nearly impossible for him to locate its address in the Great Yin and seek vengeance from the Jinyue. Yet, within just a few days, Chao Qinong's attitude had shifted dramatically, displaying an unexpected vigor, as if he no longer regarded Tiansha Tower with any seriousness. This unreasonable spectacle further aroused Ning Songshan's suspicions, prompting him to dispatch someone to investigate the underlying reasons. It turned out that someone from the Chao family had arrived. No wonder Chao Qinong had become so ostentatious. Given this development, it was time to stoke the fire further. Old Huang, inform our people to disclose the address of Tiansha Tower to the Chao family. I, too, wish to uncover the schemes that the Chao family and Tiansha Tower are concocting, Ning Songshan said with a cold smile. Your Highness, I understand. As for the Jinyue, aside from Jiang Wan and Xie Lingshan being assigned to protect Yusong, the rest of the personnel remained diligently training within the military camp. Despite the brief passage of time, the soldiers in the camp had developed a considerable respect for the Jinyue, even displaying a hint of admiration in their gazes. Even the venerable Qin Laogong could not help but express his admiration upon witnessing the Jinyue in action. Woofing. Now do you comprehend why His Highness the Sixth Prince has acted in such a manner? Observe the daily conduct of the Jinyue. Do you think they lack organization and discipline? Upon hearing his father's words, General Qin Wufeng promptly nodded in agreement. He had spent the most time interacting with the Jinyue recently, thus gaining a deeper understanding of them. The more he engaged with them, the more profound his astonishment grew. He was utterly unaware of where the Sixth Prince had recruited these individuals. The only difference between them and the soldiers in the army seemed to be their numbers. In every other aspect, they were undeniably superior. Qin Wufeng even suspected that these 500 Jinyue would not be at a disadvantage when faced with 3,000 soldiers. Father, the capital has been remarkably quiet of late. It seems that all factions have inexplicably fallen silent. I sense that something is amiss. And I have heard whispers that His Majesty may be taking action, though the specifics remain unclear, Qin Wufeng quietly confided to his father. I have also caught wind of such rumors. It appears that the prefect of Jingzhou, Yu Song, has secretly entered the palace, Qin Laogong replied calmly. What? Regarding Yu Song? He is indeed a figure well known and highly esteemed among the common folk of the capital. His reputation as a diligent official dedicated to the welfare of the people is unparalleled. Naturally, the affection that the populace holds for this governor of Jingzhou is matched by the disdain he elicits from certain factions within the court. However, due to the emperor's personal endorsement of Yu Song, even those who harbor grievances against him dare not voice their thoughts. To do so would invoke the emperor's wrath. Father, something seems amiss. We are well aware of who Yu Song is. If he has covertly entered the palace, it must signify a momentous event. Yet, thus far, no news has emerged. This can only mean that everything is transpiring in secrecy. It appears that a significant upheaval is on the horizon for the capital, Qin Wufeng exclaimed. Upon hearing his son's words, the elder Qin, the former duke, cast a disbelieving glance at him. It was not that he wished to doubt his son, but rather he was astonished at how perceptively Qin Wufeng had analyzed the current situation in the capital, as if he were an entirely different person. Indeed, your insights are remarkable. I almost feel as though you are no longer my son. The elder duke jested. Well, Qin Wufeng responded, a look of helplessness on his face in response to his father's teasing. Your Excellency, General, an urgent situation has arisen. The governor of Jingzhou, Yu Song, has been attacked while returning to the capital. Reports indicate that over 30 assassins have attempted to take his life. Their intent is clear, to kill. At that moment, a military officer approached them to deliver the news. What did you say? Just moments ago, the father and son had been discussing Yu Song. And now they were confronted with the shocking reality of an assassination attempt. The sheer number of over 30 assassins indicated that this was a deliberate attempt on Yu Song's life. Surely, the news had spread throughout the capital by now. What astonished both the elder duke and Qin Wufeng even more was the question of what Yu Song had uncovered to provoke such a lethal response. This was a matter of life and death. What is the status of Yu Song? Qin Wufeng inquired urgently. The specifics remain unclear. However, aside from the officials of Jingzhou, it seems that there are additional protectors surrounding Governor Yu. The identities of these individuals are not yet known. Nearly all factions in the capital are investigating this matter, and it is rumored that the emperor is already incensed. The officer replied hastily. Upon hearing this, the elder duke's expression turned grave. As the father and son deliberated the situation, news of Yu Song's assassination attempt swiftly spread throughout the capital. Upon receiving this information, the various factions were left astounded. Even those who harbored deep-seated animosity toward Yu Song were momentarily taken aback. While they may have wished for his demise, they were acutely aware of his backing from the emperor. They were not fools, and such reckless actions were beyond their consideration. Currently, as Yu Song has been attacked, it is likely that His Majesty will be filled with wrath. The unfolding events remain uncertain, and the entire capital has become tense in response. However, unbeknownst to all, despite the assassination attempt on Yu Song, he remains unharmed and has discreetly extricated himself, now en route to the palace under the protection of the Black Dragon Guards. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and Xie Lingshan have returned to the residence of the Sixth Prince. Your Highness, we did not engage with the Shadow Guards. Aside from the officers from the Jingzhou Prefecture, there is a covert group protecting Yu Song. If I am not mistaken, they must be the Black Dragon Guards in service to His Majesty. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Yu Song is likely a master-level expert. Even without the Black Dragon Guards, those assassins would be powerless against him, Jiang Wan remarked. Chapter 41. The Siege of Maple Leaf Temple. Jiang Wan's words piqued Ning Songshan's interest. It was unexpected that our esteemed governor of Jingzhou would still be concealing his true abilities. A master of the Grand Master realm is indeed quite remarkable in the capital. It appears that Yu Song's identity is extraordinarily significant. My somewhat lenient father will not allow anyone to easily discern his intentions, Ning Songshan remarked with a smile. Your Highness, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yu Song has already thoroughly investigated the situation at Maple Leaf Temple, and he should have entered the palace by now. The subsequent matters may not require our assistance, Jiang Wan stated hastily. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, Ning Songshan gently nodded. He possessed a certain understanding of his father's character. He could tolerate the rivalries among his sons and the factions formed among the court officials, All of this was within the Emperor Yan's control. However, he would never condone the harm inflicted upon the common people under his rule. This matter was undoubtedly the Emperor Yan's Achilles heel, should anyone dare to touch upon it. The only outcome would be death. This no longer concerns us. Since Yusong has gone to see father, we need not involve ourselves further. You and Xie Lingshan should temporarily head to the military camp. I anticipate that the Jinyue will soon have even more pressing tasks at hand. The pressure upon you both will be quite substantial, Ning Chongqing said with a calm demeanor. Understood, Your Highness. Jiang Wan and Xie Lingshan then departed the residence. Meanwhile, under the protection of the Black Dragon Guard, Yusong arrived at the palace and promptly met with Emperor Yin. Yusong, who was it that attacked you? What is the situation at Maple Leaf Temple? Emperor Yin inquired directly. Your Majesty, the situation at Maple Leaf Temple has been thoroughly investigated, and it aligns perfectly with the information we previously received. The missing maidens are indeed at Maple Leaf Temple, held captive for the amusement of the capital's nobility and affluent merchants. According to our findings, at least a dozen maidens have perished at the hands of these individuals. Yusong reported urgently. Bang! As soon as Yusong's words fell, Emperor Yin slammed his palm fiercely on the dragon table. In his fury, the emperor's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Even years ago on the battlefield, Emperor Ning Kanglin had never exhibited such rage, highlighting the depth of his anger regarding this matter. Cheng Ying. At the sound of the emperor's furious roar, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Cheng Ying, rushed into the study. Your Majesty, I am here. Spare no effort in assisting Yusong to eradicate Maple Leaf Temple. Regardless of who is inside, apprehend them all. No one is permitted to see them without my command. Those who defy the order shall be executed. Emperor Yin bellowed. Yes, Your Majesty. At that moment, Cheng Ying's heart was filled with astonishment. The fact that the emperor uttered the words execute those who defy the order indicated that the situation at Maple Leaf Temple was exceedingly grave, likely involving events that the emperor could never forgive. Yusong, I have but one request. Uncover the individual behind the Red Leaf Temple. I am eager to discern who possesses such audacity to harm my subjects beneath the very feet of the emperor in the capital. The Flame Emperor reiterated his command. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my mission. With that, Yusong, accompanied by the commander of the Imperial Guards, Cheng Ying, departed the Imperial study without delay. Their destination was the Red Leaf Temple, and they could not afford any procrastination. It was imperative that this matter remain concealed from the temple, for any premature knowledge would render all their efforts futile. At the residence of the fourth prince, Your Highness, we are in grave peril. A voice resonated in the ears of fourth prince Ning Yucheng. Old who? What has transpired? Ning Yucheng inquired urgently. We've just received word that the chief of the Jingzhou prefecture, Yusong, has besieged the Red Leaf Temple. The situation has been exposed, and numerous individuals are present there today. They are likely trapped within. Housekeeper who exclaimed, his face etched with worry. What did you say? The housekeeper's words struck Ning Yucheng like a bolt of lightning. No one understood the significance of the Red Leaf Temple better than he did. It was through such means that he had exerted control over many individuals who, though their identities remained concealed, stood firmly by his side. The encirclement of the temple was the last scenario he wished to witness. If those individuals succumbed to torture and revealed everything, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences. Although they were unaware of his connection to the temple, he could not permit such a catastrophe to unfold. Who was investigating the Red Leaf Temple? How has no one discovered this until now? What are these people doing? Ning Yucheng bellowed in anger. Your Highness, there is no point in discussing this further. The Imperial Guards have already surrounded the temple, and everything has been laid bare. Our immediate course of action must be to eradicate all traces. We cannot allow Yusong to uncover the connection between the temple and Your Highness. That is our utmost priority. Housekeeper who quickly clarified. His words swiftly calmed the fourth prince. Indeed, the situation had escalated. Further deliberation served no purpose. Old Hu, we must abandon the Red Leaf Temple. Handle the remaining matters discreetly, ensuring no one discovers the link between the temple and myself. As for those individuals, you know what must be done. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Ning Yucheng's eyes. Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand what must be done. With that, housekeeper who departed the fourth prince's residence. Watching him leave, Ning Yucheng's countenance darkened, revealing an unmistakable malevolence in his gaze. Do not allow His Highness to discover this, otherwise you shall face a fate most dreadful. Meanwhile, the esteemed families and factions in the capital have received news of the Imperial Army's siege on the Maple Leaf Temple. Many among them are filled with a profound sense of panic, for they are acutely aware of the secrets harbored within those sacred walls. Now that the Maple Leaf Temple is encircled, the truths concealed within are bound to be revealed. Should a thorough investigation ensue, none of them will escape unscathed. Which is precisely why they are in such a tumultuous state. Those who remain oblivious to the reasons behind the turmoil are eager to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the Maple Leaf Temple, yet, regrettably, they are unable to uncover any information at all. Chapter 42. The outcry of the people must be addressed. The following day, the morning court assembly commenced with an air of unusual tension. Almost all the courtiers arrived earlier than usual, their expressions grave, with some displaying visages that could be described as rather ghastly. The princes, too, had come early, yet none uttered a word, their countenances equally somber. It could be said that, apart from the sixth prince named Songxing, the rest remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Moreover, the absence of the governor of Jingzhou, Yusong, only deepened the unease among the ministers, leaving many to ponder the gravity of the situation. After all, it was known to all that he had led the imperial guard to encircle the Hongye temple the previous day. The atmosphere in the court felt stifling, heavy with unspoken concerns. Unexpectedly, it was the sixth prince named Songxing who broke the silence. Fourth brother, with yesterday's incident at Hongye Temple being so significant, do you know the reason behind it? Upon hearing his younger brother's inquiry, the fourth prince Ning Yuqing was taken aback, uncertain why his brother had posed such a question, particularly as few were aware of the connection between him and the temple. You jest, sixth brother. I, too, am in the dark regarding these events. The fact that the Imperial Guard was dispatched indicates something monumental has transpired. We must await news from father, he replied with an air of composure. In truth, Ning Trongshan was as ignorant of the forces behind Hongye Temple as anyone else. His question was inspired by the words of the esteemed Mr. Kong Ming, who had remarked that his fourth brother was a sage cloaked in folly, the most formidable among the princes. He had never considered that a prince might be backing the temple's ominous activities. After a prolonged half-hour, Emperor Yin made his entrance, accompanied unexpectedly by Yusong. The emperor's demeanor was notably grim, and without waiting for Unique to speak, he addressed the assembly of ministers directly. Yesterday, the Imperial Guard surrounded Hongye Temple and uncovered numerous missing young women. Moreover, what was once a sacred place for prayer has devolved into a den of vice for certain individuals. Yusong, enlighten everyone on this absurdity that has emerged in our capital, beneath the very feet of the Son of Heaven. Emperor Yin thundered. Yes, Your Majesty. Yusong then recounted the harrowing details of the situation at Hongye Temple. The ministers, well aware of the earlier cases of missing girls from 6 months prior, had understood the profound implications of those events. However, they could scarcely have imagined that these lost souls had been imprisoned within the confines of Hongye Temple. Furthermore, the Red Leaf Temple has committed such heinous acts, exploiting these young maidens as mere instruments for profit. The nobility and wealthy merchants of Kyoto have treated these girls as playthings, subjecting them to egregious indignities. This is utterly absurd. Such individuals deserve death. Yusong, provide me with a list of those in the court who have frequented the Red Leaf Temple. I shall personally bring them to justice. Should anyone oppose this, I, Qin Xiong, will personally enlighten them on the matter. Upon Yusong's completion of his account, the venerable Duke Qin erupted in fury, even voicing his indignation directly. Yet, within the court, no one perceived the Duke's words as overstepping. The impact of this situation was indeed profoundly shocking. All shared the sentiment that these individuals were less than beasts, and their execution would be the lightest of penalties. Duke Qin's proclamation left Yusong somewhat at a loss. Your Grace, I am acutely aware of your outrage. My heart mirrors your sentiment, yet those involved have yet to speak, and I currently cannot ascertain who participated. However, during yesterday's siege of the Red Leaf Temple, we did uncover several court officials who have now been imprisoned in the celestial dungeons. Yusong hastily clarified. His words managed to soothe the hearts of the veteran generals somewhat. However, these men, seasoned from the battlefield, possessed a profound understanding of the welfare of the common folk. With such events unfolding beneath the emperor's very feet in Kyoto, how could they not feel indignation? Your Majesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated, irrespective of who is implicated. None shall be spared. If such events can transpire in the heart of Kyoto, it signifies a grave disorder in governance. The vastness of Kyoto cannot be adequately managed by a single Jingzhou prefecture. Though Yusong bore some responsibility, it was not entirely his fault. Duke Qin suddenly interjected, causing others to pause in astonishment. They were uncertain of the intent behind his words. Yet the truth was as the Duke articulated. The expanse of Kyoto was indeed too great for one Jingzhou prefecture to oversee. Moreover, the The situation at the Red Leaf Temple underscored a critical point. The Jingzhou Prefecture had no recourse against the powerful elite. Yusong, do you have any comments regarding Duke Qin's statements? Emperor Yin Huang inquired gently. Your Majesty, I have no defense against what Duke Qin has asserted. The calamity at the Red Leaf Temple is indeed a failure of the Jingzhou Prefecture to manage. Regardless of the Emperor's judgment, I have no objections, Yusong declared earnestly. The scene before them left many feeling that something was amiss. The Crown Prince, Ning Tianqian, was the first to rise. Father, while Minister Yu and the Jingzhou Prefecture bear some responsibility for the events at the Red Leaf Temple, they cannot be held accountable for everything. I recall that the case of the young maiden's disappearance transpired 6 months ago. At that time, Lord Yu and all the constables of the Jingzhou Prefecture diligently investigated for 3 months, yet yielded no results. This serves to illustrate that the adversary's methods are extraordinary. And it is likely that there are even higher powers orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. I sincerely hope to grant Lord Yu an opportunity to thoroughly uncover the truth of this matter and redeem himself through his efforts. With the emergence of the Crown Prince, many voices began to resonate. Naturally, those who spoke were primarily courtiers aligned with the Crown Prince, while others remained silent, still gauging the Emperor's disposition. Meanwhile, Ning Songxing sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 43. The Jinyue, the Emperor's special authorization, decapitate first, report later. Observing the multitude of individuals advocating for Yusong, Emperor Yin Huang Ningkanglin could not help but reveal a trace of a smile, certainly an improvement compared to his previous demeanor. However, Ning Songxing sensed that his rather unorthodox father harbored grander schemes, yet at this moment, he found himself perplexed regarding the inner workings of his father's mind. Yusong, given the fervent pleas on your behalf, I shall grant you another opportunity. The matter concerning Hongye Temple must be thoroughly investigated, regardless of whom it implicates. And irrespective of their connections, all shall be cast into the dungeons. The Emperor declared with unwavering authority. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not betray your grace. Yusong responded, but hesitated, as if contemplating something further. Is there something else you wish to express? Emperor Yin Huang Ningkanglin inquired with an air of indifference. In response, Yusong clenched his jaw, his resolve crystallizing. Your Majesty, I assure you that I will meticulously investigate the affairs surrounding Hongye Temple. No malevolent individual shall escape justice. However, I am acutely aware that there are likely others behind this matter. The presence of so many nobles and wealthy merchants frequenting Hongye Temple indicates that its background is undeniably intricate. The Jingzhou Prefecture alone may prove insufficient to handle this. Thus, Yusong articulated his proposal. Therefore, I humbly request your permission to establish a new department to oversee these matters. In cases such as this, it could effectively manage the situation. As soon as Yusong's words fell, the 6th Prince Ning Songxing suddenly grasped the implications. At that moment, he comprehended that the day's events were meticulously orchestrated by his father, Yusong, and the venerable Lord Qin. Their objective was undoubtedly the Jinyue. He had previously surmised that his father would not neglect the Jinyue, especially given their commendable performance in the military. A fact that Lord Qin must have promptly relayed to the Emperor. Contemplating these revelations, Ning Songxing shook his head lightly. Though he believed himself to possess considerable acumen, he was still quite inexperienced compared to these seasoned figures. With such tactics, he found himself incapable of rivaling his father and Lord Qin. Meanwhile, the others present were vehemently opposed to Yusong's proposition. The previous Jian Wuxi had already instilled a sense of unease among them, should another department be established. It would merely hang a sword over their heads, one that could strike at any moment. They were resolute in their refusal to consent to such a proposition. Regrettably, they underestimated the current emperor's determination. Ever since he learned of the situation at Hongye Temple, Emperor Yin Huang had firmly resolved to enact a thorough purging of the court, with the most suitable personnel being the Jinyue under his own son's command. Indeed, all of this had already been deliberated among Emperor Yin, the esteemed Duke Qin, and Yusong. What transpired in the court today was merely a performance orchestrated by the three of them. The Right Chancellor, Liu Chibai, led the opposition against Yusong's proposal, even enumerating countless examples in hopes of persuading His Majesty to abandon this notion. However, regrettably, despite Liu Qingbai's leadership, the outcome of this affair remained utterly predetermined. 6th, upon hearing his father call, Ning Songxing understood all too well that the Jinyue was about to become the adversary of the entire court. Father, your son is here. Yet, Ning Songxing found himself bereft of any better alternatives. This time, his father employed a devious strategy that was truly insurmountable. rendering any attempt at refusal utterly futile. I have heard from General Qin that the Jinyui has performed remarkably well in the military camp. It seems their recent training has yielded significant results. Therefore, there is no need for the Jinyui to remain in the military camp any longer, nor to return to the Supervisory Office of Military Affairs. As for the Supervisory Office, I shall instruct Qingying to allocate personnel anew. You have also heard Yusong's earlier remarks. From this moment forth, the Jinyui shall be responsible for overseeing the capital. In the event of situations akin to that at Hongye Temple, imperial authority permits immediate execution followed by a report. With these words, Emperor Yin commanded. At the instant the emperor's declaration resonated, nearly all gazes turned towards the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, not for any other reason. But the formidable implications of the phrase imperial authority permits immediate execution were undeniably profound. Moreover, the emperor had articulated quite clearly that the Jinyui's duty was to oversee the capital, although not explicitly stated. Every minister understood that this oversight implied surveillance over the officials of the capital. From this moment onward, the Jinyui transformed into a sword poised above their heads, a blade capable of severing their lives at any moment. Many ministers' expressions shifted dramatically, their countenances turning decidedly grim. Even the faces of several princes reflected discontent, their jealousy towards Ning Songxing intensifying. Had glances been lethal, the sixth prince would have been reduced to countless fragments by now. Father, is this truly advisable? Ning Songxing inquired softly. It was not that he hesitated to act. Rather, he was acutely aware of the multitude of individuals who would be offended by such measures. His rise had already sown discontent among the other princes, and numerous adversaries had begun to conspire against him in secrecy, employing various underhanded tactics. Should the Jinyui possess such authority, it was likely that all factions within the capital would find it impossible to rest peacefully. The shadowy Yingwei had already achieved this objective. Ning Songxing felt no need for the Jinyui to undertake such overt actions. Yet, Emperor Yin had resolutely made his decision, and his underlying motive was to test his son, to ascertain what hidden cards he had yet to reveal. Thus, Ning Songxing's refusal was utterly futile. There is nothing amiss with this decision. It stands firm. The court is dismissed. Having uttered these words, Emperor Yin departed the Grand Hall without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the ministers, led by the Right Chancellor, exchanged a glance with the sixth prince before hastily exiting the hall. Surely, they were all pondering how to address this situation. They were acutely aware of the operational style of the Jinyui, and the sixth prince was not one to show mercy. If the sixth prince were to seize their vulnerabilities, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Simultaneously, Yue Song, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, approached the sixth prince. Your Highness, I require the assistance of the Jinyui. Chapter 44. Intentions. Such a simple phrase sent a shock through the ministers who had yet to depart the Grand Hall. The emperor had made his position abundantly clear. The matter of overseeing the capital had been entrusted to the Jinyui, and those apprehended from the Hongye Temple now languished in the dungeons. Furthermore, without the emperor's express command, no one else would be permitted to see these individuals. The sudden declaration from Minister Yusong to the sixth prince indicated an impending interrogation of those imprisoned, with the involvement of the Jinyui. Although the Jinyui were not frequently deployed, the courtiers of the Great Yin were acutely aware of their brutal methods. Should the individuals from Hongye Temple be subjected to their questioning, no matter how resilient they might be, they would surely divulge information. Minister Yu, since His Majesty has made a request, I shall certainly cooperate. Allow me to send Jiang Wan and Xie Lingqian to escort the Jinyui to you. You may instruct them directly regarding any matters, said Ning Songxing, a smile gracing his lips. Many thanks, Your Highness, replied Yusong, a hint of relief washing over his face, as if a weight had been lifted. However, others held a different sentiment. To some, Yusong's smile resembled that of a demon, a harbinger of death. Lord Lu, what shall we do now? The Jinyui of the sixth prince hangs over us like a sword, and one misstep could lead to our utter destruction. We must devise a better plan. We cannot allow the Jinyui to operate unchecked. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for us. A group of anxious figures clustered around the Right Minister, Lu Chibai, expressing their concerns. Most of them were former disciples and associates of Lu, staunch supporters of the second prince. Yet, of late, the second prince's conduct had left much to be desired. Were it not for Lu Qinbai's influence, they might not have chosen to support him at all. They were perplexed as to why the Right Minister had opted to back the second prince. In their eyes, the first, third, fourth, and even the sixth princes appeared far more capable. Assisting any of them would undoubtedly be more advantageous than aligning with the second prince. However, Given the right minister's esteemed position and capabilities, his choice to support the second prince suggested there was some secret about him that remained unknown to them. Thus, they too felt compelled to align with Lu's decision. In the days to come, Kyoto would surely be engulfed in chaos. Today's display of the emperor's stance had demonstrated that the situation at Hongye Temple had touched upon his sensitive nerve. None would escape unscathed. I understand your concerns, the elder minister cautioned, but let me advise you, should any of you become embroiled in this matter, do not expect my assistance if you choose to turn yourselves in. Moreover, during this period, it is imperative that we maintain a low profile. Do not allow the Jinyue to seize any incriminating evidence against you. Matters concerning the Jianwu division are far from resolved, and the Chao family has already become involved. Should the Jinyue manage to uncover any compromising information about one of you, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Right Chancellor spoke with a grave countenance. Among those present, one or two individuals appeared somewhat perturbed. Yet, these two refrained from voicing their concerns, perhaps still clinging to a flicker of hope. Right Chancellor, if the sixth prince and the Jinyue truly intend to scrutinize all court officials in the capital, then are we not? Rest assured, if the sixth prince possesses any awareness of his own position, he would never dare to take such action. Should he truly be foolish enough to proceed in such a manner, he would be placing himself in jeopardy. At that point, intervention from others would be inevitable. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from approaching the second prince for the time being. Do not allow anyone to exploit your vulnerabilities. Previously, His Majesty would merely turn a blind eye to such matters, but with the oversight of the Jinyue, if an indiscreet censor were to submit a report, His Majesty would have no choice but to investigate. Lu Qingbai continued to counsel. The others present held his words in high regard. Given the current circumstances, the waters of the capital had become thoroughly muddied. All they could do now was to navigate through this turmoil with caution. Very well, if there are no further matters, you may all depart. The Right Chancellor waved his hand gently. The ministers bowed respectfully before turning to leave. However, they remained oblivious to the glimmer of coldness in Lu Qingbai's gaze. As a seasoned veteran of 3 reigns, how could Lu Qingbai fail to recognize that the second prince, Ning Wenjie, was nothing more than a complete fool? His support for this prince must surely stem from his own motives. Only with such a person ascending to the throne could Lu Qingbai ensure the continued splendor of the Lu family. Otherwise, should another individual take the crown, it would spell the downfall of both Lu Qingbai and the Lu family upon that person's ascension. Such a fate was utterly intolerable for Lu Qingbai. Meanwhile, at the residence of the sixth prince in the capital, the prince had returned home and recounted the events to Zhuge Kongming in their entirety. Despite the Jinyue now possessing imperial privileges, Ning Songxing did not wish to witness such occurrences. They were decidedly unfavorable for him. Master Kongming, if only I were granted another chance, I truly would not wish to proceed in this manner. The Jinyue has become the target of universal scorn. I believe all of Kyoto now regards me as a thorn in their side, a source of irritation. My father is treating me as a target. Ning Songxing lamented with a wry smile. Upon hearing Ning Songxing's words, Zhuge Kongming, hidden in the shadows, could not help but chuckle. Master Kongming, what is this? Your Highness, please forgive my impertinence. However, Your Highness appears to be overthinking this matter. I believe His Majesty's actions stem from his own considerations. On one hand, the situation at Hongye Temple has indeed touched a nerve with His Majesty, and it is imperative that the officials in the capital are supervised. The Jinyue at Your Highness's disposal is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for this task, a fact that Your Highness is well aware of. Zhuge Kongming articulated. In agreement. Ning Songxing gently nodded. He had indeed surmised his father's intentions. As for the other aspect, it seems that His Majesty is testing Your Highness as well. Zhuge Kongming's voice echoed once more. Chapter 45 Reminder. Mr. Kongming, do you mean to say that my father bestowed such significant power upon the Jinyue not only due to his profound dissatisfaction with the officials in the capital, but also as a means to test me? Ning Songxing inquired. At that moment, the astute Zhuge Kongming subtly nodded in agreement. Since the incident involving Princess Ling Long, Your Highness, you have indeed entered the fray of the succession struggle. Furthermore, the abilities you have demonstrated in recent times have astonished all of Kyoto. I firmly believe that His Majesty feels the same way. Your own prowess, combined with the sudden emergence of the Jinyue and the likes of Lao Huang, all point to a singular conclusion. Either you have been concealing your talents all along, or there exists an even more enigmatic force behind you. Such occurrences are intolerable to His Majesty. Zhuge Kongming elaborated. Upon hearing Zhuge Kongming's words, Ning Songshan began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Previously, he had indeed been overly preoccupied with this matter, neglecting many aspects, fixating only on the notion that the Jinyue could very well become a thorn in the side of the officials in Kyoto. Yet, he had overlooked his father's true intentions. In retrospect, it was indeed as Zhuge Kongming had stated. He should not have panicked to such an extent. Mr. Kongming, according to your perspective, what should I do next? Should I truly allow the Jinyue to become a sharp weapon in my father's hands? Ning Songshan asked calmly. Your Highness, the reason His Majesty granted the Jinyue imperial authority is that the power wielded by the nobles in Kyoto has grown excessively formidable. While His Majesty can still maintain complete control, if the situation is allowed to persist, it may ultimately threaten the imperial authority. The foundation of Dian lies with the people. If the populace turns against the throne, Dian itself shall cease to exist. This is the true reason why the incident at Hongye Temple incited such fury in His Majesty. The Jinyue, tasked with overseeing the officials, will undoubtedly become a target of resentment. But not all officials are alike. Those with integrity have nothing to fear from scrutiny. In an indirect manner, this protects such individuals, preventing them from being assimilated. Zhuge Kongming analyzed. After this discourse, Ning Songshan's expression gradually shifted to one of calm comprehension. At this moment, he began to grasp the true implications of Zhuge Kongming's words. Mr. Kongming, I am grateful for your guidance. It appears that the Jinyue must indeed tread this path. I never anticipated that we would once again traverse the old route. Nonetheless, this is not the worst outcome. With the shadow guards assisting from the shadows, the Jinyue should encounter no insurmountable issues. Ning Songshan remarked with a smile. It suffices that your Highness understands the crux of the matter. However, regarding the Hongye Temple incident, you need not intervene at this time. It is best left to the Jinyue and Jiang Wan to handle. There is a matter of even greater significance at hand, Zhuge Kongming suddenly stated. A matter of greater significance? A phrase from Zhuge Kongming left Ning Songshan feeling somewhat perplexed, as he was unsure of what significant matters lay ahead. Your Highness, it is already January. The spring imperial examination will commence in less than a month, and students from across the nation have already journeyed to the capital. In previous years, Your Highness has never participated and seemed indifferent to the spring examination. However, this time is different, since Your Highness is now involved in the struggle for succession. It is essential to have trusted subordinates. The officials in the court have largely established their allegiances, making it nearly impossible to seek support within the court. Thus, the spring examination is of utmost importance to Your Highness. Upon hearing these words, Ning Songshan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He had indeed overlooked this matter previously. Most of the officials in the court had already aligned themselves with other princes. Apart from a few elderly nobles, the remaining officials were hardly worth considering. Gaining the approval of these elderly nobles was, in fact, an unrealistic endeavor. They had all emerged from the battlefield and held a deep disdain for such struggles for succession. Rather than seeking their endorsement, it would be wiser, as Zhuge Kongming suggested, to select some capable individuals from the spring examination. Mr. Kongming, I must admit I am not well versed in matters concerning the spring examination, and I have never participated before, so. Although Ning Songshan did not finish his thought, Zhuge Kongming understood his implications. Rest assured, Your Highness, the preparations are well underway. This time, over 450 candidates will participate in the spring examination. Nearly 150 more than 3 years ago. Moreover, according to the reports received, several of these individuals are quite remarkable. Most importantly, they possess unblemished backgrounds and are not from noble families, making them entirely suitable for Your Highness's use. Zhuge Kongming remarked with a smile. With Mr. Kongming strategizing for me, it is indeed a significant advantage. Ning Songshan's face brightened with a smile. Your Highness is too kind. Just then, Old Huang suddenly entered, his expression grave. Old Huang, what has happened? Your Highness, I have just received word that Chao Kenong, accompanied by personnel from the Supervisory Military Department, went to the location of the Tiansha building in the capital, but unexpectedly fell into an ambush set by Tiansha building. The entire force sent to apprehend them was annihilated, and Chao Kenong nearly lost his life. Moreover, according to intelligence from the Shadow Guards, one of the attackers was likely the notorious poison doctor, Ghost Hand. Old Huang hurriedly reported. Is the information accurate? Ning Songshan inquired. It should not be false. This news just arrived from the Shadow Guards, and no one anticipated that the Tiansha building had a branch in the capital, hidden in such an unexpected location. It is unclear how Chao Kenong obtained this information. However, the personnel of the monitoring military division are all selected from the Imperial Guard, with the entire army annihilated. It is said that His Majesty is utterly enraged. It is certain that there will be a crackdown on the Heavenly Slaughter Tower. Should we take action? Old Huang inquired. Humph. At this moment, Ning Songxing also let out a cold snort. The Heavenly Slaughter Tower truly deserves its reputation as the foremost assassination organization. Such covert tactics, undetected even by the Shadow Guards, undoubtedly demonstrate a remarkable level of skill. However, now that they have been discovered, it is imperative to capture every last one of them. My people, Ning Songxing, are not to be trifled with. Having committed such acts, they shall pay a grievous price. Ning Songxing scoffed. Do you require my intervention? Following Ning Songxing's words, the voice of Nangong Push could also be heard nearby. Chapter 46, Slaughter Under the Dark Night. A single remark from Nangong Push left Ning Songxing momentarily stunned. It was perhaps beyond even his own expectations that Nangong Push would utter such words. Her strength was that of a half-step earthly immortal. To employ her against the assassins of the Tian Sha Tower seemed a gross misallocation of talent. Are you serious? Your prowess is no match for the Grand Commander. Why would you show interest in these few assassins? Ning Songxing inquired. It has been a long time since I last engaged in combat. Ah, I see. Otherwise, how about you entrust me with the 19 stops and allow me to be your opponent? That way, you won't feel so bored. I believe this is quite a splendid suggestion. Ning Songxing proposed. Once you have defeated me, I shall relinquish the 19 stops to you. With this statement, Nangong Push moved aside, closed her eyes, and paid no further heed to Ning Songxing. Witnessing this scene, both Lao Wang and the hidden Zhuge Kongming wore faint smiles. For within the entire residence of the Sixth Prince, there was no one other than Nangong Push who could render Ning Songxing speechless. Indeed, it seemed that only she possessed such a capability. Lao Huang, since the Shadow Guards have located the assassins of the Tian Sha Tower, let us take decisive action. Let the Grand Commander personally handle this matter. Not a single one must escape. Ning Songxing declared with an expression of cold indifference. Your Highness, I understand. I shall inform the Grand Commander at once. Lao Huang promptly exited. The winds have risen. Let us begin with the Tian Sha Tower, Ning Songxing murmured. In the capital, the Black River Valley. Named for the dark river that flows through it, Black River Valley is one of the most peculiar locales in the entire capital. The water of the river is entirely black, yet it bears no unusual odor, and the vegetation nourished by the river is more verdant than that found elsewhere. This enigma has intrigued many who have sought to uncover the secrets of Black River Valley, yet all have returned empty-handed. At this moment, within a certain area of Black River Valley, the members of the Tian Sha Tower S branch in the capital had gathered. However, not all members were present, as some had already departed from the capital, while the remaining ones were entangled in a standoff with the monitoring military division. Due to the wrath of the Flame Emperor, the monitoring military division relentlessly pursued them. Fortunately, they had managed to temporarily evade the onslaught of both the monitoring military division and the Imperial Guards through various means. Poison Master, how's the perimeter of Black River Valley secured? The monitoring military division is intent on our annihilation. We can only remain here for one night. And we must swiftly depart from the capital, perhaps even from the Great Yin. The leader of the Tian Sha Tower S branch, and he, inquired hoarsely. Rest assured, leader. The people of Great Yin lack the ability to counteract my poisons. With those toxins in place, we can rest peacefully tonight. Poison Master Gui Shou replied, exuding confidence. Upon hearing the words of the poison doctor, the other assassins of the Heavenly Fiend Tower exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Although their strength was formidable and they were notorious for their ruthless demeanor, facing an onslaught of hundreds or thousands of Imperial troops was daunting, even for them. Moreover, the Imperial forces of Dian were not to be underestimated. Their combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, and several among them bore injuries. With the assurance given by the poison doctor, they could finally rest and recuperate that night. Is that so? I am quite eager to test the capabilities of your poison doctor. A voice suddenly echoed in their ears just as they began to relax. Who are you? Come out. Dark River bellowed in anger. The other assassins stood up, their murderous intent erupting instantaneously. Each one gripped their weapons tightly, their vigilance heightened as they scrutinized their surroundings. At the same time, a shadowy figure materialized less than 20 meters in front of them. Upon sighting this individual, the assassins of the Heavenly Fiend Tower were taken aback, for they had not sensed the slightest hint of their approach. Such an occurrence was certainly troubling for assassins of their caliber. Who are you? Dark River demanded directly. Who am I? You may refer to me as the Unruly Commander, replied the Unruly Commander, Yuan Tiangang, with an air of indifference. Unruly commander? I have never heard of you. If you wish to live, you'd best leave at once. Offending the Heavenly Fiend Tower is not a wise choice. And I believe you would prefer not to have so many assassins as your adversaries, Dark River retorted with a cold smirk. In truth, Dark River felt a profound wariness towards the unruly commander standing before him. After all, the ability to approach them unnoticed indicated that this individual was at least their equal in strength, with many of their number already injured. The potential consequences of a confrontation remained uncertain. Thus, he hoped to leverage the reputation of the Heavenly Fiend Tower to intimidate this so-called unruly commander into retreating. Had it been anyone else, the name of the Heavenly Fiend Tower might have held some sway. However, the figure before them was none other than the leader of the Shadow Guards, the unruly commander Yuan Tiangang, a formidable being on the cusp of transcending to the realm of immortals. His purpose for coming to the Black River Valley was explicitly to eliminate the pest of the Heavenly Fiend Tower. How could he possibly be deterred by a mere utterance from Dark River? Heavenly Fiend Tower? Merely a gathering of inconsequential pests. Strike. Let me witness the extent of your abilities. Yuan Tiangang declared with a contemptuous expression. Seeking death. Attack, and kill him. Yuan Tiangang's words ignited a murderous resolve among all the assassins of the Heavenly Fiend Tower, accompanied by the utterance from the Dark River. All present assassins surged forth towards Yuan Tiangang, each employing their most formidable techniques in an instant. Confronted by the onslaught of numerous adversaries, Yuan Tiangang remained utterly unperturbed, scarcely acknowledging their presence. Just as the assassins closed in on him, Yuan Tiangang's hand suddenly revealed several silver needles. Before they could react, he deftly waved his hands, causing the needles to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ah! A cacophony of anguished cries ensued as every assassin collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. My inner strength, Dark River exclaimed in terror. Not only Dark River, but all the assassins realized, to their horror, that their inner power had entirely evaporated. Who exactly are you? One of them dared to inquire. You do not deserve to know my identity. Yuan Tiangang replied with a cold smirk. All you need to comprehend is this. I have come here to claim your lives. Should I take action, you may consider your demise justified. Chapter 47. A Sensation. When the following day dawned, an extraordinary event transpired at the East City Gate of Kyoto. No one could have anticipated the appearance of 6 or 7 lifeless bodies, suspended by ropes at the gate, each marked with a wooden plaque detailing their identities. The sight left the gathered populace utterly astonished. Among the most shocked were the guards who had been on duty the previous night, as they had failed to detect any unusual activity, leaving them unprepared for such a bizarre occurrence. Without hesitation, they promptly reported the situation at the East City Gate to Lord Yusong, the governor of Jingzhou. Upon receiving the news, Yusong was equally astounded. He was aware that the guards stationed in Kyoto were among the elite, and their complete lack of awareness underscored the formidable prowess of the assailants. Furthermore, Yusong was eager to ascertain the identities of those hanged at the gate. Upon his arrival at the East City Gate, he found that the soldiers had already lowered the bodies, yet their expressions were grave and troubled. What transpired? Yusong inquired directly. Lord, I am Lu Ming, a captain of the Imperial Guards. Last night, I led my men in duty, and nothing unusual occurred. These bodies were discovered only this morning, and I am equally shocked. Furthermore, their identities are quite significant. They are assassins from the Tiansha Building's Kyoto branch, including one of their leaders. Lu Ming reported hastily. Yusong's heart sank further upon hearing Lu Ming's account. The news of the pursuit of Tiansha Building's assassins by the Bureau of Supervision and the Imperial Guards had spread throughout Kyoto. Many were aware that, ultimately, the Bureau had failed to capture the assassins, inciting considerable displeasure, even anger, from the Emperor. Who would have imagined that, in the span of a single night, these assassins would be slain and displayed at the city gate? Such a turn of events was indeed astonishing. One must understand that the assassins from Tiansha Building were no ordinary foes. The toxins wielded by their poison master could send shivers down the spine of countless individuals. Moreover, the leader of their branch was a figure nearing the pinnacle of mastery. To have dispatched such formidable adversaries required at the very least a peak master-level prowess, if not a true grandmaster of exceptional strength. Yet, those of grandmaster caliber in Kyoto were exceedingly rare, and it was improbable that such individuals would intervene. For the Tiansha Building was no mere faction. Have their identities been confirmed? Are they indeed assassins from Tiansha Building? Yusong asked, his expression solemn. My lord, assassins from Tiansha Building are known to appear and vanish without a trace. ascertaining their true identities is not a simple task. However, the wooden plaques they bore clearly indicated their identities, and I believe they are unlikely to be counterfeit, Lu Meng stated. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Yu Song's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood well that Lu Meng's assertion was not a deception. If the assassins of Tian Sha Tower could be so easily identified, the organization would never have ascended to the pinnacle of the assassin world. Nevertheless, given the magnitude of the incident, it was imperative for Yu Song to report to His Majesty without delay. Lu Meng, gather the bodies, he instructed urgently. I shall enter the palace to meet His Majesty now. The remainder of the matter shall be left to his discretion. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Lu Meng replied. As Yu Song made his way to the palace to pay his respects, news of the events at the East City Gate swiftly spread throughout the capital. More significantly, the identities of those involved inadvertently leaked out. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire city. Countless individuals speculated as to who had managed to eliminate so many assassins from Tian Sha Tower, particularly since one of them was the branch leader, an occurrence that far exceeded anyone's imagination. Many began to cast their gaze towards the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. In the capital, the number of Grand Masters was limited, and among them were Old Huang and Jiang Wan, the commander of the Jinyue, who were both close to the sixth prince. Moreover, given the long-standing enmity between Tian Sha Tower and the Jinyue, coupled with previous assassination attempts on the sixth prince, all clues pointed toward him. Of course, this was merely speculation, as no one had witnessed the actions of those surrounding the sixth prince. Furthermore, following the interventions of the Supervision Office and the Imperial Guards yesterday, the assassins of Tian Sha Tower had vanished without a trace, leaving their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. If it were indeed the sixth prince's doing, the implications would be profoundly chilling. At the very least, it would suggest that the sixth prince possessed a mysterious power, one that was remarkably adept at intelligence operations. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to locate the assassins so swiftly. Huang Dao, do you believe the external speculations hold any truth? Does my sixth brother truly possess a clandestine intelligence network? The first prince, Ning Tianqin, inquired of Huang Dao at his side. Your Highness, I believe such a scenario is improbable, Huang Dao replied. Yesterday, even the Supervision Office and the Imperial Guards could not locate the assassins of Tian Sha Tower. For other forces to achieve this would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, an intelligence network of that magnitude cannot be established overnight. If it were true, the sixth prince's capabilities would be truly alarming. It could imply that everyone in the capital is under his scrutiny. I find this notion utterly preposterous. The true perpetrator may not be anyone else, but rather His Majesty. Huang Dao did not continue, yet the first prince understood his implication. Everyone focused their attention on Lao Huang and Jiang Wan. Yet it is worth noting that the leader of the Black Dragon Guard is indeed a genuine Grandmaster. Moreover, the recent annihilation of the monitoring department by the Heavenly Saber Tower has already incited the Emperor's wrath. It is not beyond reason to expect the leader of the Black Dragon Guard to intervene. Indeed, nearly everyone overlooked this individual, who is, after all, the most formidable ally of the Emperor. Regardless, the destruction of the Heavenly Saber Tower can be seen as a fortuitous event for us. There is no need for excessive concern. We should concentrate all our efforts on the forthcoming spring examination, the first prince remarked in a calm tone. In stark contrast, the second prince Ning Wenjie and the third prince Ning Baifeng, upon receiving the news, have shattered countless precious items in their rage, seeking to vent their frustration. Chapter 48. The Birthday Banquet of the Fourth Prince. The news of the annihilation of the Tian Sha Tower branch swiftly cast an eerie atmosphere over the entire capital. Almost all the prominent families in the capital, along with the various princes, grasped the profound implications of the Tian Sha Tower's downfall, leading to rampant speculation regarding the identity of the perpetrator. Yet, in the absence of any tangible evidence, no one dared to voice their suspicions aloud. Such thoughts were merely harbored in silence. Thus, a week passed in the blink of an eye. Within that span, a momentous event unfolded. The governor of Jingzhou, Yu Song, with the assistance of the Jinyue, extracted crucial information from the denizens of Hongye Temple, resulting in a list of court officials indulging in revelry there. Admittedly, the individuals on this list were predominantly minor officials, lacking the true power players among them. Nevertheless, upon Yu Song presenting this list to the current emperor of the Dian dynasty, the sovereign was consumed by indignation and, without a moment's hesitation, ordered the execution of all implicated officials to serve as a public display. Despite numerous court ministers voicing their opposition, this emperor was resolute, offering no opportunity for dissent. The ministers were acutely aware of the sovereign's character, and given the current unwavering stance, they realized that no matter the approach they employed, they could not persuade the emperor to rescind his decree. As a result, those who had previously visited Hongye Temple could only resign themselves to their misfortune. Some, however, harbored a secret delight, relieved that they had managed to evade scrutiny in the matter concerning Hongye Temple. Whether their escape was due to oversight or other reasons remained a mystery known only to the emperor and Yusong, perhaps destined to remain unsolved. Simultaneously, as a consequence of the Hongye Temple incident, the Jinyui had firmly established themselves within the purview of the major powers in the capital. Particularly after details of the interrogations of the individuals from Hongye Temple were leaked, all factions regarded the Jinyui with trepidation. After all, the Jinyui had been granted imperial authority to oversee the officials of the capital, and with such ruthless methods at their disposal, any official caught with even the slightest transgression could expect to face unimaginable terror. This was not a scenario that the major factions in the capital wished to witness. Yet they found themselves powerless against the Jinyui. Otherwise, they would have sought to rid themselves of this formidable force. Moreover, the scrutiny on the sixth prince intensified, with each of his movements closely monitored. Initially, both Lao Huang and the Jinyui contemplated purging these individuals, but their proposal was vetoed by Ning Zongxing and Zhuge Kongming. According to the words of these two individuals, once these people are dealt with, the opposition will undoubtedly dispatch others to monitor. It is a futile endeavor to eliminate them all. It would be wiser to retain such individuals. Moreover, should circumstances escalate to a certain degree, they might even become valuable allies. Your Highness, the steward of the fourth prince has delivered an invitation. It states that in 3 days, Your Highness is invited to the fourth prince's birthday celebration. Lao Huang entered, holding an invitation. Upon seeing the invitation in Lao Huang's hand, a mysterious smile graced Ning Zongxing's face. Oh, I never expected my dear fourth brother would extend an invitation for my birthday banquet. Such an occurrence is truly rare. This has never happened before. My esteemed fourth brother is no ordinary man. Mr. Kongming holds him in very high regard. How fascinating indeed, Ning Zongxing remarked with a smile. Hearing His Highness's words, Lao Huang's aged visage broke into a wrinkled smile, albeit slightly unsettling due to the absence of 2 prominent front teeth. Your Highness, concerning the matter of Hongye Temple, our investigation has ultimately led to the second prince. However, these individuals do not seem to be connected to him and appear to have deep ties with the fourth prince. It is highly probable that the fourth prince is the one orchestrating affairs behind Hongye Temple. His invitation to Your Highness for the birthday banquet seems rather ominous. Lao Huang hastily added, My simple-minded second brother could never orchestrate something as intricate as this concerning Hongye Temple. Anyone could be implicated, except for my foolish second brother. This time, the fourth brother aims to shift all blame onto the second brother, which is undoubtedly a grave miscalculation. If I can see through this simple matter, how could father not be aware? What perplexes me further is that we have failed to extract any high-ranking officials beyond the 3rd grade from the individuals associated with Hongye Temple. This is exceedingly unusual. There must be secrets we remain unaware of. Ning Zongxing maintained a demeanor of tranquility, as if all of this was anticipated. Your Highness, do you imply that the Emperor and Lord Yusong possess a complete roster of personnel? The reason for inaction is the potential adverse effects of acting against so many individuals at once. Lao Huang inquired, astonished. Ning Zongxing chose not to respond to Lao Huang's words. Instead, it was Zhuge Kongming who spoke in the shadows. The fourth prince typically remains very low-key, seemingly inconspicuous among the princes, yet he is truly a master of profound wisdom masked in simplicity. Rather than using that term, it would be more apt to say he has been quietly amassing his power. Regarding the Hongye Temple incident, our investigations indicate that the fourth prince is the most likely mastermind behind the scenes. He employs this method to control certain influential nobles and wealthy merchants in the capital. If I am not mistaken, the individuals associated with Hongye Temple are likely unaware that the true orchestrator is the fourth prince. There are leads concerning the Emperor and Lord Yusong, but they are scant. Thus, they did not rush to take action. More importantly, any hasty move would undoubtedly shake the entire court of the Great Yin, an outcome that His Majesty would certainly wish to avoid. Master Zhuge Kongming articulated this perfectly. Indeed, his words resonate with truth. My father, the Emperor, is not one to exhibit leniency. The reason he has refrained from taking action is either due to insufficient investigation or a lack of complete preparedness. Those who wish to deceive my father are merely indulging in foolish fantasies. Ning Zongxing scoffed. Your Highness, will you be attending the fourth prince's birthday banquet? Old Huang interjected. It is quite evident that the fourth prince intends to test you this time. Of course, I shall attend. Why would I not? If my fourth brother seeks to probe me, do I not have my own intentions to gauge him as well? Besides, he has returned. I am eagerly awaiting the delightful chaos that may ensue between him and me. Ning Xiangxing replied with a smile. Chapter 49. Grudges. Upon hearing His Highness's words, both Zhuge Kongming and the old man Huang could not help but chuckle. The individual mentioned earlier, named Gu Tianheng, is the son of Gu Yunhe, the Minister of Works in the current Yin dynasty, and also the nephew of Gu Yuyan, the head of the esteemed Gu family, one of the four prominent clans. The animosity between the fourth prince and Gu Tianheng dates back 2 years. Although the fourth prince is yet to marry, he is already betrothed to a lady of considerable nobility, hailing from a distinguished second-tier family within the capital, possessing significant influence. However, this betrothed lady has a brother who is quite unruly. 2 years ago, an altercation ensued between the fourth prince's brother-in-law, Li Lin, and Gu Tianheng over a woman, leading to a fierce confrontation that nearly cost them their lives. Gu Tianheng, known for his extravagant lifestyle in the capital, had never faced such a setback and vowed to make Li Lin pay dearly for the affront. However, he ultimately failed to exact his vengeance due to the fourth prince's intervention, which resulted in Gu Tianheng's exile from the capital for 2 years. This incident has fueled an irreconcilable enmity between the fourth prince and Gu Tianheng. Now, with the 2-year mark approaching, Gu Tianheng, being the vengeful person he is, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by the fourth prince's birthday celebration. This is precisely why Ning Xiangxing expressed a desire to witness the unfolding drama. Your Highness, Gu Tianheng is a man who harbors grudges. If he truly disrupts the fourth prince's birthday banquet, one cannot predict the chaos that may ensue. It is possible that you may be compelled to intervene, cautioned Old Huang. Neither Li Lin nor Gu Tianheng are commendable characters. Their disturbances do not concern me. But should they seek to instigate trouble, they must not blame me for being unyielding. My brother's influence is not to be trifled with. Ning Xiangxing retorted with a cold smile. Hearing this, Old Huang let out a sigh of relief. At least His Highness would not be at a disadvantage. And that was sufficient. Meanwhile, nearly all the influential families in the capital received invitations to the fourth prince's birthday celebration. Regardless of their affiliations with the fourth prince or any existing grudges, they would refrain from creating disturbances during such an occasion. Even if they chose not to attend, the customary etiquette would be observed. After all, the fourth prince's status demands respect. Being on his bad side, even without severe repercussions, is not a favorable situation. Brother Tianheng, are we truly going to create a scene at the fourth prince's birthday banquet in 3 days? Is that not a bit ill-advised? After all, he is a prince. Moreover, the emperor's demeanor towards the fourth prince is relatively favorable. Will our actions not bring adverse consequences to our family? A young man inquired of Gu Tianheng. 3 days prior, Gu Tianheng returned to Kyoto from the southern Gu family. However, this time, his return was shrouded in secrecy. Apart from a select few within the Kyoto Gu family, others were entirely oblivious to his arrival. Accompanying him back to Kyoto were several young scions of the Gu family, akin to Gu Tianheng in their reckless disposition, indulging in mischief and neglecting any semblance of responsibility. Yet, compared to Gu Tianheng, these individuals were slightly lacking in audacity. Upon hearing Gu Tianheng's intention to cause a scene at the fourth prince's birthday banquet, a flicker of apprehension crossed their minds. After all, the fourth prince was a royal offspring, possessing an elevated status far beyond their own. What are you all worried about? Gu Tianheng chided them. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences alone. You need not involve yourselves, merely observe from the sidelines. He recalled the 2 years he had been exiled from Kyoto, all due to that scoundrel Ning Yuqing. Those years had been quite miserable for him within the Gu family, and he had dreamed of returning to Kyoto to confront them. This birthday banquet presented the perfect opportunity. He was determined to make Ning Yuqing and Li Lin aware that Gu Tianheng had returned. Gu Tianheng's words dripped with arrogance, a level of bravado seldom exhibited by ordinary individuals. This was his nature. To him, no one else existed outside of his own self-importance, and he had never regarded others with any seriousness. Tianheng, I conducted a brief investigation, one of the youths interjected. The sixth prince, Ning Xiangxing, is currently quite formidable and appears rather difficult to provoke. If we create a disturbance at the fourth prince's birthday banquet, what shall we do if the sixth prince intervenes? His inquiry elicited a derisive laugh from Gu Tianheng. Ning Xiangxing? What is he? During my time in Kyoto, that waste only lingered at the Hongshu Tianxiang Pavilion. Beyond that, He is inconsequential. Should he dare to act, I shall take care of him as well, Gu Tianheng declared with bravado. The others exchanged glances of resignation, gently shaking their heads. After 2 years of acquaintance with Gu Tianheng, they were all too familiar with his temperament. Once he made a decision, it was immutable. With no alternative course of action, they reluctantly acquiesced to Gu Tianheng's plan to create a ruckus at the fourth prince's birthday banquet. Little did they realize, this decision would prove to be the most regrettable of their lives, illuminating a crucial truth. The sixth prince was not to be trifled with. In no time, the 3 days swiftly passed. The entire city of Kyoto seems to have become lively, a stark contrast to the previous period, which has indeed witnessed considerable transformation. This vibrant atmosphere is undoubtedly attributed to the birthday celebration of the fourth prince. Old Huang, have you prepared the gifts? Ning Songxing inquired. Your Highness, rest assured, everything is in order, Old Huang replied. However, the Shadow Guards have reported that Gu Tianheng returned to Kyoto a few days ago, accompanied by several disciples from the Gu family. Yet, his return has been shrouded in secrecy, if I am not mistaken. It is likely for the purpose of today's birthday celebration for the fourth prince. Old Huang recounted the findings from the Shadow Guards. This individual remains as audacious as ever. Nevertheless, it bears no consequence to us. Come, let us attend the birthday festivities of my esteemed fourth brother, Ning Songxing remarked nonchalantly. Very well, Your Highness. Chapter 50, Uninvited Arrival. As Ning Songxing arrived at the residence of the fourth prince with Lao Huang, the others had already gathered. The moment they caught sight of Lao Huang, nearly all eyes were drawn to him. For the entire capital was aware that he was a genuine master of the Grandmaster realm, a formidable force to be reckoned with. Ning Songxing observed this spectacle. Yet he felt no surprise. A subtle smile graced his lips, indicating that he held no concern regarding the matter. Lao Huang, seemingly oblivious to the attention, followed closely behind Ning Songxing, bearing gifts in silence. Fourth brother, happy birthday. Here is a birthday gift I prepared for you. It may not be particularly precious, so I hope you won't mind. Upon seeing his fourth brother, Ning Songxing hastened to his side, taking the gift from Lao Huang and presenting it to the fourth prince. Ning Yuqing, sixth brother, this is quite unexpected. Do we really need to be so formal among brothers? Eldest brother and the others have already arrived. You should join them. Father wants to be here today, so we brothers can enjoy some quality time together. Such opportunities are rare. The fourth prince, Ning Yuqing, laughed heartily while placing an arm around Ning Songxing's shoulders. Hearing his words, a smile appeared on Ning Songxing's face, though his heart harbored different thoughts. He was well aware that Gu Tianheng would undoubtedly seek him out today, and the ensuing trouble would likely pose a considerable challenge for Ning Yuqing. Thank you, fourth brother. I shall go chat with eldest brother and the others. Lao Huang, please remain here to assist, Ning Songxing replied with a smile. Understood, Your Highness. After his sixth brother departed, Ning Yuqing intended to converse further with Lao Huang, but the latter's expression remained impassive, affording no opportunity for the fourth prince. Ning Yuqing observed this scene and felt a twinge of envy and admiration for his sixth brother, though he maintained a facade of composure, revealing no discontent. Fourth prince. You may simply call me Lao Huang. Perceiving the fourth prince's plight, Lao Huang offered a grin. Steward, please escort Lao Huang to a comfortable resting place and ensure he is well taken care of, Ning Yuqing commanded with a smile. Lao Huang fully understood the deeper implications of the fourth prince's actions. However, he was resolute that aside from the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, he would never serve another master in his lifetime. Thank you for your kindness, fourth prince. With that, Lao Huang followed the steward away from the gathering. Yet, even as he departed, the gaze of all present remained fixated upon him. As for the thoughts swirling in their minds, only they truly knew the depths of their sentiments. After an indeterminate passage of time, all the guests had finally gathered for the birthday banquet. The fourth prince emerged alongside several other princes, and the radiant smile upon his face signified his considerable joy. I am immensely grateful to all of you for attending my birthday celebration, he proclaimed with enthusiasm. I shall refrain from unnecessary words and hope that everyone enjoys themselves. The fourth prince stood, exclaiming this with fervor. Since most of the attendees were young, they mingled without reservation, perhaps a reason why His Majesty did not grace today's celebration with his presence. Upon hearing the fourth prince's words, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, while the expressions of the other princes were laden with intrigue. Amidst the festivities, only Ning Songxing seemed privy to the fact that the forthcoming events would likely exceed the expectations of the fourth prince and all present. Brother-in-law. Yet before Li Lin could articulate his thoughts, a voice abruptly interrupted him. Upon hearing this voice, every individual in the banquet hall stood in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Li Lin, after 2 years, you have made no progress. Still acting like a sycophant before Ning Yuqing. The audacity of the speaker was evident. For Ning Yuqing was indeed the current 4th prince. But who could blame you? After all, Ning Yuqing is a prince, the voice continued. Why did you not invite me to your birthday banquet? For 2 years, I have thought of you day and night. I dare not forget you, even if I forget others. I, Gu Tianheng, have come uninvited and hope for your forgiveness, 4th prince. With a burst of laughter, all eyes turned toward the entrance. The moment Gu Tianheng's name was uttered, many were left speechless, some even dropping their wine glasses, yet seemingly unperturbed. It was well known that 2 years prior, the affairs of Gu Tianheng and Li Lin had stirred the entire capital into chaos, only to be quelled by the intervention of His Majesty. The 4th prince had also been embroiled in this saga, having offended Gu Tianheng on behalf of his sister's husband. Ultimately, Gu Tianheng was merely exiled from the capital for 2 years, a punishment that was perceived as rather lenient, as the people of the capital were acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. After all, the Gu family, one of the 4 great families, controlled nearly half of the salt production in the empire. Unless the emperor was entirely prepared to deal with the Gu family, he would never willingly provoke the 4 great families, for should a prince personally intervene, the outcome for Gu Tianheng could have been dire. Gu Tianheng, much like Zhao Qinong, the deputy minister of justice, had the backing of the 4 great families, making it imperative for even the current emperor to tread carefully when considering any potential repercussions. Good heavens! How did he appear here? He has been expelled from Kyoto for 2 years, yet he chooses this moment to return. Is it possible that he truly intends to cause a disturbance at the birthday banquet of the 4th prince? Hush! Are you courting death? Surely you are aware of his temperament? The enmity between him and the 4th prince is common knowledge throughout Kyoto. Is there any other explanation for his return at this time, apart from creating chaos? Furthermore, do you genuinely believe that he merely returned a few days ago? He must have arrived several days in advance, only no one is aware of it. Hiss. Though the murmurs of the crowd were relatively subdued, the 4th prince, being a master of the innate realm, could certainly hear every word. However, his expression was decidedly grim, for he had not anticipated the appearance of Gu Tianheng at his own birthday celebration. This fellow is clearly here to disrupt the festivities. Chapter 51. Provoking me will lead to death. At this moment, the expression on the 4th prince Ning Yuqing's face was exceedingly grim. The unexpected arrival of Gu Tianheng had completely caught him off guard. He was acutely aware of the events from years past, and understood all too well the deep-seated animosity that Gu Tianheng harbored towards him. The mere fact of his presence here was evidently a prelude to trouble, showing a blatant disregard for Ning Yuqing's royal status. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the 4th prince stood up and approached Gu Tianheng directly. Meanwhile, Lao Huang, who had originally been quite distant from the 6th prince Ning Sangshan, now stood silently beside him, lurking in the shadows without uttering a word, yet his eyes conveyed a depth of meaning that was hard to ignore. Observing this scene, Ning Sangshan refrained from speaking extensively. He merely nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, as though everything had unfolded according to his expectations. The other princes, witnessing Lao Huang's actions, grew somewhat wary but refrained from voicing their concerns, simply acknowledging those hidden in the shadows with a subtle nod. Gu Tianheng, today marks my birthday celebration, Ning Yuqing declared coldly. If you are here to partake in the festivities, I welcome you wholeheartedly. However, should you intend to cause a disturbance, I advise you to reconsider. This is not your Gu family's domain, but my residence. In response to Ning Yuqing's harsh rebuke, Gu Tianheng appeared utterly unfazed, erupting into a fit of laughter. Ning Yuqing, what does your princely status matter? Do you dare lay a hand on me? 2 years ago, I nearly ended that worthless wretch behind you. If it weren't for your intervention, could Li Lin still be alive today? The emperor merely exiled me from the capital for 2 years. Do you grasp the underlying reasons? Even if I create a ruckus at your birthday banquet today, what can you possibly do about it? Gu Tianheng proclaimed with audacious mirth. Gu Tianheng's words effectively trampled upon the dignity of the 4th prince Ning Yuqing. Those surrounding them dared not utter a single word. Even those who had amicable ties with Gu Tianheng's father, the Minister of Works Gu Yunhe, chose to remain silent. This silence was not born of indifference, but rather a profound awareness of the formidable backing Gu Tianheng possessed, the Gu family, one of the 4 great families of Dian, whose influence commanded respect even from the emperor himself. Ning Yuqing was acutely aware of this reality. 2 years prior, he had personally intervened, even enlisting his mother to sway the emperor, Yet the outcome had merely resulted in Gu Tianheng's expulsion. The reasons were abundantly clear to Ning Yuqing. So, even if Gu Tianheng were to disrupt his birthday celebration today, as long as he did not cross the emperor's bottom line, no matter how outrageous his actions, the emperor would refrain from imposing any severe penalties. Certainly, this is merely due to the fact that the Flame Emperor has not yet fully grasped control over those prominent families. Otherwise, the first to face annihilation would undoubtedly be the four great families. Ning Yuqing, you still maintain that hypocritical facade. Such a demeanor fills me with revulsion. You are the greatest hypocrite in all of Kyoto, capable of ensnaring the unsuspecting with your duplicitous countenance. However, I, Gu Tianheng, shall not cower before you. Let me speak plainly. Today, I, Gu Tianheng, have come to seek trouble with you. You may strike me openly now. That would allow you to deliver a thorough beating. Or perhaps, you could set your sixth brother upon me. I have heard that your brother is currently the talk of the town in Kyoto. A faint, cold smile graced Gu Tianheng's lips. Do not be deceived by his audacious arrogance. He is far from a fool. Though his words are indeed brash, upon closer inspection, one would realize that Gu Tianheng possesses a keen intellect beneath his rough exterior, a feat not easily achieved by the average person. Upon hearing his final remarks, nearly all gazes shifted to the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. They had not anticipated that Gu Tianheng would target the sixth prince, who is undeniably in the limelight at this moment. Yet, everyone present understood the formidable methods of sixth prince Ning Songxing. Gu Tianheng's audacious pivot toward him was akin to a head-on confrontation. This proclamation elicited a subtle smirk from Ning Songxing, who himself was taken aback that this individual had indeed set his sights upon him. Your Highness, it seems Gu Tianheng does not come with benevolent intentions. Old Huang began, only to be interrupted by Ning Songxing. Sixth brother, this matter does not concern you in the slightest. Do not be deceived. Gu Tianheng is clearly here to cause trouble. All of this is directed at your fourth brother. Remain here quietly. Allow me to handle this. The fourth prince, Ning Yucheng, declared with great righteousness. His words garnered considerable respect from many, yet only a select few discerned the deeper implications within. A cold laugh echoed in Ning Songxing's heart at his fourth brother's words. Previously, he had engaged in a meaningful discussion with Master Kong Ming, who had often remarked that his fourth brother was wise yet appeared foolish. Some truths could not be plainly articulated, thus necessitating such veiled language. Fourth brother, you jest. We are brothers after all. If this esteemed Gu is here for me, would it not be remiss of me not to respond? Esteemed Gu, it seems you have taken quite an interest in me. Ning Songxing replied with a light chuckle. Do you perhaps overestimate your own importance? I do not regard you, even as my fourth brother. Do you truly believe that I would care for you? I have merely heard of your recent vigor in Kyoto. 2 years ago, during my presence in Kyoto, you did not dare to utter a sound, merely hiding within the confines of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. It appears that since my departure from Kyoto, you have all begun to perceive yourselves as formidable. Gu Tianheng remarked with a cold smile. His words caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of all present. Young Master Gu, are you provoking me? Yet, to provoke me is to court death. Ning Songxing replied with an air of indifference. Chapter 52. As the weather cools, you shall become a useless being. The words of the sixth prince left all present in a state of astonishment. A faint aura of murderous intent emanated from Old Huang, capturing the attention of several individuals, though it swiftly dissipated, leaving those in the shadows unaware of its source. Meanwhile, Gu Tianheng and his youthful companions erupted into laughter, perceiving Ning Songxing's remarks as mere jest, dismissing any notion that the sixth prince could wield any influence over them. Aha, Ning Songxing, I didn't quite catch your words. Would you mind repeating them? Gu Tianheng boasted arrogantly. Faced with such obstinacy, Ning Songxing simply shook his head. Regardless of whether Gu Tianheng had always been this arrogant or harbored ulterior motives, Ning had no desire to engage in further trivialities with him. Teaching a person may take a lifetime, yet enlightening them may only require a single instance. As the weather cools, you should remain at home, a useless being. Perhaps then, you, Gu Tianheng, will refrain from causing chaos in the capital, Ning Songxing remarked calmly. Yet, his statement ignited a flicker of murderous intent in Gu Tianheng's eyes. Humph, I shall witness the true capabilities of this sixth prince, who has recently stirred the winds of change in the capital. If you wish to eliminate me, I doubt you possess the qualifications or means. With those words, he charged forward, accompanied by his companions, whose eyes gleamed with a ruthless determination, displaying no hesitation as they advanced upon Ning Songxing. They were known in the Gu family as fierce fighters, accustomed to bullying others without ever suffering the same fate. Thus, Ning Songxing's words had deeply unsettled them. As this group rushed towards Ning Songxing, gasps of shock erupted from various guests at the banquet. Despite the sixth prince's recent unexpected prowess in the capital, the entire Dian dynasty understood him to be a cultivator devoid of talent. Conversely, Gu Tianheng was a practitioner of innate strength. And while his companions may not match his prowess, they were still formidable in their own right. To them, the sixth prince appeared utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Many glanced towards Old Huang, curious to see if this grandmaster would intervene. However, to their astonishment, Old Huang seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, closing his eyes and disregarding the chaos before him entirely. As for the princes present, apart from the first prince who appeared slightly tense, the others seemed utterly indifferent to the situation, particularly the second prince, who could hardly contain his laughter, eager for all to witness the discord between him and the sixth prince, as if he were applauding the spectacle. A troop of buffoons. Since you choose to forego dignity, I shall bestow it upon you myself. In the face of the actions of these individuals, the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, exhibited no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, his expression radiated ease. With a swift stroke of his sword, he brandished a soft blade that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, launching several rapid thrusts at the advancing group, the speed of which was astonishingly quick, leaving them bewildered. By the time they comprehended the situation, they found Gu Tianheng and his companions clutching their abdomens in agony, collapsing to the ground. The scene before them left everyone utterly astonished, not for any other reason, but because they all recognized that the sixth prince was considered a complete failure in cultivation, yet with a single stroke, he incapacitated Gu Tianheng and his companions. Such a feat, accomplished with just one strike, was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary innate realm expert. It could only be performed by a master. Could the sixth prince truly be a master? At 18 years of age? Is this real? Was he deemed an unmitigated cultivation failure? How could he possibly possess such power? By heavens! If the sixth prince is a failure, then we are mere shadows of worthlessness. If anyone dares to label the sixth prince as such in my presence, I would unleash my wrath upon them. Though the others remained silent, their expressions spoke volumes. The countenances of the princes darkened instantaneously, transforming into a forbidding gloom. They were equally unaware of their brother's terrifying strength. Within the younger generation of the royal family, none matched Ning Songxing's prowess. If their father were to learn of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, the animosity harbored by these princes towards Ning Songxing reached its zenith. Ning Songxing, how dare you render me powerless? My father will not let this go. I shall see you dead. Gu Tianheng bellowed in fury. However, the sixth prince remained unfazed by Gu Tianheng's threats. To him, these individuals were hardly worthy of concern. Were it the current head of the Gu family, Gu Yunyuan, making such claims, perhaps Ning Songxing would regard him with a modicum of respect. But for the dandy Gu Tianheng, even his death would elicit no reaction from Ning Songxing. I have warned you. To provoke me is to incur a cost. I have merely incapacitated you this time, granting your family a semblance of face. Should you continue to be so foolish, I can readily deliver your head as a gift. Do not mistake my words as mere intimidation. I am not one to jest with those who are not my friends, Ning Songxing stated with an air of calmness. After uttering this remark, he turned away without a backward glance and departed from the banquet hall, observing his retreating figure. The fourth prince's gaze reflected a myriad of unspoken thoughts. However, the events that had just transpired would likely spread through the myriad factions of the capital with a velocity akin to that of a tidal wave. Particularly, the formidable prowess of the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, may indeed instill a sense of trepidation among the influential powers of the capital. Chapter 53. The Objective. The Imperial Palace. The Study. Your Majesty, according to the information received, the sixth prince is not the cultivation failure that everyone believed him to be. On the contrary, he is a true prodigy. At merely 18 years of age, he has already attained the Master Realm. And even those listed on the genius rankings published by the Tiangong Tower are no match for him. More importantly, the swordsmanship displayed by the sixth prince was simply breathtaking. I believe that even an ordinary Master Realm expert could not replicate it. In fact, it seems that his sword technique has reached an exquisite level. The Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard, Qing Ying, knelt on one knee, reporting every detail meticulously. Upon hearing Qing Ying's report, the Emperor Yin wore an expression of utter calm, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. If there is nothing further, you may leave, he spoke languidly. Yes, Your Majesty. After Qing Ying exited the study, Emperor Yin rose and approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside, when suddenly he posed a question. Old Wei, why do you think the sixth prince would deceive the world? Even I, his father, have been misled? Is he truly concealing his talents? Although it was a simple question, Old Wei dared not venture a response. After all, it was a straightforward yet piercing inquiry, far beyond what a mere eunuch could answer. Noticing Old Wei's silence, Emperor Yin did not chastise him, as if he had anticipated such a reaction. It is decreed that Consort One, gentle and virtuous, holds a special place in my heart, and henceforth shall be honored as the imperial noble consort. The emperor's voice resonated in Old Wei's ears. Yes, your majesty. While the emperor conferred this title upon Consort One, within the Lanhua Palace, she received the news. Upon learning that her son was not a cultivation failure but a genuine genius, Consort One was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. In the martial-centric Yin dynasty, being labeled a cultivation failure was incredibly stigmatizing. Though she had never expressed such sentiments to her son nor pressured him to cultivate, deep down, she had always hoped for him to be a talent who could stand out. Now that she knew her son was indeed a true prodigy, how could Consort One contain her elation? Your Highness, the prince is indeed a true genius. You should rejoice. A maid chimed in with a smile. That mischievous boy. Even I, his mother, have been kept in the dark. I shall surely teach him a lesson. Consort One feigned anger, eliciting laughter from the maidservants. They all understood that her words were but jest. The one most delighted upon discovering the sixth prince's prowess was undoubtedly Consort One. Gao Hai. Gu Tianheng's son has been ruined. Gu Yunhe will certainly not let this matter rest in court tomorrow. I shall not permit anyone to act against my son. Please handle this matter and ensure he retreats in the face of difficulty. The expression of Consort One suddenly grew significantly grave. Your Highness, I understand. Following this, Gao Hai departed from the moon-embracing palace. Just after his departure, Eunuch Wei arrived at the moon-embracing palace with a group of individuals. Old Huang informed Jiang Wan to have the Imperial Guard thoroughly investigate Gu Yunhe. A minister of works, backed by the Gu family, is undoubtedly involved in some nefarious deeds. Since we have already disposed of Gu Tianheng, there is no need to spare his father. The Gu family is like a thorn in my father's heart. The significance of salt cannot be overstated. It accounts for a third of the annual tax revenue. If we could fully control the salt trade, the lives of the common people in Dian would undoubtedly improve considerably, Ning Chongqing stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing His Highness's command, Old Huang nodded solemnly. Old Huang had already surmised this matter. Minister Gu Yunhe is not a trivial character, and he has been excessively indulgent towards his son. Now that Ning Chongqing has stripped him of his power, the repercussions will not be trivial. During tomorrow's court assembly, it is likely that Gu Yunhe will retaliate, and we must be prepared in advance. If we can thoroughly investigate this old man, he will surely find himself in disarray. Your Highness, rest assured, before my return, I dispatch someone to inform Jiang Wan, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Imperial Guard has already commenced their investigation of this old fellow. Furthermore, the Shadow Guards have been monitoring him for some time. We have gathered substantial evidence of his clandestine actions. The evidence we possess is sufficient to ensure he can never rise again. However, the most crucial aspect remains the Gu family, should Gu Yuan take action. Even His Majesty will be somewhat wary, Old Huang quickly explained. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Ning Chongqing's face. He did not express much regarding Old Huang's actions. Moreover, as the first individual he summoned, Old Huang's loyalty was beyond question, and he managed nearly all affairs within the residence. While anyone could betray, Old Huang was absolutely not one of them. Your Highness, His Majesty is extremely wary of the Gu family. For Gu Yunhe to make you truly pay a price, he must involve the Gu family. Yet the more he acts in this manner, the more displeased His Majesty becomes. During tomorrow's court session, Your Highness need not speak. Simply await His Majesty's decision. The hidden Zhuge Kong Ming interjected. Mr. Kong Ming, you need not worry. Although my father is somewhat apprehensive of the Gu family, he would not act foolishly. Moreover, aside from my esteemed father, the Empress would never passively observe as Gu Yunhe lays a hand on me. Ning Chongqing remarked with a smile. Likewise, Zhuge Kongming chuckled softly. How could we forget about the beloved concubine? With her presence, the Gu family would hardly stir up any significant turmoil. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Minister of Works in the capital, a beautiful woman gazed at her son before bursting into tears, mourning incessantly. Gu Yunhe, my son has been rendered powerless, and you remain indifferent. Must we wait until others come to our doorstep to slay us both before you find satisfaction? Chapter 54. Your Majesty, I implore you to provide an explanation regarding the sixth prince. Upon hearing his wife's words, Gu Yunhe, the Minister of Works, wore a profoundly somber expression. It is crucial to understand that, Despite Gu Tianheng's notorious reputation as a libertine in the capital, he is nonetheless his only son. And the thought of him being rendered powerless incited a tempest of anger within Gu Yunhe. 2 years prior, due to the family's misdeeds, the emperor had merely exiled his son from the capital. Aware of his own shortcomings, Gu Yunhe refrained from protest, simply returning his son to the Gu household. However, who could have anticipated that mere days after his return, Gu Tianheng would be left incapacitated? Astonishingly, the perpetrator was none other than the recently ascended 6th prince, Ning Songxing, who had become a thorn in the side of various factions within the capital. Silence. I have my own plans regarding this matter. Ensure that Tianheng is well cared for. Gu Yunhe admonished his wife. The following morning during court assembly, all the ministers had arrived, save for the tardy 6th prince. Their collective gaze was fixed upon Gu Yunhe, especially following the events that transpired at the 4th prince's birthday banquet, which had already spread throughout the entire capital. While Gu Tianheng's downfall was indeed a topic of concern, many were far more intrigued by the news of 6th Prince Ning Songxing's extraordinary progress in cultivation, now regarded as a genius in the realm. It was not long ago that both the Great Yin dynasty and neighboring realms regarded him as a complete failure in cultivation. The sudden revelation of his prowess bewildered many, as the stark contrast was beyond the comprehension of the ordinary mind. Moreover, the current 6th prince was not the same individual as before. His recent displays of capability had left countless citizens in awe, positioning him as one of the most formidable contenders for the title of crown prince. At this juncture, the 6th prince, Ning Songxing, made his appearance in the grand hall. As he entered, all eyes shifted from Gu Yunhe to him, who, in turn, fixed a piercing gaze upon the 6th prince. If looks could kill, Ning Songxing would surely have met a grim fate. Yet, unfazed by Gu Yunhe's menacing glare, Ning Songxing exhibited no sign of distress, as if the previous day's events were but a distant memory. Observing this exchange, the venerable Qin Laogong allowed a slight smile to grace his aged visage, his eyes reflecting approval. Aside from the esteemed Duke Qin, the military personnel's attitude towards the 6th prince starkly contrasts with that of the civil officials. They perceive no wrongdoing in the actions of the 6th prince. The character of Gu Tianheng is well known throughout the capital, if it weren't for the backing of the Gu family and the advanced age of these individuals. Perhaps someone would have already dealt him a severe lesson. His Majesty has arrived. With the announcement from Unique, Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin made his entrance into the grand hall, his expression serene as he took his seat upon the dragon throne, seemingly unfazed by the events that had transpired moments earlier. Before Unique could utter another word, the Minister of Works, Gu Yunhe, suddenly knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please grant justice for this old minister." The other court officials were taken aback by Gu Yunhe's unexpected display, as he had always been known for his domineering demeanor, never once bowing to anyone. Yet now, in defense of his son, he had chosen to take such a drastic step. Many began to speculate that Gu Yunhe was indeed prepared to sever ties with the 6th prince. If the emperor did not acquiesce, it was possible that Gu Yunhe would resort to even more astonishing actions. Emperor Yin, fully aware of the unfolding situation, concealed his knowledge and promptly addressed Gu Yunhe. "Rise. My dear minister, what has transpired to cause you such distress? What matter requires my intervention?" Although all present in the court were acutely aware of the circumstances, they adhered to the emperor's lead, pretending ignorance as they observed the exchange between the two. "Your Majesty, yesterday my son attended the 4th prince's birthday banquet, where he was assaulted by the 6th prince, rendering him incapacitated and unable to cultivate further. I am unaware of the conflict that arose between my son and the 6th prince at the banquet. But such actions from the 6th prince display a blatant disregard for my position. I beseech you, Your Majesty, to demand an explanation from the 6th prince for such a grievous act against my son." Gu Yunhe cried out, tears streaming down his face. Had the attendees not been privy to the events of the previous day, they might have been swayed by his theatrics. "What? Such an incident has occurred? 6th prince, is this true?" Emperor Yin expressed his astonishment, as if he had never heard of this matter before, turning to question Ning Songxing directly. Observing their performance, Ning Songxing found himself amused. The truth was glaringly obvious, yet they insisted on this charade. Nevertheless, since both his father and the old minister desired this display, he would indulge them, for he already possessed some evidence in hand. "Your Majesty, it is indeed true." Ning Songxing spoke with a calm demeanor. "Your Highness, the 6th prince, may I inquire what offense my son has committed to warrant such a ruthless act against him? I, Gu Yunhe, as the Minister of Works of the Great Yin dynasty, have diligently served this empire for many years with unwavering dedication. Is this the reward bestowed upon me, Gu Yunhe? Your Majesty, I possess but this one son. This will lead to my line's extinction, Gu Yunhe exclaimed. Observing Gu Yunhe's desolation, Ning Songxing felt a tinge of pity for him. However, he was intrigued to witness what further actions this old man might undertake. Chapter 55. Inexpressible Misdeeds. However, Gu Yunhe's words left the Flame Emperor, Ning Qianlin, thoroughly dissatisfied. In the emperor's heart, he felt these words were a veiled threat, implying that the great Flame dynasty treats its meritorious subjects with such harshness and cruelty. Gu Yunhe, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. If your son truly possesses the virtues you claim, regardless of whether the sixth prince is my offspring, I shall uphold justice impartially. The voice of the Flame Emperor turned cold. Yet, it seemed that all of this was part of Gu Yunhe's scheme. He understood that his previous remarks would undoubtedly cause discontent in the emperor's heart. However, if he did not act in this manner, it would likely be impossible to make the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, pay for his actions. Moreover, Gu Yunhe knew better than anyone that as long as the Gu family stood behind him, the Flame Emperor would not impose severe punishments at most. He would deliver a light reprimand. This was the confidence that fueled his actions. Sixth prince, I grant you a chance to defend yourself. If you lack justification, do not blame me for being merciless. The Flame Emperor spoke to his son. In the emperor's mind, he was genuinely perplexed by his son's conduct. Based on his previous understanding of Ning Songxing, the emperor could hardly believe he was capable of such actions. However, the recent transformation of the sixth prince had been too drastic, and the emperor sensed that his son must have devised a foolproof plan. Thus, he was eager to uncover the sixth prince's hidden strategies. Father, I confess that this matter was indeed instigated by me, and I require no justification. If granted another opportunity, the outcome would remain unchanged. I do not regret incapacitating Gu Tianheng, Ning Songxing declared emphatically. Gasped. Upon hearing the sixth prince's declaration, everyone in the court inhaled sharply. They could hardly fathom that in such a situation, the sixth prince would stand his ground so resolutely, offering no room for defense and openly admitting to his actions. Although many were aware of the provocations that led to the sixth prince's actions, they were left bewildered by his outright acknowledgement, uncertain of his motives unless he possessed compelling evidence. Sixth prince, do you truly mean what you just said? The Flame Emperor's expression darkened. Father, it was indeed I who incapacitated Gu Tianheng. Many witnessed this at yesterday's birthday banquet, and even if I were to argue now, it would be futile. I take full responsibility for my actions, and I will not seek any other justification, Ning Songxing stated without evasion. However, the words of Ning Songxing managed to slightly brighten the expression of Emperor Yan. At least, compared to the others, Emperor Ning Qianlin preferred such actions. Yet, there was one matter I truly wished to inquire of the Minister of Works, Gu Yunhe. The commendation he lavished upon his son earlier genuinely left me feeling nauseated. I wonder if Minister Gu is willing to address my inquiry. Once more, the voice of Ning Songxing resonated. This statement not only sparked a glimmer of light in Emperor Yan's gaze, but also elicited faint smiles from several esteemed military officials and generals who held a favorable opinion of Ning Songxing. They had sensed that the sixth prince surely had a contingency plan, yet they were uncertain of its nature. Now, it appeared that the sixth prince was targeting not only Gu Tianheng, but also his father, Minister of Works Gu Yunhe. At this moment, Gu Yunhe's countenance was exceedingly grim. Prior to engaging in this matter, he must have contemplated various outcomes. Initially, he believed that the sixth prince Ning Songxing would undoubtedly employ alternative justifications to deny the situation. Yet he never anticipated that the sixth prince would so readily acknowledge it all. Conversely, he was now being questioned, which caught Gu Yunhe completely off guard. Sixth, if you have something to ask, please do so directly, Emperor Yin remarked. Yes, father. Upon uttering this phrase, Ning Songxing turned to face Gu Yunhe, the cold smile gracing his lips appearing to Gu Yunhe as a terrifying smile of death. Minister Gu, you just proclaimed your son to be such a fine individual. I cannot fathom the depths of shamelessness one must possess to utter such words. Are you truly unaware of your son's character as a father? Do you not know the numerous abhorrent deeds he has committed in the capital? Surely, you, Gu Yunhe, the Minister of Works, must be aware of this. If you are genuinely unaware, I happen to possess a document that meticulously records the various crimes your esteemed son has perpetrated in the capital over the past 5 years. It is truly a litany of transgressions. Minister Gu, would you like me to read them out one by one? Ning Songxing remarked with a cold smile. Observing the document in Ning Songxing's hand, Gu Yunhe's complexion shifted dramatically. How could he be oblivious to the numerous heinous acts his son had committed? Were it not for his covert interventions, his son would have long been imprisoned, and the prospect of being exiled from the capital for 2 years would have been inconceivable. What do you mean by this, sixth prince? Gu Yunhe inquired with a sullen expression. It means nothing. I merely believe that Minister Gu lacks a proper understanding of his son, so I wish to offer you a thorough introduction to your esteemed offspring. As for anything else, I genuinely have no ulterior motives. If Minister Gu does not wish to hear it, I can refrain from speaking. However, this document can be submitted directly to the emperor after a brief wait. Ning Songxing remarked nonchalantly. You, as he gazed upon the Minister of Works, Gu Yunhe. A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Ning Songxing's eyes. Your son deliberately created a disturbance at my fourth brother's birthday banquet, coupled with his provocations towards me. To say nothing of incapacitating him, even taking his life on the spot would be a consequence he brought upon himself. I have previously warned your son that to provoke me is to invite fatal repercussions. My forbearance in sparing his life on the spot was already a concession made for your sake, Lord Gu. What, do you still wish to seek trouble with me? It appears that Lord Gu has overestimated his own significance and failed to recognize his rightful place. Ning Songxing rebuked without mercy. Chapter 56, Gu Yunhe. You truly are a remarkable father. This remark instantly darkened Gu Yunhe's countenance. Before so many court officials, Ning Songxing showed him no respect, utterly stripping Gu Yunhe of his dignity and fueling his animosity toward the sixth prince to its zenith. Meanwhile, sitting upon the dragon throne, Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin felt an overwhelming urge to applaud his son's audacity. However, his expression remained composed, as he admonished his son sternly. What are you attempting to achieve? Sixth prince? Lord Gu is a loyal minister of our great Yin dynasty. How could you utter such words? Apologize to Lord Gu at once. Emperor Yin feigned anger. Yet the other officials, well aware of the true sentiments of the emperor, could only find themselves at a loss for words. They understood that despite the emperor's public reprimand, he must be inwardly elated and invigorated by the sixth prince's boldness. After all, the emperor had long harbored intentions of dealing with the 4 prominent families, a fact not lost on the court. However, due to their formidable foundations, confronting them was no simple task. A comprehensive strategy was imperative for such an endeavor. The sixth prince's public affront to Gu Yunhe had undoubtedly delighted the emperor. Despite the emperor's admonition, the sixth prince showed no inclination to apologize. Father, as the Minister of Works in our great Yin dynasty, Gu Yunhe must bear such responsibilities. Otherwise, what purpose does he serve? He continued, moreover, Father, you should first examine this document in my hand. With that, Ning Songxing handed the materials to Eunuch Wei. The emperor was somewhat aware of Gu Yunhe's son and his notorious reputation in the capital, yet for various reasons, he had chosen not to intervene. Now, the sixth prince had boldly presented evidence of Gu Tianheng's numerous heinous deeds, and if the emperor remained indifferent, it would reflect poorly on him as the reigning sovereign of the great Yin dynasty. Eunuch Wei dared not delay and promptly placed the documents before the emperor. Witnessing this scene, Minister Gu Tianheng grew increasingly anxious, although he was uncertain of the extent of his son's misdeeds recorded within the documents. The very fact that the sixth prince dared to present them implied they contained substantial incriminating evidence. Otherwise, he would never have brought such material to light in this setting. Bang! Just as Gu Tianheng pondered these matters, Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin slammed his palm forcefully upon the dragon table before him. Had it not been for the table's exceptional craftsmanship, that blow might have splintered it into pieces. At this moment, the expression on the face of the Flame Emperor was decidedly grim, and one could almost feel the fury emanating from him. The unfolding events were met with profound astonishment by all the ministers present in the court. While many in the capital were aware of the true nature of Gu Tianhe's son, few could fully comprehend the extent of his misdeeds. After all, many of these matters had been discreetly resolved by his father, Gu Yunhe. Truly, Gu Yunhe, you are a remarkable father, the Flame Emperor remarked with a cold smirk. Subsequently, he forcefully hurled the documents in his hand onto the ground before the accused. In the wake of the emperor's wrath, Gu Yunhe was so intimidated that he fell to his knees. Despite the backing of the Gu family, Gu Yunhe was still a minister of the great Yin dynasty. If he were to disregard the decorum between sovereign and subject, it could very well cost him his life. Such an egregious act was beyond the realm of possibility for Gu Yunhe. Your Majesty, I am filled with trepidation, he declared, attempting to brush aside the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately for him, others were unwilling to let such matters pass unnoticed. Old Duke Qin bent down to retrieve the documents from the floor, eager to uncover the extent of Gu Tianheng's heinous actions detailed within. However, After merely glancing at the contents, the seasoned military general's fury ignited, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Had Gu Tianheng been present in the hall, old Duke Qin would have undoubtedly dispatched him on the spot. Your Highness, why did you not eliminate that scoundrel Gu Tianheng yesterday? He thundered. If he is indeed responsible for all these atrocities, not only should he be punished, but his entire lineage should be eradicated to satiate my wrath. Gu Yunhe, is this how you raise your son? He wreaks havoc across the capital, and you, as his father, offer him your support? Is this the tradition of the Gu family? I assure you, you had best pray that your son does not cross my path. Otherwise, I will slay him before all. At that moment, not even your brother Gu Yuan will be able to intercede. Old Duke Qin admonished vehemently. Hearing these words, the ministers in the court were consumed with curiosity about the contents of the documents that had provoked such ire in old Duke Qin. They were well aware of his temperament. Though he had been fiery in his youth, he had become quite amiable in his retirement. Such a reaction indicated that the documents must contain truly enraging revelations, while many courtiers were intrigued by the materials. The attention of a greater number was drawn towards the sixth prince. One must acknowledge that Gu Yunhe, in his unwavering quest to protect his son, has undoubtedly engaged in countless covert endeavors. Yet, those individuals remain oblivious to this reality, unable to unearth any clues. Meanwhile, the sixth prince has effortlessly unearthed these secrets, seemingly possessing comprehensive knowledge of the entire situation. The intricacies involved are far too abundant to be encapsulated in mere phrases. This further underscores a significant point. The sixth prince is undoubtedly backed by a mysterious force that remains unknown to them. Chapter 57. Father, I wish to investigate Gu Yunhe. Initially, there were numerous officials in the court who sided with Gu Yunhe. However, with the personal intervention of the venerable Duke Qin, those who harbored intentions to act discreetly fell silent, barely daring to cast a glance in Gu Yunhe's direction. They were acutely aware that while the Emperor Yin might not take action against them for supporting Gu Yunhe, the formidable Duke Qin certainly could. It was common knowledge that the Duke held an exceptionally high status within the Yin dynasty. Observing the utter absence of support in the court, Gu Yunhe felt he had severely underestimated the sixth prince. Had he known the latter was so well prepared, he would have refrained from stepping forward so readily. Not only had he failed to make the sixth prince pay a price, but he had also made a fool of himself. Furthermore, in the emperor's eyes, Gu Yunhe's reputation had reached a point of no return. Reflecting on these circumstances, Gu Yunhe found himself regretting his actions. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and even if there were, he would likely refuse it. Dismissed. Sixth, come with me. Upon hearing the emperor's command, all the court officials turned their gazes toward the still kneeling Gu Yunhe, harboring considerable dissatisfaction and resentment toward the Minister of Works. Meanwhile, several senior dukes from the military approached Duke Qin, eager to comprehend what had provoked such ire from him moments ago. Amidst all this, Ning Songshan was not overly concerned with the others. His mind was preoccupied with why his father had summoned him alone. As for the other princes, the jealousy and animosity in their eyes ignited fiercely after witnessing the scene. Ever since the northern barbarians proposed a marriage alliance, their younger brother seemed to have transformed entirely, becoming the most discussed prince in the capital, the sixth prince. This development was certainly not what the other princes desired. Damn that sixth! What have you been scheming in the shadows? That position is mine, and you shall not seize it, fumed the second prince, Ning Wenjie. Speak. Why did you act thus in the court today? The emperor, Ning Kanglin, asked his son with a composed demeanor. Ning Songshan had great respect for his father's cunning and strategies. He understood that his lack of regard for Gu Yunhe in court was not merely due to the latter's association with the debauched Gu Tianheng. Thus, when his father inquired, Ning Songshan chose not to conceal the truth. Father, I wish to investigate Gu Yunhe, Ning Songshan declared, enunciating each word with clarity. Upon hearing his son's words, although Ning Kanglin had already formed some conjectures in his mind, the moment he truly heard them, he was still profoundly shaken. After all, investigating Gu Yunhe was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in the formidable Gu family behind him. As one of the four great noble families, the Gu family controls more than a third of the salt trade in the Great Yin dynasty, their wealth rivaling that of nations. Furthermore, the four great families have formed an unspoken alliance. If the Great Yin dynasty were to make a move against any one of them, it would likely trigger a chain reaction, plunging the entire dynasty into a state of turmoil. This is precisely why, despite being fully aware that the four great families are the greatest malignancy within the Great Yin dynasty, the emperor has refrained from taking action against them. There is simply no feasible way to confront them unless one can eradicate all four families simultaneously. Otherwise, the Great Yin dynasty would inevitably descend into internal strife. Brother, do you realize what you're saying? The Gu family is one of the four great families of the Great Yin dynasty. Do you truly believe they would consent to any action against Gu Yunhe? The Emperor, Ning Kanglan, inquired with a calm demeanor. Father, I am acutely aware of Gu Tianhe's background and the interconnectedness of the four great families. Since your ascension to the throne over 20 years ago, have you not been contemplating a means to eliminate the four great families? However, their foundation is far too deep, and without complete assurance, you have chosen to remain patient. Ning Zongxing replied nonchalantly. Ning Zongxing's words indeed stirred something within Emperor Ning Kanglan. These matters had never been discussed with his sons. Yet apart from the sixth son before him, the others had never broached the subject either. I have so many sons, and I never expected you, the sixth, to be the first to speak such words to me. The emperor chuckled. Father, do you truly believe that? My other brothers are neither fools nor simpletons. Growing up in the imperial household, how could they be oblivious to such straightforward matters? They simply cannot voice it. For seeking the support of the four great families would be a futile endeavor. But I am different. From the very beginning, no one has ever perceived that I, Ning Zongxing, would aspire to that position. This is the reason I remain unafraid. Moreover, now that you have entrusted me with overseeing the officials of the capital, it would be most unreasonable not to utilize the Jinyue at my disposal. Ning Zongxing expressed with a smile. Haha, you have indeed matured. I am now quite curious about what has prompted such a significant transformation in you. Could it truly be the matter of the Northern Barbarians' envoy and the proposed marriage? Emperor Ning Kanglan inquired with a smile. However, Ning Zongxing chose not to respond to his father's question. Moreover, he understood that even if he were to provide an answer, it was unlikely that the Flame Emperor would readily accept it. Rather than risk disclosing too much, he preferred to maintain an air of mystery. After all, to this day, Ning Zongxing did not wish for his father to uncover any more of his secrets. Speak. How would you like me to assist you? Father, you have already bestowed upon the Jinyue the imperial authority and the right to act first and report later. As for other matters, my son currently requires no assistance. With the Jinyue at my disposal, all is well. However, my investigation into the ancient Cloud River must be conducted in secrecy. So I implore you not to take any action regarding that matter for the time being. The identity of the ancient Cloud River is not simple, and I am keen to observe what the Gu family will do behind the scenes, Ning Zongxing declared with unwavering confidence. Very well. Proceed as you see fit. As for everything else, do not worry. You are my son, and with my support behind you, no one else will dare to speak against you. The Flame Emperor Ning Kanglan responded. Thank you, Father. Chapter 58. The Conspiracy Against the Sixth Prince. Upon departing from the imperial study, Ning Zongxing promptly returned to his residence. However, he was taken aback to find that the esteemed General Yuan Tiangang had returned, seemingly with urgent matters to discuss. Your Highness, the general has important news to report. Old Huang promptly interjected. Let us speak in my chamber, Ning Zongxing replied. Soon, they entered the room, where the previously concealed Zhuge Kongming now stood before Ning Zongxing. While Nagong Push's cold gaze harbored a hint of murderous intent. Observing this scene, Ning Zongxing felt a dawning comprehension. General, what news have you received from your end? He inquired directly. Your Highness, according to reports from the Shadow Guards, there are numerous individuals in the capital who harbor ill intentions towards you. Their identities are highly diverse, and the Shadow Guards have yet to fully ascertain their backgrounds. However, it is confirmed that members of the Chao and Gu families are among them. General Yuan Tiangang stated hastily. Upon hearing this, both Nagong Push and Old Huang radiated a palpable aura of vengeance. They had seldom engaged in true combat. Even during Old Huang's previous encounter with the two assassins from the Heavenly Kill Tower, minimal effort was exerted. Yet this time, their fury was genuine. The audacity of those in Kyoto to target their prince was tantamount to courting death. I never imagined so many would wish for my demise. Yet, this only serves to underscore one truth. They fear me. Therefore, I, Ning Zongxing, cannot succumb so easily to death, lest I grant them the satisfaction. Ning Zongxing scoffed. General, if there are further matters, please disclose them. Your Highness, aside from this, we have also received news from Shadow Guards across various regions. The scholars participating in the spring examination are gradually arriving in the capital. However, we have inadvertently learned that someone intends to create turmoil during the examination. The specifics remain unclear, but the Shadow Guards are diligently investigating. Nonetheless, due to the nebulous nature of this information, Its veracity is difficult to ascertain. Nevertheless, the spring examination is of utmost importance, and I implore you to make a decision, General Yuan Tiangang continued. If the previous news had chilled Ning Songxing's heart, the matter of the spring examination ignited his fury. The spring examination occurs only once every 3 years, and those who participate are the future pillars of the Deyin Empire. The thought that someone would seek to disrupt this event was an affront to the foundation of the empire. How could Ning Songxing not be enraged by such a notion? Kongming, how do you believe those individuals intend to incite chaos during the spring examination? Old Huang suddenly asked. Your Highness, regardless of the truth behind the general's claims, we must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Your Highness, since you have already engaged in the struggle for succession, it is imperative that you assert your voice within the court. The candidates of this spring examination present the finest opportunity. It is evident that some wish to exploit the spring examination for their own tumultuous ends, as they have discerned your intention to select individuals who may prove advantageous to you. I possess a commendable list of candidates, although they are not yet aligned with you. Given a few years, they could become your staunch allies. If I surmise correctly, these individuals may very well take action based on the questions posed in the upcoming examination. Zhuge Kongming gently fanned himself as he spoke. The examination questions? Upon hearing Kongming's words, a glimmer of insight sparked in Ning Songxing's eyes. In previous examinations, aside from the final imperial examination, which was set by His Majesty, the questions for the capital's examinations were collaboratively crafted by officials from the Ministry of Rites and the appointed chief examiner. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that the questions for this examination will once again involve the Minister of Rites and the Right Chancellor. If my memory serves me correctly, Minister Chen Ziyuan is affiliated with my elder brother, while Right Chancellor Liu Qinbai steadfastly supports my second brother. Should these two take action, the likelihood of success is indeed substantial. Ning Songxing remarked with a cold smirk. Your Highness, even if these two are the question setters, there remains the final imperial examination, which is under the purview of the current emperor. Did Chen Ziyuan and Liu Qinbai dare to orchestrate schemes before His Majesty? Old Huang inquired hesitantly. However, Ning Songxing chose not to respond to this query. Instead, it was Zhuge Kongming who provided the answer. Once the candidates passed the preliminary examination, the final imperial examination becomes considerably less significant for them. Our people possess strength, yet the opposition is not to be underestimated. If they seize all the top positions, the matter will be effortlessly resolved. Our candidates may never reach the final examination, and thus, how could His Majesty ever become aware of their existence? This is the ruthless nature of our adversaries, Zhuge Kongming asserted. Upon hearing Zhuge Kongming's elucidation, the others were thoroughly incensed. If what Zhuge Kongming stated is indeed accurate, it seems that in this spring examination, our esteemed prince may acquire no talent whatsoever. This not only severely undermines our princess dignity, but, furthermore, should that group monopolize all the talent, it would spell disaster for the great Yin dynasty. More critically, if the first and second princes join forces, His Majesty may remain oblivious to the true circumstances. Commander, the situation is exceedingly grave. We require the full force of the Shadow Guard. It is essential to monitor the students aligned with the first and second princes. When necessary, we must not hesitate to act decisively. Zhuge Kongming's expression turned solemn as he spoke. At this moment, Commander Yuan Tiangang found himself deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Tiangang gently nodded. We are already aware of the students associated with the first and second princes. If we are to monitor all the students discreetly, there remains no cause for concern regarding their conduct. This matter shall be entrusted to our Shadow Guardians. Very well. We will delegate this task to them. Furthermore, concerning those who harbor intentions against His Highness, it will require your esteemed intervention to investigate personally. As for His Highness, it is imperative that we take decisive action during this period. Given that our adversaries wish to target him, we shall strike first and seize the initiative. The existence of the Jinyue is not merely for show. Let us instigate chaos within the capital. Zhuge Kongming confidently commanded. With Mr. Kongming by my side, I am free from worry. Chapter 59. The fifth Prince Ning Fengya. After arranging everything, Ning Songxing and Old Huang departed from the estate. However, they made their way towards the outskirts of the capital, stopping at a lofty mountain approximately 10 kilometers from the city. As they approached, a formidable group of about 100 soldiers emerged before them, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace, far surpassing even the elite guards surrounding His Majesty. Stop. This is the Great Yin Imperial Tomb, commanded the leading officer. Upon hearing this, Ning Songxing produced a token from his possession. The moment the officer and his men beheld the token, they knelt before him in reverence. I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Sixth Prince, General Tian. No need for such formality, please rise. How has my fifth brother been during this time? Ning Xiangxing inquired with a warm smile. The fifth prince has been much improved lately. He often converses with us subordinates and occasionally engages in sparring. However, he spends most of his time alone. Aside from your highness, he receives no other visitors, General Tian replied softly. Ning Xiangxing nodded lightly in acknowledgement, as if accustomed to this reality. General Tian, please allow everyone to withdraw. I wish to speak with my brother, he stated. Yes, your highness. After approximately 10 minutes, Ning Xiangxing and Old Huang entered a chamber within the tomb. Upon catching sight of the tall figure within, a genuine smile illuminated Ning Xiangxing's face. Reminiscent of the joy he felt when encountering the 10th princess, Ning Linglong. Fifth brother, Ning Xiangxing called gently. Without hesitation, the tall figure turned at the sound of his voice. Upon seeing Ning Xiangxing, a spark of delight flickered in the fifth prince's eyes. He swiftly closed the distance, embracing Ning Xiangxing before he could react. Had it been anyone else, Ning Xiangxing might have instinctively retaliated. Yet, standing before him was his fifth brother, Ning Fengya, the fifth prince of the Great Yin dynasty. It is known that due to an unfortunate incident in his youth, the fifth prince's intellect was diminished, rendering him akin to a child of 8 or 9 despite having reached adulthood. However, this tragedy also endowed him with extraordinary strength and an increasingly formidable presence, along with a temperament that had grown somewhat volatile. With no better alternative, the decision was made to send the young prince, barely 10 at the time, to reside in the imperial tomb in hopes that the noble aura of the tomb would temper his fierce disposition. Thus, he remained there for a full decade. With the exception of the sixth prince Ning Xiangxing, no other members of the royal family had visited him. Even the Flame Emperor seems to have nearly forgotten that he has a son residing in the royal mausoleum. Fifth brother, Ning Xiangxing remarked. General Tian has mentioned that your internal killing intent has been well suppressed during this time. Do you feel your body has improved? Brother, Ning Fengya, the fifth prince, replied with a smile. Although it's quite stuffy here, I sense that the energy within me has become remarkably tame. Moreover, I find myself no longer losing my temper as I used to. General Tian even sparred with me, though I still cannot match him. Upon hearing Ning Xiangxing's words, the fifth prince appeared transformed, eagerly engaging in conversation, seemingly wishing to share every thought swirling in his mind with his brother. Ning Xiangxing, undeterred by any displeasure, held Ning Fengya's hand, listening attentively, with a persistent smile gracing his face. Old Huang, witnessing this scene, sighed softly. It is known that the reason the fifth prince became this way was to save his esteemed prince. Over the years, the prince has never forgotten the fifth prince. Visiting the royal mausoleum regularly, a habit unbroken for a decade, this old Huang observed closely. Moreover, the fifth prince's background is rather tragic. His mother departed from this world shortly after his birth due to a grave illness, and it was concubine who raised him. Thus, among the many princes, the bond between the fifth and sixth princes is the strongest. Yet, one could never have anticipated such a turn of events for the fifth prince. Since that fateful incident, the sixth prince has been covertly investigating the matter for years, yet he has unearthed nothing, lacking any leads. After an indeterminate period, the sixth prince rose to his feet. Brother, I have other matters to attend to. When I have the time, I shall return to see you. During this interval, take good care of yourself. I promise to resolve the issues you face, and then you will be able to leave the mausoleum. Ning Xiangxing spoke earnestly. Very well, but you must come to see me when you can. The fifth prince's gaze reflected a deep sense of reluctance. Rest assured, brother, whenever I have the opportunity, I will certainly visit. Despite the overwhelming sense of parting, Ning Xiangxing departed from the royal mausoleum, accompanied by Old Huang. However, at the moment of his exit, the killing intent in his eyes surged forth unrestrained. Old Huang, it has been a full decade since this incident transpired. Yet, even now, there remains not a single clue, revealing just how meticulously that event was orchestrated. My fifth brother is one of the few individuals I hold dear in this life. No matter what has transpired, he has always stood before me. Now that he has become this way, and with no way to find the culprit, how can I find peace? Ning Xiangxing's voice was cold as ice. Your Highness, we have secretly investigated the matter concerning the fifth prince for many years, yet we have uncovered no trace whatsoever. This is undeniably extraordinary. However, it seems that the fifth prince is under divine protection. Yet, like a fox, he will inevitably reveal his tail. The truth of this matter will eventually be unveiled. Old Huang hastily added, anyone daring to lay hands on those around me, regardless of their identity, I, Ning Songxing shall not let them escape. After uttering these words, both Ning Songxing and Old Huang turned to depart from the royal mausoleum. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that a dark figure, situated several hundred meters away, had witnessed the entire event unfold. Following Ning Songxing's departure, this figure promptly vanished from the vicinity of the mausoleum. Chapter 60. The Jinyue have gone mad. Upon discovering that certain individuals in the capital intended to take action against him, Ning Songxing initiated a series of responses. Previously, the governor of Jingzhou had temporarily dispatched the Jinyue to interrogate individuals associated with the Hongyet Temple. Now that those inquiries had concluded, the Jinyues, under the leadership of Jiang Wan, departed from the Jingzhou office. With new responsibilities bestowed upon them and liberated from prior constraints, the Jinyue, following Ning Songxing's orders, commenced surveillance of the officials in the capital, led by Jiang Wan and Xie Lingchen. Remarkably, within a mere 2 days, at least 5 officials were apprehended by the Jinyue, leaving other officials in the capital utterly astounded. No one anticipated such frenzied actions from the Jinyue at this juncture. Although the 5 officials taken were of relatively low rank, the sheer audacity of the operation instilled profound fear among their peers, who were acutely aware of their own misdeeds. Other officials, hoping to gauge the Jinyue's intentions, believed their high status would afford them leniency, but all were met with closed doors. Jiang Wan, the commander of the Jinyue, openly declared that any attempts to employ underhanded tactics in their presence would be tantamount to courting disaster. Jiang Wan's pronouncement silenced any further ambitions among the officials. The Jinyue possessed the authority to act decisively, and the potential consequences of offending them were too dreadful to contemplate. Your Highness, in recent days we have conducted investigations into over 20 officials in the capital. While their ranks are not high, their influence is considerable. More than 10 of these officials are embroiled in significant corruption, with one alone embezzling over 30,000 taels. Additionally, several are linked to homicide cases, Jiang Wan reported urgently. 30,000 taels? These individuals are indeed parasites of the Dian dynasty. 50 taels would suffice for the annual sustenance of an ordinary citizen in our empire. Their audacity is astounding, Ning Songxing remarked with a cold smile. He understood the wealth amassed by the officials of the capital but was taken aback by the extent of their corruption. It was alarming to consider that even these minor officials dared to engage in such nefarious activities. One could only speculate about the riches held by higher-ranking officials such as the Right Chancellor and the ministers of the 6 departments. These fortunes were amassed through the exploitation of the common folk, belonging to a class devoid of any moral compass. Observing the 6th prince before him, Jiang Wan seemed poised to express further thoughts. Jiang Wan, feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for concealment in my presence. It seems that Ning Songxing has discerned Jiang Wan's predicament and directly spoke up. Your Highness, while the Jinyue were interrogating a certain individual, he divulged another matter to us. This issue pertains to a 2nd-rank official, and thus we find ourselves in a quandary regarding how to proceed. We wish to inquire how your Highness would like us to handle it. Jiang Wan recounted slowly. A 2nd-rank official? Who might this be? Ning Songxing's expression turned grave. Although he was aware that his father had granted the Jinyue imperial authority for immediate action and recognized their duty to monitor the officials of the capital, there were still boundaries to consider. If it merely concerned minor officials of the 5th rank or below, the Jinyue could certainly manage the situation independently. However, the involvement of a 2nd-rank official raised the stakes significantly, making it a matter beyond their jurisdiction, and at the very least, it necessitated informing Prince Ning Songxing. It is a vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, named Dong Chichou. I instructed the Jinyue to discreetly investigate this individual, and they uncovered some rather concealed matters. Moreover, he is connected to the 3rd prince and reportedly has over 10 businesses in the capital, all operated behind the scenes by Dong Chichou, Jiang Wan explained. Upon hearing that this individual was affiliated with his 3rd brother, a faint smirk appeared on Ning Songxing's face. It is known that among the 6 ministries, aside from the Minister of Rights, Qin Ziyuan, and the Minister of Justice, Li Wenfan, who openly sided with the 1st prince, the other ministers had not revealed their true allegiances, merely maintaining amicable relations with one of the princes. These individuals were crafty foxes, unlikely to openly declare their positions until the contest for the throne became unequivocally clear. Thus, Ning Songxing's brothers could only aspire to garner support from officials like the Vice Minister of Justice and the Vice Minister of Revenue. Nevertheless, even these officials held significant power in the capital, and winning their support constituted a formidable force. I never expected my 3rd brother to have extended his reach into the Ministry of Revenue. Minister Su Shirsong is not a simple man. How could he permit my third brother to meddle in the ministry so easily? This indeed strikes me as quite peculiar, Ning Songshan remarked with a smile. In truth, among Ning Songshan's brothers, Zhuge Kongming once remarked that the third prince, Ning Baifeng, possessed the deepest scheming, always contemplating 3 steps ahead with every action he took. While he may not appear to be a rival to the first and second princes, his deeds often brought considerable trouble to others. Your Highness, Minister Su is a man of meticulous thought. I believe he has certainly discerned the connection between Dong Qingqiu and the third prince. Given that the Ministry of Revenue is crucial to the national treasury, His Majesty places the utmost importance on it and would never allow such matters to transpire. Jiang Wan articulated his perspective. You are indeed correct. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue are the ones my father values the most. These 2 ministers are not so easily swayed. Since we have already uncovered information on Dong Qingqiu, let us continue our investigation. However, for the time being, do not allow anyone else to approach this individual. You must take matters into your own hands. Gather all evidence thoroughly, and we shall discuss the subsequent steps later. Ning Songxing instructed nonchalantly. Understood, Your Highness. After Jiang Wan departed, Old Huang also entered. Your Highness, we have received news from the general. The scholars from the factions of the first and second princes have arrived in the capital. They are currently residing in an inn. But these individuals are already under the watchful eyes of the shadow guards. Old Huang reported. They have finally arrived. Chapter 61, The Flame Emperor. Eliminate these pests entirely. For an entire week, the Jinyui stirred up a tempest in the capital. All officials believed that the 6th prince in the Jinyui had completely lost their minds. Their actions would undoubtedly offend every official in the capital, and at that point, the 6th prince would certainly face suppression. However, many were convinced that the 6th prince would know when to stop. Otherwise, when all the court officials united, it would signal the moment of reckoning for the 6th prince. To their dismay, neither the 6th prince nor the Jinyui displayed any mercy. Every individual with confirmed evidence against them was taken away by the Jinyui. More importantly, these officials were neither confined in the Ministry of Justice nor in the Supreme Court, nor were they held in the dungeons. Apart from the Jinyui, no one else was privy to the true situation. Meanwhile, the 6th prince, Ning Songxing, arrived at the imperial study with undeniable evidence to meet his father, the emperor. As he gazed at his son, the Flame Emperor nodded slightly. How could His Majesty be unaware of the recent events instigated by the Jinyui in the capital? Yet, he chose to remain silent, wanting to observe how far his son could go. Ning Songxing's actions did not disappoint him. If he were to ascend to that supreme position, mercy would only lead to his downfall at the hands of others. The resolve displayed by his son even evoked a sense of unfamiliarity within the Flame Emperor. Do you know how many censors have reported against you during this time? They claim that the Jinyui, with their high authority and ruthless methods, have thrown the entire Diyin court into disarray. Look at the memorials on my desk. They are all vehemently criticizing you. Do you have anything to say to me? Ning Songxing inquired nonchalantly. He had long anticipated these censors' memorials. In fact, he held a certain admiration for them, as they were at least working for the benefit of Diyin. They would not engage in heinous deeds. Perhaps they were simply unaware of the true nature of the offenses committed by the officials under investigation by Ning Songxing and the Jinyui. Otherwise, the situation would not be as it is now. Father, I have not taken these memorials to heart. I understand that they act for the sake of Diyin, not against me personally. Furthermore, they are unaware of the circumstances, and thus, they are not at fault. Rather, they deserve commendation. Ning Songxing replied calmly. Oh. Upon hearing his son's words, a faint smile appeared on the Flame Emperor's face. These censors were indeed a resolute bunch. Once they set their minds on something, they would never relent. Not only these court officials, but even the emperor himself sometimes felt powerless when confronting these censors, often preferring to avoid them altogether. However, it is quite astonishing for the Emperor Yin to hear his own son advocating for the reward of these censors. Father, these censors are, at most, merely sharp-tongued and somewhat obstinate. In truth, their intentions are noble, all for the greater good of Diyin. Thus, from my perspective, they pose relatively few issues. Certainly far better than the corrupt officials I have investigated. The officials listed in this dossier have undergone extensive scrutiny by the Jin Yi Wei during this period. Each of them harbors considerable transgressions. Some are even implicated in murder cases, skillfully concealed through various means. I beseech you, Father, to make a personal judgment on this matter. With that, Ning Songxing placed the dossier before Emperor Ning Kanglan. Without any hesitation, the emperor opened it. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the moment he perused its contents. His countenance darkened, and a palpable aura of wrath surged forth. It is well known that the emperor possesses formidable cultivation, coupled with his sovereign's imposing presence. Had it not been for Ning Songxing's formidable strength, an ordinary individual would find it unbearable to withstand such murderous intent. A mere fifth-rank official had audaciously embezzled as much as 30,000 taels of silver, wealth extorted from the common folk of Diyin. Such a person deserves death. It is insufficient to quell the public outrage otherwise. With such parasites in existence, how can we protect the people of Diyin? Sixth brother, is the evidence irrefutable? The emperor inquired in a furious tone. Father, if the evidence were not conclusive, I would not have come to you. Although the Jin Yiwei has been granted the authority to execute first and report later. Uncovering so many individuals at once is indeed a significant matter that requires your judgment. Ning Songxing responded promptly. Upon hearing this, the emperor nodded slightly. You have performed admirably in this matter. Since the evidence is irrefutable, hand over all the culprits to the Ministry of Justice. As for their fate, it is death. I intend to use this incident to deter all officials from overreaching. The emperor remarked with a cold smile. Hearing his father's words, Ning Songxing felt no dissatisfaction. While the Jin Yiwei holds considerable power and possesses ample evidence, due process must still be followed. Such matters are not the forte of the Jin Yiwei, but rather suited for the Ministry of Justice in the Supreme Court. At least for now. The Jin Yiwei serves as a blade, wielded by Ning Songxing, yet ultimately a weapon of the emperor. Father, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. However, just as Ning Songxing was about to exit the imperial study, the emperor's voice reached his ears once more. Sixth brother, in less than half a month, the triennial spring imperial examination will commence. The scholars from across the nation have already begun to arrive in the capital. I wish for you to preside over this examination. The emperor stated calmly. A single statement left Ning Songxing momentarily astonished. He was uncertain of his father's intentions behind those words. Presiding over the upcoming imperial examination was indeed a considerable honor. Were it any of his other royal siblings, they would have readily accepted the task without hesitation. Yet, Ning Songxing sensed that there must be an ulterior motive behind his father's request, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Please take your time to contemplate this matter, the emperor remarked, observing his son's hesitation without anger. Indeed, father, I shall return and reflect upon it thoroughly. Chapter 62. Intentions after departing from the imperial study. Ning Songxing hastened back to his residence. He found the situation rather peculiar and felt compelled to consult with Mr. Kongming at the earliest opportunity to discern his father's true motivations. Upon returning home, he encountered Mr. Kongming, who was accompanied by 3 young individuals. In that instant, Ning Songxing grasped the situation, yet he chose to remain indifferent, merely casting a fleeting glance at the trio before entering his chamber. Please proceed to the rear courtyard. Kongming instructed calmly. Yes, sir. The 3 young men complied and departed, allowing Kongming to enter the room, though he was unaware of the specifics. The prince's demeanor and his treatment of the 3 had already suggested significant implications, indicating the gravity of the matter at hand. Your Highness, is it possible that there is something amiss with His Majesty? Before he could finish, Ning Songxing gently nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Kongming, I would appreciate your insights. I have just met with the Emperor and reported the investigations conducted by the Jinyui. His Majesty was indeed furious, issuing orders for the culprits to be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for execution without mercy. I anticipated this reaction, as the Jinyui is ill-suited for such matters compared to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. However, the crux of the matter lies in what transpired before my departure. The Emperor unexpectedly posed a question, inquiring whether I would be willing to preside over this year's spring imperial examination. To be frank, I would be delighted to take on this role. Yet I sense there is more to my father's intentions than meets the eye. Ning Songxing relayed all these details to Zhuge Kongming. This revelation indeed took Kongming by surprise. The upcoming spring examination was of paramount importance, and traditionally, the presiding officials had been the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Yet this year, His Majesty seemed inclined to appoint his own son, which was perplexing. Moreover, it was highly unusual that the chief examiner for the spring examination had yet to be announced, a circumstance that had never occurred in previous years. All of this seemed shrouded in a fog of uncertainty, obscuring the path ahead. Your Highness, can you discern the Emperor's intentions? Kongming inquired. Mr. Kongming, it is precisely because I am uncertain of my father's true purpose that I rushed back to consult with you. Had I known his intentions, I would have readily accepted. The Emperor has truly left me bewildered. Nonetheless, I harbor a notion that he must have uncovered some information. Perhaps he intends for me to assume this role as a means to subtly admonish my two elder brothers. Furthermore, I believe the true intention of my father, the emperor, lies not here, but in. Ning Songxing has not fully articulated it. However, at this moment, Zhuge Kongming has comprehended his meaning entirely. Your Highness, if my judgment is not mistaken, it appears that the chief examiner for this year's spring imperial examination must be chosen by you personally. The emperor has likely conducted a covert investigation into past examinations and is aware of the underlying intricacies. According to the laws of Dian, the presiding official of the spring examination must be of royal lineage. In previous years, this position has caused considerable discord amongst several princes. At that time, Your Highness had yet to be involved, thus you bore no responsibility. However, this year is different. Your Highness is now part of it, and more importantly, you lack connections within the 6 ministries of the court, which may be the very reason the emperor values you. Kongming gently waved his feather fan, confidently analyzing the situation. After listening to Kongming's analysis, Ning Songxing nodded slightly. Mr. Kongming, I believe your analysis is quite accurate. My father's methods are indeed extraordinary. Employing such tactics to eliminate the influence of my two elder brothers over the spring examination. Yet, I am somewhat curious, if I were to remain unchanged, what would my father do? Ning Songxing gently shook his head. However, he quickly ceased to dwell on the matter. Now that he understands his father's intentions, he is certain he will take on the role of presiding examiner. Yet, there remains a critical question, the selection of the chief examiner. It is certain that Minister of Rights Chen Ziyuan and Right Chancellor Liu Chibai cannot be considered again, but finding a suitable candidate beyond these two is no simple task. Your Highness, you are concerned about the selection of the chief examiner, are you not? I can recommend a candidate, but it depends on whether you possess the courage to accept it. Kongming's words once again reached Ning Songxing's ears. Oh, Mr. Kongming, do you have someone suitable in mind? Qin Jaiwanjun. What did you say? Qin Wanjun. Mr. Kongming, surely you jest. Qin Wanjun is merely a year or two older than I. If she were to become the chief examiner for this spring's examination, wouldn't the entire Dian erupt in chaos? Ning Songxing exclaimed in disbelief. In response to Ning Songxing's remarks, Zhuge Kongming gently shook his head. Your Highness, you have it precisely backward. Qin Jaiwanjun's reputation as a talented woman is renowned throughout Dian, and when compared to the other two, she is decidedly more exceptional. Several esteemed scholars have previously asserted that had Qin Jaiwanjun been male, she would be regarded as the second Confucian sage. Based on this alone, the scholars of Dian would harbor no discontent. Furthermore, the prominence of Qin Jaiwanjun in the capital is substantial, with the backing of the venerable Qin Old Duke. Even the eldest and second princes would think twice before causing trouble. This examination is undoubtedly the most equitable one for His Highness and all the candidates of the spring imperial examination. Mr. Kongming hastened to elucidate. It must be said that his words indeed stirred a flicker of intrigue within Ning Songxing's heart. From every perspective, Qin Wanjun is undeniably an excellent choice for the chief examiner. However, persuading her to assume this role requires more than mere words. The paramount challenge lies in convincing the venerable Duke Qin. Without his endorsement, all efforts would be in vain. Mr. Kongming, let us set aside the matter of the chief examiner for the moment. Take me to meet those 3 individuals. Ning Songxing spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well. Your Highness. Chapter 63. What I require is your loyalty. A few minutes later, Ning Songxing and Kongming arrived in the backyard. The 3 young individuals present appeared distinctly anxious, particularly upon laying eyes on Ning Songxing, the 6th prince. Relax, before you stands His Highness, the 6th prince of the great Yin dynasty. Kongming remarked with an air of composure. Hearing his words, the trio promptly bowed in respect. Student Gu Yunhan pays respects to His Highness, the 6th prince. Student Choi Haowen pays respects to His Highness, the 6th prince. Student Yang Qianli pays respects to His Highness, the 6th prince. Ning Songxing acknowledged their greetings with a gentle nod. Although the 3 were older than him, they lacked the maturity he possessed, a disparity attributed to their differing environments, which was beyond their control. Your Highness, their identities are unblemished, and there are no issues with their backgrounds. More importantly, they performed exceptionally well in the previous examinations. However, due to their lack of deeper connections, they have not been favored by those in power. Their talents surpass many, and with patient guidance, they can undoubtedly thrive. Kongming added in a serene tone. Once the introductions were complete, Kongming stepped aside, refraining from further comment. While he could assist the 6th prince in identifying capable talents, The ultimate decisions rested with Ning Songxing. The rationale was straightforward. As an advisor, Kong Ming had his duties but must not overstep his bounds. For that would not be the role of a true counselor. Please rise, Ning Songxing said calmly. The three, Gu Yunhan and his companions, stood up, quietly facing the sixth prince. Though still somewhat apprehensive, their demeanor had improved considerably from earlier. Witnessing this, Ning Songxing felt a flicker of assurance. To overlook their composure would be folly. Their temperament undoubtedly surpassed that of many, as not everyone could adjust so swiftly in the presence of royalty. This alone spoke volumes about their capabilities and mental fortitude. I believe Mr. Kong Ming has conveyed everything clearly to you. I will preside over this year's spring examination. Should you wish to join my ranks, I can offer you a singular opportunity. However, I shall not provide any advantages. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. If you can secure a place among the top contenders in this examination, my promises will be fulfilled, Ning Songxing stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing the sixth prince's words, the three exchanged glances. Their backgrounds were undoubtedly sound, and crucially, they were entirely different from the scions of influential families. They would never befriend such individuals in their lives. To alter one's destiny, seeking the patronage of the sixth prince may indeed be the sole option. Your Highness, we three have no recourse left. If your Highness does not disdain us, we shall devote our lives in your service, Gu Yunhan boldly declared. From the earlier conduct of the trio, Ning Songxing discerned that Gu Yunhan was the most exceptional among them. With further cultivation, he would undoubtedly secure a prominent position in the court of the Great Yin dynasty. Excellent. During this period leading up to the spring examination, you need not concern yourselves with any expenses in the capital. I shall handle everything. Your sole focus must be on preparing for the spring examination. Furthermore, there is something I must clarify with you. Since you wish to serve under me, certain matters require careful contemplation. What I seek is your unwavering loyalty. If you cannot provide that, it would be best to depart now. Otherwise, you three should be aware of the consequences. Having delivered these words, Ning Songxing departed the courtyard without a backward glance, taking Master Kong Ming with him. Gu Yunhan and the others were momentarily taken aback. What did His Highness's final words mean? Yang Qianli inquired softly. What is the matter, Yang? Do you still not fully comprehend the meaning of His Highness's last remarks? Gu Yunhan responded. Since His Highness has granted us a chance to change our fates, from this moment forth, we belong to him. We bear his mark. In all future endeavors, we must consider His Highness first. You both still have the opportunity to choose, but I have resolved to serve under His Highness. This might be the only chance I have in this lifetime. I do not wish to miss it, Gu Yunhan asserted resolutely. Yang Qianli and Cui Haowen exchanged glances, seemingly having made up their minds. Brother Gu, since you have made your decision, it would be rather ungracious of us not to accompany you. Let us strive together, Yang Qianli said with a smile. Indeed, let us all work hard together. Their laughter echoed in the courtyard, witnessed by Ning Songxing and Zhuge Kongming. What do you think of the trio, Master Kongming? Ning Songxing inquired with a smile. Your Highness, this maneuver is truly masterful. I believe the gratitude they feel towards you is beyond words. They have made their choice, and it shall remain unaltered, Zhuge Kongming replied, gently waving his feather fan with a smile. Ning Songxing, pleased by Zhuge Kongming's words, responded, since you hold such a view, you must have an accurate assessment of them. Which department among the 6 ministries would best suit them? Ning Songxing suddenly asked. Your Highness, Gu Yunhan stands out among the 3 for his exceptional abilities. His intellect is remarkably agile, and he navigates social interactions with great finesse, making him the unequivocal choice for the Ministry of Personnel. As for Yang Qianli, he is best suited for the Ministry of Works. However, the conflict between Minister Gu Yunha and Your Highness is quite significant. So for Yang Qianli to gain substantial recognition, he must conceal his true identity. Mr. Zhuge Kongming remarked. Why does Mr. Kongming not speak of Cui Haowen? Cui Haowen's situation is indeed unique. He is ill-fitted for any of the 6 ministries and is more appropriate for the censorate. Zhuge Kongming replied with a calm demeanor. After this exchange, Ning Songxing felt greatly satisfied. Chapter 64. The Return to the Qin Duke's Mansion. The night passed swiftly. As the sun rose the next day, Ning Songxing's spirits remained rather low. Observing his master's expression, Old Huang seemed to grasp the underlying sentiments. He was well aware of Mr. Kongming's remarks from the previous day. Moreover, the decision to appoint Qin Wanjun as the chief examiner for the upcoming imperial examination likely stemmed solely from Mr. Kongming's suggestion. An idea that others would struggle to conceive, even if they racked their brains. Old Huang, what do you think would happen if I were to propose this to Duke Qin and General Qin? Ning Songxing murmured. Upon hearing this, old Huang fell into deep contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke, delivering words that left Ning Songxing somewhat shaken. Your Highness, given the temperaments of Duke Qin and General Qin, they would undoubtedly react with great fury. The entire capital knows just how dearly they cherish Qin Wanjun. The position of chief examiner is, by its very nature, a coveted role, often fraught with contention. To involve such a talented lady as Qin Wanjun in this matter would be utterly unacceptable to the Qin family. Though old Huang's words were harsh, they were undeniably sound. Nevertheless, Ning Songxing resolved to make an attempt. My father has clearly indicated his desire for me to preside over this imperial examination. Since I have been chosen, it signifies that the position of chief examiner will indeed be vacated. As Mr. Calming stated, in the entirety of the capital, Qin Wanjun stands alone as the sole candidate who possesses both the qualifications and the capability to fill this role without being beholden to various factions. Ning Songxing gently shook his head. With the matter having progressed to this point, old Huang understood that his master was determined to make one last effort. Thus, he refrained from further persuasion and silently stood behind the sixth prince. Old Huang, let us go to the Duke's mansion. Just as Ning Songxing and old Huang set forth for the Duke's residence, Duke Qin and Qin Wufeng were seated in the main hall, their expressions grave. They were engaged in a discussion about none other than the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. Father, the sixth prince has recently stirred quite a tempest in the capital. Although the actions of the Jinyue are justifiable, they have offended far too many individuals. Over 20 officials of the fifth rank and below have already been apprehended by the Jinyue, and the emperor has issued a decree for their immediate execution without mercy. While this may temporarily curb the tide of corruption, I fear that in the long run, the sixth prince and the Jinyue will become thorns in the side of all. Upon hearing his son's analysis, a faint smile appeared on Duke Qin's face. Well done. When did you become so astute in your understanding of the situation? Let me tell you, it feels as though you are not even my own. However, these matters have no bearing on us. You need only to perform your duties diligently. If all goes well, it won't be long before we engage in battle with the surrounding dynasties. Do not falter then, or I shall not hesitate to discipline you. The venerable Lord Qin remarked, his lips curling in disdain. General Qin Wufeng, a man unafraid of heaven or earth, found himself daunted only by his father and daughter. Hearing his father's words, he could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, as Lord Qin had stated, the complexities entangled in these affairs were far beyond the capabilities of a mere general to manage. With no meaningful support from His Majesty, any involvement from others would be futile. His Highness the Sixth Prince has truly impressed me. It is said that numerous factions in the capital seek to undermine him, likely plotting a grand conspiracy. Initially, I believed the Sixth Prince would be more prudent, yet I did not anticipate his fierce measures, as if he were boldly inviting any adversary to act. Lord Qin observed, his voice laced with admiration. At this moment, General Qin appeared to have an epiphany. Father, do you mean to suggest? He began, a smile creeping onto his face. His Majesty's ambitions are indeed vast. It did not occur to me until now. The most pressing matter at hand is the impending spring imperial examination. Traditionally, the first and second princes preside over this event, along with the examiners. His Majesty must be quite displeased with this arrangement. With the sixth prince emerging this year, I suspect a change in leadership for the examination is imminent. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Lord Qin's eyes. Once these words were spoken, both Lord Qin and General Qin fell into contemplative silence. If events were to unfold as Lord Qin surmised, this year's spring examination would indeed be a spectacle, with the other princes undoubtedly taking action. Such matters are never straightforward, as each individual must strive fiercely for their own interests. Father, do you believe those covertly opposing the sixth prince will attempt to stir trouble during the spring examination? If the sixth prince truly assumes the role of presiding officer, the most effective strategy would be to create a commotion during the event. General Qin suddenly inquired. This was not a question Lord Qin wished to evade, but rather one he found impossible to answer. The significance of the spring examination was undeniable. Should the opposition dare to take action, it would surely involve figures of considerable influence behind the scenes, an intricate matter that could not be easily clarified by Lord Qin alone. My lord, His Highness the Sixth Prince has arrived for a visit. At that moment, the old steward entered the hall and addressed the venerable Duke Qin and General Qin with a significant remark. Upon hearing the steward's words, both Duke Qin and General Wufeng felt a wave of curiosity wash over them. They were perplexed by the sudden arrival of His Royal Highness, the Sixth Prince, at their esteemed residence. However, They were acutely aware that this visit was far from ordinary. Father, may I inquire about the purpose of the sixth prince's visit to our Qin family? Regardless of the reason, it is undoubtedly a matter of great consequence. Please invite His Royal Highness to the hall for a discussion, the Duke Qin stated with a grave expression. Chapter 65. Absolutely not. Moments later, the sixth prince arrived at the Qin family's grand hall. He greeted the esteemed old Duke Qin and General Qin. I apologize for my sudden visit. I hope the old Duke can forgive my intrusion, he said, humbly lowering himself. Upon hearing these words, a faint smile appeared on the face of old Duke Qin. Your Highness is exceedingly courteous, he replied with a grin. Noticing that neither old Duke Qin nor General Qin seemed inclined to inquire further, Ning Songxing took a deep breath and articulated the purpose of his visit. Old Duke, the reason for my visit today is to seek your assistance with a matter of great importance. Ning Songxing spoke without hesitation. Oh, what is it that your Highness requires my help with? Old Duke Qin queried, astonished. He was well aware of the sixth prince's temperament. Although the sixth prince had undergone significant changes recently and was currently basking in popularity in the capital, old Duke Qin understood that such words would not be uttered lightly unless the prince faced a considerable dilemma. Furthermore, it was clear to him that the Qin family had never aligned themselves with any faction, a fact the sixth prince was undoubtedly aware of. Thus, the assistance he sought was certainly not related to the struggle for succession. With these thoughts in mind, old Duke Qin felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the nature of the sixth prince's request. Since you have made such a statement, I shall not withhold my intentions any longer. I have come to seek the hand of your granddaughter, Qin Wanjun, Ning Songxing declared. Wanjun? What is the significance of seeking Wanjun? General Qin Wufeng inquired directly. His question stemmed not from skepticism, but from concern. Despite his daughter being renowned for her talents and predicted to achieve greatness by several eminent scholars, she had been sheltered well, leaving her somewhat ignorant of the capital's affairs. The sudden request from the sixth prince for his daughter's assistance was bound to raise General Qin's vigilance. Old Duke Qin's expression remained composed. Yet the seasoned general seemed to ponder a particular thought, one he refrained from voicing until he heard the sixth prince articulate it. General Qin, I wish for Qin Wanjun to serve as the chief examiner for the upcoming imperial examination, Ning Songxing stated directly. What? This declaration caused General Qin Wufeng to spring from his seat, disbelief etched across his features. In contrast to General Qin's reaction, old Duke Qin appeared unfazed. Father, did you anticipate this? General Qin Wufeng asked. I only considered it when His Highness mentioned seeking Wanjun, the old Duke replied. Your Highness, are you aware of the repercussions that such an action may entail? Wanjun is the sole granddaughter of Qin Xiong. Each spring imperial examination sees the princes vying for supremacy. And now, your Highness has thrust Wanjun into this quagmire. Have you considered the potential turmoil that may arise from this decision? The old Duke of Qin inquired. However, before Ning Songxing could respond, General Qin Wufeng could no longer contain his indignation. Father, this is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Wanjun has never participated in such matters. To appoint her as the chief examiner for this spring examination is tantamount to endangering her. Your Highness, should it be any other affair, the Qin family might consider intervening. However, this matter concerns my daughter, and there is no room for negotiation. I kindly ask you to leave the Qin residence. General Qin Wufeng declared, his countenance icy. Although Ning Songxing had anticipated this outcome, the intensity of General Qin's fury caught him somewhat off guard. Yet, the old Duke of Qin had not yet fully expressed his stance, leaving Ning Songxing with a glimmer of hope. In truth, the pivotal figures in this situation were not General Qin Wufeng, but rather the old Duke and Wanjun herself. Your Highness, may I inquire why you have chosen Wanjun to serve as the chief examiner for this spring examination? Traditionally, the role has been held by the Minister of Rites, Qin Ziyuan, and the Right Chancellor, Liu Chibai. Historically, it has been the first and second princes who preside over the examinations. Is it now your Highness who intends to take the helm? The old Duke inquired calmly. From this seemingly simple exchange, Ning Songxing comprehended the underlying implications. The old Duke appeared to be inquiring, yet he had already grasped a crucial truth. The Emperor was dissatisfied with previous spring examinations. Previously, there had been no viable alternatives. But now, with the emergence of the sixth prince, a change was imminent. You are correct. My father has sought my opinion, and I intend to agree to preside over this spring examination. Ning Songxing affirmed directly. The hearts of both the old Duke and General Qin Wufeng were filled with astonishment. The sixth prince's statement had effectively conveyed everything. This year's spring examination would likely mark the beginning of the emperor's desired transformation. This revelation elucidated the true reason behind the sixth prince's interest in Wanjun. All were aware that, despite the sixth prince's recent rise to fame, he possessed little influence within the court's 6 ministries. Finding a genuine authority to oversee the examinations would be nearly impossible. Yet, Wanjun held a prestigious position in the hearts of the scholars of the Dayan Empire. Should Wanjun indeed be appointed as the chief examiner, the students would harbor no objections. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that with the Qin family standing firmly behind her, even the other princes would have little recourse to oppose the decision. For the old Duke of Qin truly held them in little regard. Your Highness, I must say you have truly impressed me. However, my opinion, along with that of Wu Feng, holds no weight in this matter. If you can persuade Wanjun, then I, for one, have no objections. The old Duke of Qin remarked with a smile. Father. Upon hearing his father's words, Qin Wufeng initially wished to interject, but was promptly silenced by the old Duke. Old Duke Qin, are you speaking the truth? Ning Songxing inquired. We soldiers are steadfast in our commitments. As long as Wanjun consents, neither I nor her father will have any reservations. The old Duke of Qin declared, enunciating each word with conviction. Very well. Just as the old Duke of Qin intended to send someone to guide the sixth prince to seek out his granddaughter, a voice reached the ears of those present. Chapter 66. I desire to provide every scholar with a fair opportunity. Grandfather, father, I wish to understand why His Highness, the sixth prince, insists upon my appointment as the chief examiner for this year's spring imperial examination. I suspect this is not merely a whimsical notion of His Highness. As this voice resonated, Qin Wanjun emerged into the view of several individuals. Upon seeing his daughter, Qin Wufeng felt a surge of anxiety. However, before he could voice his concerns, he was silenced by a single glance from old Duke Qin. Father, I am now of age and possess my own thoughts. Moreover, I do not believe that His Highness wishes to place me in this role to bring me harm, especially with you and grandfather still around. I trust that His Highness must have his own reasons, Qin Wanjun stated calmly. Upon hearing Qin Wanjun's words, Ning Songxing felt a surge of admiration. The entire capital regarded Qin Wanjun as one of the 3 great talents, and her name resonated across the surrounding dynasties. Initially, Ning Songxing had thought such praise was exaggerated, but after her recent statement, he was convinced that Qin Wanjun was indeed the most suitable candidate for the position of chief examiner in this spring imperial examination. Reflecting on this, Ning Songxing took a deep breath and uttered a statement that left Qin Wanjun and the others in astonishment. Qin Wanjun. If I were to say that I wish to offer every scholar a fair opportunity, would you believe me? Such a simple declaration redirected the gazes of the 3 members of the Qin family toward him. Both old Duke Qin and Qin Wanjun, who had already held Ning Songxing in high regard, were taken aback by the profoundness of his words. They understood well that although many participated in the spring imperial examination, very few emerged from humble beginnings. The elite families monopolized the opportunities. Despite the emperor's desire to alter this status quo, his efforts had yielded little success. To hear the sixth prince express a desire to provide fair chances for all scholars was indeed a noble aspiration. Yet, both old Duke Qin and Qin Wanjun were acutely aware of the daunting challenges this endeavor entailed. Your Highness, do you comprehend the immense determination and resistance required to undertake such an initiative? The great noble families of the Dayan dynasty have maintained their influence precisely because the spring imperial examination serves as a critical mechanism for their perpetuation. Should you pursue this course of action, you would be directly infringing upon the fundamental interests of these powerful families, including my own. Have you truly not contemplated the repercussions? Your Highness, I believe a person as astute as yourself would surely recognize the gravity of this matter, old Duke Qin articulated with clarity. Upon hearing the old Duke's remarks, Ning Songxing felt a sense of validation within himself, having fully conveyed the ramifications and consequences of this matter to Ning Songxing. Even revealing the circumstances surrounding the Qin family, it is evident that I have laid bare the entirety of the Qin family's situation before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Songxing spoke once more. Lord Qin, I am acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lie ahead. Should I proceed with this course of action, I anticipate that the various factions and aristocratic families in the capital will undoubtedly regard me as their adversary. Yet, I must confess that I do not harbor any trepidation towards their machinations. If they wish to engage in conflict, then let us engage in a fair contest. Since my father has entrusted this matter to me, Lord Qin should comprehend the true intent behind my father's decision. This course of action is inevitable, and no one can thwart it, Ning Songxing remarked with a smile. The sixth prince's words rendered Lord Qin momentarily speechless. He was well acquainted with His Majesty and understood the underlying motives behind this decision, just as the sixth prince articulated. Once the emperor resolved to alter the current state of affairs, even in the absence of the sixth prince, others would inevitably rise to the occasion. Compared to others, the present sixth prince indeed appears to be the most prudent choice, as his lack of affiliations in the court enables a genuine sense of fairness and impartiality. Perhaps this is the very rationale behind the emperor's selection of the sixth prince. Your Highness, I have one final question. Should Your Highness be able to provide an answer, I would gladly accept the role of chief examiner for this upcoming spring imperial examination. At this juncture, Qin Wanjun interjected. May I inquire, Your Highness? I trust you have conducted an investigation into past spring examinations and are aware that various incidents invariably arise during these events. Your aspiration to offer the scholars of the realm of fair opportunity is truly commendable. However, the aristocratic families will certainly not passively witness such occurrences. I seek to understand how Your Highness intends to ensure fairness for all scholars. In the face of the formidable resistance from these noble families, can you genuinely uphold the integrity of this spring examination? At the moment Qin Wanjun posed her incisive question, a profound silence enveloped the hall of the Qin family. Ning Songxing's gaze was fixed intently upon Qin Wanjun, astonished by the astuteness of her inquiry. Meanwhile, her father, General Qin Wufeng, was visibly taken aback. In contrast, Lord Qin, upon hearing his granddaughter's question, subtly nodded in approval, expressing his endorsement. Had the circumstances permitted, Lord Qin might have applauded her audacity. Miss Qin, your question is indeed piercing. To speak candidly, I currently find myself unable to offer you any assurances, as I am uncertain of the disturbances that may arise from those individuals during the spring examination. However, there is one matter that I can assure you of at this moment. As the presiding official of this year's imperial examination, I shall unequivocally guarantee the well-being of every scholar participating in the event. This is my promise to Miss Qin and a commitment to scholars across the land. Ning Songxing declared resolutely. Your Highness's determination is truly admirable. I would be honored to serve as the chief examiner for this imperial examination. Qin Wanjun responded with a smile. Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support, Miss Qin. Lord Qin, I assure you here and now that as long as I draw breath, no one in the capital shall dare to target Miss Qin. Otherwise, it shall be a matter of life and death. Before Lord Qin and General Qin could voice their thoughts, Ning Songxing continued. I trust Your Highness's promise. I shall entrust Wanjun's safety to you. Lord Qin stated calmly. No problem at all. Chapter 67. Discontent. After departing from the Duke of Qin's residence, Ning Songxing did not return to his own estate but instead turned towards the imperial palace. Having resolved to assume the role of presiding officer for the upcoming spring imperial examination, it was imperative for him to communicate this decision to his father, the emperor. Ning Songxing was acutely aware that his father was undoubtedly awaiting his arrival. In the imperial palace, within the study, the eunuch Wei quietly reported, Your Majesty, Commander Qingying has conveyed that His Highness, the sixth prince, has just left the Duke of Qin's residence and is now heading towards the palace. Oh, I did not anticipate that the sixth prince would indeed visit General Qin. It appears he has decided to take on the role of presiding officer for this spring examination. Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin remarked, a smile gracing his face. As the emperor contemplated appointing his son to this significant position, he had likely foreseen these developments. Moreover, it was precisely because his son held no connections within the 6 ministries of the court that the emperor intended to assign this role to him, marking the first decisive move by Emperor Yin to exert influence over the spring examination. It was evident that further actions would follow, although the specifics remained known only to the emperor himself. Your Majesty, the sixth prince has arrived. He is just outside the study, the eunuch Wei announced once more. Hurrying to the emperor's side. Let the sixth prince enter, the emperor commanded. Yes, I pay my respects to father, Ning Songxing said upon entering. Enough. There is no need for such formality between us, the emperor interrupted before Ning Songxing could finish. Yet, a flicker of surprise passed through Ning Songxing's mind. Had their relationship truly been so familiar, perhaps many misunderstandings would not have arisen. Father, I come today to express my intention to assume the role of presiding officer for this spring examination, Ning Songxing stated directly. Oh, have you thought this through? The emperor inquired nonchalantly. Despite a lingering sense of dissatisfaction within him, Ning Songxing understood that the one facilitating this endeavor was none other than his father, the reigning monarch of the great Yin dynasty. Thus, any discontent had to be buried deep within his heart. I have reflected upon this matter thoroughly. As the spring examination is crucial to the development of our great Yin dynasty, it is of utmost importance at present. Our ancestors have decreed that the presiding officer for the spring examination must be a member of the royal family. As a royal, I am duty-bound to fulfill this role, Ning Songxin proclaimed earnestly. Of course, Ning Songxin would never voice his other thoughts. However, it was likely that his father was acutely aware of them nonetheless. Indeed, it seems you have truly matured and learned to share the burdens of your father. I shall announce this matter during tomorrow's court assembly. Furthermore, since you will serve as the presiding officer, you may also select the chief examiner, the emperor said with a smile. Father, I understand, Ning Songxin replied. Very well, go visit your mother. She has missed you dearly during this time. Moreover, Linglong has also been thinking of you. At this moment, the emperor gently waved his hand, urging him to leave the study promptly. Ning Songxin understood well that his father had other matters to attend to, so he did not linger, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. As he watched his son's retreating figure, the emperor's eyes were clouded with unspoken thoughts. Yet the smile tugging at his lips revealed that he was in remarkably good spirits. In the Lanyu Palace, upon Ning Songxin's arrival, he beheld the 10th princess, Ning Linglong, engaged in a cheerful conversation with his mother, both radiating joy. This sight filled Ning Songxin's heart with happiness. Yet it also stirred a pang of guilt within him, for he had been remiss in visiting his mother to pay his respects due to his numerous engagements. Had it not been for his sister's company, he shuddered to think of how lonely his mother might have felt. Mother Linglong, Ning Songxin called out softly. Sixth brother. Upon hearing Ning Songxin's voice, the 10th princess rushed toward him without a moment's hesitation. The smile on concubine Wen's face also blossomed into genuine delight. She was acutely aware of her son's recent endeavors in the capital and harbored much concern, even going so far as to discreetly arrange for his protection. However, her efforts had proven unnecessary, as he had managed everything remarkably well, leaving her utterly astonished. Yet, she refrained from questioning him. Recognizing that he had grown and undoubtedly harbored secrets of his own, some matters did not require inquiry, for he would eventually share them if he wished. If he chose to remain silent, no amount of questioning would yield answers. Mother, I have been an unfilial son. I have not come to pay my respects for such a long time. Please forgive me, Ning Songxin quickly expressed. Enough. You are my son. There is no need for such formalities between us. Linglong has already informed me of your recent activities in the capital. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Do not concern yourself with anything else. I have endured many years in the harem unscathed. Rest assured, I shall be well, concubine Wen replied with a smile. Upon hearing his mother's words, Ning Songxin nodded gently. Were these sentiments expressed by anyone else, he would have found them hard to believe, but coming from his mother, they resonated entirely differently. My son, what was your purpose in seeking your father? Concubine Wen inquired suddenly. Mother, you are aware of my reasons for visiting father? Ning Songxin replied. Do you truly think I have wasted over 20 years in the harem? In the past, I too fought alongside your father on the battlefield, genuinely believing that the empress mother was oblivious to all matters. Concubine Wen cast a subtle glance at her son. Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes, he exclaimed. The reason I sought father is that I have resolved to assume the role of the presiding official for this year's spring imperial examination. Ning Songxin hastily added. What? Upon hearing these words, concubine Wen's face was filled with astonishment. She was acutely aware of the significance of the position of presiding official for the spring imperial examination, which is precisely why her shock was so profound. Chapter 68, A Heated Argument. My child, you must comprehend the true nature of serving as the presiding officer for the spring examination and the peril it entails. Within the 6 ministries of the court, you possess no connections whatsoever. Have you fully considered the repercussions of assuming this role? The expression on concubine Wen's face grew increasingly grave. She was acutely aware that her son's appointment to this position was undoubtedly the emperor's directive. At this moment, a tinge of dissatisfaction towards the emperor flickered within concubine Wen's heart. Others may be oblivious, but the emperor should be well aware that the common people and the 6 ministries are utterly disconnected. To place him in charge of the spring examination is to treat him like a living target. In due course, all the noble families, including his own brothers, would regard him as a thorn in their side. Ning Songxin nodded gently at his mother's words. He was not surprised that his mother could see through all of this. After all, her status afforded her insight into such matters. In contrast, the 10th princess, Ning Linglong, remained entirely in the dark about their conversation, sitting quietly to the side, unable to interject a word. Mother, I am well aware of everything you have stated. Father voluntarily inquired about my thoughts, and it was I who chose to agree. Ning Xiangxing replied with a smile. Knowing the severity of the consequences, yet you still consented. Do you believe you have gained some independence? Concubine Wen retorted sharply. Haha, mother, I need not elaborate on the significance of the spring examination. If father desires me to oversee this matter, he must already harbor considerable dissatisfaction towards it. Even if I declined, he would certainly have other candidates in mind. However, just as you surmised, I lack any connections within the 6 ministries, making me the ideal choice. I only wish to provide all scholars across the realm with a fair and just opportunity. This is not solely for my benefit, but for those students, and indeed for the entire Diyan. Ning Xiangxing elucidated. Upon hearing these words, Concubine Wen sighed softly. Her son had spoken such profound truths. What more could she, as his mother, possibly say? She could hardly oppose him, considering he was still a prince of the Diyan dynasty, bearing the bloodline of Diyan. Since you have already made your decision, I shall refrain from further discussion. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, come directly to me. You need not worry about things on my end. Having Ling Long by my side is sufficient. Focus on your own matters. Concubine Wen expressed her concern. I shall remember your guidance, mother. However, today I shall accompany you for the meal. Ning Xiangxing beamed with joy. Very well. I will have the staff prepare. The following day, during the morning court, before the ministers could respond, the emperor proclaimed before all, this year. The presiding officer for the spring examination shall be the 6th prince, Ning Xiangxing. Such a simple statement ignited a tempest among the courtiers of the court. Apart from the elder statesmen, Lord Qin and Duke Qin of Jiang, who were already privy to this matter, the gaze of the others turned towards the 6th prince, Ning Xiangxing, who stood to the side. However, upon witnessing the serene countenance of the 6th prince, they all realized a profound truth. It seemed that His Majesty and the 6th prince had already conferred on this matter. Otherwise, the 6th prince would never exhibit such tranquility in the face of such monumental news. In contrast, the other princes were consumed by ire, particularly the 1st and 2nd princes. It was well known that they had presided over the recent spring examinations, an understanding reached by many. The sudden appointment of the 6th prince as the host of these crucial trials threatened to alter the course of events entirely, rendering the meticulous preparations of many denied. Your Majesty, His Highness the 6th prince has never before presided over the spring examinations. Furthermore, these examinations are of utmost importance to our great Yan dynasty. Thus, I believe the 1st and 2nd princes are far more suitable for this role, declared Minister of Rights, Chen Ziyuan, the first to voice his dissent. As Chen Ziyuan stepped forward, a chorus of other ministers echoed his sentiments, whether aligned with the 1st prince's faction, the 2nd prince's faction, or others. It was as if the 6th prince, Ning Xiangxing, had committed an unforgivable transgression in their eyes. Their singular aim was to prevent him from becoming the host of the upcoming spring examinations. Yet, they failed to notice the growing storm on the faces of both the emperor and the 6th prince as the clamor of dissent continued unabated. Chen Ziyuan, enlighten me, why must the 1st and 2nd princes be the hosts of the spring examinations? Neither of them possessed any experience at the outset. Why are they deemed suitable? Now that it comes to His Highness the 6th prince, why is it unacceptable? Provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall have your head. Interjected the elder statesman. Lord Qin, his words directed squarely at Minister Qin, leaving the latter momentarily dumbfounded. It was known that similar disputes had arisen before. Yet the military's elder statesmen and generals had never spoken out. Who could have anticipated that Lord Qin would come forth in defense of the 6th prince this time? However, what truly terrified Minister Chen was not merely the elder statesman, but the next voice to arise. Indeed, what Elder Qin has said is most astute. If the 1st and 2nd princes are permitted to gain experience, why should His Highness the 6th prince not be afforded the same opportunity? Despite being princes, there exists no distinction among them. The old man believes that the host could effortlessly refer to His Highness, the 6th prince. Chen Ziyuan, your objections are utterly nonsensical in my view. Lord Monty, the old duke, scoffed. Upon hearing Lord Monty's words, Chen Ziyuan trembled with indignation. At that moment, the other ministers seemed to truly realize that the old duke, who had not graced the court for several years, had unexpectedly appeared today. Moreover, akin to Duke Qin, he had chosen to directly support His Highness, the 6th prince. This was undoubtedly an ominous signal for them. Although Duke Qin was the divine general of the great Yan dynasty, Lord Monty was, in truth, the embodiment of death itself within the empire. Reflecting on this, those who had previously rejoiced could hardly restrain their desire to chastise themselves. Chapter 69. the crown prince's malice. At this moment, silence enveloped the court, with no one daring to voice their thoughts. The appearance of the venerable Duke Ming solidified the course of events, rendering any potential objections futile. Though the other princes harbored considerable dissatisfaction, they were merely princes, and faced with the formidable presence of Duke Qin and Duke Ming, the stalwarts of the Great Yin, they could stir no waves. The Emperor Yin, seated upon the dragon throne, revealed a faint smile upon witnessing this scene. In truth, he had not anticipated Duke Ming's presence in the court today. However, upon catching sight of Qin Xiong beside him, the emperor instantly grasped the underlying machinations at play. Suspecting that this old fox was orchestrating matters from the shadows, given the profound bond between the two aged gentlemen. Your Majesty, the sixth prince is capable of presiding over this year's spring examination. However, the position of chief examiner remains undetermined. As the assembly felt the situation had reached a conclusion, the Right Chancellor Liu Chengbai suddenly spoke, infusing the previously stagnant court with renewed vitality. It seemed that nearly all present had been momentarily entranced, and upon hearing of the sixth prince's appointment as the presiding official, their singular thought was to remove him from that position. Yet, they overlooked the fact that, aside from the host, the chief examiner's role was paramount in the spring examination. Historically, the chief examiners had been Minister Chen Ziyuan of the Ministry of Rights and Right Chancellor Liu Chengbai, both of whom were supporters of the first and second princes respectively, thus benefiting them the most during the examinations. Naturally, the other princes could also gain their desires, as the balance was the key. However, with the sixth prince now taking on the role of host, the potential for unexpected outcomes loomed, necessitating that they retain control of the chief examiner position to truly govern the spring examination. Regrettably, while their aspirations were commendable, Emperor Yin, having chosen the sixth prince as the host, was certainly aware of this dynamic. Does the Right Chancellor have any candidates in mind? The Emperor inquired nonchalantly. Your Majesty, the chief examiners of past spring examinations have been Minister Chen and myself. This position is of utmost importance and must be held by someone qualified to evaluate the talents of scholars. More crucially, the individual must possess exceptional literary prowess, beyond reproach from the students. Though I am but an unworthy old minister, I firmly believe that the role of chief examiner is rightfully mine. Furthermore, as Minister of Rights, Lord Qin is most familiar with the regulations, so I humbly request Your Majesty to decree that this year's chief examiners remain as Lord Qin and myself. The Right Chancellor declared with a countenance of righteous conviction. Upon hearing the words of Prime Minister Liu Chengbai, Ning Shanshan could not help but scoff inwardly. Had he not possessed insight into the true nature of this old man, he might have been swayed by such rhetoric, perhaps even agreeing with him. However, both the Emperor Yin and Ning Shanshan were acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind their desire to secure the position of chief examiner for the upcoming imperial examination. As Liu's voice faded, a chorus of courtiers began to speak in unison, their sentiments largely echoing one another. Yet, their singular aim was clear, to beseech His Majesty to appoint both Liu and the Minister of Rights, Qin, as the chief examiners for this spring's imperial examination. Observing the fervent performances of these officials, the first and second princes exchanged subtle smiles. To them, the position of chief examiner seemed all but assured. They believed that regardless of who presided over the examination, they would ultimately emerge as the principal beneficiaries. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the emperor's willingness to change even the presiding official. It was evident that Liu Chengbai had devoted himself wholly to the service of the great Yin dynasty. This loyalty did not go unnoticed by the emperor. Yet, acknowledging Liu's advancing years, the emperor mused that it might be too burdensome for him to undertake the role of chief examiner once more. As for Chen Ziyuan, the demands of the examination required substantial input from the Ministry of Rights, so it would be prudent for him to focus on his ministerial duties first. The chief examiner for this year's imperial examination shall be entrusted to you, my sixth son, the emperor declared. I trust you will select the most suitable candidate for this esteemed position. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the court. Several courtiers shook their heads in disbelief, suspecting a lapse in their hearing. Yet, upon observing the similar expressions of confusion on their peers, they began to grasp the reality. The emperor was indeed enacting sweeping reforms regarding the imperial examination, and this was not a mere jest. The most incensed among them were the first and second princes, who harbored the conviction that their success was a foregone conclusion. The unexpected turn of events revealed that the emperor had never intended for them to oversee the examination, nor to appoint Qin or Liu to the role of chief examiner. It became clear that this entire sequence of events had likely been meticulously planned. As the realization dawned upon him, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, felt a surge of indignation, directing a gaze filled with wrath towards Ning Zongxing. Were it not for the decorum of the morning court session, he might have resorted to violence against him, though he knew well he would be outmatched and could very well face a severe beating. Likewise, the first prince, Ning Tianchen, found himself harboring murderous thoughts towards his sixth brother for the first time. As the morning court session drew to a close, the crown prince Ning Tianchen swiftly departed from the grand hall, compelled to return and deliberate with his associates regarding the pressing matter at hand. The spring imperial examination was imminent, and they had previously undertaken extensive preparations. Yet now, all their efforts seemed to have been rendered futile. The scholars who had pledged their allegiance to him were compelled to devise a more effective strategy, for otherwise, all their endeavors would be in vain. Observing the hurried exit of Crown Prince Ning Tianchen, many in attendance came to a silent understanding. Meanwhile, Ning Zongxing keenly noted the unfolding events. Though he chose to remain inscrutable, for this assembly had no inkling of whom he intended to appoint as the chief examiner. Chapter 70. Scheming. At this moment, the first prince, Ning Tianchen, had returned to his residence and ordered all the servants to leave, retaining only his loyal protector, Huang Dao, by his side. Huang Dao, please keep watch outside the door. No one is permitted to enter the room, the first prince commanded, his countenance dark and foreboding. Hearing his words, Huang Dao nodded swiftly. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the situation, the gravity of the first prince's expression led him to surmise that something troubling was afoot. Within half an hour, Minister of Rights Qin Ziyuan and Minister of Justice Li Wenfan arrived successively at the first prince's estate. Along with several other officials from the court who supported the first prince, nearly all of his faction had gathered. Huang Dao was taken aback by this scene. After years of service to the first prince, it was his first time witnessing such a multitude convening to deliberate. This could only signify one thing. The first prince was indeed anxious this time. Otherwise, such a significant assembly would not have been summoned. However, as merely a protector, Huang Dao was not privy to the details of their discussions. Gentlemen, I did not anticipate that father would grant the responsibility of presiding over the spring imperial examination to the sixth prince. This is something we never foresaw. My greatest concern now is this very matter. My sixth brother lacks any connections within the six ministries, so it is uncertain what he might accomplish. More importantly, father has allowed him to choose the chief examiner for this pivotal role. This is not what we wish to see. Does anyone have a viable solution? Upon gathering everyone, the first prince Ning Tianchen expressed the most pressing issue without hesitation. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing they had no effective plan, particularly Minister Qin Ziyuan, who had expected to be the chief examiner himself. Instead, he was met with a startling revelation from His Majesty. No, it could not be termed a surprise, for them. It was a considerable shock. Your Highness, since the situation has transpired, it is unnecessary to deliberate on it further. Our immediate concern is to ascertain who the sixth prince will appoint as the chief examiner. It is essential to recognize that all candidates participating in the spring imperial examination will be evaluated based on questions crafted by this examiner. If we remain ignorant of the identity of this chief examiner, it would be a significant setback for your students, Your Highness. Such an outcome is certainly not what we desire. Minister Qin Ziyuan asserted urgently. As the Minister of Rights, he was most familiar with the regulations governing the spring imperial examination. Given his statement, the others were inclined to trust his words. Your Highness, Minister Qin is correct. Our foremost priority now is to locate the chief examiner. Once we ascertain the circumstances surrounding the chief examiner, all subsequent matters will be considerably easier to navigate. Indeed, it is imperative that we uncover the identity of this individual. A group of individuals was also voicing their opinions and perspectives. Although their sentiments were largely similar, each person ultimately conveyed the same message. We must first endeavor to identify the chief examiner for this year's spring imperial examination. Meanwhile, the Minister of Justice, Li Wenfan, wore an expression of grave concern. He had not participated in the earlier discussions, as his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Lord Li, what occupies your mind? Inquired the Crown Prince suddenly. Were it not for the presence of so many court officials, the Crown Prince might have addressed Li Wenfan as uncle, but given the current company, certain formalities must be maintained. Your Highness, what has been discussed is indeed quite reasonable. However, we have overlooked a crucial detail. Although the sixth prince now presides over the spring imperial examination and has personally selected the chief examiner, the true orchestrator behind it all is His Majesty. The The rationale behind His Majesty's decision is likely understood amongst us. In light of this, how could we expect the sixth prince to reveal the identity of the chief examiner? Moreover, even if we were to assume the sixth prince does identify the chief examiner, it is assuredly someone of extraordinary caliber, one who would not fear any man. And such individuals are scarce in the capital, Li Wenfan articulated. Initially, this group felt a sense of elation, believing that locating the chief examiner would resolve everything. However, the moment Li Wenfan concluded his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Even the crown prince, Ning Tianqian, found himself at a loss for words. Though we brothers have had limited interactions with our sixth brother, if he wishes to keep something concealed, no one could extract information from him. This fact has been substantiated. Therefore, the notion of discovering the chief examiner should be entirely abandoned. The sixth prince will undoubtedly not grant us that opportunity. Ning Tianqian gently shook his head. The others were equally uncertain about what to say next. Your Highness, the spring imperial examination is not so straightforward. The chief examiner is indeed a pivotal figure. But beyond the chief examiner, all students' examination papers will also be sealed. During the sealing process, numerous events can transpire. After an indeterminate period, a minister spoke up. His words ignited a spark of realization in the eyes of the others. They had concentrated all their attention on the chief examiner and had neglected this crucial aspect. For all participants in the spring imperial examination, their papers must be preserved, and prior to sealing, someone must transcribe all the examination papers anew. The process requires a considerable number of hands. There is indeed ample opportunity to manipulate matters. Lord Chun, Your Highness, this method is indeed feasible. However, it is likely that the second prince and several other princes have also contemplated this course of action. Achieving success will be quite challenging, and one must relinquish the quota. Otherwise, no one will succeed. Chen Ziyuan hastily concurred. If that is the case, then let us proceed as before, dividing the quota evenly. The importance of the spring examination cannot be overstated, and I need not elaborate further. It must be executed flawlessly, and absolutely no mishaps are permissible. The first prince stated with grave seriousness. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 71, Li Chong. Much like the residence of the crown prince, the abodes of the other princes are also playing host to similar scenes. The foremost concern for these princes is whether their students can distinguish themselves in the upcoming spring imperial examination. Moreover, they all seem to have conceived of the same notion, contemplating various underhanded tactics during the sealing of the examination papers. Although the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, lacks any connections within the six ministries, this does not imply that he is oblivious. He possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the circumstances surrounding the spring imperial examination. However, he is indeed rather uninformed about the methods of cheating involved. Old Huang, do you think my brothers would resort to cheating in the spring imperial examination? If so, where might they begin? They cannot manipulate the chief examiner, so what other avenues remain for them to exploit? Ning Chongxing inquired with a hint of nonchalance. Faced with such a dilemma, even the astute Old Huang found himself at a loss. In matters of this nature, Old Huang was utterly powerless. Your Highness, if my intuition serves me right, the other princes are likely to concoct schemes concerning the sealing of the examination papers. However, the specifics elude me. It would be prudent to seek out someone well-versed in the process of the spring imperial examination, who might even be inclined to engage in some illicit acts during the examination. Mr. Kongming added from the sidelines. Ever since Zhuge Kongming personally escorted the three students home, he seemed to have undergone a notable transformation, no longer shrouded in darkness as he once was. This change was, for Ning Songxing, a most welcome development. Mr. Kongming, do you believe my brothers might indeed resort to some underhanded tactics during the sealing of the examination papers? Ning Songxing queried. This spring imperial examination is presided over by Your Highness, and the chief examiner has been selected by Your Highness as well. Furthermore, with the Jinyue at your disposal, if I were in their position, I would certainly refrain from attempting to manipulate the chief examiner. Judging by these considerations, it seems the only opportunities for them to intervene would be during the examination process and at the point of sealing the examination papers. However, whether they would act upon this remains beyond my capacity to ascertain. Mr. Kongming elucidated. Upon hearing this, Ning Songxing fell into a profound reverie. After all, lacking any connections in the court and the six ministries, finding someone knowledgeable about the spring imperial examination seemed exceedingly difficult. Your Highness, just moments ago, Qin Wanjun dispatched a letter. It claims to contain answers that may aid your highness in resolving the current predicament. At this moment, Old Huang entered, holding a letter in hand. Oh? Old Huang's words sparked a flicker of curiosity in Ning Songxing. He had not anticipated that amidst his recent troubles, Qin Wanjun would provide a solution, akin to adding fuel to a fire in a time of need. A glimmer of excitement shone in Ning Songxing's eyes. Yet, what he yearned to uncover most was the nature of the answers contained within the letter. Old Huang handed to me. Upon opening the letter, Ning Songxing was met with two words inscribed upon the expansive sheet, Li Chong. Yet, it was this very name that sent a ripple of astonishment coursing through his heart. Li Chong, the former Minister of Rites, Chancellor, and Grand Tutor of the Great Yin Dynasty. Ever since an incident occurred a decade ago, Li Chong, in a fit of rage, resigned from his official duties and retreated from the public eye, never to be seen again. However, the mere mention of Li Chong's name elicited admiration from all, for he was a man devoid of any selfish motives, wholly devoted to the well-being of the students across the realm. Qin Wanjun had truly bestowed upon me an immense surprise. This former Minister of Rites possesses unparalleled insight into the imperial examinations, and his resignation appears to have been intricately linked to these very tests. If I could glean even a fraction of knowledge from him, I believe all obstacles would dissipate, Ning Songxing remarked calmly. Old Huang and Zhuge Kongming exchanged knowing nods. Having stood by Ning Songxing's side for over a decade, they were well acquainted with Li Chong and understood the esteemed position he held in the hearts of the scholars. Should His Highness indeed secure the assistance of the venerable Li Chong, it was likely that the forthcoming imperial examinations would pose little challenge. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in whether Li Chong would be willing to emerge from his self-imposed seclusion to aid His Highness. The events of yesteryear had driven Li Chong to withdraw in disdain from the court, and for many years he had shunned all attempts at visitation, leaving many rejected. Convincing a man who had lost all faith in the court to return was a formidable endeavor, if not an impossible one. Your Highness, we must remember that Li Chong is no ordinary individual. While we may remain unaware of the full truth behind those past events, it is evident that he harbors a deep-seated aversion towards the court. Persuading him to lend his assistance seems exceedingly unlikely, Mr. Kongming cautioned. At these words, Ning Songxing sighed softly, fully aware of the gravity of Mr. Kongming's insights. However, aside from Li Chong, finding another individual with comparable knowledge was an insurmountable task. Thus, regardless of the challenges ahead, he felt compelled to attempt this endeavor. Should Li Chong indeed agree to assist, subsequent matters would surely resolve themselves. Ning Songxing shook his head gently. Your Highness, I shall instruct the shadow guards to ascertain the current whereabouts of Li Chong, Old Huang promptly offered. Yet, Ning Songxing raised a hand to halt Old Huang's actions. The residence of Li Chong was known to nearly all of the capital's populace. It was merely that no one had succeeded in gaining an audience with him. There was no need for further investigation into addresses. Old Huang, prepare yourself. We shall depart for the Lingshu Academy at once, Ning Songxing declared decisively. Understood, Your Highness. I shall make the necessary preparations immediately. After speaking, Old Huang turned and exited the room. Simultaneously, in the Qin State Duke's residence, Qin Wanjun seemed to sense something. Her smile revealing the exquisite delight of this talented woman from the capital. Wanjun, I have heard that His Highness the Sixth Prince is leaving the city. Have you done something? The voice of the old Duke of Qin suddenly resonated. Grandfather, your guess is remarkably accurate. Qin Wanjun replied with a smile. The Sixth Prince should be heading to the Ling Shuyuan now, correct? Ling Shuyuan? The dwelling of that old fellow Li Chong? The old Duke of Qin asked in astonishment. Chapter 72. Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, please return. Li Chong, that old fellow, has not graced the world with his presence since he resigned from his official duties and retreated into seclusion a decade ago. Countless dignitaries have yearned to meet him. Yet all have been met with rejection. If the Sixth Prince could indeed secure the support of this venerable elder, perhaps this year's imperial examinations would transpire without incident. Remarked the esteemed old Duke Qin. Despite the friction between civil and military officials, few warriors harbor disdain for the great scholar Li Chong. In fact, many regard him with profound respect. After all, a man who devotes all his energies to the education of the nation's youth commands the admiration of all. Grandfather, do you believe the Sixth Prince will succeed this time? Inquired Qin Wanjun with a smile. Only heaven knows, replied the old Duke Qin, his expression unperturbed. As Ning Songxing and Old Huang made their way to the Lingshu Academy, all factions in the capital became aware of the Sixth Princess movements. However, they remained ignorant of the exact destination of his departure from the capital. These individuals promptly instructed their subordinates to closely monitor the sixth prince's whereabouts. Naturally, such activities were entirely observed by the Shadow Guards. Your Highness, we have just received word from the Shadow Guards. Our departure from the capital has been discovered by other factions, and they have dispatched individuals to ascertain our destination. Old Huang remarked with a chuckle. A swarm of inconsequential pests. Let us disregard them. We shall proceed directly to the Ling Shu Academy. Ning Songxing retorted with a cold smirk. Understood, Your Highness. Ning Songxing had anticipated such a situation. The crucial aspect was that the gaze of the entire capital was fixed upon him. Such matters could not be concealed. Rather than attempt to obscure their movements, it would be more prudent to allow these onlookers to witness their path openly. Moreover, from the outset, Ning Songxing had no intention of hiding this fact. Even if the others disowned that his purpose was to seek out the venerable Mr. Li Chong at the Ling Shu Academy, they would harbor no ulterior motives. However, upon observing the direction they were heading, those covertly monitoring the sixth prince seemed to grasp the situation and hastily relayed the news back. Upon learning that the sixth prince's target was indeed the venerable Mr. Li Chong of the Ling Shu Academy, the prominent families and several princes of the capital fell into silence. Many among them had previously sought to invite Mr. Li Chong back to the court, yet they had never even laid eyes upon him. Now, the sixth prince's pursuit of Mr. Li Chong seemed utterly preposterous to many. After all, it was common knowledge that Mr. Li Chong had shunned visitors, and since the events of a decade ago, he had resolutely chosen to remain in seclusion. Thus, many believed the sixth prince's endeavor to invite Mr. Li Chong to the Ling Shu Academy was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Upon learning of the matter, many factions ceased to pay attention to the sixth prince, redirecting all their efforts towards the impending spring imperial examination. After spending most of the day, Ning Songxing and Old Huang finally arrived at the Ling Academy. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Ling Academy, exclaimed Old Huang eagerly. As Ning Songxing stood before the academy, inhaling the fresh air, a faint smile graced his face. It must be said that Mr. Li Chong truly possesses an eye for picturesque locations. The Ling Academy is set in an exquisitely beautiful environment, evoking a sense of tranquility and clarity of mind. At that moment, the sounds of children reached Ning Songxing's ears. Old Huang, why do I hear the voices of children here? Ning Songxing inquired, puzzled. Your Highness, previously, I conducted an investigation. Ever since Mr. Li Chong resigned and retreated to the Ling Academy, he has taken in many homeless orphans and has devoted himself to teaching them to read and write. That is why you hear such a chorus of youthful voices. They are likely in class now, Old Huang explained. Upon hearing Old Huang's words, Ning Songxing fell into a moment of contemplation. Yet, given Mr. Li Chong's character, he found such occurrences entirely understandable. Old Huang, let us proceed, Ning Songxing spoke calmly. Certainly, Your Highness. However, as they approached the entrance, a young scholar blocked their path. Ling Academy, no entry for idlers. Although the young boy bore an innocent visage, his words were resolute. Young lad, please inform your master that we have come to seek Mr. Li Chong. Ning Songxing replied with a smile. You wish to see the master? Impossible. He would never meet with you. You might as well leave at once. The young scholar quickly shook his head, observing the boy's serious demeanor. Ning Songxing could not help but smile with a hint of resignation. It was evident that Mr. Li Chong had instructed the young scholar to say such things. Otherwise, how could he utter such a statement? Fear not, young one. Kindly inform your master that Ning Songxing has come to pay a visit, Ning Songxing said, gently tousling the boy's hair. The young scholar tilted his head, scratching it lightly as if pondering something. Very well. You may wait here while I inform the master. He finally replied, bouncing away into the academy. Witnessing this scene, although Ning Songxing maintained a calm exterior, a sense of anxiety stirred within him. The entire capital was well aware of Mr. Li Chong's temperament. Should he truly wish to avoid meeting anyone, no amount of persuasion would compel him to appear. Nevertheless, Ning Songxing had contingencies in place. If it came to that, he would not hesitate to act. After approximately 10 minutes, the young scholar returned to the entrance. Young lad, what did your master say? Ning Songxing inquired. My master said, Your Highness, the sixth prince, please take your leave. Ever since I resigned from my official duties a decade ago, I have had no further ties to the court. Matters concerning the court are of no concern to me. I am quite content in my life at the Academy of Spiritual Scriptures, and I wish for no disturbances. The young scholar quickly added his agreement. Upon hearing the young scholar's words, Ning Songxing's expression grew grave. Even though he was already aware that Master Li Chong would not easily show himself, This declaration still left Ning Songshan feeling quite helpless. Nevertheless, he understood well that Master Li Chong was certainly not as indifferent as the young scholar suggested. His heart was ever filled with the aspirations of scholars across the realm. Chapter 73. My presence here is the finest testament. If Master Li Chong were truly a man devoid of worldly ambitions, he would not have taken in so many orphans. Nor would he have devoted himself to teaching them literacy. All of this serves as evidence that Master Li has never relinquished the aspirations nestled within his heart. Contemplating these thoughts, Ning Songxing set aside all else. I, Ning Songxing, the sixth prince of the great Yin dynasty, have come forth to seek an audience with Master Li Chong. I implore Master Li for a meeting. Ning Songxing exclaimed, his voice resonating despite the futile attempts of the young scribe to restrain him. After all, Ning Songxing is a bona fide master-level warrior. How could a mere child hope to impede him? Once the declaration echoed in the air, Ning Songxing and the elder Huang stood quietly to the side, refraining from any further actions. Moreover, Ning Songxing firmly believed that if Master Li's heart still harbored the welfare of the students across the realm, he would undoubtedly emerge to meet him. Otherwise, no amount of shouting would avail him. Thus, the two waited patiently for nearly half an hour until an elder finally appeared at the mountain gate. Although he had surpassed his 70th year, Master Li Chong exuded an extraordinary aura to Ning Songxing. The moment Master Li appeared, Ning Songxing hastened to his side. I have met with Master Li, the esteemed tutor, Ning Songxing declared. I am no longer the esteemed tutor. I am but a humble elder of the mountains now. Why trouble yourself, Your Highness the sixth prince? Master Li sighed softly. If Master Li truly wished to retreat into seclusion, he would not have taken in so many orphans nor devoted himself to teaching them. In his heart, he has always cherished the welfare of the students of the world. This is his heartfelt desire, is it not? Ning Songxing replied calmly. Upon hearing these words, Master Li fell into silence. His prolonged absence was due to the stirrings within him prompted by Ning Songxing's statement. A decade ago, he had resigned in anger over a certain matter, yet as Ning Songxing articulated, he had never abandoned his aspirations. Taking in these orphans and educating them was a means of fulfilling his long-held ideals. Your Highness, please come inside. Thank you. As they entered the inner sanctum of the Ling Shuyuan, Ning Songxing felt increasingly assured that his assumptions were indeed correct. Despite Master Li's resignation and reluctance to return to the court, he had never forgotten the students of the world. The very arrangements within the Ling Shuyuan attested to this fact. However, disillusioned by the notion of officialdom, he had confined himself to actions within his limited capacity, such as adopting orphans and teaching them literacy. Master Li, I believe you have never forgotten the students of the world, have you? Everything here reflects that sentiment. If you have never forgotten them, why have you remained secluded for so long? Ning Songxing voiced the question that weighed heavily on his heart. Few were privy to the true reasons behind Li Chong's resignation from office all those years ago, and at that time, Ning Songxing was but a child, utterly unaware of the matter. Your Highness, this world ultimately belongs to the youth. I am now merely an ordinary old man, aside from imparting knowledge to these children. I have no further involvement in any affairs. To meet with Your Highness today is already a departure from the norm, Li Chong remarked with a hint of indifference. Ning Songxing was not surprised by Li Chong's reluctance to divulge the past. His purpose for visiting this time was not to revisit those bygone events. With this in mind, Ning Songxing stood up and bowed deeply to Li Chong, performing a grand gesture of respect. Your Highness, what brings you here? Li Lao, I have come for the sake of the scholars of the realm. Although I am unaware of your reasons for departing from the Dian Court, I sincerely hope you can assist me. Ning Songxing articulated his intent with clarity. Faced with the sixth prince before him, Li Chong found himself at a loss for words. Your Highness, I wish to understand the true purpose of your visit. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chong finally spoke. My father has commanded me to oversee this year's spring imperial examinations. You may not be aware, but I have had no connections in the 6 ministries for many years. I have already chosen an examiner, yet I am unfamiliar with the methods of those involved in the spring examinations. Therefore, I implore you, Li Lao, to guide me. Ning Songxing revealed the purpose of his visit. What? At that moment, Li Chong also rose to his feet. He had initially assumed the sixth prince sought to invite him out of retirement, only to discover the true aim was to seek understanding of this matter. However, Li Chong was somewhat astonished. Why would a royal prince like Ning Songxing pursue such an endeavor? To preside over the spring examinations was indeed an excellent opportunity to elevate one's associates. Your Highness, I wish to know why you would undertake this course of action. Logically, this should be the perfect opportunity for you. If you truly proceed as such, would it not be a waste of such a splendid chance? Li Chong inquired with a subtle detachment. It was evident that Ning Zongxing had not anticipated such a question from Li Chong. Nevertheless, he harbored no reservations regarding this matter. Because I wish to provide a fair opportunity for the scholars of the realm. This is not solely for their benefit, but also for Dian. If we continue as before, it will not be long before Dian is left with no capable individuals. Ning Zongxing spoke with conviction. How can you ensure true fairness, Your Highness? Li Chong pressed on with his inquiries. My presence here serves as the greatest testament. This single declaration left Li Chong momentarily speechless. Having lived for so many years, Li Chong had encountered all manner of individuals and heard countless promises. Yet, he had never before encountered such a bold commitment from the sixth prince. Moreover, Li Chong could sense that the words of the sixth prince were heartfelt, not mere platitudes offered to placate him. From this point, it is evident that the sixth prince is indeed, as previously stated, wishing to provide a fair opportunity for all scholars. It seems that I am truly aging. The future of this world undoubtedly belongs to the youth. Your Highness, your words have enlightened me profoundly. Should you have any inquiries, please do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I know, I shall disclose without any concealment. Li Chong also laughed heartily. Thank you, Mr. Li. I would be grateful if you could share the various methods of cheating in the spring imperial examination. Ning Zongxing performed a deep bow once more. Meanwhile, as Ning Zongxing heeded Mr. Li's teachings, a significant event was unfolding in the capital. Chapter 74. The closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion. In the capital, at the residence of the sixth prince, Jiang Wan, what has transpired? Upon witnessing the hurried approach of Jiang Wan and Xie Lingchen, Zhuge Kongming's expression turned grave. Sensing that a significant event had unfolded, Mr. Kongming, it is dire news. The Imperial Guard has just received word that the Jingzhou Prefecture has sealed the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, and all individuals therein have been taken away. Jiang Wan spoke with a somber countenance. What? Jiang Wan's words sent a ripple of unease through Zhuge Kongming, who recognized that something was amiss. Although the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion was a brothel, the Dian Empire allowed such establishments to exist, and for many years, nothing untoward had occurred in the capital. How could it suddenly be sealed? Moreover, the fact that everyone within had been apprehended was a clear indication of extraordinary circumstances. All of Kyoto was aware of the close relationship between His Highness and the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion. The actions taken by the Jingzhou Prefecture were indeed unexpected, suggesting ulterior motives, perhaps even aimed directly at the prince himself. Jiang Wan ascertained the reasons behind the Jingzhou Prefecture's actions immediately. Furthermore, investigate the situation of Miss Wanqi. If she is in any peril, rescue her without delay. Kongming commanded urgently. Understood, Mr. Kongming. Jiang Wan replied, and he and Xie Lingchen departed from the sixth prince's residence. Observing their retreating figures, a shadow of concern crossed Kongming's face. The prince had just left Kyoto to head towards the Ling Shuyuan, and now the Jingzhou Prefecture had taken such drastic measures. Kongming found it hard to believe that there were no underlying reasons for this action. However, as the motives of the adversary remained unclear, Kongming chose not to act hastily, but instead instructed the Imperial Guard to investigate the matter thoroughly to uncover the truth. Should it indeed be a direct assault on the prince, the situation would surely escalate beyond simple explanations. May you not bring upon yourselves misfortune, Kongming murmured softly. Simultaneously, news of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion's closure swept across all major factions in Kyoto in an instant. Upon hearing this news, many were taken aback. The entire capital understood the close ties between the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion and the sixth prince, Ning Zongxing. The actions of the Jingzhou Prefecture could not help but raise suspicions regarding the prince's involvement. Yet, the reasons behind Governor Yu Song's drastic actions remained a mystery. The sixth prince had transformed entirely from his former self, and such targeted measures would undoubtedly lead to complex explanations upon his return from the Ling Shuyuan. Meanwhile, Governor Yu Song of the Jingzhou Prefecture was engulfed in a deep fury, for the order to seal the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion had not originated from him. Of paramount importance is that the group from the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion was taken away and did not return to the Jingzhou Prefecture, which is the root of Yu Song's profound anger as the prefect of Jingzhou. Peng Liang, what exactly transpired regarding the closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion? As the deputy prefect of Jingzhou, do not tell me you are unaware of this matter. Yu Song inquired with an expression devoid of warmth. My lord, I truly do not have any information on this. It was the command of Lord Changshi, and I am completely in the dark regarding the specifics. Peng Liang replied, wearing a look of helplessness, although he was indeed the one who led the operation to seal the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion. It was all at the behest of Changsha Wan Shanhong. As the deputy prefect, his role was to assist Changsha in managing affairs in Jingzhou. When orders are issued from Changsha, he is bound to execute them. Where is Wan Shanhong now? Yu Song pressed. Reporting to you, my lord. After I brought back those individuals from the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, Lord Wan took them away. I truly do not know their destination. Ping Liang hastily responded. Upon hearing this, Yu Song felt a significant headache coming on. He was acutely aware of Wan Shanhong's affiliations, and even without Ping Liang's disclosure, he knew that Wan Shanhong was likely at the criminal department. The individuals from the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion had probably already been imprisoned there. However, the pavilion had never encountered any issues over the years. Its sudden closure at this juncture suggested deliberate intent. The true target seemed to be none other than the sixth prince behind the scenes. As the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Guard, Yu Song possessed knowledge far exceeding that of others, understanding the motivations behind such actions, likely tied to the upcoming imperial examinations. Yet, as the prefect of Jingzhou, the fact that his subordinates had sealed the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion posed a significant risk. If he could not provide a satisfactory explanation to the sixth prince, the repercussions could be dire. The sixth prince held the power of the Jinyue, the imperial guards tasked with overseeing the officials of the capital, and even boasted 2 formidable grandmasters among his ranks. Should he provoke the sixth prince, those involved would find themselves in grave peril. Contemplating these scenarios, Yu Song resolved to break his silence. He needed to resolve this matter satisfactorily before the sixth prince returned to the capital. Otherwise, it would surely unleash a bloodbath within the city. Go to the criminal department and summon Wan Shanhong back to me. If he refuses to return, inform him that he shall never return. Yu Song declared with an icy demeanor. What? Peng Liang appeared momentarily stunned. What is with your astonishment? Did you not hear my command? Go to the criminal department and bring Wan Shanhong back at once. Yu Song barked. Yes, my lord. I shall depart immediately. As Peng Liang hurried away, a hint of coldness, even a trace of murderous intent, flickered in Yu Song's eyes. The Duke of Qin's residence. Father, how could the Jingzhou prefecture choose this moment to seal off the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion? That establishment is merely a brothel, and there are at least 10 such places throughout the capital. Why single out the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion if not for a clear purpose directed at the sixth prince? Qin Wufeng remarked to his father. Some individuals seem intent on courting disaster. Do they truly believe that with the sixth prince's departure from the capital, they can act with impunity? It appears we are in for a spectacle. The old Duke Qin scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, Qin Wenjun gently shook her head, choosing not to voice her thoughts. The individuals behind this action have evidently made a grave miscalculation. They should be well aware of the sixth prince's temperament by now. Attacking those close to him is a foolish endeavor. Do they genuinely think the sixth prince would refrain from bloodshed? It seems they have forgotten the existence of the Jinyue. Chapter 75. Greed. The Ministry of Justice. Lord Chao, is it truly appropriate for us to bring the personnel from the Red Sleeve Pavilion here? After all, His Highness the Sixth Prince oversees the Imperial Guard, and the relationship between the Sixth Prince and the Red Sleeve Pavilion is quite extraordinary. What shall we do when the Sixth Prince returns to the capital? Wan Shanhong cautiously voiced his concerns. Wan Shanhong's words prompted a subtle glance from Chao Kenong, the Deputy Minister of Justice. The sealing of the Red Sleeve Pavilion was indeed orchestrated by the Ministry of Justice, yet the minister, Li Wenfan, had not made an appearance, leaving all matters in the hands of Deputy Minister Chao. The motivations behind this maneuver were well understood by nearly all present. As a supporter of the first prince, and with Chao Kenong and even the second prince's involvement, the decision to seal the Red Sleeve Pavilion was made. It was, in essence, a grand conspiracy directed against the sixth prince. However, these individuals remained oblivious to the true significance of the Red Sleeve Pavilion to the sixth prince. Had they been aware, even with 100 times their courage, they would never have dared to act thus. Yet, these were mere reflections for the future, and they had no remedy for their regrets. What is there to fear? There are allegations of treason involving the Red Sleeve Pavilion, and with intelligence received by both the Jingzhou Prefecture and our Ministry of Justice, sealing this place and conducting an investigation poses no issue whatsoever. Even with the sixth prince present, we have ample grounds. So why do you worry? If the sky were to fall, there would be tall men to bear it. If you're anxious, you may leave now. Chao Kenong retorted with a cold smirk. Hearing Chao Kenong's words, Wan Shanhong felt a surge of indignation. He was merely a long history official of the Jingzhou Prefecture, having attained his position through considerable effort, lacking any formidable backing, completely unlike Chao Qianong. If he did not take action, he feared he might be replaced in his role. This was precisely why he had chosen to assist upon hearing of this matter. Lord Chao, that was not my intention. However, we do not possess concrete evidence of treason against the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Is it not a bit reckless to bring them here based solely on hearsay? Wan Shanhong quickly clarified. Enough. Look at your spinelessness. If you do not wish to be involved in this matter, you may leave the Ministry of Justice at once, even without your Jingzhou prefecture. We will conduct a thorough investigation, Chao Qianong said, visibly impatient. At that moment, Ping Liang, the deputy magistrate of the Jingzhou prefecture, hurriedly arrived at the Ministry of Justice. Upon seeing Wan Shanhong, he felt a wave of relief and rushed to his side. Master Wan, I'm so glad to find you. Ping Liang gasped, out of breath. What has transpired, Ping Liang? Wan Shanhong's expression was far from pleasant. The magistrate has returned and is furious upon learning of the situation concerning the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Moreover, the esteemed governor has instructed Lord Wan to return promptly to the Jingzhou prefecture. Should he delay any further, he may never return. Lord Wan. The governor is genuinely incensed this time. I have never witnessed such an expression before. The repercussions of this matter are exceedingly grave. We should hasten our return, remarked Peng Liang softly. Upon hearing Peng Liang's words, Wan Shanhong's countenance grew notably serious. He had anticipated such consequences when he decided to undertake this action. Yet he had not anticipated the governor use fury to be more formidable than he had imagined. Nor had he fully grasped the vast repercussions and implications this situation would entail. Very well, we shall return at once. Weighing the pros and cons, Wan Shanhong spoke decisively. After exchanging pleasantries with Chao Qianong, Wan Shanhong departed the Ministry of Justice alongside Peng Liang. At the moment Wan Shanhong exited, a faint smirk surfaced on Chao Qianong's lips. He had never regarded Wan Shanhong with any respect, even looking down upon him. However, a glimmer of greed flickered in Chao Qianong's eyes. The Hongxiu Taoxiang Pavilion was renowned throughout the capital, and he had long coveted the young lady Wanqi, yet he had been denied any opportunity due to certain circumstances. Now, with all the individuals from the Hongxiu Taoxiang Pavilion imprisoned in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, Chao Qianong's latent desires erupted forth. It seemed that everything was firmly within his grasp. He could act as he pleased. With this thought, Chao Qianong became exceedingly exhilarated. After greeting others, he made his way directly to the cell where Wanqi was held. Upon seeing her in the cell, the flames of desire within him ignited completely. He waved his hand, ordering the guards to vacate the premises. Haha, my beauty, I have arrived. At that moment, Wanqi, witnessing the expression on Chao Qianong's face and hearing his words, felt a chill wash over her. How could she be unaware of his intentions? He had harassed her countless times before, but at that time, the Hongxiu Taoxiang Pavilion had not been sealed, and he had dared not act. You scoundrel! You disgrace! I cannot believe that the Great Yin dynasty harbors such shameless officials. You are a true humiliation to the empire. You should be put to death. Wanqi exclaimed coldly. Haha, and what of it? You are currently in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, in my domain, where I, Chao Qianong, hold sway. I have heard that your relationship with Ning Songxing is quite extraordinary. I am eager to see if you remain unblemished. With that, Chao Qianong lunged toward Wanqi. However, he failed to notice the flicker of murderous intent that passed through her eyes. Just as this individual was on the brink of success, he suddenly noticed that Wanqi had completely vanished. Before Chao Qianong could react, a gust of wind from behind him swept through. Bang! Subsequently, Chao Qianong's body was propelled forward, crashing violently into the ground. The impact nearly rendered him unconscious, without even allowing him a chance to speak. Wanqi extended her right hand and firmly grasped Chao Qianong by the throat, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. Humph! What a worthless fool! Were it not for the concern of causing trouble for His Highness, you would already be a corpse. Wanqi's expression was icy and resolute. Chapter 76. Ning Songxing. Do they truly believe I am incapable of taking a life? The sudden strike from Wanqi left Chao Qianong utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman was indeed a formidable expert, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for Wanqi's reluctance to truly end his existence, Chao Qianong would have surely met his demise by now, having narrowly escaped. Chao Qianong was devoid of his previous greed, turning his back on the prison without a moment's hesitation, refusing to utter a word about the events that had transpired that day. Observing his hasty retreat, Wanqi's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Were it not for his fear of disrupting His Highness's plans, Chao Qianong would have already been a corpse. Simultaneously, the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, and Lao Huang hastened back to the capital from the Ling Shuyuan. Their visit had proven immensely fruitful, as Ning Songxing had gleaned numerous insights regarding strategies for the upcoming imperial examinations. Were it not for this knowledge, he might have been easily deceived by others, leading to a repeat of the previous examination's outcome. However, now that he had committed these strategies to memory, the prospect of those individuals employing such tactics against him was nearly impossible. Upon returning to his residence, Ning Songxing sensed an unsettling atmosphere permeating the manor. To his dismay, he found Jiang Wan and Mr. Kongming standing in the courtyard, their expressions grave. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he inquired, "Mr. Kongming, what has transpired?" "Your Highness, the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion has been sealed, and all individuals have been taken away, imprisoned in the Department of Punishment," Mr. Kongming promptly responded. At this revelation, Ning Songxing's countenance turned icy, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him. "Speak. What exactly is going on?" he demanded coldly. "Your Highness, the Jinyue have already conducted an investigation. Though the action was taken by the Jingzhou Prefecture, the orders originated from the Department of Punishment. Strangely, this command did not come from the Minister of Punishment, Li Wenfan, but rather from the Deputy Minister, Chao Qianong. It appears that the department received a report alleging that there was treasonous plotting at the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion." Jiang Wan explained hastily. "Treasonous plotting? What a convenient excuse." Ning Songxing scoffed, nearly incredulous at the absurdity of the accusation. "Your Highness, there is another critical matter. The Shadow Guards have relayed information that just a few hours ago, Deputy Minister Chao Qianong attempted to take action against Miss Wanqi. Fortunately, her skills are exceptional, and she managed to evade this peril," Jiang Wan added. At this news, the murderous intent within Ning Songxing intensified. Do they truly believe that I, Ning Songxing, am incapable of shedding blood?" he sneered. "Jiang Wan, take the Imperial Guard and accompany me to the Jingzhou Prefecture." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon learning of this matter, it is understandable that the Imperial Guard was engulfed in a fury. However, without the command of Ning Songxing, they refrained from taking action, instead opting to investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident in silence. Now that they have received the prince's order, Jiang Wan and the Imperial Guard are undoubtedly filled with excitement. Although they cannot storm into the Jingzhou Prefecture or the Ministry of Justice directly, the presence of the prince instills in them a sense of invincibility. This time, Ning Songxing is evidently not concealing his intentions, boldly leading the Imperial Guard toward the Jingzhou Prefecture. This move swiftly reached various factions within the capital, leaving many incredulous upon hearing that the sixth prince was charging straight for the Jingzhou Prefecture. After all, the implications of assaulting the Jingzhou Prefecture are well understood by them. As a prince, Ning Songxing must be acutely aware of the severe consequences that such an action entails. Yet, upon confirming the authenticity of this news, their jaws dropped in astonishment. They pondered in disbelief why the sixth prince would take such drastic measures, questioning the significance of a mere Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion to him. Yu Song, the magistrate of the Jingzhou Prefecture, was also among the first to receive this news. However, he found himself in a rather distressing situation, especially with Wan Shanhong, the chief historian of the Jingzhou Prefecture, cowering before him, unable to meet his gaze. He was acutely aware of the immense trouble he had caused. "Wan Shanhong, I know you are aligned with the first prince, but you alone shall bear the repercussions of today's events," Yu Song remarked with a cold smirk. He had previously informed His Majesty of the situation through the Black Dragon Guard, yet had received no reply, which set off alarm bells in his mind. It soon dawned on him that the absence of a response from His Majesty was perhaps the most telling reply of all. Originally, this matter had no direct connection to Yu Song, the magistrate. Since it involved several princes, it was best left for them to handle. One could surmise that this was His Majesty's line of thought. "My lord, the sixth prince is outside the Jingzhou Prefecture," Peng Liang whispered. "Quickly, invite His Highness the sixth prince in," Yu Song commanded. Yes, within less than a minute, the sixth prince Ning Songxing arrived in the main hall, led by Peng Liang, the deputy magistrate of the Jingzhou Prefecture, standing directly before Yu Song. "Lord Yu, I have heard that your Jingzhou Prefecture has sealed the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion and apprehended all its patrons. I wish to inquire what transgression warranted such a grand display of force from your prefecture," Ning Songxing inquired nonchalantly. Deep down, he understood that this matter had no bearing on Yu Song, the magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture. Moreover, it is of utmost significance that Yu Song's identity is rather extraordinary. Ning Songxing is currently reluctant to engage in conflict with him. Thus he harbors no grievances, merely posing a routine inquiry. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. As the prefect of Jingzhou, I am indeed unaware of this matter. All actions have been commanded by the long history of Jingzhou, Wan Shanhong. Yu Song interjected promptly. His words left Wan Shanhong, who was standing nearby, utterly astounded, as he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Chapter 77, Brazen Revenge. Upon hearing Yu Song's words, Ning Chongqing seemed to grasp something profound, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. It turned out that it was the esteemed Wan Shanhong, the Grand Historian, who had ordered the closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion. As a half-master of the establishment, it was only fitting that I, the prince, should ascertain the reasons behind its closure. Grand Historian Wan, I would appreciate it if you could elucidate the circumstances for me, Ning Chongqing stated with an air of nonchalance. The simplicity of the sixth prince's statement sent shivers down Wan Shanhong's spine, leaving even Yu Song astonished. After all, the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion had always been shrouded in mystery since its inception in the capital, with no one aware of the true identity of its benefactor. Now, the sixth prince openly acknowledged his connection to the establishment, which inevitably left Yu Song in a state of shock. Moreover, it was said that a disturbance had once occurred at the pavilion, only for the instigator to be expelled by a formidable figure. Rumors had circulated regarding the presence of a Grand Master safeguarding the pavilion, and it seemed that these were indeed veritable truths. That Grand Master was likely the venerable Lao Wang who accompanied the sixth prince. Your Highness, the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion was reported by someone, alleging that there were conspiratorial intentions among its patrons. Reported? Conspiratorial intentions? And where is the individual who made this report? Has your Jingzhou Prefecture conducted any investigation into the source of the allegation? To have closed the pavilion without due inquiry, could this truly be the modus operandi of your Jingzhou Prefecture? Pray, do not tell me that you resolve such matters based on mere conjecture. Ning Chongqing retorted with a mocking smile. Your Highness, rest assured that there is no such practice within the Jingzhou Prefecture. As for the informant, I am not privy to that information. Perhaps Grand Historian Wan knows more. Yu Song hastily replied. He was on the brink of indignation. If the sixth prince's assertions held any weight, then the Jingzhou Prefecture was indeed in dire straits. The Imperial Dragon Table might soon be inundated with memorials from the censorate, likely filled with accusations against them. Thus, Yu Song was determined to prevent such an outcome at all costs, which was the primary reason he sought to clarify the matter at the earliest opportunity. As for Wan Shanhong, Yu Song had little inclination to engage with him at that moment. The emperor had already issued directives, indicating that this matter bore no relation to the Jingzhou Prefecture or himself. He could allow them to continue their petty squabbles and observe the unfolding drama. Grand Historian Wan, it appears you possess no tangible evidence to support your claims. With naught but conjecture, you dare to take such actions. Is it customary for officials in your Jingzhou Prefecture to act so presumptuously? If that is the case, I shall have no further comments, Ning Chongqing remarked coolly. Upon hearing Ning Chongqing's words, Yu Song sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. As anticipated, Jiang Wan, standing behind the sixth prince Ning Chongqing, promptly stepped forward. Lord Yu, we, the Jinyue, have received intelligence that the esteemed Wan Shanhong, the Grand Historian, has been reported and is embroiled in a case involving loss of life. Given the gravity of this matter, we must take full responsibility. Therefore, we kindly request that Grand Historian Wan accompany us to the Jinyue for an investigation into the truth of this situation. Jiang Wan's icy voice echoed throughout the Jingzhou Prefecture. At that moment, a bitter smile spread across the face of Yu Song, the prefect of Jingzhou. He was acutely aware that this was a blatant act of revenge by the Jinyue, or rather, the sixth prince himself, yet he found himself utterly speechless. After all, Wan Shanhong had openly admitted that the closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion was due to a report. Yet he was entirely oblivious to the whereabouts of the informant and had not investigated the veracity of the claims. Now, the Jinyue was merely employing the same tactics against them, as they too had received a report concerning Wan. And it was a matter that had been directly sanctioned by His Majesty, with royal prerogative allowing for action to be taken without prior notice. Monitoring the officials of the capital was indeed the duty of the Jinyue, making the apprehension of Wan Shanhong entirely justified. Jiang Wan, what are you waiting for? Ning Chongqing commanded. Seize Grand Historian Wan and take him to the Jinyue for a thorough interrogation to ascertain the truth behind the blood on his hands. Jiang Wan shouted, even utilizing his internal strength to ensure that more people would hear this proclamation. At this juncture, Wan Shanhong was already in a state of sheer terror. Though the Jinyue acted infrequently, The citizens of the capital were well aware of the horrifying and dreadful methods employed during their interrogations. No official in the capital wished to face questioning by the Jinyue. Wan Shanhong was merely an ordinary individual, not a practiced martial artist. And he could not possibly endure the inhumane tactics of the Jinyue. Lord Yu, I was wrong. I implore you to assist me, Wan Shanhong cried out in desperation. Hearing his pleas and witnessing his distress, Yu Song felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he was still the grand historian of Jingzhou. And even those affiliated with the first prince had been by his side for several years without committing any grave transgressions. Your Highness. Yet before Yu Song could finish his sentence, Ning Xiangxing cast a glance his way. A single look that made you feel as though he had been marked by death itself. The words he intended to speak were abruptly swallowed back. Lord Yu, I shall have this grand historian taken away. Should your prefecture manage to locate the informant from the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, you may come to the Jinyue to retrieve him. With that, Ning Xiangxing departed without a backward glance, his final statement unequivocally signifying the sixth prince's stance. Since the closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion was executed by your Jingzhou prefecture, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. If you wish to rescue Wan Shanhong from the clutches of the Jinyue, it is not impossible. Simply present the individual who reported the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion in exchange. This is the answer offered by the sixth prince, Ning Xiangxing. Of course, this statement carries an additional implication. If you are unwilling to save Wan Shanhong, we shall continue our game, and we shall see who falters first. This predicament has indeed placed Yu Song, the prefect of Jingzhou, in a position of considerable dilemma. The reason Ning Xiangxing sought out the prefect rather than the Ministry of Justice is precisely due to this. He is far more interested in uncovering the extent of involvement from those behind this incident, individuals whom Ning Xiangxing has no intention of letting escape so easily. Chapter 78. If you wish to play, then let us play to the end. After Ning Xiangxing departed with Wan Shanhong, the chief historian of the Jingzhou prefecture, Yu Etong, the prefect of Jingzhou, promptly arrived at the imperial palace. Although His Majesty had already issued clear directives, the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. If left unchecked, it was uncertain what consequences might arise. Thus, Yu Etong sought to inquire how His Majesty intended to address the matter. In the imperial palace, within the study, Yu Etong cautiously approached. Your Majesty, the situation appears to be slipping from our grasp. Should we intervene? Observing Yu Etong's demeanor and tone, Emperor Yin, Ning Kanglin, could not help but smile. As the sovereign of the Great Yin dynasty, he understood well the reasons behind Yu Etong's inquiry. This conflict was evidently a struggle among his sons, with the ultimate goal being the spring examination. In truth, Emperor Yin did not perceive this rivalry as overly problematic. At least, everything remained within his control. Regardless of who ultimately ascended to the throne, if they lacked the necessary acumen, their reign would be precarious. The emperor was determined to cultivate his sons, ensuring they grasped the complexities of governance. Yu Etong, you need not concern yourself further. Allow them to compete. I wish to observe what strategies they possess, Emperor Yin stated calmly. As for the informant's lead, it should not be overly conspicuous. Let him manage the remaining affairs on his own. Upon hearing these words, Yu Etong immediately comprehended the emperor's intent. Your Majesty, I understand. After Yu Etong exited the study, a subtle smile graced the emperor's face. The recent closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion had indeed surprised him. But he was even more astonished by his son's responses to the situation. He was well aware of the deep connection between the sixth prince and the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion. Yet he had underestimated the implications of the sixth prince's actions. How many secrets are you still concealing from me, your father? Emperor Yin murmured to himself. Simultaneously, news of the sixth prince, Ning Xiangxing, apprehending Wan Shanhong, the chief historian of the Jingzhou prefecture, through the imperial guards, reached the ears of several others. Upon receiving this information, they were incredulous, struggling to believe it, given their profound understanding of the significance of the Jingzhou prefecture. For many years, particularly since Yu Song ascended to the position of prefect of the Jingzhou prefecture, no one has dared to create disturbances within its bounds, regardless of one's background. Even those royal princes have never engaged in such actions here. The recent incident involving the sixth prince directly apprehending individuals has undeniably instilled fear in many. What did you say? The sixth brother openly took Wan Shanhong away in front of Yu Song, the prefect, and even brought him to the Jinyue? The first prince, astonished, inquired. Your Highness, while this situation seems quite extraordinary, it has become widely known among all factions in the capital. Moreover, before departing, the sixth prince specifically conversed with Prefect Yu, indicating that the only way to rescue Wan Shanhong was to deliver the informer to the Jinyue. Huang Dao divulged the news he had gathered. This revelation caused the first prince, Ning Tianxin, to exhibit a notably grim demeanor, almost resembling a stormy cloud. The sealing of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, although not directly instigated by the first prince and his associates, could not have transpired without their consent. Otherwise, the subordinates would hardly have dared to act in such a manner. As for the so-called informer, he never existed. Now, the sixth brother has uttered such words, clearly indicating his awareness of some underlying force behind this matter, serving as a warning. Should you dare to harm my people, I shall retaliate in kind. Huang Dao, what do others say? The first prince gritted his teeth and queried. Currently, there are no updates. However, the sixth prince has yet to unleash his full might. The Jinyue has merely apprehended Wan Shanhong. If the Jinyue were to take further significant actions, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Huang Dao responded hastily. His words rendered the first prince momentarily silent. Their motivations for these actions were largely driven by aspirations for the imperial examination. Yet, if the cost of this endeavor exceeds their capacity to bear, it would be a grave miscalculation. Just as the first prince wrestled with indecision, the Minister of Justice, Li Wenfan, arrived suddenly. Uncle, Your Highness. Just now, the sixth prince dispatched someone to deliver a letter, expressing deep dissatisfaction regarding the sealing of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion. Though the letter contained little elaboration, we must take its contents seriously. Before the first prince could respond, Li Wenfan continued, producing the letter gifted to him by Ning Songxing and presenting it directly to Ning Tianxin. Upon opening the letter, the first prince found but a single phrase inscribed within. Yet, this solitary sentence intensified the murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the end. These brief 7 characters unequivocally express Ning Songxing's stance on the matter at hand. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Ning Songxing is acutely aware of the individuals orchestrating the closure of Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, as well as their underlying motives. However, compelling Ning Songxing to concede is an utterly impossible endeavor. The ensuing contest will determine which party can induce the other to capitulate first. The Crown Prince, in a fit of frustration, crushed the letter in his hand and flung it into the air. Sixth brother, he declared, I had no intention of confronting you so soon. Yet your brilliance during this period has been so overwhelming that it instills fear within me as your elder brother. Hence, it is imperative to bring you back to reality. You are unworthy of that position. Ning Tianxin sneered. Chapter 79, A Major Move. In the residence of the sixth prince in Kyoto, Your Highness. Is it truly appropriate to send a letter to the first prince? Old Huang inquired with a hint of concern. Though we are all aware of the underlying circumstances, the first prince is, after all, your elder brother. Should this matter come to the attention of others, it could lead to complications. However, Ning Songxing merely smiled at old Huang's words, not taking them to heart. Do not worry, old Huang. My elder brother is no ordinary individual. His ambitions have remained unchanged, as he has always aspired to grasp that position firmly in his hands. This time, it shall be a direct confrontation, allowing me to discern the extent of my dear brother's capabilities. Ning Songxing replied with a grin. As they conversed, Jiang Wan entered the room. Upon seeing him, Ning Songxing's lips curled into a smile. How did the matter progress? Your Highness, Wan Shanhong remains obstinate and has not disclosed any information regarding the closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion. However, we have unearthed some other pertinent details about him. He is rather cautious, yet a few inconsistencies have surfaced, indicating that he cannot evade the scrutiny of the Jinyue. Jiang Wan reported promptly. Ning Songxing held great faith in Jiang Wan's efficiency. The assertion that Wan Shanhong could not escape the Jinyue suggested the presence of concrete evidence. My elder brother indeed possesses a loyal subordinate. However, now that we are involved, we must be prepared to serve as cannon fodder. Jiang Wan, proceed according to the plan. This shall serve as a grand gesture for my elder brother and second brother. Otherwise, they might believe that I, as their younger brother, am inconsequential. Ning Songxing added with a chuckle. Understood, Your Highness. Meanwhile, old Huang, overhearing Ning Songxing's remarks, displayed his signature grin. Yet, the absence of 2 prominent front teeth rendered his smile somewhat fearsome. In just 2 short days, the Jinyue apprehended over a dozen officials in Kyoto, including a third-rank official. This bold maneuver sent shockwaves through all factions in the capital. Countless individuals secretly cursed the Jinyue, and many expressed their discontent towards the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. Previously, the Jinyue had acted, But while the number of apprehensions was greater than, most were fifth-rank officials or lower, whose positions were not particularly significant. However, this time was entirely different. Each official taken by the Jinyui held considerable importance. Observant individuals meticulously investigated and discovered that all those apprehended were affiliated with the factions of the first and second princes. Connecting this to the recent closure of the Honshu Tianxiang Pavilion, everything fell into place. The recent actions of the Jinyui clearly reflect the complete vengeance of the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. Otherwise, the Jinyui would not have exclusively targeted the officials associated with the first and second princes. Upon receiving this news, both the first and second princes were utterly enraged. Particularly, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, was so incensed that he smashed countless precious antiques in his residence, vociferously cursing Ning Songxing, much to the attention of the citizens of the capital. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Ning Songxing exhibited no response upon hearing this news. Remarkably, within just one day, the Jinyui publicly disclosed the transgressions of the apprehended officials, igniting a wave of curiosity among the populace. As the citizens learned of these officials' misdeeds, they vociferously condemned them. A multitude of citizens even gathered outside the Jinyui, vocally demanding severe punishment for these officials, creating a significant stir that captured the attention of the entire capital. Initially, many anticipated a strong counterattack from the first and second princes. However, little did they expect that the sixth prince's singular maneuver would leave them utterly powerless. In the Qin State Duke's residence in the capital, the elder remarked, "My dear, the sixth prince has truly outdone himself this time. He requires no other means." The support from the citizens of the capital has already rendered the first and second princes unable to act. The careers of these officials have come to an end, and I believe the two princes are now consumed with a desire for revenge, Qin Wanjun expressed to her grandfather. Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, a flicker of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the elder duke. He had not anticipated such a tactic from the sixth prince. Indeed, it was executed with remarkable finesse, revealing that the first and second princes were no match for him. "Father, what do you think the first and second princes will do next?" Qin Wufeng inquired promptly. "Wanjun, what do you think?" The elder duke did not respond directly to his son, but instead posed the question to his granddaughter. "Grandfather, I believe the first and second princes are likely already devising their strategies. They have effectively shot themselves in the foot this time. Initially intending to use the closure of the Honshu Tianxiang Pavilion to coerce the sixth prince, they did not anticipate his counterattack would be so fierce, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. With the upcoming imperial examination, if the two princes wish to achieve anything, they must now acquiesce. Should this situation persist, I fear the sixth prince may soon turn his attention to second-rank officials. Do those two princes truly dare to gamble?" Qin Wanjun articulated calmly. Her words resonated with the elder duke, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, the world has underestimated the sixth prince. After this episode, I suspect the other princes will regard him as their foremost rival. The sixth prince's aspirations for that position are not so easily attained. After all, that individual is soon to return, the elder duke murmured thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Qin Wufeng and Qin Wanjun exchanged glances, their expression shifting subtly upon hearing that the individual was soon to return. The person mentioned by the Duke of Qin was indeed known to them. Why release him? "Prime Minister?" The second prince, Ning Wenjie, exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Your Highness, it is imperative that we release him at this juncture. The Red Sleeve and Fragrant Pavilion was founded on baseless accusations, and now, the actions of the Imperial Guard have encroached upon our vulnerabilities. If we persist in this course, it will be exceedingly detrimental to us. We must endure this moment of tranquility. We can no longer proceed as we have." "I trust the first prince feels the same way," Prime Minister Liu Qibai sighed in response. Even Liu Qibai was taken aback, unaware that Ning Songxing had resorted to such tactics. The situation had been completely reversed. In this round, they had already suffered defeat. Chapter 80. In this round, sixth brother, you have emerged victorious. Although the second prince harbored deep resentment, he recognized, as the Right Chancellor had pointed out, that if the conflict were to persist, the one most harmed would not be the sixth prince, but rather their side. Reluctantly, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, acquiesced to the Right Chancellor's counsel. The same could be said for the first prince, who exhibited no hesitation in abandoning the pursuit of the Honshu Tianxiang Pavilion. However, Wan Shanhong was ruthlessly cast aside by the first prince, becoming a casualty in this skirmish. Seemingly, Wan Shanhong had anticipated this outcome, for upon receiving the news, he displayed no signs of discontent. Instead, he grew remarkably composed, as if he had come to a profound understanding in an instant. The individuals from the Honshu Tianxiang Pavilion were subsequently released, the seals that had been affixed were torn down, and everything returned to its former state. Initially, Ning Songxing intended to visit the Honshu Tianxiang Pavilion to see everyone, but just as he prepared to step outside, the unexpected arrival of two individuals caught him off guard. Eldest brother, second brother, I did not anticipate your esteemed presence at my residence. How truly splendid, Ning Songxing expressed, a hint of surprise flickering in his heart upon seeing his two elder brothers. However, he was acutely aware that their joint visit likely bore no good tidings, and his wariness towards them intensified. Upon hearing the words of their sixth brother, both the first prince, Ning Tianchen, and the second prince, Ning Wenjie, were grim expressions. Sixth brother, there is no need for such a demeanor in the presence of your two elder brothers. We have come to inform you that you have won this round. We are withdrawing, Ning Tianchen stated flatly. This declaration only heightened Ning Songxing's caution. From the very beginning, he had never underestimated his elder brother. Many in the capital spoke of the first prince, Ning Tianchen, as a benevolent soul, and his demeanor often reflected this portrayal. Yet, Ning Songxing had never placed his faith in such notions. How could one navigate the murky waters of the capital and be a simple character? Moreover, the first prince held the most favorable reputation among all the princes. If he were indeed so uncomplicated, he would have long been devoured until not a trace remained. Now, upon hearing his brother's words, Ning Songxing felt further vindicated in his prior assessment. Eldest brother, have I committed any transgressions? If so, I kindly ask you to enlighten me. Ning Songxing directly inquired, eager to probe the intentions behind their visit, questioning whether they truly came merely to concede. However, his words incited considerable displeasure in the second prince, Ning Wenjie, who retorted sharply, Ning Songxing, cease your pretense before us. Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Our visit is already a sufficient concession. Do not be unappreciative. We, as your elder brothers, have every right to discipline you, and no one dares to utter a word against it. Ning Wenjie scolded vehemently. After delivering this tirade, he appeared somewhat dissatisfied, even contemplating further remarks. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ning Songxing's expression had turned notably cold. Should he dare to continue, it was likely that Ning Songxing would resort to physical action. The eldest prince, Ning Tianchen, astutely perceived this tension and promptly intervened to halt the incessant prattling of the second prince, Ning Wenjie. Sixth brother, our purpose for visiting is straightforward. We come to concede defeat. We were unaware of the situation regarding the Red Sleeve Pavilion. It was orchestrated by our subordinates. Fortunately, the individuals involved have been released unharmed. As for the informant, we are equally in the dark about his whereabouts. If possible, we shall endeavor to locate him and present him to you. He is clearly attempting to sow discord among us brothers, and we implore you not to fall for his ruse. After all, we are truly family, Ning Tianchen declared, placing significant emphasis on the last three words. Ning Songxing regarded his elder brother's words with disdain. In a typical family, they might indeed be considered a true family. However, having been born into a royal lineage, the notion of familial bonds seemed laughable. In a royal family, emotional ties are often deemed unnecessary, even if genuine affection existed. Ning Songxing's sentiment was confined solely to three individuals: his mother, the noble consort one, the fifth prince Ning Fengjia, and the 10th princess Ning Linglong. As for the others, including his father, Emperor Ning Kanglin, they were unworthy of such familial regard. You are absolutely right, elder brother. We are indeed a true family, and such matters should not arise among us. Since you have stated it so, what reason do I, as your younger brother, have to hold back? Let us consider the incident at the Red Sleeve Pavilion a mere misunderstanding. Should you find the time, I would be honored to host you both there. The libations are truly delightful, and I pride myself on being a gracious host. I can assure you, the drinks will be plentiful, Ning Songxing replied with a smile. In truth, the reason the eldest and second princes had come today was twofold: to acknowledge their defeat, and, more importantly, to persuade Ning Songxing to show leniency towards the members of the Jinyue. Yet, Ning Songxing appeared to be fully aware of their intentions, skillfully diverting the conversation and avoiding any mention of the Jinyue, which left both princes feeling rather awkward and somewhat resentful. Just as their patience began to wane, Ning Songxing abruptly rose to his feet. Elder brother, second brother, I sincerely apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to, and thus cannot keep you any longer. I shall personally visit to express my apologies at a later date. Lao Huang, please see my brothers out, Ning Songxing called out with a loud voice. Yes, Your Highness. Observing the actions of the venerable Master Huang before them, both the first and second princes found themselves on the verge of uttering expletives. However, given Master Huang's esteemed status and unparalleled prowess, even as princes, they dared not voice their grievances against such a formidable grandmaster. Moreover, Ning Songxing had effectively silenced them, leaving them unable to vent their frustrations. It can be said that both were enduring considerable vexation at that moment. A few minutes later, Master Huang returned to Ning Songxing's side. Your Highness, these two princes are brimming with suppressed fury today. If matters were to escalate, it may prove troublesome for His Majesty to address, Master Huang whispered discreetly. Chapter 81. The examiner is actually her? Old Huang's remark elicited a chuckle from Ning Songxing. Did you truly think that the emperor was oblivious to everything? I had long harbored suspicions regarding Yu Song's identity, which seemed far from ordinary. He was not merely the minister of the capital, but possessed an enigmatic aura as well. The recent closure of the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion unequivocally substantiated my earlier conjectures. If my deductions are accurate, Yu Song must have been strategically placed in his position by the emperor himself. In truth, Yu Song's identity has begun to take shape. Aside from the Black Dragon Guards that serve the emperor, it is unlikely that anyone else would inspire such trust from him. However, the specifics of Yu Song's role within the Black Dragon Guards remain shrouded in mystery, as Ning Songxing remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing about Yu Song's identity, Old Huang appeared momentarily taken aback. Should the prince's assumptions hold true, and Yu Song indeed be a member of the Black Dragon Guards, then the emperor's foresight is unparalleled. Having orchestrated his plans years in advance to secure complete control over the capital. Nevertheless, this is quite reasonable, for the emperor is the sovereign of Dian. If he cannot even maintain authority over the capital, his reign would amount to little more than a fade. Yet, others remain oblivious to this reality, many even reveling in their misguided confidence. Your Highness, according to your assertions, the emperor is fully aware of the situation from beginning to end, Old Huang stated. Without the emperor's directive, how could Yu Song have acted in such a manner? You are familiar with Yu Song, given his prior disposition. Regardless of whether there was treason involved with the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, he would undoubtedly have intervened. Yet this time, he remained silent even when the capital's chief historian was taken away, which is evidently quite irregular. If he had not received an order from the emperor, how could he allow his princes to vie against one another in the shadows? It seems likely that this is the emperor's design, a means to assess our capabilities through this incident. Ning Songxing nodded gently at this insight. At this juncture, he chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Old Huang seemed to grasp the implications and refrained from further inquiries. Old Huang, let us proceed to the palace. It is time to inform the emperor of the examiner's name for the spring imperial examination, Ning Songxing said with a calm demeanor. Certainly, Your Highness. In recent times, the rivalry among Ning Songxing and the other princes had intensified due to the incident at the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, causing them to momentarily overlook matters concerning the upcoming spring examination. With only 3 days remaining until the commencement of this year's examination, the identity of the examiner, which would typically have been announced by now, remained undisclosed, leaving many candidates feeling increasingly uneasy, especially upon learning of the tumultuous discord among the princes. The students grew ever more anxious. If the identity of the chief examiner is not disclosed soon, it may indeed lead to significant repercussions. However, now that the matter has been resolved, it is imperative for Ning Songxing to announce the identity of the chief examiner at the earliest opportunity, though it is essential to first report to His Majesty. Upon seeing the candidate for chief examiner recommended by his son, Emperor Yin revealed a faint smile, suggesting that everything was indeed part of His Majesty's grand design. Old fellow, release the name of the chief examiner, the emperor instructed Eunuch Wei beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. As Eunuch Wei withdrew, he cast a discreet glance at the emperor, noticing the smile upon His Majesty's face, which indicated a remarkable state of contentment. Perhaps the emperor was exceedingly pleased with the identity of the chief examiner for this year's spring imperial examination. However, Eunuch Wei made no further moves and swiftly exited the imperial study, uncertain of who the chief examiner truly was. The moment the identity of the chief examiner was revealed, the entire capital was left in astonishment, except for the Qin family. No one had anticipated that the sixth prince would select her as the chief examiner for the spring imperial examination. Yet, many quickly regained their composure, recognizing Qin Wanjun as one of the 3 great talents of the capital. Numerous scholars had prophesied that if she were male, she would be the next Confucian sage. Such accolades were ample proof of Qin Wanjun's remarkable talents. and there was no dissent among the scholars regarding her appointment as chief examiner for the spring imperial examination. While the scholars expressed no objections, it did not imply that others were equally accepting, particularly a few disgruntled princes who were utterly taken aback by Ning Songxing's choice of Qin Wanjun for the role. This development had surpassed their expectations. More significantly, Qin Wanjun had the backing of the Qin family, with the old Duke Qin and General Qin standing firmly behind her, rendering it unthinkable for anyone to challenge her position as chief examiner. Otherwise, given the protective nature of the old Duke and General Qin, it would not be surprising if they sent troops to encircle those who dared to oppose her. At this moment, the people of the capital finally grasped the rationale behind the sixth prince's decision to appoint Qin Wanjun as the chief examiner for the spring imperial examination. Clearly, he had aligned the entire Qin family with his cause. This strategic move by the sixth prince effectively obliterated any alternative aspirations others might have harbored. Your Highness, the identity of the chief examiner for the spring imperial examination has been officially announced by the emperor. It is said that the scholars have no objections, as they recognize Qin Wanjun's esteemed reputation and capabilities. In fact, many students believe that the choice of chief examiner is excellent. However, according to reports from the Shadow Guards, several princes and certain aristocratic families in the capital are quite displeased. However, due to the unwavering support from the venerable Duke Qin and General Qin, these individuals dared only to harbor resentment without voicing their discontent. It is rumored that the second prince has shattered numerous precious treasures. Old Huang has also relayed certain information to Ning Songxing. Upon hearing Old Huang's report, Ning Songxing gently shook his head. My dear second brother possesses an abundance of valuable items at home. The number he has already destroyed is truly staggering and of considerable worth. Nevertheless, these matters no longer concern us. If they have the audacity, let them confront Qin Wanjun. I am quite eager to witness whether the venerable Duke Qin will pay them a visit to reprimand them. Ning Songxing remarked with a cold smile. Your Highness, you truly hold them in too high regard. Chapter 82. The Imperial Examination. 3 fleeting days have passed, and the entire capital seems to have descended into a tranquil silence. All affairs have come to a standstill in anticipation of the imperial examination. For the scholars preparing for this examination, this quietude proves to be a most beneficial circumstance, as they require a serene environment to concentrate fully on the impending challenges. Moreover, the appointment of Qin Wanjun as the chief examiner has stirred a sense of trepidation among the students. None can predict how she will frame the questions, and those hailing from prestigious families are particularly anxious. They possess knowledge far exceeding that of their ordinary counterparts, fully aware that this imperial examination diverges significantly from previous ones. To attain commendable rankings, they must rely solely on their genuine talents, as previous stratagems will avail them nothing in this context. Despite this, various powers and noble families are exerting every effort to assist their candidates in securing favorable results, aiming to usher their own into the court. However, Ning Songxing has anticipated these maneuvers with remarkable foresight. Upon entering the examination hall, the multitude of scholars found themselves momentarily stunned by the surroundings. In stark contrast to prior years, this examination is conducted in a semi-public manner, ensuring that, save for a single partition, every action is observed by the invigilators. What is more disconcerting is the presence of a Jin Yi Wei, embroidered uniform guard, assigned to each student for protection. Should any scholar, due to physical reasons or otherwise, wish to leave the examination hall, they must do so accompanied by the guard. Otherwise, they risk expulsion and disqualification from the examination. As the commanding officer of the Jin Yi Wei, Jiang Wan, outlined the regulations of this imperial examination, a collective gasp echoed through the hall. The students, particularly those affiliated with various factions, turned pale with apprehension. Yet, amidst the anxiety, there were those who rejoiced, especially the scholars from humble backgrounds. Upon hearing these rules, they clenched their fists, recognizing this might be their singular opportunity to alter their destinies. Among the 3 scholars who had resolved to align themselves with the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, determination shone in their eyes. Notably, Gu Yunhan felt no inferiority compared to his peers. All he sought was a chance to soar to greatness. Now, this opportunity lay before him, and should he fail to seize it, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. As the esteemed Ning Songxing, the presiding official of this spring examination, issued his command, the highly anticipated event officially commenced. However, at the moment the numerous scholars unveiled the examination questions, their countenances reflected a grave seriousness. The complexity of the questions far exceeded their expectations. Observing the expressions of the students, a flicker of doubt crossed Ning Songshen's mind, prompting him to turn to Miss Qin Wanjun beside him. Miss Qin, may I inquire about the nature of the questions you have prepared? It appears these scholars are rather perplexed. Could it be that the questions are exceedingly challenging? Ning Chongqing inquired with a smile. Your Highness, I merely made slight modifications to the questions this time. Qin Wanjun replied with a smile. If these scholars lack agile minds, coupled with a modicum of literary foundation and philosophical insight, they shall find no recognition from me. However, I believe such alterations should meet with your approval, should they not? Is this not one of the reasons you invited me to serve as the chief examiner? Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Ning Songshen's eyes. His decision to appoint Qin Wanjun as the chief examiner was indeed influenced by the powerful Qin family, but as she rightly stated, it was also an effort to fundamentally alter the prevailing situation. Continuing with the traditional questions would merely be a superficial change. It would have been all too easy for those with unscrupulous intentions to cheat. Yet, with the modifications Ning Songshen had implemented, those individuals found themselves utterly confounded. Miss Qin, I trust you will shoulder the responsibilities of this examination. Jiang Wan, ensure Miss Qin's safety. If anyone dares to approach, deal with them mercilessly. With the answers he sought in hand, Ning Songshen rose and strode towards the exit. Now that the spring examination had commenced, Ning Songshen, as the host, found no necessity to remain on site, especially with the capable Qin Wanjun overseeing as chief examiner, accompanied by a multitude of imperial guards to maintain order. His attention was required elsewhere, primarily to prevent any desperate actions from certain individuals. As the sixth prince, Ning Songshen, departed, Qin Wanjun refrained from uttering much. Instead, she focused her gaze on the scholars in the examination hall, for as chief examiner, it was her duty. Shortly after Ning Songshen left, various noble families and several princes learned of the examination's developments, leading to a chorus of indignation. They had never anticipated that Ning Songshen would consider every possible scenario. Now, finding even the slightest flaw was nearly impossible, particularly since all the guards in the examination hall had been replaced with imperial guards. Their chances were further diminished. Right, Chancellor? The spring examination has commenced. Do we still have a chance? The second prince, Ning Wenjie, also spoke up. Your Highness, I fear that this time there are indeed very few opportunities left. The sixth prince has thoroughly prepared everything, to such an extent that even I am profoundly astonished. Many matters remain obscure to others, unless the sixth prince has received guidance from a sage. It is utterly inconceivable that all the loopholes in the palace examination could have been entirely sealed. The expression on the right Chancellor Liu Qingbai's face was equally grim. Could it be that? At this moment, the second prince seemed to have come to a realization, his countenance darkening as he said, if nothing unforeseen occurs. It must be that old wretch Li Chong who is behind this, Liu Qingbai remarked coldly. Chapter 83. Slaughter under the night. The words of the right chancellor stirred a profound discontent within the heart of the second prince, Ning Wenjie. However, considering that Li Chong was a renowned scholar of great repute and situated at the Ling Shu Academy, any attempt to act against him would be futile. Right, Chancellor? Do you think we? Your Highness, such thoughts must not be entertained, interrupted the right chancellor, Liu Qingbai. The imperial examination is currently underway. Any disturbance, no matter how trivial, will surely provoke a thorough investigation from His Majesty. Regardless of who is involved, the consequences are beyond our capacity to bear. If Your Highness wishes to avoid entanglement in future matters due to this incident, it is imperative that you refrain from any further considerations. Before the second prince could voice his thoughts, he was directly interrupted by the right chancellor. Despite the displeasure evident on Ning Wenjie's countenance, which could be described as rather grim, he acquiesced to the right chancellor's counsel and ceased to broach the subject. In truth, there is no need for us to intervene at all. Your Highness should be well aware of the capabilities of my few disciples. Even if the sixth prince intends to offer a fair opportunity to all scholars, those few will undoubtedly excel. We need not be anxious, others are eager, and we can merely observe patiently. The right chancellor's words resonated once more, and upon hearing them, a glimmer of insight appeared in the second prince's eyes. He had indeed overlooked this aspect while preoccupied with battling against Ning Songshen. Right, Chancellor, it seems I have been somewhat deranged. Let us then enjoy the spectacle. Ning Wenjie replied with a smile. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded in other residences, particularly when they learned of the stringent nature of this year's imperial examination. Many were left astounded, and a multitude directed their ire towards Ning Songshen, albeit discreetly. After all, they dared not express such sentiments openly. For the sixth prince's formidable tactics had left an indelible impression on all of Kyoto. Although many believed that this year's examination would prove fruitless, some still contemplated taking reckless risks. However, they could not fathom that Ning Songxing had already prepared for such eventualities, eagerly anticipating their rashness. Jiang Wan. How are the arrangements progressing? Ning Songxing inquired nonchalantly. Your Highness, rest assured, all the Jinyui have been covertly prepared. Should those individuals dare to approach, they shall find no return. The arrangements on that side have been entrusted to Deputy Commander Xie Lingchen. I will rush to the scene at the first sign of trouble. Moreover, the Shadow Guards report that numerous individuals in Kyoto are poised to act, driven by the allure of this imperial examination. It seems they will not cease until they achieve their goals. Your Highness, perhaps you should return to the residence for now? Jiang Wan suggested hastily. Jiang Wan's words elicited a gentle smile from Ning Songxing. He understood that such advice stemmed from a place of concern, yet this time, Ning Songxing truly did not wish to depart from the scene. Enough. With the presence of Lao Huang by my side, you need not worry about my safety. The most crucial task now is to ensure that those individuals do not succeed. Prepare yourselves. Ning Songxing instructed calmly. Yes, Your Highness. Once Jiang Wan departed, Ning Songxing stood high above, observing all the students in the examination hall, a hint of gravity appearing in his gaze. He was acutely aware of the discontent his actions would provoke. Yet he understood that allowing those individuals to act with such impunity could very well spell doom for the Great Yin. Having resolved to contend for that position, he would not permit anything detrimental to the realm to transpire. Lao Huang, do you believe the dawn will break for the Great Yin? Ning Songxing inquired thoughtfully. Your Highness, I am but an ordinary old man. Whether the dawn breaks for the Great Yin bears little relevance to me, and I cannot say for certain. However, I do know that with you around, many calamities shall be averted. Lao Huang replied with a grin. As night fell, the examination venue was enveloped in silence. Yet, at that moment, a group of cloaked figures clad in black appeared not far from the examination hall, their faces obscured save for their eyes, which glinted ominously. Leader, something feels amiss. Wasn't it said that the Jinyui had taken full control of the examination hall? Why do we see no sign of them? One subordinate questioned, anxiety creeping into his voice. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the leader's expression shifted with concern. This is bad. We must retreat. They are lying in wait. However, before the black-clad figures could act, over 100 Jinyui emerged, surrounding them completely. It truly mirrored what the prince had said. Those who act recklessly are courting death. But today, you shall remain here. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Xie Lingchen declared with a cold smirk. At Xie Lingchen's command, all the Jinyui immediately charged towards the group of black-clad figures. Breakthrough. Faced with such a multitude of Jinyui, the leader of the black-clad figures realized their chances of survival were slim. Their original objective was now unattainable, yet they would never allow themselves to be captured by the Jinyui. Otherwise, who knows what fate awaited them. The leader charged straight at Xie Lingchen, fully aware that capturing him might provide a glimmer of hope for their survival. Coming at me? Very well, let me see the extent of your abilities. With that, he drew his sword, lunging at the black-clad figure. In an instant, chaos erupted around the perimeter of the examination hall as the clash of battle commenced. Your Highness, they have arrived. The Jinyui are already engaged in combat with them, but to our surprise, the enemy possesses considerable strength. He is indeed no ordinary individual. Yet the Jinyui should be capable of dealing with those ruffians. Old Huang promptly remarked, since there are those who desire death, I shall grant them their wish. Inform Jiang Wan to spare the life of their leader. Ning Songxing spoke with an air of indifference. Understood. As he watched old Huang's departing figure, Ning Songxing's expression remained as tranquil as ever. He paid little heed to the unfolding events, for he held the reins of their actions firmly in his grasp. It seems a rain may soon fall, cleansing the bloodshed of this dark night. Purifying the soul would not be unwelcome. Ning Songxing murmured. Chapter 84, Luring the Tiger Away from Its Mountain. However, what Ning Songxing did not anticipate was that unexpected developments were unfolding in a situation he believed was under his control. Jiang Wan. His Highness commands that we apprehend the leader, ensure he remains alive. Old Huang stated with a calm demeanor. Understood. It was at this juncture that the presence of two Grandmaster-level powerhouses abruptly manifested, causing both Old Huang and Jiang Wan to wear expressions of grave concern. The adversary had dispatched not one, but two Grandmaster-level experts? Was it not the case that the Great Yin dynasty had only a handful of such masters in the open? When had the number of grandmasters proliferated to this extent? Feeling the aura of the newcomers, Jiang Wan's countenance darkened considerably. On the surface, every major dynasty possesses its own hidden strengths. Those aristocratic families are far more complex than you might imagine. This time, our opponents have come well prepared, Old Huang remarked. However, since grandmaster-level experts have emerged, it is time for us to also make our move. Let us see whether they are truly formidable or if we surpass them. With that, the sword box behind him materialized before him with a swift motion, and he gazed ahead with an air of tranquility. Witnessing Old Huang's actions, Jiang Wan could not help but display a rare smile. Since the esteemed elder is unperturbed, how could I, Jiang Wan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, tarnish His Highness's reputation? He exclaimed. Aha! I've long heard of the grandmaster-level prowess of Jiang Wan, commander of the Imperial Guards under the 6th Prince and Old Huang. The steward. Today, let us brothers engage in a proper exchange. A voice reached their ears, followed by the appearance of two elderly gentlemen, each seemingly in their 60s. Before Old Huang and Jiang Wan. What struck Old Huang and Jiang Wan as peculiar was that these two wielded a gu chain, which was considerably larger than any they had encountered, appearing to require the combined efforts of both individuals to pluck its strings. Heaven's severance and earth's ruin? Old Huang seemed to recall something and inquired. Steward Huang truly possesses extensive knowledge. I did not expect that after so many years in seclusion, individuals would still recognize our names. What have the elders bellowed? Not good. His Highness is in danger. Old Huang exclaimed anxiously. What? Old Huang's words sent Jiang Wan into a state of profound tension. He was not privy to the identities of heaven's severance and earth's ruin, but witnessing Old Huang's unease, he surmised that their intention was to restrain the two of them while making a move against His Highness. If His Highness were to sustain any injuries, they would surely be held accountable. I will keep them occupied. You hurry back to rescue His Highness, Jiang Wan declared emphatically. It is too late to return now. You two shall remain here, came the response. Heavenly demon melody, heartbreak. The melodious strains of the piano emanated incessantly from the hands of two individuals, directed straight towards Jiang Wan and Old Huang. These musical notes even materialized into sharp blades, imbued with an icy chill, bearing down upon them with ferocity. In light of this, let us first resolve the matter of the two of you. Without a hint of hesitation, Old Huang and Jiang Wan retaliated with unbridled fury, sparing no effort whatsoever. As the four grandmasters engaged in fierce combat, several figures mysteriously appeared beside Ning Songxing, each emanating an aura of lethal intent, seemingly intent on engulfing him. Yet, Ning Songxing exhibited not the slightest trace of concern, a faint smile even gracing his lips. To counter this, king, you have dispatched such a formidable assembly. It appears your influence is indeed considerable, Ning Songxing remarked with an air of indifference. Haha, Your Highness the 6th Prince, you are indeed renowned throughout the capital. The entire realm acknowledges that you, 6th Prince Ning Songxing, are the most gifted individual of the Great Yin dynasty. Yet today, you shall meet your demise. In our endeavor to confront your Highness, we have summoned 2 formidable grandmasters, along with 5 experts of the Master Realm. No matter how powerful you may be, you shall not escape alive. One among them sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Ning Songxing merely nodded subtly. Such a lineup was truly extraordinary, one that ordinary sects could scarcely muster. Humph, Ning Songxing, how dare you lay hands on the members of the Lingyan Ghost Clan? Today marks your end. An elder clad in a black robe growled. The Lingyan Ghost Clan? When did you, a collection of wretches dwelling in darkness, dare to appear in the capital? Has the Lingyan Ghost Clan grown weary of life? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ning Songxing's eyes. He harbored no fondness whatsoever for this so-called Lingyan Ghost Clan. Setting aside the fact that the Ghost Hand once slaughtered the Imperial Guards, the deeds of the Ghost Clan in Lingyan were sufficient grounds for Ning Songxing to eradicate them. The reason the Great Yin dynasty had refrained from taking action thus far was due to the complex situation in Lingyan, compounded by the predatory gaze of their neighbors. However, this did not imply that the Great Yin dynasty was oblivious to the happenings in Lingyan. Quite the contrary, they were acutely aware. Ning Songxing, you seek death. Such words incited the wrath of the Ghost Clan member. Let us not waste further breath on him. Our time is limited. Should we alert the Imperial Guards, it would be a grave miscalculation. Let us strike together and eliminate him. The one who had spoken earlier commanded decisively. Kill. The group exchanged glances, exhibiting no hesitation. and charged towards Ning Songxing. Moreover, the Ghost Clan member unleashed a cloud of toxic mist towards him, a sinister smile plastered across his face, as if he could already envision Ning Songxing succumbing to the poisonous haze. Just as they reveled in their perceived success, they suddenly realized that they were unable to advance within a mere meter of Ning Songxing, as if an invisible wall had risen to impede their progress. This bizarre scene ignited an unsettling premonition within their hearts. As they regained their composure, they beheld a woman clad in white, adorned with 2 daggers at her waist. Standing beside Ning Songxing, her beauty unparalleled, her aura astonishing, all present. Not late at all, Ning Songxing remarked with a smile, just in time. Chapter 85. The intervention of Nangongpush. Upon seeing the youthful visage of Nangongpush, adorned with features reminiscent of a white fox, a faint smile graced Ning Songxing's face. Until now, Nangongpush had refrained from taking action, primarily because Ning Songxing had wished for her to remain passive. However, the present moment appeared to be the most opportune for her to intervene. "Who are you?" demanded the elder at the forefront. Nangongpush. This name was entirely unfamiliar to them. "Step aside quickly, or you shall face death as well." Despite being momentarily thwarted, they did not anticipate that the very person before them was the one obstructing their path. Their disregard stemmed from her youth and femininity, which led them to underestimate her. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ning Songxing could only shake his head in resignation. How audacious it was for this elder to speak thus to Nangongpush. A figure of formidable prowess, truly a reckless act. "Nagong, do you understand why the villains cannot prevail over the righteous? It is because they are not only verbose, but also exceedingly foolish, much like these individuals before us," Ning Songxing remarked with a cold smile. "Then let us eliminate them all," Nangongpush stated coolly as she unsheathed her dual blades, Xiaodong and Chunlei, her expression remaining as frigid as ever. "Attack. First, kill this woman, and then deal with Ning Songxing," commanded one of the assailants, as they closed in on her. Throughout the onslaught, Nangongpush's countenance betrayed no sign of trepidation. It was as if she regarded the 5 masters before her with utter indifference. "Your current strength is woefully inadequate. Train well, for this is merely the 19th stance." Upon uttering these words, Nangongpush deftly brandished her blades, unleashing vast currents of blade energy that surged toward her foes, seemingly cleaving the very air around them. 9th stance. In the blink of an eye, she had executed 9 strikes, each wave of blade energy cascading like relentless tides, poised to rend her adversaries asunder. With a sickening thud, the elder at the forefront was instantly deprived of life by her stroke, blood erupting from his mouth as his body was sent hurtling backward. Upon hitting the ground, he had already embarked on his journey to the afterlife. The remaining 4, witnessing this harrowing spectacle, were gripped by an overwhelming dread. They had never fathomed that the woman with the white fox-like face possessed such terrifying might, dispatching a master with a single stroke. An achievement even the most eminent grandmasters would find arduous. "Run!" cried the member of the Ghost Clan, prompting them to flee without a backward glance. Yet, a cold smile lingered on Ning Songxing's face. These intruders believed they could come and go at their leisure, but such ease was a mere illusion. Without uttering a word, Nangongpush pursued the 4 fleeing figures with relentless determination. Within mere minutes, Lao Huang and Jiang Wan rejoined Ning Songxing's side. "I am guilty, Your Highness. Please render your judgment," Jiang Wan declared, kneeling on one knee. "Rise," came the response. "This matter does not concern you." The other party was not targeting the spring examination this time. Even if you were to prepare thoroughly, it would be impossible to be completely vigilant. "Old Huang, what is the situation with those 2 grandmasters?" Ning Songxing inquired, gently waving his hand. "Your Highness, both individuals possess formidable strength. They are likely associated with certain sections. Capturing them alive is no simple task. As for that group of individuals, they have already been apprehended by the Jinyue, but chose to commit suicide by poison. They are likely trained assassins cultivated by certain aristocratic families, leaving us with no leads." Old Huang quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Ning Songxing nodded lightly. "Jiang Wan, instruct the Jinyue to heighten security. Reassure the students, urging them to remain calm and composed during the examinations. This is my promise to all of them," Ning Songxing stated softly. "Yes, Your Highness." Although Ning Songxing departed, the events of that night reverberated throughout the capital. Particularly, the appearance of the enigmatic Nangongpush left spies from various factions utterly astounded, as she effortlessly slain a Grandmaster-level expert with a single strike. And this woman had never before been seen by anyone. No one knew who this mysterious woman was, yet her prowess instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. in the imperial palace within the study. Qingying, can this matter be confirmed? The Flame Emperor asked gravely. Your Majesty, many witnessed this event tonight. I believe that all the prominent families and sects in the capital have already received news about this Nangong Push. To slay a Grandmaster-level expert with a single blow is an extraordinary feat, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Grandmaster. Even I fear I would not stand a chance against such a strike. Qingying recounted candidly. At this moment, the Flame Emperor fell into deep contemplation. The emergence of Nangong Push indeed instilled a sense of gravity in the heart of the current sovereign. While he was aware that his son was likely concealing many matters, the appearance of a peaked Grandmaster, even one surpassing that realm, evoked a hint of trepidation within him. The presence of such a powerful figure raised questions in the Flame Emperor's mind, particularly regarding why she was by his son's side, seemingly there to protect him. Such strength even sparked a tinge of envy in the Flame Emperor towards his son. Qingying, you may withdraw for now. This matter need not be addressed until the spring examination concludes. The Flame Emperor waved his hand gently. Yes, Your Majesty. After Qingying departed, the Flame Emperor suddenly spoke. Hidden Kill, what is the origin of this Nangong Push? Does the Black Dragon Guard have any information on her? Your Majesty. The Black Dragon Guard has no prior records of this individual, and infiltration into the Sixth Prince's residence has proven exceedingly difficult. Thus, we remain unaware of who else may be within the Sixth Prince's estate. However, the strike delivered by Nangong Push can only be described as extraordinarily stunning. Even for someone like myself, it would not be a simple task to effortlessly withstand such a blow. If I am not mistaken, this Nangong Push has already surpassed the realm of the Grandmaster. Inshi also spoke up directly at this moment. The Flame Emperor took a deep breath. He could choose not to believe Qingying's words, but the fact that Inshi expressed such sentiments clearly indicates that Nangong Push's strength is indeed formidable. The Great Yin dynasty possesses genuine depth, yet individuals as young as Nangong Push, endowed with such prowess, are virtually non-existent, not only within our Great Yin dynasty but also among the other Huang dynasties. Who exactly are you, Nangong Push? Chapter 86. The spring examination concludes. That very night, the entire capital was abuzz with the name of Nangong Push. However, what weighed more heavily was the formidable prowess of Nangong Push, which instilled a sense of trepidation in all. Due to their own inadequacies, they could not fully gauge the true extent of Nangong Push's terrifying strength, only knowing that he had effortlessly slain a master of the realm. Yet, this alone was sufficient to fill everyone with dread. Naturally, many gazes were also directed towards the Sixth Prince. From the initial presence of the Old Huang to the subsequent appearances of Jiang Wan and the Imperial Guards, and now the sudden emergence of the enigmatic Nangong Push, none could ascertain how many more cards the Sixth Prince, Ning Zongxing, had concealed. Nonetheless, the attention from the capital and even the four great families towards Ning Zongxing had reached unprecedented heights. Perhaps it was due to Nangong Push's intervention that the capital experienced an unusual tranquility in the ensuing days, with no factions daring to make a move, all yielding to the spring examination. Witnessing such a scene, a faint smile graced Ning Zongxing's face. This was the outcome he had yearned for. As long as no disturbances arose, this year's spring examination would be undeniably fair. The 3 rounds of examination swiftly passed. Following the conclusion of the spring examination, all scholars breathed a sigh of relief. With the tests now behind them, they awaited the results with bated breath. Of course, due to the change in the chief examiner, the questions differed significantly from those of previous years, leaving many with grim expressions, especially those hailing from prominent families. As for the scholars associated with the princes, while some felt uncertain about their performances, the majority retained considerable confidence. Particularly, the students under the second prince, having received guidance from the right minister Liu Qibai, likely possessed superior abilities. Although Liu Qingbai's character left much to be desired, his skills were undeniably remarkable. However, if one were to identify the most self-assured scholar among them, it would undoubtedly be Gu Yuhan. Given that the results would be announced in half a month's time, all participants of the spring examination remained in the capital, with arrangements made by the Ministry of Rites. This proved advantageous for the scholars, as they would be free from other concerns during this period. In the capital, at the residence of the Sixth Prince, Your Highness, the spring examination has concluded. The subsequent matters will be handled by Miss Qin, and the Ministry of Rites will announce the details in due course. However, according to the prior warning from the elder Mr. Li Chong, this period leading up to the results is when unexpected incidents are most likely to occur. They had no opportunities during the spring examination, I believe the results will be their final chance, Old Huang remarked. Upon hearing Old Huang's words, Ning Xiangxing nodded slightly. This matter is undeniably of utmost importance. And we have now arrived at a critical juncture. Although Ning Xiangxing serves as the presiding official for this spring examination, the responsibility of evaluating the students' papers lies solely with the chief examiner. In this regard, Ning Xiangxing is unable to provide assistance. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the chief examiner is the one who determines the list of admitted students. Naturally, in this process, aside from the chief examiner, Qin Wanjun, several other examiners lend their support. Ning Xiangxing holds unwavering trust in Qin Wanjun. Otherwise, he would not have appointed her as the chief examiner for this occasion. However, he remains uncertain about the other examiners. Should any issues arise among them, the final results could indeed undergo significant upheaval. The spring examination has reached its final stage, and it is imperative that no problems arise during the announcement of results. There are no concerns on Qin Wanjun's end, but a thorough investigation into the other examiners is essential. Prepare the Jinyue personnel. I demand to know all pertinent information about them. Ning Xiangxing commanded directly. Your Highness, rest assured, Mr. Kongming has already sent Jiang Wan and the Jinyue to undertake this task. If all goes as planned, the Jinyue has commenced discreet investigations into those examiners. Old Huang replied with a smile. Upon hearing Old Huang's words, Ning Xiangxing finally felt a slight sense of relief. However, at that moment, a remark from Old Huang caused Ning Xiangxing's expression to grow significantly graver. Your Highness, during this period, you have been preoccupied with the spring examination, and there is something I have not mentioned to you. Now that the spring examination has concluded, it is time to inform you. Old Huang began. What has occurred? Ning Xiangxing inquired. According to information from the Shadow Guards, Prince Ming will return to the capital in a few days. Old Huang stated. Prince Ming? At the mention of Prince Ming, a glint of coldness flickered in Ning Xiangxing's eyes. Prince Ming is the younger brother of the current emperor, and thus Ning Xiangxing's uncle, whom he should address as imperial uncle. However, this is not the only reason for Ning Xiangxing's apprehension. During his time at the Hoshu Tianxiang Pavilion, Prince Ming had once led the charge to persuade the emperor to depose him. Furthermore, Prince Ming is the only prince, apart from the great generals in the military, who possesses military authority. This alone underscores the high status of Prince Ming within the Diyin dynasty. Additionally, Prince Ming is steadfastly aligned with the crown prince, asserting that the crown must rightfully belong to the legitimate eldest son. Moreover, the crown prince is the offspring of the current empress. In Prince Ming's eyes, the crown prince is the rightful successor to the throne of the Diyin dynasty. The return of Prince Ming to the capital clearly bolsters the crown prince's position. Furthermore, Ning Xiangxing cannot fathom that an uncle who once sought to unseat him would allow him to ascend to such heights. Isn't the imperial uncle in the Western Territories? Is it possible that the situation in the Western Territories has already reached its conclusion? Ning Xiangxing inquired. Your Highness, the specifics remain unclear for the time being. However, based on the intelligence relayed by the Shadow Guards, it appears that Prince Ming and the Dawei dynasty have clandestinely reached an accord. The details of this agreement are known only to Prince Ming and one of the princes from the Dawei dynasty. Nevertheless, the Dawei forces have already begun their withdrawal. This may very well be the reason for Prince Ming's return to the capital. Old Huang also gently shook his head. There must be a reason behind this. There is surely something amiss. Have the Shadow Guards thoroughly investigate the situation in the Western Territories. Ning Xiangxing said with a grave expression. Chapter 87. A Display of Authority. The night swiftly passed. When the dawn of the next day arrived, Ning Xiangxing sensed an unusual atmosphere at the morning court. Unlike previous sessions, where conversations would flourish prior to the emperor's arrival, today there was an eerie silence, with each minister standing in quietude. To Ning Xiangxing's astonishment, nearly all the officials' gazes were fixated on the eldest prince, Ning Tianqian, who stood at the forefront. Even the usually vivacious second prince was unusually subdued. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Xiangxing quickly deduced that their imperial uncle was likely to attend the court session today. It is worth noting that the greatest fear among these princes was not their father, the emperor, but rather this formidable uncle. Throughout their upbringing, nearly all the princes had faced severe reprimands from him. Before this uncle, they never dared to act out of line, save for the eldest prince, Ning Tianqian, who had always enjoyed a uniquely privileged relationship with their uncle, characterized by a degree of indulgence that even the emperor had occasionally found surprising. Nonetheless, the emperor placed great trust in this brother. Otherwise, the Prince of Ming would not be the only one among the princes endowed with military authority. As Ning Xiangxing pondered these matters, The courtiers in the grand hall called out toward the rear. Soon, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, approached the direction of Ning Tianqian and the others. His expression was stern, and an aura of menace surrounded him. This man was none other than the emperor's younger brother and the royal uncle to many princes, the Prince of Ming, Ning Songming. Greetings, Your Highness. Though Ning Songxing did not hold a particular fondness for this uncle, he felt compelled to pay his respects. This was the grand hall, and with so many officials present, failing to observe such formalities could lead to unwarranted scrutiny. Ning Songxing was not inclined to provide others with an opportunity to exploit any weaknesses. Furthermore, should this uncle choose to unjustly suppress him, he would not simply acquiesce to such treatment. However, the Prince of Ming seemed oblivious to the greetings from Ning Songxing and his companions, proceeding directly to stand before the eldest prince, Ning Tianqian. A faint smile broke through his otherwise stern demeanor. Greetings, Your Highness. The eldest prince performed a deep bow. In response to Ning Tianqian's gesture, the Prince of Ming offered a slight nod. This interaction starkly contrasted with his demeanor toward the other princes, leaving many courtiers astonished. After all, the Prince of Ming held a position of great significance within the Dayan dynasty, and with the emperor yet to designate a crown prince, his actions could be interpreted as an overt endorsement of the eldest prince. Upon witnessing this scene, the second prince, Ning Wenjie, was filled with rage. His teeth clenched in frustration. His heart roared incessantly, for he understood that securing the support of the imperial uncle would significantly enhance his chances of becoming the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. However, over the years, it seemed that the imperial uncle had reserved a unique favor for the first prince, treating the other princes with a cold indifference. Tianqian, I have heard of certain events transpiring in the capital during my recent stay in the Western Territories. As the first prince, you must set a commendable example. Your younger siblings require your guidance in managing the affairs of the capital. I have just returned to the capital, so if you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me, remarked the Ming prince, gently patting the shoulder of the first prince. Upon hearing these words from the imperial uncle, a glimmer of determination ignited in the eyes of the first prince. In stark contrast, the expressions of the other princes were decidedly grim. Even the third prince, Ning Baifeng, and the fourth prince, Ning Yuqing, wore expressions of cold indifference, while the second prince, Ning Wenjie, refrained from erupting in anger, managing to suppress his fury. Only Ning Songxing maintained an air of indifference, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to him. Deep down, he understood that while the imperial uncle's words ostensibly supported his elder brother, they served as a warning directed at him, urging him to remain vigilant. In recent times, it was indeed the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, who had garnered the most notoriety in the capital. The imperial uncle had clearly issued a veiled threat right from the outset. Yet, Ning Songxing had never regarded such intimidation as consequential. He was not one to be easily intimidated by mere words. Furthermore, his relationship with the imperial uncle had long been fraught with animosity. This admonition might hold sway over others, but to Ning Songxing, it was nothing but empty rhetoric. At present, Ning Songxing's primary concern was to discern the true nature of his uncle's activities in the Western Territories and the agreements he might have forged with the Great Wei. For given the long-standing tensions between the Great Yin and Great Wei, peaceful coexistence was utterly implausible. However, the Ming prince had keenly observed Ning Songxing's demeanor, which did not escape his scrutiny. Songxing, I have heard that you recently presided over this year's imperial examination and appointed someone inexperienced as the chief examiner. Is that not rather inappropriate? How can someone so young hold such a significant position? Do you hold the Minister of Rights and the Right Chancellor in such low regard? His words not only questioned Ning Songxing but also cast the Qin family into a precarious light. Upon hearing the Ming prince's remarks, Qin Wufeng's countenance darkened, and he was about to voice a rebuttal when his father restrained him. In truth, all present in the court could discern that the Ming prince was explicitly aiming to assert his authority over the sixth prince, with Qin Wanjun merely serving as a pretext for his inquiries. Now, all eyes are fixated on Ning Songxing, eager to discern how the sixth prince will respond to the Ming prince. In contrast, a trace of a cold smile emerges on the face of the first prince. Since that day he and the second prince visited Ning Songxing's residence, their relationship has undergone a significant transformation. The once amiable demeanor of the first prince has swiftly plummeted. With the support of his imperial uncle, the first prince now regards Ning Songxing with utter disdain. Yet, even in the face of his uncle's probing inquiries, Ning Songxing maintains his composure, an unwavering smile gracing his features, undeterred by such scrutiny. Uncle, are you implying that the emperor's recent reforms regarding the spring imperial examination are erroneous? Ning Songxing articulates each word with precision. Chapter 88. A Marriage Alliance. Such a simple statement sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly of court officials. They could scarcely fathom that the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, would utter such words. It was nothing short of a provocation towards Prince Ming, despite the remarkable reputation Ning Songxing had garnered in the capital recently. None could have anticipated that he would choose to confront Prince Ming so defiantly. Sixth brother, how dare you address our royal uncle in such a manner? You exhibit no decorum whatsoever. It appears that I, as your elder brother, have indulged you far too much. The first prince, Ning Tianqian, reprimanded with a darkened countenance. However, Ning Songxing paid little heed to his elder brother's scolding. The atmosphere had already soured. Such remarks seemed ludicrous to him. Observing his younger brother's indifference ignited Ning Tianqian's anger further. Just as he was about to continue his admonishment, the voice of Eunuch Wei interrupted. His Majesty has arrived. With no other recourse, Ning Tianqian shot Ning Songxing a fierce glare before settling into silence. Yet, Ning Songxing suddenly sensed a chill in the eyes of their royal uncle. As if foreboding something significant was about to transpire, causing his expression to grow noticeably grave. As there had been little of consequence to discuss lately. With most matters revolving around the spring imperial examinations, the morning court session concluded swiftly. Just as Eunuch Wei prepared to announce the dismissal, Prince Ming spoke up unexpectedly. Your Majesty, I wish to deliberate on a matter with all the court officials, Prince Ming declared. Though somewhat perplexed by his younger brother's words, Emperor Yin did not intervene. What business do you have, my royal brother? The emperor inquired with mild curiosity. At this moment, a subtle smile graced Prince Ming's lips as he discreetly glanced at Ning Songxing before continuing, Your Majesty. Our Great Yin and Great Wei have been embroiled in conflict in the Western territories for decades, with both sides enduring victories and defeats. Yet, the common folk in the West have borne the brunt of this war. This cannot continue indefinitely. My return from the Western territories was to seek a resolution for this issue. Great Wei has proposed a suggestion that requires your Majesty's decision. Oh, what proposal is that? Emperor Yan's heart stirred with a hint of anticipation. Given the threats facing the Great Yin from all directions, establishing peace in the Western territories would indeed be a significant boon. Your Majesty, Great Wei proposes a marriage alliance with us, the Great Yin. Should the two sides unite in matrimony, peace may be achieved in the Western territories. Furthermore, it would open trade routes between our two nations, which would undoubtedly be highly advantageous for the Great Yin. This time, my esteemed brother hastily returned to the capital from the Western territories precisely for this reason. The Prince Ming articulated each word with clarity. Upon hearing this proposal, not only did the heart of Emperor Yin swell with joy, but even the faces of the ministers revealed a hint of delight. If trade could truly flourish with the Great Wei, it would undoubtedly be a boon for them. This is indeed a most advantageous proposition for the economy of our Great Yin and the common folk of the Western regions. A marriage alliance is conceivable. But is there a suitable candidate from the Great Wei? Emperor Yin inquired. Upon hearing his father's words, a sense of foreboding grew ever stronger within Ning Songxing. Your Majesty, the Prince Yong of the Great Wei and I have had a brief communication. The Great Wei seeks a marriage alliance with one of our princes, and their sole condition is that he must join their household. The proposal indeed concerns their fifth princess. Prince Ming elucidated. Gasped. At the moment Prince Ming uttered these words, the expressions of many in the court soured. Joining the household of the Great Wei was an almost intolerable notion for Great Yin, especially when the counterpart was their fifth princess, which felt akin to throwing one of our princes into a pit of fire. The fifth princess of the Great Wei is notorious across the surrounding realms, and not for admirable reasons. She is not only corpulent, but also has a penchant for keeping numerous lovers, indulging in extravagant pleasures. It is said that she maintains over 300 paramours, and the Great Wei seems utterly powerless to rein in her excesses, allowing her to spiral into self-destruction. Now, the Great Wei dares to propose a union between their fifth princess and a prince of Great Yin. This is nothing short of a profound humiliation. Upon hearing this condition, Emperor Yan's wrath surged. How could the son of Ning Kenglin endure such indignity? The terms laid forth by the Great Wei are a blatant affront to the dignity of Great Yin. Father, although the proposal from the Great Wei does not appear particularly amicable towards us, if the sacrifice of a prince could ensure decades of peace in the Western territories and foster the economic development of Great Yin, I see no issue with it. Alas, I am already wed. Otherwise, I would willingly agree to the alliance with the Great Wei. As Emperor Yin pondered this, the eldest prince, Ning Tianqian, stepped forward, embodying a noble resolve. Upon hearing his words, the other princes also expressed their opinions. However, their sentiments were clear to all present. These princes were all married and thus could not serve as candidates for the alliance. Apart from these princes, only the sixth prince remained unmarried. According to the ancestral teachings of Great Yin, a prince, upon reaching adulthood, is to be granted a fief and must depart the capital within a year. Now, with Prince Ming suddenly proposing this marriage alliance, the intent is unmistakably directed towards the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. At this moment, the flames of fury within Ning Songxing had ignited completely. He finally understood why he had sensed that significant events were imminent. It turned out that they awaited him right here. However, his royal uncle was indeed insidious and cunning, not directly suggesting a marriage alliance with the Great Wei. Yet every word he spoke was aimed squarely at Ning Songxing. This could be regarded as a blatant scheme orchestrated by the Prince of Ming. Sixth brother. For the sake of the common folk of Dian, I believe this marriage alliance must fall upon you, the Crown Prince Ning Tianqian remarked with a smile. Chapter 89. The Fury of Consort Wen. At the moment of leaving court, the Crown Prince Ning Tianqian approached Ning Songxing, his eyes betraying a hint of malicious delight. Sixth brother, I never imagined you would soon be wed to the fifth princess of the Great Wei. Truly unexpected. Though her reputation precedes her, being a princess, she is more than a worthy match for you, Ning Tianqian remarked with a smile. His words were clearly intended to wound deeply. The surrounding officials dared not utter a word. This was a conflict among the princes, and anyone foolish enough to intervene might well find themselves utterly crushed. As for the second prince and his companions, they chose to remain silent, although they felt a sense of relief. The appearance of Prince Ming had already begun to disrupt the delicate balance of the capital, imposing tremendous pressure upon them. They needed to prepare a strategy to cope with this new reality. Ning Songxing, however, maintained a serene expression as he regarded his elder brother and royal uncle. Uncle, your affection for me is etched in my heart, he declared, before turning away from the crown prince and exiting the grand hall without further acknowledgement. Simultaneously, news of these developments reached the Lanwei Palace. Upon hearing the announcement, Consort Wen's countenance darkened considerably. She was well aware of Prince Ning Songming's long-standing dissatisfaction with her son. Having deliberately targeted him since childhood, and due to her status, Prince Ning Songming had always been opposed to her. He had even suggested stripping her son of his princely title. Though Consort Wen seethed with anger, she had refrained from taking action against Ning Songming. However, this latest affront had struck a nerve, and if she did not stand firmly behind her son, the consequences could be dire. Gao Hai, go to the imperial study and inform His Majesty that I have urgent matters to discuss with him, Consort Wen instructed coldly. Despite being the wife of Emperor Yin and holding great respect for him, when it came to her son, she would not remain silent. Even in the presence of the emperor himself. There's no need. I have already arrived, came Emperor Yan's voice before Gao Hai could depart. Lanwei, you are aware of the situation, I presume. His tone reached Consort Wen's ears. Such a significant matter, and if I, as a mother, remain uninformed. Is it true that my son is to be sent to the Great Wei? Does Ning Songming believe that his status as a prince grants him the liberty to oppress my son without consequence? Has he forgotten that my son has me when Lanwei? As his mother? Consort Wen questioned icily. Under normal circumstances, she would never speak so boldly. Yet this time, her fury was palpable, and she had even disregarded customary etiquette. This alone attested to the depth of her indignation regarding this matter. Observing the presence of Lady Wen, the emperor, Yin let out a bitter smile of resignation. If this matter had concerned any other concubine of the harem, or even the reigning empress, His Majesty Ning Kanglin would not have felt such helplessness. However, the words came from Lady Wen. It is widely rumored that Lady Wen possesses a mysterious and formidable power, yet no one has ever witnessed it. Nevertheless, the emperor was acutely aware of the implications. Though Lady Wen had never wielded this enigmatic force over the years, should she be provoked, the great Yin might find itself embroiled in turmoil. Lady Wen had never desired such a fate, but that did not imply she was incapable of instigating it. Luin Yu, I did not consent to this matter. The sixth prince is not only your son, but also mine. How could I stand idly by and watch him wed the fifth princess of the Great Wei? What virtues does that woman possess? The surrounding dynasties are fully aware, the emperor asserted vehemently. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Lady Wen's expression softened slightly. Your Majesty, the fact that I do not voice my thoughts does not imply ignorance. Is it truly the case that Ning Songming returned from the Western territories solely for the purpose of this union? Moreover, Sheng Yu is your biological son. Do you not think this is somewhat unjust to him? I am well aware of your thoughts regarding the upcoming imperial examinations. However, since Sheng'er has consented, it would be inappropriate for me to voice further objections. Yet, I implore you to exercise caution. Since you previously promised Shingo an opportunity, I shall refrain from intervening. Everything now rests upon Sheng'er alone, dictated by fate. If it is meant to be, I shall remain silent, thus proving that Shingo is fated to be estranged from that position. However, should he encounter further injustice, I will not stand idly by. Ning Songming's only fate shall be death. That is my answer. I am weary now. Your Majesty, you may leave. Lady Wen's assertive declaration prompted the Emperor Yin to shake his head gently. Deep down, he recognized the truth behind her words. He understood that Lady Wen had never genuinely wished for such outcomes. Her fury stemmed from the excessive actions of his imperial brother. Luinyu, take care of yourself. I shall take my leave, he sighed, departing from the Luinyu palace. One particular statement from Lady Wen had captured the Emperor's attention. Above all, he yearned to uncover the reason behind his brother's departure from the Western territories and the secrets that lay therein. Meanwhile, as the Emperor and Lady Wen conversed, Ning Songxing had returned to his residence. Mr. Kongming, I find myself at a loss regarding my next steps, he confessed. The royal uncle has indeed presented me with a formidable conundrum. It is a glaringly overt scheme, utterly unsolvable. Ning Songxing gently shook his head in response. Within the chamber, aside from Ning Songxing, Old Huang, and Mr. Kongming, even the usually indifferent Nan Gongpush had gathered. It was evident that they were all aware of the events that transpired during the morning court session. Your Highness, please remain calm. The situation is not as insurmountable as we might presume. Even the most blatant of schemes possesses avenues for resolution. It is merely that your Highness has momentarily lost her composure, remarked Kongming in a tranquil tone. Chapter 90, The Arrival of Wenha. The words of Kongming had somewhat eased Ning Songxing's troubled heart. Mr. Kongming, do you mean to say that there remains a glimmer of hope for this situation? Ning Songxing inquired. Your Highness, every predicament has a solution, and this case is no exception. It merely occurred so unexpectedly, coupled with the already volatile relationship between you and Prince Ming, that it has clouded your vision and stirred your heart, Kongming replied. In truth, resolving this matter is not exceedingly difficult. We simply await the arrival of one person. Once he appears, the issue shall be effortlessly unraveled. Kongming smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing Kongming's words, the others seemed to grasp something significant. Kongming, do not tell me that Wenha is returning? Isn't he stationed with General Li in the Northern Territories? When is he coming back? Has the situation in the north been resolved? Lao Huang asked, astonished. The matters in the Northern Territories have been efficiently managed by the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. For at least a year, there shall be no further disturbances from the north. With the Mongolian forces present, the northern front will remain secure. As for General Li and Wenha, I have instructed the commander to notify them to return to the capital at once. If all goes well, they should be back within a day. Kongming explained with a smile. Ning Songxing finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Mr. Kongming's wisdom was unparalleled, but in the face of such circumstances, it was Wenha who was truly the right person for the task. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry's dominance in the Northern Territories, while a testament to their formidable strength, was significantly aided by the strategic insights of Jiao Wenha, the true architect behind their success. The return of Wenha to the capital raised questions of whether it was a blessing or a curse. Lao Huang muttered, prompting laughter from the others, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. This was not without reason. They all understood Wenha's character far too well. Whenever he devised a strategy, it invariably resulted in casualties. It was not a jest that he was dubbed the poisonous scholar. With Wenha's imminent arrival, Ning Songxing concluded, let us leave this matter to Wenha to manage. Indeed. Your Highness. The following morning, as Ning Songxing emerged from his chamber, he was met by the sight of two figures standing outside. Jingxi Wenha, seeing the two before him, left Ning Songxing utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Mr. Kongming's words from the previous evening would materialize so swiftly. Indeed, the best news he could have received. Jingxi pays his respects to your Highness. Wenha greeted. Please, rise. Your return brings a sense of stability to my heart. Ning Songxing replied. Lao Huang, summon Mr. Kongming to discuss this matter. Yes, your Highness. Kongming departed the residence with a few scholars. Having disclosed all pertinent matters to his subordinate, this situation is indeed unfavorable for his Highness, yet it is not insurmountable. It can be entrusted to me. Wenyi promptly explained. Upon hearing Wenyi's words, Ning Songxing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Old Huang, Jingxi has just returned from the northern barbarian lands. The journey is long and arduous. Please take him below to rest, Ning Songxing stated calmly. Very well, Your Highness. Jingxi, let us go. I shall show you to your quarters. Let me see if your strength has improved over the years, Old Huang replied, leading Jingxi toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, when he was directly invited into Ning Songxing's chamber, this matter is indeed directed at me, and it is rather insidious. Should I agree to the marriage alliance, it is likely I shall never return to Dian in this lifetime, Ning Songxing expressed with a hint of resignation. Faced with Ning Songxing's remarks, when he gently shook his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Your Highness, this predicament is not without resolution. I have two proposals, though one may require a slight sacrifice on your part. The other, however, would be the most advantageous choice for you, when he articulated. Oh, since Prince Ming aims to arrange a marriage alliance with Dawei, he must have made thorough preparations. Dawei has likely already set the stage, merely awaiting our consent. In that case, you would inevitably become a hostage of Dawei, and the conflict in the Western territories would persist. To thwart this, all that is required is for you to marry within the week, when he said with a smile. However, his statement left Ning Songxing feeling utterly helpless. He understood that when his proposal was far from ideal, but he had not anticipated being urged to marry within such a short time frame. The notion of finding a suitable bride within a week seemed utterly ludicrous to him. Please share your other proposal, Ning Songxing replied with a calm demeanor. Your Highness, the alternative plan must commence from the Western territories. Since Prince Ming and His Majesty have discussed Dawei's intention to resolve the conflict there through marriage, we must thwart such an idea. The war between Dian and Dawei has persisted for decades, claiming countless lives. It is impossible to expect the people there to relinquish their enduring animosity. If the Western territories descend into chaos, His Majesty cannot possibly enter into a marriage alliance with Dawei, when his eyes revealed a hint of cold determination. At this moment, Ning Songxing let out a quiet sigh. If such a course of action were to be taken, it might indeed represent the best resolution. Yet, it would likely condemn the common folk of the Western territories to perpetual turmoil. Do you comprehend the repercussions of such actions? Your Highness, Wenhe's stratagem is solely for your benefit. Everything else is of no concern to Wenhe. Jia Wenhe articulated each word with precision. Consequently, the realm of Dawei and Dian shall never witness peace again. The Western territories are likely to be engulfed in chaos, Ning Songxing murmured. Despite hearing Ning Songxing's words, Jia Wenhe's countenance remained as serene as ever, devoid of any hint of tumult. Your Highness, should Dawei initiate hostilities, Dian would possess justifiable grounds to retaliate. Wenhe interjected suddenly. Wenhe, what do you imply? Within a fortnight, Dawei shall undoubtedly strike. Chapter 91. The internal strife of the Great Way. Jia Wenhe's words instilled unwavering confidence in Ning Songxing. Though he remained unaware of the specific methods employed by Jia, Ning, well acquainted with his character, never harbored doubts. Over the years, each of Jia Wenhe's schemes had been flawlessly executed, at times even surpassing the brilliance of Kong Ning. Given that Wenhe had proclaimed the Great Way would take action within a fortnight, Ning Songxing held no reservations. In the following week, Ning undertook a significant course of action. He secluded himself completely, abstaining even from morning court sessions, and directly informed his father, the emperor, of the prevailing circumstances. Even those who sought to visit him were mercilessly turned away. He publicly declared that he was bedridden due to a chill. During this period, the first and second princes made several attempts to see him, yet each time they were intercepted by the formidable Old Huang. Though both princes felt considerable dissatisfaction, they could not help but cower before the might of this grandmaster. Simultaneously, a rumor began to circulate throughout the capital, suggesting that the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, had withdrawn not due to illness, but rather because of the disfavor of the Ming prince. The gossip insinuated that the Ming prince, looking down upon Ning Songxing, held a grudge against him and had even sought to suppress him. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Ming prince intended to arrange a marriage between the sixth prince and the notoriously infamous fifth princess of the Great Way. If the conflict between the Great Yin and the northern barbarians stemmed from issues of sustenance, then the war between the Great Way and the Great Yin was a festering historical grievance that had lingered for years. Compared to the northern barbarians, the common folk of the Great Yin harbored a far deeper animosity towards the Great Way. The idea of sending their sixth prince to the Great Way as a bridegroom, especially to wed the disreputable fifth princess, incited a wave of fervor among the populace of the capital. Many hot-headed individuals even stormed the Ming prince's residence, demanding an explanation for this affront to the citizens of the Great Yin. In an instant, The atmosphere in the capital grew tense. Wenhe, was this situation in the capital orchestrated by you? Old Huang inquired of Jiao Wenhe, who stood nearby. Your Highness has already lost the initiative to reclaim an advantage. We must resort to extraordinary measures. The Ming Prince has been engaged in warfare against the Great Wei in the Western Territories, as decreed by the late emperor. Yet now, he has unexpectedly returned to the capital, and this decision surely involves more than just a mere marriage alliance with the Great Wei, Jiao Wenhe replied. While we may not yet grasp the full implications, this scenario does not bode ill for your Highness. The Great Yin and the Great Wei are inherently at odds, and portraying your Highness as a victim enables us to seize control of the narrative. Particularly, your seclusion during this time lends an air of authenticity to the facade. Upon hearing Wenhe's remarks, the assembly within the room raised their thumbs in approval. In terms of wisdom, Jiao Wenhe and Zhuge Kongming can be regarded as equals. However, Kongming is predominantly focused on governance and military strategy, while Jiao Wenhe possesses a deeper understanding of human nature. This is why Kongming previously remarked that with Wenhe's involvement, the matter at hand should not be considered particularly difficult. At the moment of their discussion, Jingxi unexpectedly entered the room. Your Highness, news has arrived from the general. Chaos has erupted in the Wei dynasty. The Emperor of Wei has suddenly fallen into a coma, leading to a fragmentation within the court into several factions, all vying for power. However, significant authority now rests in the hands of the Wei Crown Prince. Jingxi articulated each word with precision. Upon hearing this news, Ning Xiangxing immediately rose, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just a week prior, Jiao Wenhe had foretold that within half a month, the Wei dynasty would surely take action against the Western Territories. Although Ning Xiangxing chose to trust Jiao Wenhe, a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. Yet now, upon receiving such news, that doubt dissipated entirely, replaced by astonishment. He could hardly comprehend the means by which Wenhe had incited such turmoil within the distant Wei dynasty. Wenhe, tell me, is this internal strife in Wei somehow connected to you? Lao Huang hastily inquired from the side. In truth, apart from Jiao Wenhe, none of the others had any inkling of the methods employed to provoke such unrest in a kingdom thousands of miles away. Such tactics could only be described as unfathomable. Should they fall upon anyone else, they would likely remain oblivious to the machinations at play until death. In response to Lao Huang's query, Jiao Wenhe merely smiled softly. Your Highness, the time has come. The Western Territories are now embroiled in crisis, and the supposed alliance between Dayan and Wei is but a farce. It is time for your Highness to make an appearance, Jiao Wenhe stated calmly. Wenhe's strategy is truly insightful into the human heart, Ning Xiangxing remarked with a smile. Your Highness, although Wei Qinsi may take action against the Western Territories, it will require at least half a month. During this time, the results of the imperial examinations will also be released, and the Western Territories will undoubtedly seek aid from the capital. While Jiao Wenhe did not elaborate fully, Ning Xiangxing grasped his intent. Nevertheless, a degree of uncertainty lingered in Ning Xiangxing's mind. The Western Territories originally belonged to the Ming Prince, and becoming embroiled in this affair could prove troublesome. Before Ning Xiangxing could voice his thoughts, Jiao Wenhe's words reached his ears once more. The Western Territories are the battleground for the struggle between Dayan and Wei. The conspiracies involving the Ming Prince and Wei must be linked to this region. Your Highness, seize this opportunity to inflict significant pain upon Wei, for it will enhance your reputation. Furthermore, the schemes of the Ming Prince can only be unraveled by venturing into the Western Territories. Otherwise, Your Highness, the troubles you encounter will be relentless. Jiao Wenhe elucidated word by word. This statement allowed Ning Xiangxing to comprehend fully. Wenhe, I grasp your meaning clearly. Once the results of the imperial examination are announced, I shall request my father's decree to journey to the Western Territories. Ning Xiangxing gently nodded as he spoke. Your Highness is indeed sagacious. The others present also displayed faint smiles, as if everything was well within their control. Chapter 92, Cui Haowen. I wish to journey to the Western Realm. The news of the internal strife within the Great Wei swiftly reached the Great Yin. However, within the confines of Great Yin, this development did not elicit much concern, for it was believed that the Prince Ming had brought tidings suggesting a forthcoming alliance through marriage between Great Wei and Great Yin. Even amidst the turmoil in Great Wei, this outcome seemed hardly surprising. Their primary focus now lay in contemplating the union between the prince and the fifth princess of Great Wei. Yet, the appearance of the sixth prince at the morning court caught the ministers of the capital off guard. Just a week prior, the entire capital was abuzz with the news of the sixth prince's illness, coupled with the circulating rumors. Many anticipated that the intended bride from Great Wei would be the sixth prince, Ning Xiangxing, and the machinations of Prince Ming instilled a sense of trepidation among the populace. The sudden emergence of the sixth prince bewildered the ministers even further. Remarkably, the sixth prince displayed no sign of dissatisfaction, as if utterly oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. His demeanor provoked a series of cold smirks from Prince Ming and the crown prince, who perhaps believed that Ning Zongxing had resigned himself to his fate. Regrettably, both Prince Ming and the crown prince remained engulfed in their fabricated illusions, oblivious to the fact that the crown prince of Great Wei, Wei Qianzi, was already preparing to take action in the Western realm. Your Highness, there is less than half an hour remaining until the results of this spring examination are announced. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that Gu Yunhan and his companions will be among the honored names, remarked Kong Ming with a calm demeanor. Gu Yunhan and his peers looked anxiously towards Ning Zongxing. After years of diligent study, this was finally their chance to soar to new heights. The best opportunity to alter their destinies. Among the 6 ministries, to which would you 3 like to be appointed? Ning Zongxing inquired casually. Your Highness, Mr. Kong Ming has already discussed this with us, and I believe I am best suited for the Ministry of Personnel. Gu Yunhan promptly responded. Your Highness, I aspire to join the Ministry of Works. Yang Qianli subsequently expressed his preference. Their choices aligned perfectly with their prior discussions, yet Cui Haowen, standing aside, wore an unusual expression, seemingly grappling with an important decision. Kong Ming had previously made it clear to Ning Zongxing that Cui Haowen was ill-suited for any of the 6 ministries and would be better suited for the Board of Censors. Cui Haowen, what are your thoughts? Ning Zongxing asked. At that moment, Cui Haowen suddenly knelt before Ning Zongxing and performed a deep bow. Your Highness, initially, I intended to pursue a position at the Board of Censors, as Mr. Kong Ming believed it to be the most fitting for me. However, I no longer desire that path. I wish to venture to the Western realm. Cui Haowen articulated each word with conviction. The Western realm? Cui Haowen's choice rendered the group momentarily speechless. Even Kong Ming had not anticipated that his ultimate decision would lean towards that direction. Nonetheless, both Ning Zongxing and Kong Ming were acutely aware that Cui Haowen's selection must be underpinned by his own rationale. Their prior investigation into Cui Haowen had confirmed his origins from the Western territories, yet he remained the sole member of his family. Cui Haowen, you must comprehend the significance of this choice for you. Although the Western territories present a commendable opportunity for achievement, it starkly contrasts with the capital. Venturing towards the Western territories could spell doom for you, Ning Zongxing remarked. Despite Ning Zongxing having elucidated all aspects regarding the Western territories, Cui Haowen steadfastly clung to his convictions. Your Highness, I wish to go to the Western territories. Upon witnessing Cui Haowen's resolute determination, Ning Zongxing merely nodded gently, refraining from further persuasion. He understood that no amount of reasoning would sway Cui Haowen, who had likely already resolved his course of action. As for Gu Yunhan and Yang Qianli, although they did not grasp Cui Haowen's decision, their bond had deepened over time, fostering a profound friendship that compelled them to support his choice. Your Highness, the rankings have been released. The top scholar is Gu Yunhan, followed by Cui Haowen in 3rd place and Yang Qianli in 4th. Only the final imperial examination remains. Lao Wang interjected as he entered. Upon hearing Lao Wang's news, Gu Yunhan clenched his fists tightly. Though there was still a month until the imperial examination, Gu Yunhan felt a strong confidence in his ability to emerge as the top scholar this time. You 3 are exceptional, Mr. Kong Ming, in the coming month. I would appreciate your guidance to ensure they excel in the upcoming examination. A smile graced Ning Zongxing's face. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Mr. Kong Ming replied, bowing deeply to Ning Zongxing. Subsequently, under Ning Zongxing's instruction, Lao Huang led the trio out of the room. Just as they departed, Zhao Wenhe entered. Congratulations, Your Highness. The spring examination has been a resounding success. Not only that, but you have also provided an opportunity for students across the realm. Among the top 10. Besides these 3, only 2 hail from noble families. The rest are all from humble backgrounds. I believe this brings great joy to His Majesty, Wenhe said with a smile. Hearing Wenhe's words, Ning Zongxing nodded lightly. The reforms in this spring examination were indeed commendable, and he believed his father would be immensely satisfied. However, Ning Zongxing was acutely aware that the credit belonged not to him, but rather to the chief examiner, Qin Wanjun. Particularly, her crafted questions were the pivotal element of this success. Ning Zongxing secretly resolved in his heart that, given the opportunity, he would certainly pay a visit to the Qin State Duke's residence to express his heartfelt gratitude to Qin Wanjun. However, he recognized that such an opportunity was not forthcoming in the near future, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Your Highness, the results of the spring imperial examination have been announced. If all goes as expected, within 2 days, news of the Great Wei-'s offensive in the Western Territories will reach the capital. Requests for aid from the Western regions will also arrive. Are you prepared, Your Highness? Jia Wenhe inquired with a smile. Wenhe, are you testing my resolve? During this time, I have been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Ning Songxing replied with hearty laughter. His words unequivocally conveyed his stance. Chapter 93, The Peril of the Western Realm. The following day, at the morning court, as numerous ministers entered the Grand Hall, they were astonished to find His Majesty already seated upon the dragon throne. At that moment, the countenance of Emperor Yin was notably grim, leaving everyone puzzled as to the cause of his distress. No one dared to utter a word, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. It was only when Prince Ming arrived in the hall and observed the anxious expressions of the ministers that he felt a surge of perplexity. Despite having spent many years in the Western realm, where he was well acquainted with the local affairs, the recent turmoil within the Great Wei and Wei Qiance's actions against the Western realm were shrouded in secrecy. His intentions were to assert his status as the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, ensuring that others remained oblivious to these developments. Emperor Yin, however, was informed of the situation in the Western realm, thanks in no small part to Jia Wenhe, a strategic element in his plans. Within the court, apart from Emperor Yin, it seemed only the 6th prince, Ning Songxing, was privy to the true state of affairs. The emperor's dark demeanor cast a pall over the morning assembly, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. After an indeterminate period, Emperor Yin rose from his throne. Brother, what is the current situation in the Western realm? With the internal chaos in Great Wei, will the planned alliance proceed as scheduled? He inquired with an expression of calm indifference. Upon hearing this, Prince Ming felt a flicker of uncertainty. He was momentarily at a loss, unsure of the implications behind his elder brother's question. According to his own plans, the union involving the 6th prince, Ning Songxing, was a foregone conclusion. With his backing, there would be no obstacle to the 1st prince, Ning Tianqin, ascending as the next emperor. Yet, his brother's sudden inquiry left him feeling that matters might not be as straightforward as anticipated. Your Majesty, there is currently no unrest in the Western realm. Although the situation within Great Wei is somewhat chaotic, the alliance will certainly proceed as per our prior agreement. As long as we confirm the prince from our side, we can finalize it at any time. Prince Ming replied hastily. At this, a faint smirk appeared on Ning Songxing's lips. No one was more acutely aware of the true circumstances in the Western realm than he. This situation revealed a crucial truth. Despite Prince Ming's long tenure in the Western realm, he had not fully grasped its complexities. This was fortuitous for Ning Songxing, as he was preparing to engage in conflict in the Western realm and investigate the clandestine agreements between his royal uncle and Great Wei. If the Western realm were indeed united, conducting such an investigation would be exceptionally challenging. However, if there were underlying tensions, it would present the most favorable scenario. Brother, are you certain? Is it true that nothing is amiss in the Western realm? Emperor Yin asked, his tone remaining impassive. At the moment those words were uttered, an ominous premonition surged within Prince Ming's heart. Your Majesty, have you heard something? He inquired cautiously. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Emperor Yin struck the dragon throne with a resounding slap, his imposing aura erupting instantaneously, causing several ministers to stagger back in shock. This startling display left all the officials in the court taken aback. With the exception of a few princes, even Prince Ming found himself kneeling on the ground. Brother, take a good look at this. The emperor thundered. The Western Territories are on the brink of falling into the hands of Dawei. And you dare claim that nothing has occurred? The crown prince of Dawei, Wei Qiance, has commanded the divine general Gu Lihong to lead 100,000 troops in an assault on the Western lands. Is this what you call the Western Territories being safe and sound? What does Dawei's action signify? You audaciously assert that they wish to forge a marital alliance with us? Were you not my own brother, you would have already met a dire fate. Confronted with the documents thrown before him, Prince Ming was utterly stunned. He had never fully grasped the situation in the Western Territories, and during his tenure there, he had been obstinately dismissive of the local officials. Those who defied him were unjustly accused and dealt with harshly. The sycophants surrounding him were but flatterers. Truly principled officials in the West would never conspire with such a character as Prince Ming. Now, with the Dawei army at their gates and a plea for aid already sent from the Western Territories, the entire court was left in a state of disbelief. Prince Ming, did you not confidently assert that Dawei sought to ally with us and that the Western Territories were free from peril? Do you comprehend the depth of the animosity between our Yin and Dawei? Should the Western territories fall to Dawei, their populace would face utter annihilation. In that case, you, Prince Ming, would be branded a traitor for eternity. Old Duke Qin roared. In response to the Duke's admonition, military leaders promptly stepped forward. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and expressing their determination to engage in battle against Dawei and the Western territories. Meanwhile, the kneeling Prince Ming's eyes glinted with resentment. He understood all too well that if Wei Qianci truly launched an offensive against the West, all prior plans would be rendered futile. More importantly, to be oblivious to such a significant event as the appointed overseer of the Western territories was an unparalleled humiliation. Although Prince Ming was the only prince with military authority in Diyin, he paled in comparison to the legendary warriors like old Duke Qin. For many years in the Western region, his ability to remain unscathed relied predominantly on the military forces of that realm. Had he truly depended on Prince Ming, it is likely that the Western region would have long since fallen into the hands of the Great Wei. However, Prince Ming was acutely aware that for his plans to unfold successfully, the Western region must not experience any missteps. Thus, he promptly spoke up, "Your Majesty, I possess an intimate understanding of the Western region. If I return there, I am confident I can vanquish the invading foes. I beseech Your Majesty to grant me permission to return immediately to confront them." Prince Ming's fervent declaration instilled a momentary hesitation in the eyes of Emperor Yin. Chapter 94. Ning Songshan. Father, I wish to journey to the Western region. Under ordinary circumstances, the Emperor Yin would have readily acquiesced to his younger brother's request without a second thought. However, upon returning to the capital, a series of actions by his beloved brother has sparked a flicker of doubt within the emperor's heart. Particularly, the words spoken by Consort would have led the emperor to suspect that his brother's motives for returning to the capital are far from innocent. Furthermore, the impending marriage alliance with the Great Wei has only deepened this impression. Most importantly, as the overseer of the Western region, the fact that he has failed to fully grasp its affairs over the years has left the emperor deeply dissatisfied. This, indeed, is the true reason why the emperor did not respond immediately. Meanwhile, a slight smirk appeared on Ning Songxing's lips. Although he was not particularly well informed about the situation in the Western region, he had gleaned significant intelligence from Jia Wen and others. He was aware of the egregious actions his imperial uncle had committed in the Western region. At this moment, he felt it was the most opportune time to step forward. With a firm step, he declared, "I beseech Your Majesty, I wish to go to the Western region and confront the Great Wei in a decisive battle." Each word resonated through the court, drawing the attention of all present towards the sixth prince, Ning Songshan. The Emperor Yin himself was taken aback to see his son taking such a stand, expressing a desire to engage in battle with the Great Wei. This was entirely unexpected. The expressions of the other princes darkened, as they had not anticipated such a development. In their minds, Ning Songxing's actions were merely an attempt to curry favor in their father's eyes. He could not possibly intend to engage in battle in the Western region. Conversely, the eyes of military figures such as the old Duke Qin sparkled with intrigue. Regardless of whether the sixth prince truly wished to fight the Great Wei, the mere act of making such a declaration in front of the court had already left a profoundly favorable impression on these seasoned veterans. Young Sixth, are you aware of the current situation in the Western region? The conflict between the Great Yin and the Great Wei has a long and storied history. If you venture to the Western region to engage in battle, the outcome remains uncertain. Are you truly resolved to proceed? The emperor inquired with a calm demeanor. In truth, the emperor harbored a genuine hope that one of his sons would venture to the Western region. The soldiers there are forged from the crucible of countless battles, possessing an indomitable spirit. Should another prince lend his support, even if the Great Wei were to dispatch an army of 100,000, led by the formidable General Gu Lihong, the Western region could stand its ground, and with astute tactics, the possibility of victory could be within reach. In response to his father's inquiry, Ning Songshan spoke with unwavering conviction. "Father, the situation in the Western region is dire. We are all acutely aware of this. It is precisely for this reason that I, your son, have resolved to journey to the Western frontier. The sovereign guards the nation's gates, and the monarch sacrifices for the realm. These were the words I once spoke, and now my duty is to fulfill them. The soldiers of the Western territory are the valiant sons of our great Yin. To stand shoulder to shoulder with them in battle fills my heart with immense pride. This fight shall not cease until the Great Wei is vanquished," Ning Songshan proclaimed loudly. Well said. At the moment Ning Songshan's voice fell, before the Emperor of Yin could respond, the old Duke Qin shouted fervently, not for any other reason, but because Ning Songxing's words reignited the fervor within the hearts of these seasoned generals. The Emperor of Yin nodded gently. Although he felt considerable dissatisfaction towards several of his other sons, he could not help but admire the resolve displayed by his sixth son. Your Majesty, the sixth prince demonstrates true filial piety with such intentions. However, the Western territory is fraught with peril, and the sixth prince has never set foot on the battlefield. I propose that Commander Wu Feng lead the charge, with the sixth prince as the vanguard, commanding 50,000 troops to support the western frontier and decisively annihilate the invading enemies of the Great Wei. At this moment, the old Duke Qin spoke up suddenly. His words elicited another nod from the Emperor of Yin. Had it been solely the sixth prince venturing to the west, the emperor would have harbored concerns. However, with the addition of Qin Wufeng's leadership, there was no cause for worry, even if the Great Wei were led by the divine General Gu Lihong in this assault. The combined forces of 50,000 from the Western Territory and 50,000 from Qin Wufeng would stand firm. Very well, let us proceed as Duke Qin suggests. Wei, draft the decree. Appoint Qin Wufeng as the great general for the expedition, and the sixth prince Ning Songxing as the vanguard. They shall lead 50,000 troops to the western frontier. They are to depart on the third day, declared the Emperor of Yin. Following the issuance of the emperor's decree, the court was filled with praises and commendations. Yet, only Prince Ming and the first prince wore increasingly somber expressions, particularly Prince Ming, who remained kneeling, unnoticed by all, harboring a flicker of resentment and murderous intent in his eyes. This turn of events had exceeded his expectations, as he could not fathom why turmoil had suddenly erupted within the Great Wei, nor why the Crown Prince Wei Qiansu would choose this moment to launch an attack on the western frontier. It had utterly disrupted all his plans. Mother, Before Ning Songxing could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Consort Wen. I am already aware of the events that transpired in the court. Although I do not understand why you feel compelled to go to the western frontier, you have grown and formed your own opinions. I shall not question you further. As long as you believe it is the right course of action, pursue it with determination. Remember, do not be swayed by the opinions of others. I will always be your ultimate support, Consort Wen said with a warm smile. Upon hearing his mother's words, Ning Songxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Throughout the years, regardless of his actions, his mother has never cast blame upon him, always silently standing behind him in unwavering support. Even when circumstances became absurd due to certain events, she bore the weight of it all alone. Ning Songxing has etched this deep within his heart. Mother, no matter what transpires, your child shall never allow you to suffer harm. Should anyone wish to bring you misfortune, they must first tread over my lifeless body. Ning Songxing declared emphatically. Good. I believe in you, my son. As she gazed upon the groaning Songxing, concubine Wen Guo gently caressed his hair, a tender smile gracing her face. Chapter 95. This time, ensure the safety of the sixth prince. As Ning Songxing and concubine Wen shared a moment of mirth, Qin Wufeng had returned home alongside his father. Upon entering the threshold, he gazed at his father with a hint of confusion and inquired, Father, why have you recommended me to be the commander this time? While I do not oppose this, it is evident that this matter involves the grievances between the Ming prince and the sixth prince. Would our involvement not provoke discontent from the Ming prince? Qin Wufeng pressed on, despite the Qin family not fearing the Ming prince. His cunning and ruthless nature left much to be desired. Under normal circumstances, they would prefer to avoid any entanglement with him. Hearing his son's words, the elderly Duke Qin shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, Qin Wanjun entered the hall and, upon witnessing the demeanor of her grandfather and father, she quickly inquired about the situation. When she learned that the sixth prince was to head to the western front to engage in battle with the Great Wei, a trace of bewilderment crossed her eyes, as she too was uncertain of Ning Songxing's motives. Father, your assertion is unfounded. Although I do not comprehend the sixth prince's reasoning, it is undeniable that Great Wei and our De Yin have been mortal enemies for generations. The western front has been plagued by conflict for many years. As a general of De Yin, how can one hesitate in such matters? Qin Wanjun asserted directly. The elderly Duke Qin snorted in disdain. In all my years, I have yet to encounter a daughter with such a lack of discernment. It seems you have lived your life in ignorance. Feeling embarrassed by his father and daughter's criticisms, Qin Wufeng replied, Father, you know that is not my intention. I merely sense that this situation is far more complex than it appears. The Ming prince's sudden return from the western front to the capital is, in itself, quite astonishing. He advocates for a marriage alliance with Great Wei, although it remains unspoken. The prospective bride seems to be none other than the sixth prince. Coupled with the Ming prince's attitude towards the crown prince, what seems unrelated is likely interconnected. The Sixth Prince's voluntary expedition to the Western Front may not merely be a straightforward confrontation with Great Wei, Qin Wufeng elucidated. It seems the mind has finally awakened. You have managed to analyze so many facets of the situation. Indeed, it is no small feat. The elderly Duke Qin remarked with a smile, accustomed to his father's teasing. Qin Wufeng took it in stride. Nonetheless, the entire affair was undeniably peculiar, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery, obscuring the true nature of events. Father, have you perhaps already surmised this? Qin Wufeng suddenly questioned. In response, the elderly Duke Qin did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he gently shook his head. Meanwhile, Qin Wanjun appeared to have a thought, turning to her grandfather with a question. Grandfather, the long-standing feud between Prince Ming and the Sixth Prince has deep roots. Moreover, it was Prince Ming who once proposed to strip the Sixth Prince of his royal status. Had it not been for concubine Wen's intervention, this proposal might have come to fruition. Setting aside other matters, this alone renders any possibility of reconciliation between them utterly impossible. Now, with Prince Ming's sudden return to the capital from the Western Territories, ostensibly for the purpose of fostering alliances, it is evident that there lies a significant issue beneath the surface, even if His Majesty were to consent to this union. The soldiers and common folk of the Western Territories would vehemently oppose it. Such deep-seated animosity cannot be resolved with mere words. Currently, as the Great Wei launches an offensive against the Western Territories, the Sixth Prince's decision to travel there is likely motivated by a desire to investigate Prince Ming. Qin Wanjun speculated. Upon hearing his granddaughter's analysis, a faint smile crept across the face of the old Duke Qin. There are many matters of which you two are unaware. Numerous reports have reached the Ministry of War from the Western Territories, almost all denouncing Prince Ming. Minister Fan Wenjue has repeatedly brought this to His Majesty's attention. Yet each time he was rebuffed. Although Prince Ming has governed the Western Territories for many years, he has never maintained complete control, especially among the soldiers there. He possesses not an ounce of credibility. I believe this is why His Majesty is reluctant to allow Prince Ming to return to the Western Territories to combat the Great Wei, the old Duke Qin remarked softly. This revelation took Qin Wufeng by surprise, for he was entirely uninformed about matters concerning the Western Territories. However, this was not unexpected, as few individuals were privy to such sensitive information regarding a member of the royal family. Father, if the Western Territories are so perilous, why does the Sixth Prince insist on going there? Is it merely to investigate Prince Ming? The Great Wei has dispatched the formidable General Gu Lihong. While I am confident in my own abilities, the battlefield is fraught with unpredictability, should anything happen. Qin Wufeng left his thoughts unspoken. The old Duke Qin shook his head gently. I cannot fathom why His Highness the Sixth Prince insists on venturing to the Western Territories. However, I sense it must be related to this so-called alliance. This proposed union is inherently peculiar, even shocking to all involved. Wufeng, I entrust you with an important task. The old Duke's expression suddenly turned grave. Father, what is it? Regardless of what occurs in the conflict between the Western Territories and the Great Wei, we must ensure the absolute safety of the Sixth Prince. Even if it requires an enormous sacrifice, the preservation of the Sixth Prince is paramount. The old Duke Qin stated emphatically. Upon hearing his father's words, General Qin Wufeng felt a profound sense of confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind his father's insistence. The specific reasons elude me for the time being. However, the father could not shake the feeling that this time, in the Western Front battle, the Sixth Prince would astonish the entire world. Perhaps this would serve as the most painful lesson the Wei dynasty has faced in many years. The venerable Duke Qin murmured as much. Despite his father's emphatic words, General Qin Wufeng harbored doubts in his heart. After all, how could one who had never stepped onto a battlefield instill such profound shock? Listening to her grandfather and father's discourse, Qin Wanjun found herself increasingly anxious for the Sixth Prince's safety, yet she was at a loss as to what action she should undertake. All she could do was silently pray for his successful endeavor in the Western Front battle. Meanwhile, not far from the Duke Qin's residence, the Prince Ming sat in the main seat of his estate, his countenance dark and brooding, exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if he were ready to devour anyone who dared to approach. Chapter 96. I shall ensure Ning Songxing meets his demise in the Western Territories. In the private chamber of the Prince Ming's residence, aside from Prince Ming himself, there were two other individuals present. One was the first prince, Ning Tianqin, while the other bore a sinister countenance, exuding an aura of malevolence that was both chilling and unnerving. Uncle, what are we to do now? My sixth brother is set to venture into the Western Territories. Could he possibly uncover our plans there? After years of scheming, we cannot afford any missteps at this critical juncture. The first prince, Ning Tianqian, spoke with an air of urgency. The amiable demeanor he once possessed had vanished, replaced by a grim expression that revealed his true nature, previously concealed beneath a facade of cordiality. Prince Ming's expression was equally troubled. He was acutely aware of the implications of the first prince's words. It was imperative that Ning Songxing, the sixth prince, did not discover the affairs transpiring in the West. However, Prince Ming found himself in a predicament. It seemed that Emperor Yan harbored dissatisfaction towards him. Otherwise, he would never have dismissed Prince Ming's counsel, allowing the sixth prince to journey to the Western territories. Moreover, a pressing concern loomed. Duke Qin Xiong had publicly declared his support for the sixth prince, appointing his son, Qin Wufeng, as the general for this campaign. Such developments had thoroughly disrupted all of Prince Ming's meticulous plans. Tianqian, there is no need for you to fret. Ning Songxing's expedition to the west is merely for the purpose of engaging in battle with the Great Wei. Although I have not completely mastered the situation in the Western territories during my years there, it is certainly beyond the capability of an inexperienced youth like Ning Songxing. The attacking force comprises the divine General Gu Lihong of the Great Wei. And even with an army of 50,000 from the west accompanied by another 50,000 under Qin Wufeng, it will not be a straightforward endeavor to confront Gu Lihong. Furthermore, do you truly believe that I, Ning Songming, have remained without contingencies after so many years in the west? Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Prince Ming hastened to reassure him. Though the first prince felt a measure of relief upon hearing his uncle's words, his animosity towards his sixth brother, Ning Songxing, was palpable. Uncle, if I wish to ensure that Ning Songxing does not return alive to the capital, if I desire to see him perish in the Western territories, do you possess a means to accomplish this? After a moment of contemplation, the first prince posed his question with gritted teeth. This inquiry rendered Prince Ming momentarily speechless. Although he had his own motives in returning to the capital from the west indeed, he intended to facilitate a marriage alliance between Ning Songxing and the Great Wei. He had never contemplated taking the young prince's life. Furthermore, Prince Ming was acutely aware that while his elder brother might not be particularly concerned about Ning Songxing, there existed someone behind him who was of utmost significance. If one were truly to resort to nefarious deeds against Ning Songxing, the wrath of concubine one would be a force that few could withstand. This is precisely why the Prince of Ming harbors such discontent towards Ning Songxing, yet dares not eliminate him. However, the words of the Crown Prince Ning Tianqian have rendered the Prince of Ming momentarily speechless. There are matters he cannot elucidate to Ning Tianqian. Moreover, should these matters be divulged at this juncture, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Until his plans reach fruition, the Prince of Ming shall not unveil those secrets. As the Prince of Ming wavered in indecision, the figure cloaked in black revealed a faint, sardonic smile, rasping, "My lord. Orchestrating the demise of the sixth prince in the Western territories is not an insurmountable task. The Western territories have long been embroiled in conflict. Now that the Crown Prince Wei Qian has opted to strike, he must be well prepared. The battlefield will undoubtedly be fierce, and the loss of a few lives is hardly remarkable." Such words ignited a glimmer of intrigue in the Crown Prince's gaze. If events were to unfold as the cloaked figure suggested, then Ning Songxing's death in the Western territories would indeed be of little consequence. Casualties on the battlefield are all too common. This course of action will not disrupt our plans? The Crown Prince inquired. "My lord, rest assured. This matter requires no intervention from us. The sixth prince has offended many during his time in the capital. All we need do is disseminate the information. And I believe numerous sects and noble families will eagerly take action," the cloaked figure asserted confidently. "Black Duke, you shall handle this matter. If Tianqian wishes for Ning Songxing to perish in the Western territories, then this battle shall be his grave." The Prince of Ming responded with a cold smirk. "My lord, leave this to Black Duke," he replied with assurance. "Mr. Kong Ming, I shall be journeying to the Western territories, thus I entrust all matters here in the capital to you. I shall not linger, but remain in Kyoto to assist Mr. Kong Ming with simpler tasks. I have instructed Jiang Wan and Xie Lingqian from the Jin Wei to adhere entirely to your directives," Ning Songxing stated calmly. Ning Songxing had deliberated thoroughly on this arrangement. For the impending conflict with the Great Wei, he would certainly bring Wen He and Jing Si along. And with the presence of the Shadow Guards in the Western territories, there would be no cause for concern regarding intelligence. Furthermore, the 5,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders have already departed from the Northern Barbarians and should converge in the Western territories in due time. Additionally, Ne Gongpush will covertly safeguard Ning Songshan's safety, ensuring no significant issues arise. Rest assured, Your Highness, with Liang present, there shall be no disturbances in Kyoto, Kongming assured. Bowing deeply to Ning Songshan. With Mr. Kongming here, I am entirely at ease, Ning Songshan replied with a smile. At this moment, Zhuge Kongming's gaze was firmly fixed upon both Zhao Wenhe and Jing Si. Wenhe, Jing Si, in this upcoming battle in the Western Territories, we must ensure His Highness's safety. As anticipated, Prince Ming will undoubtedly not relinquish his hold easily. After all, the Western Territories serve as Prince Ming's stronghold. Even if he does not possess full control over the region, he should never be underestimated. Such words cast a grave shadow over the faces of both Zhao Wenhe and Jing Si. Rest assured, Master Kongming, should anyone wish to harm His Highness, they must first tread over my lifeless body, Jing Si declared, each word imbued with resolve. As for Zhao Wenhe, though he remained silent, the icy glint in his eyes unmistakably conveyed his stance. Chapter 97. Arrival at the Western Frontier. 3 days later, Emperor Yin, accompanied by civil and military officials, held a grand ceremony for General Qin Wufeng and the 6th Prince Ning Songshan as they prepared to embark on their expedition. However, for both Qin Wufeng and Ning Songshan, this so-called send-off ceremony held little significance. They were acutely aware of the true purpose of their journey to the Western Frontier, particularly for the 6th Prince, Ning Songshan. His mission extended beyond mere combat against the Dawei. It was paramount that he investigate the circumstances surrounding Prince Ming. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the conflict in the Western Frontier would endure far longer than anticipated, and the capital nearly faced a tremendous internal upheaval. But these were matters for another time. As Qin Wufeng and Ning Songshan departed from the capital, the first Prince Ning Tianqian's eyes glinted with a cold light. In contrast, Prince Ming appeared unfazed by the unfolding events, wearing a constant smile, even personally approaching Ning Songshan to offer encouragement. However, Ning Songshan was no fool. He sensed the presence of hidden secrets and grew increasingly vigilant towards Prince Ming. On a brighter note for Ning Songshan, the Great Snow Dragon cavalry was poised to arrive at the Western Frontier imminently. Meanwhile, the intentions of the Dawei remained unclear. Their forces had approached the city, yet only engaged in minor skirmishes without any large-scale battles. The thoughts of the legendary General Gu Lihong of Dawei remained a mystery. Nevertheless, this provided a favorable opportunity for the reinforcements of Diyan, granting them ample time to prepare. Your Highness, the Grand General requests your presence at the command tent. Upon hearing the words of his personal attendant, Ning Songshan nodded gently. It had been a week since their departure from the capital, and the expeditionary army was hastening towards the Western Frontier, yet they were still approximately 3 days away. During this time, updates from the Western Frontier had been consistently received, offering a sigh of relief to the army. A few minutes later, Ning Songshan arrived at the command tent. Aside from General Qin Wufeng, several deputy generals were also present. Upon seeing the 6th prince, they all rose and paid him their respects. Although Ning Songshan was merely the vanguard in this campaign, his royal status commanded respect. And even if the generals and lieutenants were indifferent, the formalities could not be overlooked. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed generals. Here, I am not the 6th prince, but merely the vanguard Ning Songshan of the expeditionary army. In this military setting, you are all my seniors, and it is I who must learn from you, Ning Songshan swiftly replied. Hearing his words, the expressions of the deputy generals in the command tent softened slightly. They are seasoned veterans within the military, and they harbor a deep disdain for those who, relying on their privileged backgrounds, refuse to heed orders. However, in the case of the 6th prince, they have not perceived such traits, which brings them a sense of relief. Everyone, please take your seats. Deputy Commander Li, kindly share the intelligence from the Western Front with everyone, General Qin Wufeng instructed one of his deputies. Yes, General. Deputy Commander Li promptly distributed the intelligence to each individual present. Upon reviewing the information, several faces grew somber, despite their many years of service. They had never encountered such an enigmatic situation before. The reputation of the divine General Gu Lihong of the Great Wei was well known among them, as he was arguably the most illustrious of the Great Wei generals, earning the title of Divine General for good reason. Yet, the recent developments were perplexing, to say the least. It was known that the Great Wei's formidable army had been stationed at the Western Front for over 10 days. And aside from a few minor skirmishes, they had exhibited no further activity, an utterly astonishing situation. Even attempts at a preemptive strike from the Western Front yielded no engagement. The Great Wei forces remained elusive. You have all seen the reports. Let us discuss our thoughts on the matter. What is the true intention of the Great Way this time? Qin Wufeng inquired, his tone measured. General, the actions of the Great Way are exceedingly strange. After years of warfare, I have never encountered such an occurrence. Could it be that the Great Way harbors a more insidious plot? Deputy Commander Lu voiced his concerns. Lu's observation is quite astute. There must certainly be some conspiracy at play here. We are all too familiar with Gu Lihong. This behavior is uncharacteristic of him. I suspect there is a mysterious figure behind him, the true mastermind orchestrating these events. Deputy Commander Cheng Feng analyzed, prompting nods of agreement from several attendees. Among the deputy commanders, Cheng Feng was renowned for his strategic acumen, and his insights were generally met with credence. Simultaneously, Qin Wufeng's gaze fell upon Ning Songsheng. Your Highness, what is your perspective on this matter? He inquired. General, I possess little knowledge regarding the divine General Gu Lihong. However, if the objective of the Great Way is indeed the Western Front, their most prudent course of action would be to seize it swiftly before our reinforcements arrive. The fact that they are pursuing an entirely different strategy suggests there are underlying reasons we have yet to uncover. Since we have not yet engaged with the Great Way forces directly, the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. Rather than speculate here, it would be wiser to hasten our advance to the Western Front. Only through direct contact can we ascertain their true intentions. In response to the question posed by Qin Wufeng, Ning Songsheng also articulated his perspective. His words garnered a modicum of approval from the several vice-generals present. Although the sixth prince had never set foot on a battlefield, his recent remarks were not uttered by an ordinary individual. They indicated, at the very least, a certain degree of understanding regarding military affairs. The attitude of General Qin Wufeng towards the sixth prince exhibited a notable shift. Vice-General Li, issue orders to reach the Western Front with utmost haste, commanded Qin Wufeng, and thus he decreed military orders. Yes, General, replied Vice-General Li, who, as he departed from the central military tent, cast a fleeting glance at the sixth prince, Ning Songsheng. What thoughts occupied his mind? Perhaps only he could fathom. Chapter 98. General Wei Qijinghu of the Western Frontier. With the military orders from General Qin Wufeng, the originally projected 3-day journey to the Western Frontier was remarkably compressed to just 2 days, bringing the forces to the region much sooner than anticipated. Upon their arrival, the Expeditionary Army was taken aback by the situation in the Western Frontier. The army of Dawei was astonishingly positioned a full 20 li away from the region, a notion almost beyond comprehension. Such a considerable distance indicated that Dawei harbored no intentions of besieging the city. Yet, General Qin Wufeng found himself perplexed by the intentions of the formidable Dawei General Gu Lihong, and thus led his troops into the city of Wenzhou. Upon receiving the news, the governor of Wenzhou, Han Guangda, promptly assembled a group of officials to greet Qin Wufeng and his army at the city gates. Although Qin Wufeng harbored a strong aversion towards this group of officials, he felt compelled to extend some measure of courtesy to Han Guangda, given the circumstances. Ultimately, however, he declined Han Guangda's welcoming banquet and instead proceeded directly to the residence of another official in Wenzhou, accompanied by the sixth prince, Ning Songsheng. The rejection cast a shadow over Han Guangda's expression, though he refrained from overt displays of discontent. Meanwhile, several vice-generals remained with the main forces. General, where are we headed now? Ning Songsheng inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. To the general's residence, to meet the Western Frontier's General Wei Qijinghu. Qin Wufeng replied with a smile. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed Ning Songsheng's eyes. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Wufeng's voice reached him once more. The Western Frontier is distinct from other regions. In other places, military power is predominantly vested in the governors, or in cases like Menghui, it is centralized. However, due to prolonged warfare with Dawei, the strength of the Western Frontier's army surpasses that of ordinary troops. Furthermore, the presence of the Prince of Ming, who also held military authority, has created a significant dilemma. Hence, for many years, the military forces of the Western Frontier have been under the command of the General of the Western Frontier, all of whom are appointed directly by His Majesty. Qin Wufeng elucidated with a smile. After hearing this explanation, Ning Songsheng seemed to grasp the situation more clearly. He had previously harbored doubts regarding the autonomy of the Western Frontier's military. Unchecked, he feared it might lead to complications. However, all his concerns dissipated as he realized that, while it appeared the military was not under the Prince of Ming's control, it was, in fact, firmly under the dominion of his father. Still, Ning Songsheng was somewhat puzzled. If the military of the Western Frontier truly resided under his father's authority, why then was the Prince of Ming allowed to oversee matters there? Did this imply that the prince was being positioned to take command of the Western Frontier's forces? Regrettably, with the passing of the late emperor, unraveling the complexities behind these developments seemed an insurmountable challenge. The matters at hand bear little significance to Ning Songxing, whose primary objective this time is to investigate the clandestine agreement between Prince Ming and the Great Wei. 20 minutes later, Qin Wufeng escorted Ning Songxing to the residence of the Grand General in the Western Territories. This Grand General appeared to have been informed of their arrival, standing outside the door to await their presence. Brother Yuqi, it has been many years. I trust you have been well. Brother Qin, you still possess your former charm. Upon encountering Yuqi Jinghu, a flicker of skepticism crossed Ning Songxing's eyes. One might assume that a man bearing such a formidable name would be a brawny warrior. Yet upon meeting him, Ning Songxing discovered that this Grand General of the Western Territories resembled a refined gentleman. He exuded an air devoid of any murderous intent, presenting a stark contrast to the expectations set by his name. Brother Yuqi, this is His Royal Highness, the Sixth Prince, who has been appointed by His Majesty as the vanguard of the campaign. Qin Wufeng introduced with a smile. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Yuqi Jinghu, Grand General of the Western Territories. Yuqi Jinghu replied, his tone lacking the anticipated reverence. Observing this exchange, Qin Wufeng furrowed his brow, yet chose not to comment further. Ning Songxing, however, was not surprised by Yuqi Jinghu's demeanor. After all, he was merely a newly minted prince, having never set foot on the battlefield. The Western Territories had long endured relentless warfare against the Great Wei, filled with stalwart men of iron and grit. Earning their respect and acknowledgement requires more than mere words. It demands genuine prowess. Vanguard Ning Songxing, I pay my respects to Grand General Yuqi, Ning Songxing articulated clearly. This simple statement sparked a flicker of acknowledgement within Yuqi Jinghu, though it was hardly substantial. A few minutes later, the three entered the grand hall of the general's residence, where several vice-generals, commanders, and lieutenants awaited their arrival. While they offered a courteous bow to Qin Wufeng, they appeared to overlook Ning Songxing, as if he were a mere afterthought. Ning Songxing observed this with keen awareness but chose to remain unperturbed, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Brother Yuqi, what precisely is the current situation in the Western Territories? Upon our entry into the city, we noted that the Great Wei forces are stationed at least 20 miles away. This hardly suggests an intention to besiege the city. Gu Lihong would not engage in such foolishness, Qin Wufeng queried directly. Upon hearing Qin Wufeng's inquiry, Yuqi Jinghu sighed in resignation. Brother Qin, to speak candidly, this has been the most frustrating engagement in our years of conflict with the Great Wei. In previous battles, regardless of victory or defeat, we could always confront one another on the battlefield. However, this time is entirely different. The Great Wei refuses to meet us in combat. Even if we take the initiative to strike, the adversary chooses to retreat without hesitation. This is certainly not the strategy of Gu Lihong. We even harbor suspicions that there may be a mysterious figure behind him. That individual might very well be the true mastermind orchestrating the actions. Wei Qijinghu hastily interjected. At this moment, Qin Wufeng subtly nodded in agreement. Your thoughts align closely with our conjectures. Brother Wei Qi, who do you believe is the person behind Gu Lihong? Could it be the Crown Prince Wei Qianci of the Great Wei? I have heard that this Crown Prince possesses an exceedingly arrogant demeanor, Qin Wufeng inquired. Arrogance is merely the tip of the iceberg. Though Wei Qianci is the Crown Prince of Great Wei, his reputation is quite disreputable, cunning, malicious, and obstinate. Every conceivable vice is embodied in this individual. However, considering the current turmoil within Great Wei, would the Crown Prince truly venture into the Western Territories? Wei Qijinghu also expressed his reservations. Chapter 99. The Meeting. Throughout the afternoon, Ning Songxing accompanied Qin Wufeng at the Western General's mansion. Gathering considerable information about the circumstances in the Western Territories, particularly the discord between the governor of Wenzhou and Wei Qijinghu, which more accurately reflects the tensions between the Ming prince and the military personnel in the West. As night fell, Wei Qijinghu extended an invitation to Qin Wufeng and Ning Songxing to join a welcome banquet, yet Ning Songxing politely declined. He expressed that these individuals had once been brothers, emerging from the same military ranks, a bond that ordinary people could scarcely comprehend. He added that once they had thoroughly obliterated the Great Wei, he would celebrate with them over drinks. Qin Wufeng seemed to grasp the underlying sentiments, and thus readily accepted on Ning Songxing's behalf. With Qin Wufeng's affirmation, Wei Qijinghu refrained from further insistence, while the demeanor of the individuals in the hall towards the Sixth Prince, Ning Songxing, underwent a subtle transformation. Upon departing the Western General's mansion, Ning Songxing made his way directly to the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion in Wenzhou City. Your Highness, as Ning Songxing entered a particular room, several individuals stood and bowed in his presence. In the room, aside from Jiao Wenhe and Jing Si, was the long-absent leader of the Shadow Guard, the notorious Yuan Tian gang. Everyone, please take a seat. Great Commander, what is the current situation in the Western Territories? The Great Snow Dragon Riders must have arrived by now. Ning Songxing gestured lightly for everyone to sit and converse. Your Highness, the situation in the West remains relatively stable for the time being. Thanks to the presence of the Western Army and the fact that the Great Wei has not initiated any offensive, we do not foresee any immediate issues. The expeditionary forces have arrived, and it appears this war will endure for quite some time. As for the Great Snow Dragon Riders, they have secretly arrived in the West but are currently in hiding. The Great Commander was informed immediately. Upon hearing the Great Commander's words, Ning Songxing nodded thoughtfully. What is truly happening with the Great Wei? They could have seized the Western territories before our expeditionary forces arrived. Why have they delayed for so long? Is there some hidden scheme at play? Ning Songxing inquired once more. This matter perplexed not only Great Commander Yuan Tian gang but also Jiao Wenhe, who found himself equally baffled, unable to discern the true intentions of the Great Wei. Your Highness, to be candid, the Shadow Guard has investigated this matter, yet we have uncovered nothing thus far. Our agents have infiltrated the Great Wei's military, but it seems they are concealing something very deeply. Aside from the divine General Gu Lihong, it appears that no one else is privy to this information. In truth, there were those within the Great Wei's ranks who harbored doubts. But Gu Lihong had suppressed any dissent. No one knows what secrets lie behind this situation, but it is evident that a mysterious figure lurks behind Gu Lihong. I fear that this individual is the true commander of this battle. The esteemed General Yuan Tian gang has also disclosed every detail regarding the investigation of the Shadow Guard. Upon hearing this, Ning Songxing's expression grew increasingly grave. If even the Shadow Guard cannot uncover the truth, it indicates that the matter is indeed extraordinary. Your Highness, if what the General claims is accurate, the Great Wei will undoubtedly take action. Such an action could prove fatal for the Western region. Initially, the civil officials and military generals in the West were united, but due to the influence of Prince Ming, the two sides have become irreconcilable. Should an exceptional situation arise, it could spell danger, Jiao Wenhe hastily remarked. His words heightened Ning Songxing's caution even further. Although the primary objective of Ning Songxing's visit to the Western region was to investigate the agreement reached between Prince Ming and the Great Wei, this was contingent upon annihilating all of the Great Wei's invading forces. If that prerequisite cannot be fulfilled, then the remaining tasks are mere idle talk. Wenhe, what do you believe we should do now? If we are to probe the Great Wei's army, where would be the most suitable location? After a long contemplation, Ning Songxing suddenly inquired. Meanwhile, Jing Si retrieved a map from his possession, illustrating the terrain of the Western region and the deployment of the Great Wei's troops in meticulous detail. Ning Songxing was taken aback to discover that Jing Si had brought such a military map. Your Highness, this was just provided to me by the General. He said we would undoubtedly find it useful, Jing Si remarked with a smile. Casting a glance at the General, Ning Songxing chose not to pursue the matter further. Your Highness, the Great Wei is currently situated 20 li from Wenzhou City. According to intelligence from the Shadow Guard, their army is stationed at a place called Luojishan. The environment there is exceedingly complex, making reconnaissance quite challenging. This is evidently a location deliberately chosen by the Great Wei. However, if we truly wish to test their resolve, there is indeed a way. Less than 5 li from Luojishan lies a gorge known as Luoxia Hanggu. This would be an ideal location for us to take action, as the Great Wei's troops are stationed there, and their numbers are considerable. I believe this is where their supplies are stored. Wenhe pointed at Luoxia Hanggu on the map. Supplies location? Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Ning Songxing's eyes. If this is indeed the case, we could orchestrate something significant here. Even if we cannot destroy the Great Wei's provisions, we could instill a sense of crisis in them, which would be highly advantageous for the Western region. At that moment, however, Jiao Wenhe's expression grew somewhat somber, his gaze fixed on the map while his hands roamed over it, searching for something. Witnessing this, the others were left in complete astonishment. They remained oblivious to what Jiao Wenhe had truly discovered. After a full half-hour had elapsed, Jiao finally lifted his head, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. Wenhe, what have you uncovered? Ning Songxing inquired directly. Your Highness, at present, I cannot articulate the specifics of my findings. I am uncertain whether my earlier conjectures hold any truth, yet it is imperative that we visit the Red Valley of Dusk. I sense that the reason for Wei's prolonged inaction is significantly tied to the Red Valley of Dusk. There must be clandestine activities concealed within it, Jia Wenhe replied. Chapter 100. The Resolve of Qin Wufeng. In light of Jia Wenhe's conjectures, Ning Songxing chose to place his trust in them. However, the most pressing matter at hand was how to persuade Qin Wufeng. Despite being appointed as the vanguard commander, Ning Songxing knew that without the orders of the Grand General Qin Wufeng, mobilizing the troops would be utterly impossible. Moreover, the Snow Dragon cavalry remained concealed, leaving Ning Songxing without any other forces to deploy. To launch a surprise attack on the Luanxia Red Valley, the approval of Grand General Qin Wufeng was indispensable. Please return and await further news. I shall endeavor to persuade the Grand General. If successful, we will hasten to Luanxia Red Valley at once, Ning Songxing stated calmly. Understood. Your Highness. Commander, we will require intelligence from the Shadow Guards for this campaign in the Western Territories. They must be mobilized without fail during this critical period. Ning Songxing's tone turned serious. Rest assured, Your Highness. The commander affirmed with a firm nod. After departing from the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion, Ning Songxing made his way directly to the residence of Qin Wufeng. To his surprise, he discovered that Qin Wufeng had yet to return, likely still engaged in festivities with Wei Qi Jinghu. This delay was not a significant concern for Ning Songxing, as it had been years since the two had last met, and a prolonged conversation was not deemed particularly urgent. After waiting for nearly an hour, Qin Wufeng finally returned home. To Ning Songxing's astonishment, Qin Wufeng bore no sin of alcohol, indicating that their evening banquet had not included any drinking, perhaps merely a gathering to reminisce. This realization deepened Ning Songxing's admiration for Qin Wufeng. Such self-control was not a feat achieved by the average individual, clearly demonstrating Qin Wufeng's stringent self-discipline. Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour? Qin Wufeng inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He was uncertain as to why the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, sought him out so late, but upon hearing that Ning had already waited for an hour, his expression turned grave. Grand General, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you, Ning Songxing stated directly, though unaware of the specifics. Qin Wufeng recognized that the sixth prince was not one to approach lightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. After dismissing the others with a wave of his hand, Qin Wufeng urged, Your Highness, please, share what weighs upon you. Both Qin Wufeng and Ning Songxing held a profound respect for one another. Ning Songxing then produced a map, spreading it across the table before them. Grand General, intelligence indicates that the army of the Great Wei is stationed 20 miles away at Luojian. However, 5 miles from Luojian lies a place known as Luoxia Honggu, where the Great Wei army has stationed no fewer than 5,000 troops. Commander Ning Songxing deduced that the supplies of the Great Wei must be concealed in Luoxia Honggu. Upon hearing this analysis from Ning Songxing, Qin Wufeng felt a profound shock within his heart. However, the source of his astonishment was not solely the analysis provided by Ning Songxing, but rather the military map that lay spread upon the table. As a general, how could Qin Wufeng fail to recognize this as a military map? Moreover, it not only detailed all the deployments of the Great Wei, but also meticulously illustrated the circumstances on the Western Front. The individual who crafted this military map was undoubtedly a remarkable expert. Furthermore, they had only just arrived in the Western Territory today, and within a single day, the sixth Prince Ning Songxing had acquired such an intricate map, indicating that he had resources at his disposal in the Western region. The capabilities of these individuals could only be described as extraordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to ascertain all the deployments of the Great Wei so comprehensively. Reflecting on this, Qin Wufeng suddenly recalled the words his father had imparted to him during this campaign in the Western Territory. The safety of the sixth prince must be ensured. Initially, he had thought his father's admonition somewhat exaggerated, but now it appeared he had indeed underestimated Prince Ning Songxing. What he had displayed was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Your Highness, your analysis is undoubtedly sound. A distance of 5 miles is indeed a very secure buffer. It seems that the Great Wei intends to engage us in a prolonged conflict in the Western Territory. If we can destroy their supplies, we could swiftly bring this war to an end. Qin Wufeng nodded thoughtfully. Although Qin Wufeng was somewhat slow to react in certain matters, he and the old Duke Qin were of one mind when it came to military affairs, and there was no room for doubt. After merely a brief statement from Ning Songxing, Qin Wufeng had already connected all the dots. Your Highness, what course of action do you propose? General, my father has appointed me as the vanguard in this campaign. If possible, I hope you can provide me with 5,000 cavalry to probe Luoxia Honggu and ascertain the limits of the Great Way, Ning Songxing stated directly. Upon hearing Ning Songxing's words, Qin Wufeng lowered his head in contemplation. He pondered the feasibility of sending 5,000 troops to test Luoxia Honggu. Considering that the Great Way's garrison was not far, merely 5 miles away, and cavalry could provide support in a short span of time. Should any complications arise during this endeavor, he, Qin Wufeng, would bear the responsibility. However, he was not a man prone to cowardice. Having discovered the location of the Great Way's supplies, it would not be in his nature to take no action. Your Highness, 5,000 troops may seem insufficient, and 10,000 shall be entrusted to your Highness. However, this endeavor is merely a test. Should we detect any signs of support from the Great Wei army, I implore you to return immediately, Qin Wufeng declared. General, your orders are understood. At that moment, Ning Songxing could not help but admire Qin Wufeng's audacity, silently giving him a thumbs up. It seemed that only Qin Wufeng possessed the courage to undertake such a task. Had it been anyone else, they would have certainly opposed Ning Songxing's approach. Yet, what Ning Songxing was unaware of was that had it not been for the military map he provided, Qin Wufeng would likely have never agreed to this course of action. After Ning Songxing departed, Qin Wufeng promptly left his residence, making his way to the general's office in the western frontier. Despite having granted Ning Songxing sufficient troops and acquiescing to his requests, he knew he must remain vigilant. Should the Great Wei forces exhibit any unusual movements, they would undoubtedly take decisive action.